Preface to History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Erik Bjornson. History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. Preface. Iceland, the Saga island, lying on the very borders of the unknown, has attracted much attention ever since the time when the enigmatic name Thule was the only knowledge possessed of a land in this distant region of the earth. After the discovery and colonization of the island by the Norsemen, voyagers and traders were gradually attracted to it by rich cod fisheries, sulfur deposits, and other products of value to European trade. But it was especially as a center of literary activity, as the home of Scaldic song and Saga literature, that Iceland won its widest fame among European nations. In modern times, commercial intercourse with Iceland has grown rapidly, and numerous travelers are visiting the island because of its literary fame, its picturesque scenery, and the charming hospitality and simple rural life of the people. To these and other attractive features, a new one was added when Iceland became a sovereign state, acquiring interest as a member of the world's Brotherhood of Nations. The Icelanders have an old history, and have contributed so much to the world's intellectual life and culture that they will be welcomed in the circle of nations into which they have lately entered, not as a new arrival, but as one of Europe's oldest cultural peoples which has finally come into its own. Numerous books have been written about Iceland by able writers of many lands. Most of these have been written from the tourist's point of view, picturing the country as a land of great interest to the sightseeing traveler. But now that Iceland is an independent sovereign state, if for no other reason, the world may want to know something of the history of this island nation, living apart within the lonely shadows of the Arctic Circle. It is for this purpose that the present volume is offered. Scarcely anything which could be written about Iceland could be of more real interest than the people's own saga, the story of their national development, their unique political institutions, their social life, their literary achievements, their economic struggles, their patient sufferings, their hard-won victories in their distant and inhospitable island kingdom, which they have loved so dearly and built so well. Only when possessing this knowledge will the visiting traveler be able to interpret what he sees. Iceland will no longer be a charming wilderness of smoking geysers and flaming volcanoes, but the home of one of the most intelligent and remarkable nations on the earth. To Professor Halldór Hermannsson of Cornell University, I am under special obligations for most valuable assistance rendered me in many ways in the writing of this volume. Professor Runolfur Martinsson of Winnipeg, Canada, has also aided me with valuable information. Reverend H.B. Thorgrimsson of Grand Forks, North Dakota, and Professor B.K. Savra of Glenwood, Minnesota, have kindly read the manuscript and offered valuable suggestions. Knut Gjerset, Luther College, Decorah, Iowa, December 11th, 1922. End of preface. Chapter 1 of History of Iceland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Erik Bjornson. History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset, Chapter 1. Early explorations and discoveries in the far north. The first people who acquired any knowledge of the remoter regions of northern Europe were the Phoenicians, who surpassed all other nations of antiquity as enterprising traders and daring voyagers. In very early ages their navigators became familiar with all parts of the Mediterranean Sea, and colonies were founded on the north coast of Africa, in Sicily, Sardinia, southern Gaul, and also in Spain, where the city of Gadir, Cadiz, became a chief seaport and leading commercial center. Not only did they venture beyond the Pillars of Hercules into the broad Atlantic, but in the reign of Necho of Egypt, 610 to 595 BC, their sailors in the employ of that king circumnavigated Africa by sailing from Arabia southward and returning by the way of Gibraltar. Footnote. Herodotus says, quote, When Necho discontinued the work on the canal which was to connect the Nile with the Arabian Sea, he sent Phoenician sailors with ships and commanded them to return by the way of the Pillars of Hercules. The Phoenicians sailed from the Red Sea into the Southern Ocean, and when fall came they landed and sowed fields wherever they happened to be in Libya, Africa. They waited for the harvest, and when they had harvested the grain they went on board their ships, so that after 2 years had passed they returned through the Pillars of Hercules and came back to Egypt. And they hold, I can indeed not believe it, but perhaps others can, that when they rounded Libya they had the sun on their right hand. End quote. End footnote. On their seacoast voyages they discovered Madeira and the Canary Islands, and in 460 BC Hanno of Carthage attempted to plant a colony on the west coast of Africa. The development of trade drew them northward as well as southward along the Atlantic seaboard, but little is known of their operations in these waters, as they kept their trade routes secret in order to maintain commercial supremacy over Greek and Roman competitors. The only expedition northward of which we have any information is that of Himilco, mentioned by Plinius the Elder, who says that Himilco made an expedition to explore the farthest coast of Europe, at the same time when Hanno sailed to the west coast of Africa. It is quite certain, however, that the Phoenicians brought the much-sought amber from northern Europe, possibly from the coasts of Germany and the Danish peninsula bordering on the North Sea, and that from Britain as well as from Spain they imported tin, a metal essential to the production of bronze, from which weapons and edged tools were manufactured. Britain must also have been known to the Greeks, who pressed hard in the wake of the Phoenician voyagers. The Cassiterides, or Tin Islands, are mentioned both by Homer and Herodotus. Of their location nothing is known, but the name was probably applied to the British Isles where this metal was found. Footnote. The Cassiterides may have been the Scilly Islands, as H.C. Hamilton and W. Falconer, the translators of Strabo, hold, but it seems more probable that the name conveyed to the Greeks only a very vague geographical idea. Herodotus says that he has been unable to gain any information regarding the ocean in that part of Europe, and he knows nothing about the location of the Cassiterides. End footnote. A desire to explore the unknown northern regions, chiefly perhaps for commercial reasons, but possibly also in order to gain more accurate astronomical and geographical knowledge, led Pytheas, a Greek scholar and navigator, to undertake a voyage to Britain and the far north about 330 BC. He lived in the Greek city of Massilia, Marseille, in southern Gaul, and seems to have possessed great ability both as astronomer and sea captain. Our knowledge about him is limited, as his work written about his expedition is lost. But from the fragments of his writings which have been preserved, it is evident that he was one of the foremost scholars of his age. He showed for the first time that the ocean tides are due to the influence of the moon. He established quite correctly the latitude of his home city, Massilia, and located the north pole of the heavens with remarkable accuracy outside of the pole star. Since Pytheas, according to Polybius, was a private person in narrow circumstances, it is likely that his expedition to the north was organized either by the state or by interested private individuals. On his voyage, Pytheas reached Britain, which he seems to have circumnavigated, as he describes the shape and size of the island. The longest day there he found to be 18 hours, and in an inhabited country north of Britain the longest day was observed to be 19 hours, which is the length respectively of the longest day in northern Scotland and the Shetland Islands. He penetrated still farther and came to the land called Thule, where the summer tropic becomes one with the Arctic Circle. This would correspond to 66 degrees 15 minutes, the latitude of northern Iceland. An old Greek astronomer, Gemenos from Rhodos, says about these regions where the days grow perceptibly longer as we go northward, "This region Pytheas of Massilia must also have reached. He states at least in a treatise which he has written about the great ocean." Interior quote, "The barbarians showed us where the sun sets, for it happens that in these places the night is very short, in some places 2 and in others 3 hours, so that the sun rises again a short time after it has set." End interior quote, end quote. That he came to a region so far north that the day was 22 hours long is quite noteworthy. "The people of Thule," says Pytheas, "live on hearse and herbs as well as on fruit and roots. Those who have grain and honey make also a drink from these. When they have cut the grain, they bring it into large houses and thrash it there, because they have no bright sunshine, and threshing floors in the open would be useless because of excessive rains. Many have thought that Thule, mentioned by Pytheas, must be Iceland, but this view has been generally abandoned since his description of Thule in no way corresponds to conditions in Iceland. Claudius Ptolemy of Alexandria, who lived in the 2nd century AD, also speaks of Thule, saying that it lies north of the Orkneys, Orkney Islands, that its northern extremity lies in latitude 63 degrees 15 minutes, its middle part in latitude 63 degrees, and its southern part in latitude 62 degrees 40 minutes. The statement of the great geographer has led many scholars to believe that Thule must be the Shetland Islands. But Pytheas' description is no more applicable to the barren Shetland Islands than to Iceland, and if Ptolemy's Thule is identical with the Shetland group, he must have applied the name to a region very different from the one Pytheas had in mind. That Thule was neither Iceland nor the Shetland Islands seems further verified by Procopius, who describes it in such a way that it can only mean Scandinavia. He has talked with people from Thule and had reliable first-hand information. The question cannot be settled with certainty from the meager existing data, but Pytheas' account indicates that he reached the west coast of Norway, and that he called this region Thule. Pytheas' work, or rather the small fragments which were preserved of it, was the chief source of information regarding Britain and the far north possessed by the Greeks. The Romans gained more definite knowledge of northern Europe through their conquests in Gaul and Britain, but about Scandinavia and Iceland they had no reliable information. Many of their writers mentioned Thule and Scandinavia, but these brief and vague notices only reveal how little they knew about these northern islands. Thule is mentioned by Plinius the Elder in his Historia Naturalis, by Tacitus in his De Vita et Moribus Agricolae, and also by Solinus, a Roman historical writer of the 3rd century AD, who was much read in the Middle Ages. In poetry, as well as in prose, the name of Thule or Thela was used by Roman writers. But for want of definite knowledge of the north, it gradually lost all real geographical significance, and was used in a general way to designate an island supposed to lie somewhere in the remote northern regions of the earth. The countries and peoples of the north still remained in the dark unknown. Only after the migrations had brought them into direct contact with the Roman world could writers like Procopius and Jordanus write accounts of Scandinavia which reflect a more direct knowledge. The only positive knowledge of Iceland prior to its discovery by the Norsemen seems to have been possessed by Celtic monks, who have left us the first definitive information regarding the island. For religious reasons, Irish hermits sought seclusion from the world in the uninhabited islands north of Britain, and, so far as we know, these hermits were the first inhabitants of Iceland and the Faroe Islands. Adamnan, abbot of Iona from 679 to 704, mentions in his Vita S. Columbae, a prophecy of the saint regarding a man named Cormac who in Columba's days, 521 to 597, made 3 voyages from Ireland in search for the desert in the ocean, Eremium in Oceano. This term, so descriptive of Iceland, seems to render safe the assumption that this island is actually meant, especially since later sources show that Iceland was known to the Irish long before the coming of the Norsemen. The Venerable Bede, 674 to 735, also speaks of people of his own time who, coming from the island of Thule, declared that in summer the sun could be seen at midnight for a few days. In 825 AD, the Irish monk Decuil wrote a work, Liber de Mensura Orbis Terrae, in which he describes the islands in the northern ocean, which he says he has not yet found mentioned by other writers. What he knows of geography in general he has gathered from Greek and Roman writers, but of Iceland, which he calls Thule, he has very definite knowledge, which he says that he has obtained from Irish hermits who have visited the land. Quote, "It is now 30 years since some priests, Clergy, who has stayed in that island from February 1st till August 1st, told me that not only at the summer solstice, but also in the days thereabout, the setting sun hides itself at the evening hour as it were behind a little hill, in such a way that no darkness occurs, even for the shortest time, and if they had been on the high mountains of the island, the sun would probably never have been hidden." End quote. About the Faroe Islands, he says, quote, "There are still other islands in the ocean north of Britain which can be reached from the northern British Isles in 2 days and 2 nights straight sail with full sails and a steady favorable wind. These islands are generally small. Nearly all are separated from one another by narrow sounds. On these islands, hermits, which sailed from Scotia, Ireland, have lived about 100 years. But as they have always been uninhabited since the beginning of the world, so they are now, because of northern robbers, empty of hermits, but full of numberless sheep and a great many kinds of aquatic birds." End quote. It is quite evident from these statements that long before Dicuil wrote his book, the Irish were familiar with Iceland and the Faroe Islands, and that hermits, and undoubtedly also other settlers, had established permanent habitations there. 2 islands in the Faroe group, Store Demon and Little Demon, still bear their original Irish names, Demon being an Irish word meaning 2 mountain. Other Irish place names as Dungansvik and Dungansness are also found. The etymology of Thule is still unsettled, but since the name was applied to Iceland by Dicuil after he had spoken with Irish monks who had been there, it is not unlikely that it was the old Irish name of the island which Pytheas had learned from the Britons, and that Iceland was known to them when he made his expedition to the north in 330 BC. When the Norsemen first appeared as Vikings on the coasts of Britain and the neighboring islands is not known, but they must have taken possession of the smaller and more distant island groups like the Shetland and Faroe Islands not later than 700 AD. The Viking voyagers soon gained full control of these islands, and Dicuil says that the Christian Celts fled because of northern robbers. This statement, which no doubt is true in a general way, must not be taken too literally. No sudden emigration even under those circumstances was possible, as the Celts at that time had no ships, but only frail boats made of skin, with which the voyage from the islands to Scotland or Ireland could be made only with great difficulty. The greater number of the original inhabitants must have remained in the islands and amalgamated with the Norse settlers, which can be seen also from Celtic loanwords incorporated in the Norse language of the islands, and from elements of culture traceable to Celtic influence. From the Celtic inhabitants the Norsemen learned to know of Christianity and higher ideals of life. From them too they must have heard of Iceland, which was so well known to the Celts, a new region beckoning the Norse settlers with all the romantic charm of the unknown. The islands became stepping stones leading to the discovery of Iceland by the Norsemen, and many noble traits of the early settlers are traceable to the influence which the Christian Celts are known to have exerted on life and customs in these early Norse colonies. When Iceland was first discovered by the Norsemen, and by whom the discovery was made, is not definitely known. Traditions which have been preserved by old Icelandic writers credit the Norseman Narod and the Swede Gardar with the discovery, but the accounts do not agree, and cannot well be regarded as anything but reminiscences of early voyages to the island. Sturla Thordson's version of the Landnámabók, Sturlabók, has the following account. Quote, "It is said that some men were to sail from Norway to the Faroe Islands. Some say that it was Narod the Viking. But they were driven westward into the ocean, and found there a big land. In the east fjords they ascended a high mountain, and looked about if they could see smoke or any evidence that the land was inhabited, but they saw none. They returned in the fall to the Faroe Islands, and as they sailed away, heavy snow fell on the mountains, and they called the land Snaeland, Snowland. There was a man by the name of Gardar, a Swede by birth. He went to seek Snaeland with the advice of his mother, who was clairvoyant. He came to land east of the eastern Cape Horn, where there was a haven. Gardar sailed around the land and showed that it was an island. He spent the winter in Húsavík in Skjálfanda, where he built a house. In the spring, when he was ready to set sail, there drifted away from him in a boat a man by the name of Nautfari, a slave, and a servant girl. He built later at this place called Nautfaravik. Gardar returned to Norway and praised the land much. The land was thereafter called Gardarsholm, and there were at that time woods between the mountains and the sea." End quote. According to this account, Narod appears as the first discoverer of Iceland. But in Hauk Erlandsson's version of the Landnámabók, Hauksbók, the story is told in a somewhat different way, and Gardar Svavarsson is represented as the one who first visited Iceland. Hauk Erlandsson used Sturla's version of the Landnámabók, Sturlubók, as his source, but in this instance he departs from it. His account here agrees with two old works about Norway written in Latin, Historia de Antiquitate Regum Norwegiensum and Historia Norwegiae, which may have served as sources for this part of his narrative. Also, the Njál Saga mentions Gardar as the discoverer of Iceland. Writers like Finnur Magnusson and Konrad Meurer think that he must be credited with the discovery of the island, but it cannot be regarded as certain. A third Viking voyager, who according to the Landnámabók visited Iceland, was Floki Vilgurdsson from Rogaland in western Norway. Sailing by way of Shetland and the Faroe Islands, Floki and his companions reached the east coast of Iceland. Quote, "They sailed then to the south of the land," says the author, "but when they sailed west of Reykjanes, and the fjord opened up so that they saw Snæfellsnes, Faxi said, 'It must be a big land which we have found. Here are large rivers.' That is since called Faxaus. Floki and his men sailed westward over Breiðafjord. The fjord was full of fish, and because of the fishing they neglected to provide themselves with hay, and their cattle all died in the winter. The spring was rather cold. Floki went north on the mountain and saw a fjord full of ice, and they called the land Iceland, as it has since been called. In the summer they returned to Norway." End quote. The voyages of Narod, Gardar, and Floki are supposed to have been made about 860 to 870. But the oldest and most reliable work on the early history of Iceland, the Icelandingabók by Ari Frodi, 1120 to 1130, mentions neither of these three. In a very terse style, this author records only such facts concerning the discovery as he considers based on the best authority, allowing no room for peradventure or literary embellishment. Quote, "Iceland," he says, "was first settled from Norway in the days of King Harald Hårfagre, the son of Halfdan Svarte, according to Tate, Bishop Isleif's son, my foster father, the wisest man I have known. Thorkel Gellisson, my uncle, who had good memory of past events, and Thorid, the daughter of Snorri Godi, who was both wise and truthful. It happened at the time when Ivar Lodbrokson killed Saint Edmund, the king of the Angles. But that was 870 years after the birth of Christ, as it is written in his Saga. Ingolf was the name of the Norseman about whom it has been truthfully said that he went first from there, Norway, to Iceland when Harald Hårfagre was 16 years old, and the second time a few years later. He settled south in Reykjavik, which is called Ingolfshofti, east of Myndhakser, where he first landed. But later he took possession of Ingolfsfell, west of Ulfhusá." End quote. In the Landnámabók, the account of Ingolf's voyage is wrought into a more complete historical narrative. According to this account, the two foster brothers, Ingolf Arnarsson and Leif Hrodmarsson, from Dalsfjord in western Norway, went on a Viking expedition together with Atli Jarl's sons Halstein, Herstein, and Holmstein. So cordial were their relations that in the winter after their return, Ingolf and Leif prepared a feast for the sons of the Jarl. At this feast, Holmstein made the vow that he would marry Helga, Ingolf's sister, and Leif, who was in love with Helga, was greatly offended. The enmity between the two grew so bitter that in the spring the foster brothers prepared an expedition against the sons of the Jarl, and Holmstein fell in battle at Hissargafell. The following winter Herstein also lost his life in a new encounter, but the feud finally ended through the mediation of friends. Leif married Helga, and the two foster brothers fitted out a ship and set out to find Iceland. They made landfall in a fjord on the east coast, where they spent the winter. In the spring they returned to Norway, but the new land pleased them so well that they resolved to settle there. As Leif had lost his property in his feud with the sons of Atli Jarl, he made a Viking expedition to Ireland in order to replenish his stores. On his return he brought back 10 Irish slaves and also a sword which he had won in a duel, a valued trophy from which he got the name Hjörleif, from hjör, a sword blade. Ingolf had in the meantime sold his possessions in Norway. In 874 the Foster brothers fitted out 2 ships and emigrated to Iceland. They brought with them the most necessary implements, household goods and other supplies, together with a number of slaves and a few freemen who went out as settlers. Ingolf sacrificed to the gods before his departure to secure good luck, but Hjörleif would not sacrifice, possibly because he had been influenced by Christianity, which he may have learned to know on his expeditions to the British Isles. The 2 sailed together until they sighted Iceland, when they parted. Ingolf then threw the pillars of his high seat into the sea, and said that he would make his home where they came to shore, but temporarily he settled at Ingolfsholti on the southern coast. Hjörleif sailed farther west on the same coast at a place since called Hjörleifsholti, where he erected 2 large houses, one 18 and the other 19 fathoms in length. In the spring, when he was going to sow, he let his Irish slaves pull the plough, as he had only 1 ox. This treatment the slaves resented, and one of them by the name Dufthak formed the plot that they should kill the ox and say that the bear had taken it. Later they were to attack Hjörleif and his men if they went hunting for the bear. The bear hunt was begun. The men scattered in the woods, and the slaves attacked them and killed them all. They then fled with the women and the property in a boat to some islands which they saw to the south in the ocean, and dwelt there. When Vifil and Kartli, Ingolf's slaves, who had been sent westward to look for the pillars of his high seat, came to Hjörleifsholti, they found Hjörleif and his men dead, and they hastened back to tell Ingolf the news. He went to Hjörleifsholti, and when he saw his friend's corpse, he said, quote, "An evil fate has befallen a good man that he should be killed by his slaves, but a like fate will befall all those who will not sacrifice to the gods." End quote. Ingolf buried Hjörleif and his men, and took care of his ship and other belongings. On the islands in the ocean he found the slaves and put them all to death. These islands were since called Vestmannaeyjar, because the slaves were Vestmen, Celts. Ingolf took with him the women who had been carried away, and returned to Hjörleifsholti, where he remained that winter. The following summer he sailed westward along the coast, spending the 3rd winter near a mountain called Ingolfsfell, west of Ulfusá. In the spring he went farther the westward, and settled at Reykjavik, where the pillars of his high seat had come to shore. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Colonization of Iceland. Ingolf Arnarsson and Hjörleif Hrodmarsson were the first landnamsmen or permanent settlers in Iceland. But political and social conditions in Norway so stimulated emigration that before many decades had passed, Iceland was one of the most populous of Norse overseas colonies. According to Snorri Sturlason, the cause of this emigration was the tyrannical rule of King Harald Haarfagr, who had united all Norway under his sway after crushing the chieftain class in the Battle of Hafrsfjord in 872. The king is said to have robbed the people of their eardle. Those who refused to swear him allegiance and pay the required taxes had to flee, and their estates were forfeited to the crown. The demand of submission to a royal overlord was regarded as tyranny. Taxes not before levied were looked upon as tribute imposed on a free people, and many of the chieftains chose to emigrate rather than submit to the king's oppressive rule. Recent investigation has shown that this explanation can be accepted only with great modifications. The colonization of Iceland was a part of a general movement of emigration, and the founding of colonies in the western islands began long before the Hafrsfjord battle was fought. A general political and social unrest prevailed in Norway in the 9th century, and the reason for which is not known, but it seems that unfavorable economic conditions were largely responsible for the exodus to the islands of the West at this time. Few are known to have left Norway because of their opposition to the king, though his victory over the chieftains naturally tended to increase emigration to the west. Ulf or Kveldolf Bjalfason and his sons Thorolf and Skallagrim were powerful men in Førdefylke in southwestern Norway. Thorolf entered King Harald's service and fought valiantly in the Battle of Hafrsfjord. Through royal favor he became a very rich and influential man, but envious persons aroused the king's suspicion, and he was slain. Kveldolf and Skallagrim had refused to support the royal cause, and Thorolf's death at the hands of the king's own men turned their sullen ill will into open hostility. As resistance to the new rule was no longer possible, they decided to emigrate. 2 ships were fitted out for the voyage to Iceland, each carrying, besides the 2 chieftains and their families, a crew of 30 men, together with servants, slaves, household goods, and such domestic animals as could be brought along. Kveldolf died on the voyage, but Skallagrim reached Iceland and settled at Borg in Borgarfjord, where he became a great chieftain and the founder of a powerful family. His son was the great Skald Egil Skallagrimsson, the hero of the Egil Saga. The story of Egil's granddaughter Helga the Fair is told in the Gunnlaugsaga Ormstunga. Especially prominent among the early settlers was the family of Ketil Flatnef, a chieftain in Sagan in western Norway, who was sent by the king to rule the Hebrides. Ketil became a very powerful man in the western colonies, but he paid no taxes to the crown, and he soon rebelled and seized the islands which he was sent to govern. As punishment for this breach of faith, King Harald drove away his son Bjorn and the Easterners, seizing his possessions in Norway. Bjorn fled to his friend Thorolf Vastrarskeg, chieftain and temple priest on the island of Moster. But King Harald banished Thorolf because he harbored the king's enemy, and both had to flee from Norway. Bjorn the Easterner went to the Hebrides, where his brother Helgi Biola and his sister Aud the Deep-Minded also dwelt, but Thorolf sailed to Iceland, settling at Hofstadr in Breda Fjord on the west coast. On his departure from Norway, he raised the temple at Moster and brought with him the timber to his new home, where he again reared the old sanctuary to the god Thor. Bjorn the Easterner and his brother Helgi Biola, who came to Iceland from the Hebrides, settled in the western districts. From these chieftains some of the leading Icelandic families descended, as is shown especially by the Eyrbyggja saga, in which their family history is narrated. Thorolf's son Thorstein Thorskabit became so powerful a man that he always had 30 free men about him. He was an ardent worshipper of the god Thor. He resided at Helgafell, which became the greatest sanctuary in Iceland in early times. Gudmund Heljarsson, son of the king of Hordaland in Norway, had long been on Viking expeditions and had become a great sea king. He had aided the chieftains in their struggle against King Harald, but when he saw that further resistance was useless, he went to Ireland accompanied by his friends and companions in arms, Ulf Skallagi and Steinolflagi. They settled on the west coast, where so many colonists had already established their homes. But later Geirmund moved to northwestern Iceland, where he took possession of a large district. He was the wealthiest and most powerful of all the early settlers in Iceland. Geirmund was a powerful man, says the Sturlung saga, and never kept less than 80 armed men about him at Geirmundstadt. Ulf Skagji was accompanied to Iceland by his friend Hall, a man of wealth and influence who, according to the Thorskefurninga saga, settled at Hofstadr in Thorskefjord, where he built a temple. Onan Treefoot, who had lost a leg in the battle of Hafrsfjord, fighting against King Harald, also settled in the western part of Iceland. From him descended Grettir Asmundsson, about whom the Grettis saga is written. Few, if any, of the early settlers in Iceland was more influential than Aud, the deep-minded, Kettleflatsnef's gifted daughter. She was the widow of King Olaf the White of Dublin, and when her father and her husband Thorstein died, she seems to have become the recognized head of the family. Because of her lonely state, she decided to emigrate to Iceland to join her brothers Bjorn and Helgi. Besides her grandchildren, slaves, and servants, she also brought a number of colonists, among whom are mentioned Cole, Erp, and Hord, as well as her grandson Olaf Fyland, who became a prominent man in Iceland. She spent the first winter with her brother Bjorn, the Easterner, but settled later at Havam in Havamsfjord, where she gave land to her liberated slaves as well as to the settlers who accompanied her. Her granddaughter Thorgerd was married to Cole, or Della Cole, a trusted assistant and advisor who accompanied her to Iceland. Their son was Haskell Dalek Colson, the father of Olaf Ba of Hayardoholt, and grandfather of Kjartan Olafsson, who are numbered among the foremost men in early Icelandic history. The story of Aud and her most prominent descendants is told in the Lax de la Saga. Helgi Magri, the son of Eyvind the Eastman, and the Irish princess Rafarda, was born in Ireland, but emigrated to Iceland with his sons Ingjald and Throlf and his son-in-law Haemond Heljarskin, a brother of Geirmund. He settled at Eyjafjord in northern Iceland, where he took possession of a large district and built a residence which he called Christnes, in honor of Christ in whom he believed. Both Haemond Heljarskin and Helgi's sons settled in the same district. Ingjald lived at Tavera, where he built a temple. From him descended the Skald Vigaglum, the hero of the Vigaglum saga. Many colonists came at Helgi's request and settled in the district of which he had taken possession. One of these colonists was Thorstein Svorfud from Numdalum in Norway, who settled on the west side of the Isefjord towards the sea, a district which from him received the name of Svarfidal. His story is told in the Svar de la Saga. The Velaja saga continues the narrative about him and his descendants. In Ramsdal in Norway lived the great chieftain Ingimund the Old, about whom the Vatsta saga is written. He was the grandson of the Herser Kettle Raum, and had been on many Viking expeditions together with his foster brothers Grim, Ingjalsson, and Sigmund from San. Ignemund joined the king's forces in the battle of Harfsfjord, but Seaman did not. After the battle he followed Ingemund's advice and went to Iceland. He took possession of a large district of Skagafjord in the northern part, where much of the land was still unsettled. Those who accompanied him also settled in this district, and he became a man of great influence. Ingemund came over later, settling at Vadsdal, which extends southward from Hannafjord. Here he built a residence called Hof from timber which he brought with him from Norway. Many people settled around him, says the saga, and law and justice were established. When he became old, he was mortally wounded by the violent and selfish Rolf, who had once belonged to Ingemund's household and had been befriended in many ways. Ingemund wrote home, called a servant boy, and said to him, "Go at once to Hrolf, and tell him that I believe my sons will seek to avenge their father before the next day dawns. It is best for him that he flees before daylight. I regard his death as no revenge, and it is proper that I should protect as long as I can him who has once belonged to my household, whatever may since come to pass." The sons, however, who were less forgiving than the father, slew Hrolf shortly afterward in spite of the warning given him. The northwestern part of Iceland, as well as the districts along the east coast, were sparsely settled during the period of colonization. The more noteworthy settlers in those districts were Thorstein the White, Grout Atli, and his brother Kettle, Bernjolf the Old, Hrafnknell Godi, about whom the Hrafnkel saga, Freysagoda, is written. Ralaug, the son of Ragnall Jarl, and Bard, son of Heinagar Bjorn of Son. Bard settled at Skagafjall, but when he found that the wind from the land was more agreeable than from the sea, he resolved to move. He crossed Iceland from north to south and settled in Skaptafellsfjall, where he took possession of the whole of Flut's Wharf. The first settlers in Iceland, Ingolf Arnason and Hrorleif Hrodmarsson, built their homes on the south coast, as already mentioned. When Hrorleif was killed, Ingolf moved to Reykjavik, and the southern districts were not settled till quite late, because the approach to the island from this side is rendered difficult by prevailing fogs and the absence of good harbours. Gradually, however, many families of note came to live in the southern seacoast districts, which have given not a few illustrious names to the narratives of saga literature. Alfig and his wife Asgerd from Ramsdal in Norway resolved to emigrate, as they could not agree with King Harald Harfager, but before they could leave, Ofig was slain by King Harald's men. His widow with her children and her brother Thorolf went to Iceland, where they took possession of a tract of land between Seljalandsmula and Markarfjall. Her son Thorgir Golner was the father of Nudgil of Bergthorshval, one of the noblest characters in all saga literature, whose tragic story is told in the Nudgil Saga. Kettle Herring, a chieftain from Namdalen in Norway, came to Iceland and settled in the district between Thorset and Markarfjall, after he had avenged the murder of his friend Thorolf Kveldusson. His son Hufin was the first Logsogumadar in Iceland. From another son, Storolf, descended Gunnar of Heldarrendi, the Njal Saga hero. Sigurd from Hålogaland in Norway settled at Bolstad, west of Markarfjall. Jørgen Dagodi settled at Svertingstad, where he built a temple. From him the Sturlung and Oddvergjar families descended. Among the chieftains who settled in the southern districts were also Ketilbjorn, a grandson of Jarl Harkon, Grotgarson of northern Norway. He came to Iceland with his ship Elithoi, spending the first winter with his father-in-law Thord Skegi. In the spring he set out with his men to find a suitable homestead. They came to a river which they called Aksara, where the Althing was since held. Here he took possession of a large tract and built a residence called Masvel. From him descended many people distinguished in saga literature. How many landnámsmenn or emigrating chieftains came to Iceland during the period of colonization is not definitely known. The Landnámabók, which gives the most detailed account, mentions 400, but even this careful survey does not include all. Some names can be supplied from other sources, but no complete enumeration can be given. Still more purely conjectural must be the attempt to determine the total number of colonists who came to Iceland during the early period of settlement. As the landnámsmenn were persons of rank and influence in their home districts, they were accompanied not only by their families, but by a number of friends, relatives, freedmen, servants, and slaves, so that the number of persons constituting the household and immediate surroundings of each chieftain formed in the aggregate a considerable colony. Of Geirmund Heljarskinn it is said that he had 14 slaves, that when he rode about from one estate to another he was accompanied by 80 men. Aud the Deep-Minded came to Iceland with 20 freemen, and as many of these had families and established homes of their own. It is evident that the total number of emigrants must have been quite large. Some scholars have estimated that at the close of the period of colonization, 874 to 930, Iceland must have had a population of about 25,000. Some place the number even higher, though there seems to be no good reason for going beyond this more conservative estimate. The first landnámsmen took possession of extensive tracts in the inhabitable seacoast districts, where they built their own homes and parcelled out lands to their followers and also to later immigrants who might be invited to settle within their possessions. The tracts thus taken were often very large. The Landnámabók states that when Einar Laugarbrecht, who freed his slave Haidar. He gave him as much land as he could carry fire around in 3 days. In this way a few powerful chieftains might soon divide all the land between them, so that later immigrants would find no place to settle. An appeal was made to King Harald Haarfagre. Through his mediation it was decided that no one who arrived in command of a ship should take more land than he and his crew could carry fire around in 1 day. This appeal would seem to indicate that a reconciliation had been brought about between King Harold and the colonists. According to Ari Frodi, so many people continued to go to Iceland that the king finally forbade further emigration for fear that his realm should be depopulated. Through a timely compromise, however, this arbitrary order was so modified that people were allowed to emigrate on the condition that each person leaving the country should pay a tax of 5 aur to the king. This was the beginning of the Landauer tax, which for many centuries was levied on all ships leaving Norwegian harbours. The king seems to have recognized the right of the Icelanders to govern themselves. They should pay a small tax to the crown, but in return they retained their Norwegian citizenship to such an extent that when they returned to Norway they had holdsrett, or the right of chieftains to own and inherit property, and to belong to the king's hird or court. The reconciliation between the king and the Icelandic chieftains seems to have been effected towards the end of the period of colonization. The Icelandic settlers continued to regard themselves as citizens of Norway. Their national traditions remained unbroken, and the most intimate relations were established between the colony and the mother country. At the time of the colonization of Iceland, Christianity had not yet been introduced in Norway. Many of the more prominent colonists had been priests in the heathen temples at home, and on their arrival in Iceland they built temples and established the old worship. Thorolf Mostrarskeg, who is said to have brought with him the timber of the Temple of Moster, rebuilt the old sanctuary near his residence at Hofstadter. Thor had the old temple priest at Maren in Trøndelagen, Norway, who settled in Stadvar Fjord on the east coast, dedicated the whole valley to the Maren sanctuary so that nothing living could be killed there except cattle and other domestic animals. Ingjald and Hroth, the sons of Helgi Magri, erected temples to the heathen gods. So did also Jorund Godi Hall, the friend of Ulf Skjalgi, and many other leading landnámsmen. Among the early settlers, fetish worship still prevailed to some degree. Thor Snepel sacrificed to a clump of trees, Thorstein Radnath to a waterfall, and Eivid Loddenson in Flateyjardal worshipped 2 large boulders. Some had lost faith in the old gods and believed in nothing but their own strength and prowess, while others, who seemed to have been touched by Christian influence, prayed to the god who created the sun. But in spite of the prevailing heathen religion, early Icelandic society was neither so wholly pagan or so complete a reproduction of that of the mother country as might have been expected. From the British Isles, Christianity had thrown its first faint rays upon the shores of Iceland, even before the arrival of the Norsemen, and many of the early colonists had experienced its ennobling influence on their sojourns in the western islands. From Dick Cool's account we have seen that Iceland was known to the peoples of Britain and Ireland, and that Irish monks lived on the island long before the Norse discovery. In speaking of the early Norse colonization, the old Icelandic historian Ari Frodi says, Iceland was first settled from Norway in the days of King Harald Haarfagre, but that was 870 years after the birth of Christ. Then there lived Christian men there whom the Norsemen called paper, but later they went away because they would not live together with heathens. They left behind books, bells, and croziers, from which it could be seen that they were Irish. That the Irish hermits left Iceland after the arrival of the Norsemen because they did not wish to live together with heathen people, as Ari states, must be true, but they seem to have stayed for some time after the new colonization began, and it is not unlikely that they exercised some influence upon their new pagan neighbors. The Norsemen called them paper, an Irish name meaning priest or monk. The croziers they called bagler, from the Old Irish bachel, derived from Latin baculus, a cane. These are loan words which the Norse settlers could have learned from the Irish hermits only after having known them for some time. The hermits seem to have dwelt especially in southeastern Iceland, where place names like Papi, Papos, Papaford, and Papali still preserve their memory. Similar reminiscences of early Irish occupation are found also in other parts of Iceland, as in the southern districts, where the hermits seem to have had a church in a place which is still called Kirkjubur, while names like Iragurbi, Iraska Lead, and Irasku Buder, according to tradition a seat of Irish trade, seem to be of later origin. The Landnama book tells of Asaaf Alskik, missionary and hermit, that his mother was Irish and that he came from Ireland to Osar in the East Fjords. As he was a Christian, he would have nothing to do with heathen men and would not even receive food from them. They were 12 together, evidently 12 Irish coldies, as it was customary among them to travel about 12 together like the apostles of Christ. They went westward to Thorgir Hordska at Holt near Jalum, where they raised their tent, but Asaaf's companions were then sick and they died there. The priest John Thorgrimsson later found their bones and buried them by the church. After the death of his companion, Asaaf built himself a house called Asaafskala, but later he moved west to Irish River, so called because the men were Irish, and he lived there as a settler. In his old age he became a hermit, building himself an hermitage where the church now stands. He dwelt there till his death and was buried at home, where a church was erected over his grave and dedicated to Saint Columba. Asaaf was later venerated as a saint. His remains were enshrined and placed on the church altar. There can be little doubt that he and his companions were Irish Chaldees who undertook missionary work among the Norse colonists in Iceland, the first known attempt to bring Christianity to the Norwegian people. Many Irish names, both personal and place names, are found in early Icelandic literature. These must have come into use at the time of the colonization or later. But Irish influence in Iceland, of which these names furnish evidence, was due not so much to the presence of the Irish hermits who lived in the island at the time, but rather to the fact that many of the early settlers had stayed in Ireland, Scotland, or the Western Islands for longer or shorter periods before they settled in Iceland. The Faroe Islands, Shetland, the Orkneys, Hebrides, Man, and large parts of Ireland and Scotland had long been well-populated Norse colonies. During King Harald Harefager's reign, his enemies flocked to these settlements and continued to ravage the coasts of Norway until the king made an expedition to the west and drove them out. The only remaining retreat where they could escape the wrath of the angry king was Iceland, where large numbers of settlers arrived, not only from Norway, but from all the western Norse colonies. How many of the landnansmen in Iceland came from the western islands is not definitely known. The Norwegian historians P.A. Munch and J.E. Sars, as well as the Icelandic scholar Gudbrand Bergfusen, think that a large number of the early settlers came from the Norse colonies. Munch says about the Landnama book that if we examine this remarkable work closely, we will find that of the 400 leading colonists who divided the island among them, the most powerful and influential, those who brought the largest families with them, did not come directly from Norway, but from the Scottish Isles, whither they had emigrated from Norway. For the Icelanders, he continues, the islands west of Scotland are the cradle of their race in a much higher sense than even their motherland, Norway. J.E. Sars says the Landnama book mentions in all 400 landnansmen. All these colonists were Norsemen or of Norse family, except very few Scotch and Irish and a couple of Swedish settlers. But one half their number, or even more, did not come directly from Norway, but from the Norse colonies, where long before they had settled and held possession. The Icelandic scholar Finnur Johnson holds a different opinion. He says that only 36 landnansmen, or about 1/9 of their whole number, are known to have come from the Hebrides, Ireland, Caithness, and England, and some of these were Vikings who happened to sojourn there. Later he has modified this view, holding the number to be 50, but he thinks that Celtic influence in Iceland has been very small. The Icelandic historian Bogi Melstead holds that 75 of the landnansmen came from the western colonies. Alexander Bugge has found that of the 400 or more landnansmen whose names are mentioned, 115 came from the Norse colonies. The greater number of these, however, must have stayed there only for brief periods while engaged in Viking expeditions, or because they had fled from Norway to the western settlements prior to their emigration to Iceland. But in speaking of the influence of these settlers from the colonies on early Icelandic society, we must bear in mind, as P. A. Munch has pointed out, that many of the most influential landnansmen, those who brought the largest families with them, came from the western colonies. From these settlements came Geirmund Heljarskin and his brother Hammond, sons of the king of Hordaland, Helgi Magri, son of Evind the Eastman, and the Irish princess Rafarda, Al the deep-minded widow of King Olaf the White of Dublin, Bjorn the Easterner, and Helgi Biola, the sons of Kettle, Flatneff, and many other prominent chieftains. These leaders brought with them a large number of settlers, servants, and slaves, many of whom must have been of Celtic birth. Among the freed slaves in Aud's company are mentioned Hord, Viful, Hundi, Earp, and Sakolf, and who received land from her. Hundi was of Scotch family, says the Landnama book, but we have seen that Geirmund Heljarkin had 14 slaves, and that he rode about with an escort of 80 men. That Leif Hode Marson, one of the first landnamsmen, was slain by his Irish slaves. About Kettle Orlegson, the Landnama book states that he came to Iceland late in the period of colonization, and that he brought with him Irish slaves which he had taken on his Viking expeditions in the west. The number of Irish personal names found in the Landnama book and elsewhere in the sagas shows that slaves also and other persons of Celtic origin must have been quite numerous in Iceland. Not a few of the landnansmen who came to Iceland from the Norse colonies were born in the western islands. Some of them had Irish mothers, as concubinage and intermarriage with Irish women was quite common in the Norse settlements in the west. Only a few noteworthy instances of this relation need here be mentioned. And the deep-minded had a freedman by the name of Earp, who was the son of Meldon, Jarl of Scotland, and the Irish princess Mergil, who had been carried away from her home and had become servant to the Jarl's wife. Aud bought Mergil and her boy, and both received their freedom. Earp received Sadafel from Aud. From him the Earpling family descended. Haskell Dalakulson, who married Aud's granddaughter, bought a girl at a slave market. He learned later that she was an Irish princess by the name of Melkorka, Mael Kirkhaig, daughter of the Irish king Muirchertach. She became the mother of Olaf Pa of Jardarholt, one of the foremost of Icelandic chieftains. The mother of Helgi Magri, who settled in the north of Iceland, was Rafarta, daughter of King Cairnbal of Ireland, as already mentioned. Helgi was born in Ireland and reared in the Hebrides. Two other daughters of the same king, Frigerd and Gormlode. Gurmfaith married the landnansmen Thor and Grimmalf. The princess Nidbjorg, daughter of the Irish king Bjorn. Bjorn married Helgi Oderson, a grandson of Bjorn the Easterner. Miana, daughter of king Madad married the landnamesther Auden Stodi. The influence exerted on the colonists through their relations with the peoples of the West comes to view also in the traces of Celtic culture in early Icelandic society. Especially noticeable is the tinge of Christian faith in the still pagan religion of the settlers. The landnansmen who came from the western islands usually brought with them a number of dependents, both freedmen and slaves, whom they had secured either as prisoners of war or as slaves bought in the numerous slave markets. Many of these were Christian Celts who would not abandon their faith even in their new surroundings. Not a few of the landnansmen who came from the colonies in the west had accepted the Christian faith in some form, and some of them were baptized. The Landnama book says, "Wise men say that some of the landnansmen who settled in Iceland were baptized, for the most part those who came from the west over the sea." Thus are mentioned Helgi Magri Orglig, the old Helgi Biola, Jorund the Christian, Aud the deep-minded, Kettle Fifliski, and still other men who came from the west over the sea. Some kept their Christian faith till their death day, but it did not last long in their families, or some of their sons sacrificed to the heathen gods, and the land was altogether heathen for about 100 years. Orlig was reared by Bishop Patrick of the Hebrides. He brought with him to Iceland timber for a church bell, a planarium, and some consecrated Christian soil. He built a church near his residence and dedicated it to St. Columba, whom he worshipped as a deity. It appears also that his son Valthof, as Wilfthau, because of his English name, must have been a baptized Christian, as were probably also the landmansmen Cole, Thorolf, Spor, and others who accompanied him from the western colonies. Many of the settlers who came to Iceland with Aud the deep-minded must have also confessed the Christian faith. Aud, who was baptized, performed her worship before some crosses which she erected at a place called Crosshaller, which her friends and descendants regarded as a sanctuary, and where they built a horg or altar to the gods when the Christian faith finally became extinct in her family. The memory of Aud as a Christian lady has been preserved in Icelandic folk tales, where her contest with the sorceress Gulbra symbolizes the struggle between paganism and Christianity. Thormod the Old and Ketilbriason, who according to the Landna book came from Ireland and took possession of Acranes between Oradara and Calmansa, must also have been Christians. Likewise also Calman, who came with him from the Hebrides, where he seems to have been born. Jorund the Christian, the son of Ketilbriason, lived at Jorandarholt, which was later called Gardar. The Saga says that he kept well his Christian faith and became a hermit in his old age. His sister Edna was the mother of the missionary Asolf Alskik, who died as hermit in Iceland. Kalman returned to the old faith and was mound buried according to heathen custom. His son Sturla built a temple and sacrificed to the gods, but Christianity was not altogether extinct in their family. It is said that Sturla's son Bjarni quarreled with a neighbor about a piece of land. He made the vow that if he won, he would accept Christianity. It happened that the river Hvita was turned out of its channel, so that the land in dispute became connected with Bjarni's property, and he then received baptism and built a church near his home. Kettle Fifliski had received the sobriquet of Fifski, foolish, because he was a Christian, and Kirk Juber, where he lived, was regarded as a sanctuary where no heathen were allowed to dwell. A monastery for Benedictine monks was erected there in 1186. Not many of the colonists in Iceland who had learned to know Christianity had accepted it as a distinct worship. Usually they were so little informed as to the Christian doctrine that they regarded Christ only as a god among other gods, as did Helgi Magri, of whom it is said that he was much mixed in his faith. He named his home Christmas in honor of Christ, but though he was nominally a baptized Christian, he prayed to Thor when he was in distress or in danger on the sea. His sons Ingald and Hroth seem to have been wholly pagan, as they built temples and sacrificed to the heathen gods. Even those who called themselves Christians could not read. They had no priest to instruct them or to preach the gospel to them. In the midst of heathen surroundings, they were able only to cling as well as they could to the outward symbols of Christianity. When they built a church, they placed a simple cross on the altar, possibly also a few candles, as the structure undoubtedly was windowless and dark. Before this altar they knelt to do reverence to the cross, as they had seen Christians do in Ireland and elsewhere, and they would repeat the name of Christ or some favorite saint, which must have been in the main of their church service. It was a dim light, this Christianity which they knew, but it was the light of the world which brought with it new moral and social ideals. They knew that Christianity taught charity, forgiveness, purity of life, principles wholly wanting in the old faith, and the new ideals attracted them and touched their hearts. That some even sought to practice them we see in Ingemund's willingness to forgive Hrolleif, in Aud the deep-minded's kindness to her liberated slaves, in Svartkel's simple prayer, which he is said to have been in the habit of repeating before the cross. May good befall the old men, and may good befall the young. For want of aid and encouragement, the early Christians in Iceland gradually lapsed into the paganism which surrounded them, but the influence of their faith helped to pave the way for the missionaries who came to preach Christianity 100 years later. During the period of settlement, the traces of Western influence is clearly visible in colonial life in Iceland. Many attractive features in the early development of the colony were due to this new cultural force, which here and there throws a pleasing light against the somber background of Old Norse paganism. But this influence was of little permanent importance, as it was not strong enough to effect any lasting change in the people's life and thought. At the close of the period of colonization, the settlements in Iceland were as fully pagan as they were fully Norse. The national traits only reasserted themselves with the increased force in the new colonial environment. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Organization of the Icelandic state and government. The leading landnamsmen in Iceland belonged to the old Norwegian aristocracy. Some were sons of kings and jarls, others were hursar or local chieftains who also acted as priests in conducting the public worship. In religious matters as well as in political and military affairs, they were the leaders of the people, an upper class with extensive time-honored privileges. In defense of their aristocratic social organization, many of them had waged war against the king, who sought to create a united Norway under the rule of a monarch, exercising sovereign authority in all administrative affairs. Some had dwelt for longer or shorter periods in the loosely governed Norse colonies in the western islands. In Iceland, they naturally sought to reproduce as far as possible the old Norwegian social organization, but the creation of a new state nevertheless brought about important changes. The institution of kingship or central authority vested in a ruler, which had existed in Norway in some form long before the time of Harald Harfager, it disappeared in Iceland. As no one in these new settlements could claim any rank of superiority, the chieftains remained wholly independent and continued to rule their adherents and subordinates according to the most ancient local custom. The new colony was at first not a state but a group of chieftaincies without any tie of union under a central government. The landnamsmen built their homes in some well-selected location within their possessions and in close proximity, usually also a temple, which became the place of worship for the settlers within the district. The function of priest was exercised by the chieftains themselves, who assumed the rank and title of Gothi, an office which, combined with the dignity of priesthood, also administrative and judicial functions, corresponding in a general way to that of Hursar in Norway. How many temples were erected by the first settlers is not known, but some chieftains are mentioned in the Landnámabók and elsewhere in the sagas as builders of temples, as Thorolf Mastrarskeg, Igmund the Old, Jogund, Godi, Bodvar the White, the sons of Helgi, Magri, Odin the Red, and others. The frequent use of the word Hof, temple, in place names as Hof, Hofstadter, Hofsvag, Hofsland, Hofstag, indicates that quite a number were built. As a rule, they must have been structures of considerable size, as excavations of old Icelandic temple ruins made in recent years show the length of some to have been 100 feet. The Saga says of Thorolf Mostrar Arskeg and the temple which he built at Hofstadter. He erected a great dwelling at Hofstag and called it Hofstadter. There he also built a temple, and it was a large structure. There were doors on the side walls toward the ends. Inside stood the pillars of the high seat, in which were bolts called Ragnagler, sacred bolts. In the interior was a sanctuary. Farther in the temple was a room resembling the choir of a church, with the stallar like an altar, on which lay a jointless ring weighing 20 aur. On this ring all oaths had to be sworn, and the temple priest should have it on his arm on all public occasions. On the stallar should also stand the Hurle Boli, with the Hettine to sprinkle with it the blood which was called Halaut, was to be sprinkled. This was the blood from the animals which were sacrificed. Around the stallar, the images of the gods were placed within this room. All men had to pay taxes to the temple. It should also be their duty to accompany the priest on all his journeys, as the Thingmen now accompany the chieftains. But the Gothi should maintain the temple at his own expense, so that it should not fall to ruin, and he should conduct the sacrifices there. The smallest local unit in the Icelandic state organization was the Hrepper, plural Hreppar, at the head of which stood the Hreppstjóri, but these districts of about 20 families were chiefly concerned with matters pertaining to public charity. The districts over which the Gothi exercised religious and civil authority constituted a Gothorth, which formed the basis of Iceland's hierarchic aristocratic social organization. Each Gothorth had a temple, and near it was a meeting place of the Thing, or popular assembly, where the freemen of the district, the Thingmen, met to settle their disputes. The Gothi presided over the Thing and appointed the judges who were to decide the cases brought before it. On all such occasions, as well as when he acted as priest, he wore on his arm the temple ring as a sign of his high office. It was his duty to administer the law, to keep order within the Gothorth, and to aid his Thingmen in obtaining justice and settling their disputes. As the temple was a part of his estate, the office and rank of Gothi was regarded as the chieftain's personal possession, usually transmitted as an inheritance from father to son, but it might also be sold or given away like other property. The Thingmen had no voice in the disposal of the Gothorth, but they could transfer their allegiance from one Gothi to another according to their own free will, as they could attach themselves to any Gothi, even to one living at a great distance. The Gothorth could not be said to have any fixed boundaries. Its religious character was so predominant that it resembled more closely a modern free church or congregation than a definitely established administrative district. At first no connection existed between the different Gothorths and local things, but even in the early years of the colonial period, the need was felt of some higher tribunal which could try cases arising between members of different Gothorths. Shortly after he had settled in Iceland, Thorolf Mostarsskegg established the Thornisthing, which should be a Herethsthing, as it was established with the consent of all the people within that district, but it seems to have been only a local thing connected with the Thornsnes Gothorth. Thornstein, the son of Ingolf Narsson, organized the Kjalarnisthing, which seems to have exercised more general jurisdiction since several chieftains were united in it. But even this step could not meet the growing needs of the new state. No general system of laws had yet been adopted, and no popular assembly existed which could deal with problems pertaining to the public welfare. The need of some form of general government, so keenly felt also in the new environment, must have been frequently discussed by the chieftains, who finally decided to create a new political organization for the whole island. A man by the name of Ulflot from Hordaland in Norway, who had settled in the southern districts, was chosen in 927 to prepare a code of laws. He went to Norway, where he spent 3 years studying the Gulathingslag, the code of the southwestern districts of the kingdom. With the aid of his uncle Thorleif Spaki, he prepared on the basis of this code a body of laws known as Ulflot's Law, which, according to Ari Frodi, was adopted as the law of Iceland in 930. While Ulflot was in Norway, his foster brother Grim Geitsko was delegated to select a suitable meeting place for the new National Assembly, which was to be created. The Icelandic states that a tax of 1 penninger was collected from each man in order to pay Grim, but that he gave the money to the temple. The place selected was Thingvellir, on the banks of the river Akthara, north of Lake Thingvalla, a convenient and most impressive location. About Ulflot's law, very scant information has been preserved. It contained many ritualistic provisions governing public worship, how the favor of the protecting spirit should be secured, how the temple ring should be preserved, and what should be the form of the oath administered by the Gothi. But more important than these minor regulations were the provisions made for a central government and the organization of a general assembly, the Althing. This assembly was to remain in session for 2 weeks every summer at Thingvellir, where all the settlers in Iceland could meet. Through this fundamental law, the separate communities were merged in a new state organization, a sort of aristocratic republic with the National Assembly as the highest central authority. The Althing was undoubtedly patterned on the Norwegian Lathings, but these were 4 in number and were local rather than national in character. The Althing was a distinctly organized national assembly and is of special interest as one of the first bodies of this kind in history. Regarding its early functions and how it was at first constituted, no satisfactory information is given in the old writers. But it is quite clear that it possessed both legislative and judicial powers, and that these functions were separated even from the beginning through the establishing within the assembly of an Alpingdisdomer, or High Court of Justice, consisting of 36 judges, a tribunal which exercised the highest legal jurisdiction for the whole land. The law-making power was given to another select body within the assembly, the Logrette. These 2 bodies exercised so complete powers, each in its own sphere, that the decisions rendered and the new laws which were adopted were not even sanctioned by a general vote of the assembly, as in Norway, but were only formally proclaimed to the assembled thing. The highest official in the new general government was the Logsgudmudr, who presided over the Althing, proclaimed the new laws and decisions from the Mount of Laws, and recited certain portions of the laws each year before the assembly. He was elected for the term of 3 years, but by repeated re-elections was kept in office for so long a period that his tenure was often equivalent to a life incumbency. Such an extended tenure of office must have been necessary, as few persons possessed sufficient knowledge of the laws to hold so important an office. The Althing was of great importance not only as a legislative body and a high court of justice, but also as a centre of national life, where the leading men from all Iceland could meet every year and exchange views on all important public questions. It formed a bond of union between the local districts and did much to foster a national spirit. But the almost total absence of administrative authority left the new national government weak and inefficient. The Althing could raise no military forces, nor could it exercise any police authority, as these very essential powers of government were still retained by the Gothorths. So jealously did the chieftains watch over their own powers that they failed to vest the Logisgudmudr or any other functionary with executive authority. The decisions rendered in judicial matters could indeed be enforced in a general way by the public at large. If a person was fined, outlawed, or banished, the people would know how to make the decree effective. But if the guilty person was a powerful chieftain, he might defy both the law and the court, and blood feud would be resorted to as a final settlement of the dispute. Even the Althing itself, though hedged about with all the inviolability of a sanctuary, became at times the scene of bloody conflicts between angry litigants and their adherents, as no armed force existed which could maintain order and prevent violent outbreaks. Cases of bloodshed and disorder at the Thing were indeed exceptional, but several instances recorded in the sagas show the utter helplessness of the assembly if the chieftain chose to ignore its decrees and disregard its sanctity. The Hanseatic Saga tells about Thord, Geller, and Tungsod, that they were involved in a controversy and finally brought their case before the Althing. When Odd arrived at the Thing with 300 armed followers and sought to prevent Thord from gaining access to the sacred Thingstead, an armed conflict followed which was stopped only after 6 of Odd's men had fallen. Still more serious was an armed clash which took place at the Althing in 1012. According to the Njal Saga, Mord Valgardsson brought suit in the Goforbungdizor quarter court against Flosi Thordsson, the leader of the band who had burned Njal of Bergthorshval and his family. No doubt could exist regarding the guilt of Flosi and his men, but through skillful manipulation of the technicalities of court procedure, Mord and the friends of Njal failed to obtain a favorable verdict. This so exasperated them that they attacked Flosi and his adherents, and a general battle resulted in which a great number lost their lives before better counsel prevailed. When order was restored, the leaders deplored the unfortunate occurrence, and the case was finally settled according to the acknowledged principles of law and justice. The absence of effective central control not only tended to impair all good features of the established government, but it also encouraged the development of a spirit of feud and violence which proved very baneful to the social well-being and national progress of the people. The inefficiency and incompleteness of the new national organization became more clearly apparent as the need of a better regulated social life made itself felt in the new state. The local things had been established by the chieftains without any general plan. Since no boundaries existed between the different districts, their jurisdiction was uncertain, and their ability to grant impartial justice was often very small. The defects in the judicial system had been so clearly demonstrated by the case between Thorgeller and the Thunga Ad that a reorganization was finally made in 965. All Iceland was now divided into 4 quarters, each of which should have contained 3 thing districts, except the northern quarter, which should have 4 districts, as the people of that quarter would agree to no other arrangement. Each of these 13 thing districts should comprise 3 of the 39 principal Gothorths, and should have its own local court, the Varthing, which should be in session from 4 days to a week in the spring of each year. Each of the 3 Gothor in the district should appoint 12 of the 36 judges constituting the thing. Another session of 2 days, Leith, was held 2 weeks after the close of the Althing, in order that the decisions of that tribunal might be brought to the knowledge of those who had not been able to attend the session at Thingvellir. Other matters might also be brought before the court at this session. It is clear that the new organization of the Varthings made them more efficient judicial tribunals than they had been hitherto. They had now received 3 by 12 judges according to the old universal practice in the north, and as the 3 Gothar were associated in each court and presided in turn over its sessions, there was no longer the danger of unfairness and partiality which always existed so long as only one Gothi conducted the thing. The number of principal Gothorths was also fixed by this system of organization at 39, and their position as units in the framework of government was clearly defined. New Gothorths might indeed be established, but they could not be classed with the principal Gothorths, nor could they gain recognition as a part of the system of state organization. It seems to have been the plan to organize a superior court for each of the 4 quarters. The ever big Saga and the Landnamabok state that the Thorgeller organized a quarter court for the Vestford quarter at Thornsness about 9:30 with the advice of all the men of the quarter, and the Icelandic book says that after the land was divided into quarters, quarter courts were established. But as these courts do not seem to have been regularly assembled, they soon disappeared. So many cases were brought directly to the Althing that it was found necessary to make important changes in its organization. 4 superior courts, Fjordungdomer, 1 for each quarter, were attached to it to take charge of all judicial matters which would regularly come under the quarter courts. These courts had 36 judges, the 9 Gothor of the quarter each choosing 4 judges, except in the northern quarter where each of the 12 Gothor chose 3 judges. The decision of the Fjordungdomer or quarter court was regarded as unanimous, even if difference of opinion existed among the judges, if the number of dissenting votes did not exceed 6. If there were more than 6 dissenting votes, Velfeng arose. The judges holding adverse opinions would then divide into 2 groups, each group seeking to persuade the members of the other. If the number of dissenting still remained too large, each group would render its decision, the one making the other void, and both groups would take the Velfeng oath and that they had decided in accordance with what they considered to be just and lawful. The case could then be appealed to the Supreme Court of the Domer after this tribunal was established. The firm Domer seems to have been created not earlier than 1004, nor later than 1009. It is mentioned in the Icelandic book, which states that Skapti Thorradsson Logstugummador 1004 to 1030 secured the passage of a law establishing this tribunal. But according to the Njal Saga, this court was created in accordance with a plan proposed by Njal of Thorsval, the ablest jurist in Iceland at that time. Of the two accounts, that given by Ari Frodi in the Icelandic, though very brief, is undoubtedly the more reliable, as the Njal Saga narrative on this point is confused and self-contradictory. The century 930 to 1030 is known as the Sogu Old or Saga Age because the numerous deeds of violence and reckless daring for which it is especially noted became the themes of the Icelandic family sagas. It was a turbulent period of ineffective constitutional reforms and growing lawlessness. The incompetence of the Althing as a national government was so painfully apparent that only far-reaching changes could save the people from anarchy. In an effort to remedy conditions, the chieftains decided to create a superior judicial tribunal, the Firmtar Domer, which could exercise greater authority than the older courts. The 39 Gothor of the principal Gothorths were to choose each one judge for this new tribunal, except in the northern quarter, where the 12 Gothor should choose 9 judges, making in all 36 for the 39 old Gothorths. The 9 Gothor, who had hitherto remained outside the Thing organization because they had accepted Christianity, were also to be admitted now that all the chieftains were Christians. These 9 Gothar were to choose also 12 judges for the new tribunal, making the total number 48, but the law required that the plaintiff should reject 6 judges and the defendant another 6, so that only 36 trial judges remained for any given case. The Femtar Domer sat together with the Low Greta. The judges were bound by solemn oaths, which were again strengthened by co-jurors, and the proceedings of the tribunal were carried on with elaborate formality. The importance of a high court of justice of such authority is quite apparent. The courts had often failed to settle important controversies, so that duel, holmgangur, and blood feud were still resorted to as a final settlement of disputes. The establishing of the Femtar Domer led to the disappearance of the duel as a primitive way of seeking justice. The duel between the Skalds Kunlag, Ormstunga, and Hafen Onundsson, fought at the Althing probably in 1006, was the last event of this sort in Iceland. The day after the duel, the Althing passed an act making dueling unlawful. In the procedure of the Thing, the Kvitter was a very prominent feature, constituting one of the chief characteristics of the old Icelandic legal system. The Kvitter, which corresponded in the main to the Norwegian Domer, was a sort of jury consisting of neighbors of the plaintiff appointed by the Godi at his request to testify in his behalf. The Bua Kvitter, or neighbor Kvitter, or consisting of 9 members, or in smaller cases of 5 members, was the one most frequently used. The members of the Kvitter would not need to know the facts in the case from personal observation, but would only declare under oath what they considered to be the main facts and circumstances connected with it. The Tilfor Kvitter, or Gothor Kvitter, used especially in cases between the Gothor and their Thingmen, consisted of 12 members, the Gothi nominating 11, the 12th being the Gothi himself. If he was a defendant, one of the 2 other Gothor of that district was nominated by the plaintiff. The declaration of the Kvitter was used in the trial as general evidence in connection with the testimony of other witnesses, but the defendant could meet the Kvitter of the plaintiff with a Boyar Kviar Kvitter, consisting of 5 members chosen from the defendant's home district to testify in his behalf. These would make a declaration tending to modify or counteract that given in favor of the plaintiff. He could also, on legal grounds, expel members from the plaintiff's Kvitter, and new members would then be chosen. The declaration of the Kvitter could be determined by a majority opinion. In case of a tie, the Gothi would cast the deciding vote. Even in cases of homicide or other grave crimes, the parties to the suit could settle the matter privately by agreeing upon a suitable compensation to the injured party, fixed either by the plaintiff himself, Yaldemi, or by trusted persons chosen as arbitrators. If no such settlement was made, the plaintiff could bring the case before the court. A person who was convicted or held legally responsible for some great wrongdoing would be outlawed, in which case either partial or complete banishment would be imposed. Partial banishment, Fjordvalgsgathor, lasted 3 years, and the guilty person might be banished to some other district or sent into exile. On the payment to the Gothi of a fine, fjorbaugr, 3 places of safety were granted the outlawed person until he could leave home or find passage to some foreign land to spend the term of exile. Should he fail to pay this fine, the sentence was changed to complete banishment. No one was allowed to molest him in passing between the places of safety or in going to the ship, and no ship owner could refuse him passage. When he returned after 3 years, he was again a free man and was restored to his full rights as citizen. The severest punishment inflicted was complete banishment. Skogangr, with a man, became a Skogans mother, or complete outlaw. For minor offences, the utlego sacre, a fine of 3 merker or less, was imposed. In order to bring the sentence of banishment to execution, a faranstomer, or court of execution, consisting of 12 judges, had to be assembled by the Gothi at the home of the outlawed person 2 weeks after the close of the Althing. This court formally dispossessed the convicted person of his property, collected the fines due, paid his debts, and made provision for his dependents. It is quite clear, however, that the severe punishment of complete banishment was seldom inflicted. The spirit of the old laws was opposed to a mode of punishment which resulted in personal injury to the individual, favoring settlement based on compensation to the injured party. Limited banishment was more frequently used in order to remove troublesome persons from the scene of conflict until peace and quiet could be again restored. The law-making power of the Althing, as already mentioned, was vested in the Lagretta, which, besides the Lagsogumather, and after the introduction of Christianity also of the 2 bishops, consisted of 144 members divided into 3 groups or benches. The first group consisted of the 39 Gothar of the principal Gotharths, together with 9 additional members, 3 from each of the quarters, having only 9 Gothar chosen in order to give all the quarters an equal representation. These 48 members constituted the middle bench, and they alone had the right to vote on measures proposed. Each member of this bench chose 2 assistants, in all 96, who occupied the front and rear benches. They had no vote and acted only in the capacity of councillors. The Lagretta alone had the right to interpret, change, or enact laws, grant pardons, reduce prescribed punishments in given cases, and to issue permits of various kinds. When a measure had been adopted by a majority vote, all members had to give their assent. It was then formally proclaimed to the assembled Althing by the Logosgumather. In minor affairs, a decree could be passed even if all members were not present, but in no case could a smaller number than 48 constitute a quorum. The Logsogumather was to be chosen by unanimous vote of the Lagretta. He received a salary of 240 alnar of woolen cloth, Valmar, and he was also to have 1/2 of the fines imposed for minor offences. After his election, the Lagretta escorted him to the Mount of Laws, where he took his seat as presiding officer. The session of Althing began on Thursday between the 18th and 23rd of June and lasted for 2 weeks. On Friday, after the Thingskap, or plan of procedure, had been announced by the Lagsogumather, the Gothar appointed the judges for the quarter courts, and all cases to be brought before these courts were announced to the assembled Thingmen on Friday and Saturday, or on Monday following. On Saturday at noon, the members of the Thing marched in procession to the Mount of Laws, led by the Logosgumather, who was followed by the Gothar and the judges whom they had appointed. Places were now assigned to the quarter courts, which remained in session every weekday throughout the Thing period, except when the Lagretta met, or when the Logsogumather summoned them to meet at the Mount of Laws. The Lagretta was to hold at least 4 meetings during the session of the Thing, 1 on each of the 2 Sundays of the Thing period, 1 on the first Friday of the session, and 1 on the day of the closing. But it might be convened by the Logsogumather at any time during the session of the Thing. Thingvellir, where the Althing met, is a lava bed of prehistoric origin sloping toward Lake Thingvalla. This bed north of the lake has sunk in cooling, creating 2 large rifts, the Almanagya to the west and the Ranagya to the east of the Thingvellir. The Almanagya, which has a length of several miles, stretches from Armansfell to the lake. It has a flat bottom and perpendicular sides of lava, the western wall being about 100 feet, the eastern from 35 to 60 feet in height. The little river Oxara falls into the rift, but soon crosses it and flows through the Thingvalla plain into the lake. The road to Thingvellir led into the Almannathia along steep steps of lava. The people who visited the Thing found pasturage for their horses on the grassy plain along the rift. A short distance from the Oxara, not far from the lake, a craggy portion of the plain has been cut off by fissures, which surround it on all sides except in one place where a narrow entrance is found. This singular stronghold was long supposed to be the old Mount of Laws where the Althing assembled. It has later been shown, however, that the old Mount of Laws was not located here but on the west side of the river Oxara. At the opening of the session, the Thingstead was formally consecrated by the All-Shur-Yar Gothi, a descendant of the first settler, Ingolf Einarsson, who bore that title and had the right to perform this ceremony. From the highest elevation of the Mount of Laws, the Logos Gumarthur would proclaim the laws and decrees. From the same place, all announcements to the assembly were also made by persons who, for this purpose, were allowed to ascend the Mount of Laws. Below was the place of the Lagretta, which no one but the members was allowed to enter. Around the Lagretta, the Thingmen and visiting public were assembled. On the plain between the Mount of Laws and the Almannathia, booths or temporary dwellings were erected for the members of the Thing and those who attended its sessions. These booths were simple four-cornered structures with gabled walls without roofs. Before the opening of the session, they were covered with a temporary roof of woolen cloth. The walls were draped with cloth, and the booth was divided into separate chambers for the Thingmen in the same manner. The Gothi had to attend the Althing unless lawfully prevented, in which case the other Gothar of his district chose an alternate. If a Gothi remained absent from the session of the Althing without due cause, he forfeited his Gothorth. So also, if he arrived at the Thing later than the prescribed time, Thursday evening before sunset. A certain number of Thingmen from the Gothorth had to accompany the Gothi to the Althing. At the meeting of the Barthing, he could choose 1/6 of their number either by oral agreement or by lot, but as many could go as wished to attend the Thing. Those who were sent as representatives from the Gothorth received board, lodging, and free transportation to and from the Thing. They were also exempt for the year from paying the Thing for a tax of 10 alnar, vathmal, assessed by the Gothi on all the Thingmen who did not attend the Althing. Besides this tax, other dues were also payable to the Gothi. A temple toll, Hoftoller, was collected for maintaining the temple and defraying the expenses connected with the public worship. A Friorbauer of 1 mark, together with a cow or a 4-year-old ox, was paid him when the property of an outlawed person was seized by Varenstomer, and a Saudatoller, or tax of 1 sheep from each Thingmother, was levied in some districts, though it does not seem to have been universally established. Of considerable pecuniary value also was the free entertainment given the Gothi and his followers when he travelled about in his Gothorth. His right to supervise trade also constituted a valuable source of income. When a merchant ship from Norway or elsewhere came to Iceland, the nearest Gothi would ride to the shore to inspect the goods and fix the prices for which they were to be sold. If no quarrel arose, he was usually asked to select what he desired of the goods, and the news from abroad was first told him by the merchants. In return for this courtesy, the Gothi would invite the master of the ship with his men to his home, where the most liberal hospitality was shown them. The income of the Gothi from these various sources was not large, and probably never fully covered the expenses connected with his public duties. He had to furnish the animals for the religious sacrifices. He was responsible for the upkeep of the temple, and during the sessions of the Althing he had to provide at his own expense free board and lodgings for his Thingmen at his own booths. As he had to display on all occasions the munificence becoming a chieftain, his expenses were often quite out of proportion to his limited income. Hence the old laws state that a Gothorth was not to be made subject to tithes, since it is an office of power but not one of profit. The meeting of the Althing was the great event of the year, not only politically but also socially. All men of means and prominence would go to Thingvellir on that occasion, often accompanied by their wives and daughters, to meet friends and relatives from other settlements, to learn the news from abroad, listen to cases tried in the courts, and to take part in the games and amusements. The young men from all parts of Iceland would naturally flock to so eventful a gathering to witness the Thing proceedings and indulge in the national sports. Marriages were contracted, as seen from the Njala Saga, narrative about Gunmar of Hindarendi and Helgarda, or Afrin Onanzessa's wooing of Helga the Fair, told in the Gunnlaug Saga, Ormstunga. Expeditions to foreign lands were arranged, and invitations were extended for a great feast at which the conviviality of the Icelanders found its fullest expression. The old culture continued to flourish. The fine traits of early aristocratic life suffered no impairment, as the new state organization preserved with pious conservatism the features of political and social life which had been evolved in the mother country through a long national development. But an uncompromising adherence to the old ways tended to isolate the colonists from the forces of progress. They had turned their backs on innovations and the new elements of growth which gradually transformed political life in Norway. To them, tradition had made even the unimportant sacred. Custom, elevated into an unwritten law, had become a sufficient reason for maintaining features of social life which were harmful and objectionable. The chieftains, who were governed by the narrow self-interest characteristic of a privileged upper class, shooed away every new idea and clung to the past with a veneration which made Icelandic society unprogressive. This became the more harmful because of the isolation of the country. Their limited intercourse with other nations so retarded the growth of new ideas that the uncanny features of pagan life continued to flourish without abatement even after the introduction of Christianity. This is apparent as well in the people's attitude to their own laws and institutions as in their private intercourse. With a highly developed jurisprudence and a well-organized system of courts, they nevertheless failed to maintain social order and to administer justice with efficient impartiality. In the public mind, the law lacked majesty and authority. It was regarded as something for lawyers to sharpen their wits upon, something to be evaded or even ignored. Civic life was not regulated according to the principles of law, but continued to be controlled by custom. Cases growing out of homicide and other great crimes were often not brought before the courts, but were settled in the most primitive way by personal revenge. Even after the reform of the judicial system in 965, blood feud continued to rage unabated, as it was still regarded by many as the most manly and direct way of obtaining justice. Two systems may therefore be said to have existed side by side, that of law acting through the courts and that of custom operating through personal revenge. In a progressive society, the primitive method of personal vengeance would have been gradually discredited. The growth of higher ideals would have strengthened the sacredness and authority of the law. But in Iceland, this old destructive custom continued to cast its shadow over social life. Often it developed into a mad fury which stands in striking contrast to their great legal knowledge and their well-organized judicial tribunals. The sagas furnish abundant proof of this strange dualism in the early period of Icelandic history. The pivotal feature of nearly all of these stories is a blood feud around which all other events are grouped. A chain of events may be brought into a great epic like the Njala Saga, where the wrongs and provocations, the plots and counterplots finally culminate in the slaying of Gunnar of Hilarirendi, the burning of Njal and his family, and the bloody encounter at the Althing. The feud may constitute a single tragic plot, as in the Gunnlaug Saga, Ormstunga, where the interest centers in the rivalry of the Skalds Gunnlaug and Hrafn for the hand of Helga the Fair, or a series of feuds may give rise to dramatic events more loosely connected, as in the Eirbergia Saga, or the Vigastur Saga, or Ok Arviga. But however the theme may be varied, it presents the same picture of social conditions. There is passion, uncontrolled, bloody encounters which destroy whole families and feed new fuel to the consuming flames of hatred and revenge. Strong men, beautiful and heroic women moved through these stormy scenes like heroes and heroines in a Greek tragedy. Nothing could stay the avenging hand, as the courts were unable to restrain the wrongdoer or provide adequate remedy for the misdeed. The paragraphs in the code might be wise and equitable, but above them stood the sensitive, arrogant, martial spirit of the people, jealous of its honor, ready to sacrifice home, friends, law, or life on the slightest provocation. Such was the spirit of early Iceland. The new political organization had failed to establish a strong state, chiefly because the people were so little amenable to law, but it created a society so well suited to the character and temper of the people that their native genius could freely unfold its creative and restless activity. The rich intellectual life which blossomed forth on the barren moors of Iceland was mainly due to an exuberant spirit, proud of its old freedom, unsaddened and unsubdued by irksome political and social restraints. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction of Christianity. From the time of King Harald Haarfagr, and probably even earlier, the peoples of the north came under the influence of ideas hitherto foreign to the pagan native mind. The Viking expeditions had brought the Norsemen into close contact with the Christian nations of Europe. A lively commercial intercourse had developed, and the Norse colonies established on the western islands served as a mart where people of different faith and nationality could meet and exchange ideas. This stimulating intercourse created a new era of intellectual growth in which elements of Christian thought became noticeable long before Christianity was finally established in Norway. We have seen that many of the Icelandic settlers who came from the western Norse colonies had accepted baptism or had been deeply impressed by such features of the Christian faith and worship as they had learned to know. On all sides, the new faith was advancing also into the north. Early in the 9th century, Ansgarius was preaching Christianity both in Denmark and in Sweden, and later the Archbishop of Hamburg, supported by the German king, so successfully promoted missionary efforts in Denmark that King Harald Gormson accepted baptism in 965. In Norway, King Hakon the Good, son of Harald Haarfagr, reared at the English court, had accepted the Christian faith and sought to introduce it in his kingdom. Both in Norway and Iceland, many of the ablest and most earnest men devoted themselves to a contemplation of life, revealing doubt in the old deities and yearning for a faith which should give satisfactory answers to their queries. The old mythology contained many lofty ideas, but as a practical religion it was bound to the temple with its sacrifices, its sprinkling of blood, and its magic incantations to propitiate cruel divinities who had nothing to offer as consolation in death or hope for the hereafter. It could give the pondering mind no more comforting answer than the story of the fading of life into the joyless shadows of ghastly hell. How different was the message brought by Christ, who came to save, to console the sorrowful, to gather men from the tribulation of the world into his own kingdom, where they would enjoy everlasting bliss. As the Norsemen were fatalists, believing that whatever happened was unavoidable, they did not feel inclined to wage any determined fight in behalf of their old deities. If Christ was destined to triumph, it was decreed by fate. Many already believed that the old gods were fighting a losing battle. There was a growing feeling that something new and better was coming. All people now let Odin's tribe go. I'm also constrained to part from the kin of Njord, sings Hallfred Vandre das Skald. About Thorkel Mani Log so Gumathor in Iceland 970 to 985, the Landnama book says, In his last sickness he caused himself to be carried out into the sunshine, where he recommended himself to the God who had created the sun. But he also lived as pure a life as any Christian who has the purest morals. The clash between Christian European culture and northern paganism had already begun in this vague but irrepressible conflict of ideas. Only one step was still lacking. If the wall of paganism, which isolated the farthest north, could be broken at any point, if the growing interest in Christian ideas should culminate in an enthusiastic acceptance of the new faith by some influential leader, adherents would rally to his support, and the final combat between the two systems would be on. This was soon to happen both in Norway and in Iceland, the only remaining abodes of primitive Germanic life. An Icelandic leader who openly espoused the Christian cause was Thorvald Codransson, the far traveller. He had visited many lands and is said to have been baptized in Germany, probably in 981. Of still greater importance was the conversion in England of Olaf Tryggvason, who in 995 ascended the throne of Norway. The work of Christianizing the north was soon under way. The rather passive opposition of the stolid masses, as well as the more hostile resistance of a few determined chieftains, had to be overcome, but because of the indifference and even the friendly attitude of many of the leading men, Christianity was established with remarkable ease and rapidity when we consider the almost total absence of missionaries who could instruct the people in the new faith. According to the sagas, Thorvald was born in Vatsdal in northern Iceland, but his father, who was attached to the older brother Orm, did little or nothing for him. Finally, the father was prevailed upon to give him a ship so that he could visit foreign lands like other young men of good family. Thorvald left his native country and spent many years as a restless roamer and warrior in foreign lands, at first in the service of the Danish king Svein Tajugaskeg, and later as Viking chieftain in the North Sea and the Baltic. On his journeys he also reached Saxony, Germany, where he was converted to Christianity. Fired with great enthusiasm for the new faith which he had embraced, he resolved to turn missionary. Accompanied by the same Bishop Frederick who had baptized him, he returned to Iceland in 981 for the purpose of converting his people to the Christian faith. They came to Gilja, to Thorvald's father, and remained there the first year. Since the bishop did not know the language, he could only act as assistant and adviser, while Thorvald preached to the people. The saga says that Thorvald's father, Kodran, was so impressed by the Christian ceremonies, the singing, the ringing of bells, the burning of incense, the white vestments worn by the missionaries, that he and his wife Jerngerda accepted the new faith together with all their people. Thorvald's brother Orm, however, did not receive baptism. Many others were also turned to Christianity already the first winter, especially in the northern districts. In the spring, the missionaries moved farther west to Vididal. Here, Thorvald married and settled at Lake Jamet, where they remained during the next 4 years. Through their work, many had been led to accept Christianity, and others who had not wholly abandoned the old faith became so indifferent to it that they ceased to worship the heathen gods and refused to pay the prescribed temple toll. This aroused bitter resentment, especially among the chieftains. Still greater became the ill will when Thorvald appeared and preached Christianity at the Althing in 984. Hedin from Svalbard, one of the most determined opponents of the missionaries, stirred the people to such anger that they hired poets to make lampoons about them. This so exasperated Thorvald that he slew 2 of the lampoonists, but Frederick bore all with patience. Through continued labors, new converts were gained in the northern districts, but so hostile a public sentiment had been aroused that the missionaries were outlawed and had to leave Iceland. They sailed to Norway in 986. While they were lying in the harbor, Hedin from Svalbard, their old opponent, arrived. Thorvald watched his opportunity and slew him while he was cutting timber in the woods nearby. Because of this violent and unchristian act, Bishop Frederick parted from him and returned to his native country. Thorvald became a merchant and traveled through many lands. Visiting Greece and Constantinople, he finally died as a monk in Russia in a monastery which he is said to have founded. These early missionary efforts, the example of baptized Christians in the days of colonization, and especially the conversion of the northern kingdoms, made Christianity well known in Iceland and created a religious unrest which is clearly reflected in the sagas. The faith in the old gods was waning, although the chieftains did what they could to uphold the old worship, so essential to their own power and authority. That a new age was approaching was instinctively felt by all who in any degree possessed the ability to forecast events. Many who returned from foreign lands as baptized Christians told of the wonders wrought by the new faith, and prominent men declared themselves in favor of Christianity from general conviction of its superiority, even without having received instruction in its doctrine. Njal of Berg Thorshavall, widely known for his wisdom and legal learning, was a friend of the new faith. Njal Saga says, "It was also rumored that the people of Norway had changed religion, that they had discarded the old faith, and that King Olaf had Christianized the western colonies, Shetland, the Orkneys, and the Faroe Islands. Many said within the Njal hearing that they thought it strange that people would abandon their old religion, but Njal said, 'It seems to me that the new faith must be better, and that he is fortunate who possesses it. If the men who preach it come to Iceland, I shall assist them according to my ability.'" As soon as Thangbrand the missionary arrived, Njal was baptized with his whole family. A similar predisposition to accept the Christian religion is told also of other prominent men. As a missionary field, Iceland was indeed white unto the harvest, but the work was still to be done, as the power of the old faith was unbroken. The Icelanders might have remained for centuries in pagan isolation had not King Olaf Tryggvason undertaken to direct the missionary efforts here as in all the other Norse colonies. About Olaf Tryggvason's early years very little is definitely known. When he finally emerges from the twilight of romance woven about his youth by numerous legendary tales, he enters the historical arena as a young man, tall, beautiful, strong, and athletic beyond all Norsemen ever mentioned, says Snorri. After spending many years as Viking chieftain, especially in the Baltic, he had organized a great Viking army with which he began the conquest of England, an undertaking in which he was joined by the Danish king Svein Tjugskeg. Everywhere these two great leaders were victorious, but even in the midst of their advance, Olaf yielded to the persuasions of Bishop Alfea of Winchester. He accepted the Christian faith, was confirmed by the bishop, and concluded a treaty by which he solemnly pledged himself never again to wage war against the English. A new ambition now inspired him to worthier undertakings. He would turn crusader, regain the throne of his fathers, and introduce Christianity in the north, a great undertaking probably suggested to him by Bishop Alfea. In 995, Olaf sailed to Norway with a small fleet accompanied by a few missionaries, among whom were Stephanie Thorgilsson and Thangbrand, who later became missionaries in Iceland. Olaf soon gained the throne of Norway and entered upon his work of introducing Christianity with true crusading zeal. Not only was the Christian faith to be introduced in his own kingdom, but also in the western colonies and other distant settlements. The independence maintained by the settlers in Iceland so strengthened the self-assertiveness of the chieftains that a new patriotism soon manifested itself. They considered themselves a distinct people and took pride in calling themselves Icelanders when they traveled in foreign countries, but the most intimate relation with the mother country continued to exist. Many leading men from Iceland visited Norway every summer as merchants, and young men sought the royal court as skalds and hearth men to win honour and distinction. Though all allegiance to the royal house had been severed, the kings of Norway still regarded the Icelanders as Norse colonists, an integral part of the nation for whom they continued to feel a deep paternal interest. But after the death of King Harald Haarfagre, no attempt was made to exert any direct influence on affairs in Iceland until Olav Tryggvason ascended the throne. In his zeal for the cause of Christianity, he paid special attention to the visiting Icelanders, whom he sought by various means to convert to the Christian faith. Prominent among these were Kjartan Olafsson, the son of Olaf Pa of Hjardarholt, and his foster brother Boli Thorleikson. According to the Saga narrative, they bought part interest in a ship owned by Kalf Asgeirsson, and the three sailed to Norway in the summer. They landed at Agnes near Trondheim, where they learned that Olaf Tryggvason had ascended the throne of Norway and sought to convert all the people to Christianity. Many Icelanders were in Tryndelagen at this time. The Skald, Halfred Otarsson, and others had anchored their ships at the wharves before Kjartan and his companions arrived. The Saga says that they had entered into an agreement among themselves not to accept the Christian faith. They also asked Kjartan to join in this agreement, and he promised to do what the others considered best in the matter. The king was in Tryndelagen at this time, engaged in erecting churches and other buildings in the city of Nidaros, which he had just founded. One fine day in the autumn, when Kjartan and the Icelanders went to the river Nid to look at the swimming contest, they saw a man who excelled all others. Kjartan asked Hallfrid, Otarsson, and Boli if they would risk a swimming match with this man, but they would not attempt it. Kjartan then undressed and went into the water, but in the contest he proved much inferior to the athletic stranger, who ducked him under several times until he had to acknowledge his defeat. After they came ashore and dressed, the stranger revealed his identity, saying that he was King Olaf Tryggvason. He praised Kjartan for his great skill as swimmer and gave him his own costly mantle as a token of his friendship. But the Icelanders were not well pleased because he accepted the present, as they considered it a sign that he had become the king's man. Not long afterward the king summoned them to a thing and spoke to them of the Christian faith. He made a special appeal to Kjartan, asking him if he would receive baptism. The Icelanders told him to make such reply as he thought proper, and he said that since the king had treated him so well, since he had neither forced him nor threatened, he would accept the new faith and would show the god Thor little honour on his return to Iceland. At Christmas, both he and Boli were baptized and became members of the king's hearth. The Skald Hallfrid mentioned in connection with Kjartan and Boli was in all respects a typical Viking. From youth he had been a lover of adventure, self-willed and combative, gifted as a Skald, but of a saucy disposition, and always ready for bloodshed at the first challenge. Before he came to Norway, he had been involved in a feud with a rival, Gris Semmingson, who married Golfinna, a lady of whom Alfred was enamoured. In settlement of this difficulty, he had to promise to leave Iceland for a period, a punishment which must have been a favour rather than a hardship, since he was now of an age when he would naturally spend some years abroad to obtain suitable training and distinction. One day while he was staying in Nidaros, King Olaf Tryggvason met him and entered into conversation with him. When the king learned that he was a Skald, he asked if he, who was so brave and frank a man, would accept the Christian faith. Hallfrid answered that he would not receive baptism without some reward. The king asked what he desired. He replied that the condition should be that the king himself should be his sponsor. The king consented, and Hallfrid and his companions were baptized. Hallfrid was placed under the tuition of Josten and Karl Schofti, who were to teach him the Paternoster and the Credo. Also Bard Orvi, the sons of Bred Arg Skeggi and All the other Icelanders who were in Nidaros accepted the Christian faith, says the Saga. This system of conversion, consisting chiefly in baptism urged on pagans who were wholly unfamiliar with the Christian doctrine, could not effect any real change of heart in the new converts, as they had not even had the opportunity to associate with Christians, like some of the early settlers in Iceland who came from the western colonies. Their sojourn in Norway had been short, and even here Christianity was preached for the first time. When they accepted baptism, it was usually for some ulterior motive, or because they regarded it as an interesting adventure. The chief reason seems to have been that they wished to be on friendly terms with the popular and powerful King Olaf. If they humoured him, he showered favours upon them, invited them to his court, and made them his skalds and hearthmen. If they opposed him, they would be made to feel his displeasure, and might not even be allowed to enter the harbours. To some, baptism represented a sort of conversion to the new faith. To others, it might mean very little. But the king himself was so little familiar with the inwardness and true character of Christianity that he regarded baptism as conversion, and imposed no restrictions on the subsequent life and conduct of those who had thus given their allegiance to the Christian Church. Hallfred, Ottar's son, is quite a typical representative of this kind of baptized but unconverted pagans. After his baptism he was with the king and enjoyed his special friendship, but about the Christian religion he knew little and cared still less. One day he stepped before the king and asked if he would listen to a song which he had made in his honour. When the king declined, Hallfred said that if he would not listen to it, he would abandon the new faith which he had received, for that was not any more poetic than the song. The king replied, "You shall be called Vandredaskald, because you are hard to please, and I will listen to the song." After Hallfred had recited it, the king was well pleased and asked him to join his hearth, an offer which Hallfred accepted on the condition that the king should not dismiss him from the court for anything which he might happen to do. He had formerly been in Hakon Jarl's service. Now he became King Olaf's hearth skald, and was since known as Hallfred Vandredaskald. He continued to lead an adventurous life and committed violent acts with the same heartless nonchalance as before. In a quarrel he killed the king's hearth mother, Ottar, a deed punishable by death, but his life was spared because the king was his sponsor. Not long afterward the king gave him the unpleasant task of punishing a personal enemy, Thorleif Spaki, whom Hallfred attacked and blinded in one eye. An adventurous journey finally took him to Sweden, where he married a lady by the name of Ingib Jorg, who accepted the Christian faith and accompanied him to Nidaros. After her death he again visited Iceland, where the feud with his old rival Gris broke out anew. In order to disgrace Gris, he ravished his wife Kolfinna, a deed for which he was sentenced to pay a fine to his rival. In all his conduct there is not a trace of Christian spirit. The only attractive quality shown by the skald is the old pagan virtue of faithfulness to his lord the king. When he learned of King Olaf's death in the Battle of Svolder in the year 1000, he hastened to Norway and made a song in his memory, in which he voiced the king's praise and his own deep sorrow. There is a ring of real sadness in these verses, which shows how deep was the attachment which he felt for the great king. Desolate are the Northlands now that the king has fallen. Break will the earth and the heavens, ere a king as good as the glad Olaf shall again be born. It is said that he attempted to kill Erik Jarl, who had fought against King Olaf at Svolder, that he was seized and laid in fetters, but received his freedom as a reward for a song which he made in the Jarl's honour. Under these circumstances he could hope for no further favours in Norway. He set out for Iceland, but died on the return voyage. During his last moments he showed a certain Christian-mindedness which had never come to light in his conduct. Now he said he would gladly die if he knew that his soul would be saved. In 996, Stephanie Thorgilsson, a descendant of Ketil Flatneff, was sent as missionary to Iceland. He was an Icelander by birth, but as a young man he had journeyed abroad, and after receiving baptism in Denmark he had joined King Olaf in the British Isles. He was brave and well-intentioned, but as he lacked both Christian knowledge and true piety, he was ill prepared for so important a mission. When he arrived in Iceland, shortly before the opening of the Althing, he began to preach publicly with great zeal. Had he possessed the necessary tact and self-restraint, his labor might have borne fruit, but the opposition which he encountered aroused his anger, and as he was more skilled in the use of arms than in the art of persuasion, he undertook with the aid of his men to pull down the heathen temples and burn the images of the gods. Toleration in religious matters was still regarded as a well-established principle of personal freedom. The question of religious belief was usually considered a private matter to be settled by every person according to his own conviction, and few examples are found of persecution or religious bigotry. But an open attack on the established institutions naturally aroused general resentment. When the Althing was assembled, a law was passed which condemned to punishment anyone who did violence to the temples or offered insult to the gods. Stephanie was outlawed, and he had to leave Iceland. With nothing accomplished, he returned to Norway, and the Saga state that he met his death in Denmark at the hands of Sigvald Jarl, one of King Olaf's enemies. Upon Stephanie's return, King Olaf sent his chaplain Thangbrand to preach Christianity in Iceland. The newly baptized Kjartan Olafsson had also been requested to undertake this mission, but declined as he feared that he might arouse the enmity of his friends and kinsmen. Thangbrand, who is said to have been the son of a German count, had been compelled to flee from his native land because of a murder committed in a quarrel. In England he too had met King Olaf, and after taking holy orders accompanied the king to Norway, where he became parish priest in the first organized Christian parish on the island of Moster. His knowledge of the Christian doctrine might have made him a valuable man, had not his violent temper and vicious habits rendered him unfit for so sacred a calling. He not only squandered the income of his parish, but he organized piratic raids to replenish his depleted stores, an unchristian conduct for which the king finally called him to account. Due repentance saved him from banishment, but he was sent instead as missionary to Iceland. The story of Thangbrand's mission is told in several sagas with some variation in details. According to the Olaf Saga, Tryggvasonar, he was not well received by the people of Iceland, possibly because of the impression made by former missionaries. But the chieftain Siddu Hall of Vota, who was friendly disposed to the Christian faith, welcomed him and invited him to his home. A tent was raised in which religious services were conducted. Hall is said to have spent much time in talking with the missionaries about Christianity. He supplied them abundantly with all necessaries and was finally baptized, together with his whole household. In the spring of 998, Thangbrand began more active work. Accompanied by Siddu Hall and his assistant, he undertook an extensive missionary tour and seems to have had notable success. But determined opposition was also encountered, which kindled the martial spirit of the combative priest. At Staffafell they met a man by the name of Thorkel, who was so violently opposed to Christianity that he challenged Thangbrand to a duel. The doughty missionary advanced to the combat with a crucifix attached to his shield and slew his antagonist, a sort of missionary work quite in his style, nor was it the last time that he resorted to this sort of argument. At Arnarstokshid, his assistant Gudleif Arason slew another opponent, Galdra Hedden, and at Flotsled the poet Vetra Ledi, who ventured to compose lampoons about them, suffered the same fate. Thorvald Veli, who had gathered a band and planned to attack them, was also slain, but in spite of his violent methods, duels, and homicides, Thangbrand was able to continue his labors from 997 till 999, and many leading chieftains were baptized. Besides Siddu Hall and Jarl of Bergthorshval, are mentioned Gizur the White, Hjalti Skegjason, Hilded the Old, Ingald, Thorgesson, and others. On his first missionary journey, Thangbrand travelled from Thuvota through the southern districts to Bergthorsval and Grimsness. When the Althing assembled, he also appeared at the Thing and preached Christianity. This he could now venture to do because the Christians had already become so numerous that even at the Thing they appeared as a strong party led by such chieftains as Siduhal, Gizur the White, and Hjalti Skegjason, who were able to hold in check the adherents of the old faith. His appearance at the Thing caused the greatest excitement. The Althing outlawed him, and the relatives of those whom he had slain would have seized him had he not been defended by Njal of Bergthorsval and other influential Christian chieftains. After the Althing he accompanied Siduhal to Thuvota. He made a trip into the northeastern districts where he baptized a few persons, but because of growing opposition he could accomplish little, and he returned to his friend Siduhal. The Olav Saga Tryggvasonar states that he now made ready to leave Iceland, but that his ship was driven by contrary winds to the Björnfjord, where he was invited by Gizur the White, one of the leading Christian chieftains, to stay with him at Skalholt. Here he spent the winter 998 to 999. It seems more likely, however, that Gizur had given him such an invitation at the Althing in the summer of 998 that his going to the Bogarsjord was not due to any such accident as mentioned by the saga. It is quite certain that while at Skalholt he baptized Gizur the White, his son-in-law, Hjalti Skegjason, and other chieftains. That winter he is also said to have met Steinum, the mother of Skaldrif. The saga says that she began to preach paganism to him, asking him if he had not heard that Christ had been challenged by Thor to a duel and that he did not dare to fight. "I've heard," replied Thangbrand, "that Thor would be but dust and ashes if God would not let him live." As this incident is mentioned only in the Njal saga, it may be an invention of later writers. His ship lying in the Bogarsjord had been damaged by the winter storms, and while it was being repaired, he made a trip into the western districts, proceeding as far as Hagi in Bardastrand, where Gest, oldest son, received the sign of the cross and aided him in his work. Gest advised him not to go farther west, says the saga, as the people there were hard to deal with. "If the new faith is to be introduced," said Gest, "it will be accepted at the Althing when all the chieftains are present." Thangbrand answered that he had preached Christianity at the Thing, and that nowhere had he met stronger opposition. "You have nevertheless done the greater part," said Gest. "Even if it shall be granted someone else to have it formally accepted, it will then only go according to the old adage that the tree is not felled by the first stroke." New clashes occurred between the two parties at the Althing in the summer, when the Skald Hjalti Skegjason, in open challenge to the yet heathen populace, recited a song in which he called Odin and Freya dogs, an unseemly outburst which could only hurt the cause which he was trying to further. For this insult to the gods he was sentenced to banishment for 3 years, and he and his father-in-law, Gizur the White, sailed to Norway. After spending some time in the southern districts, Thangbrand visited his friend Njal at Bergthorsval. His ship was now ready, and in the summer of 999 he sailed to Norway, accompanied by his assistant Gudleif Arason. Upon his return, Thangbrand represented conditions in Iceland in the darkest colours. King Olaf was angry and disappointed because this new attempt to Christianize the island had also failed. In a resentful outburst, he ordered that all the heathen Icelanders in the harbour of Nidaros should be seized and put to death, but several influential Christian Icelanders, among whom were Kjartan Olafsson and also Gizur the White and Hjalti Skegjason, who had just arrived from Iceland, pleaded with the king to show greater forbearance. They promised that all heathen Icelanders in Nadara should receive baptism and undertook to have Christianity fully established in Iceland. This wise counsel appeased the king. The heathen Icelanders were baptized, and Gizur and Hjalti remained at the king's court till in the summer of the year 1000, when they returned home to carry out their important mission. It is very likely that they were acting as agents for the Christian party in Iceland in soliciting aid from the king, as matters were sure to come to a crisis between the two parties at the next meeting of the Althing. They so timed their voyage that they arrived in Iceland while the Althing was assembled. Although Hjalti had been outlawed, they hastened at once to the Thing, where all their friends and followers were assembled. Being well aware of the resistance they would encounter, they marched to the Thing in battle array, says the Saga. The heathens rushed to arms, and a battle between the two factions was averted with great difficulty. But the following day, the priests who accompanied Gizur and Hjalti, after singing mass to a great concourse of people, were nevertheless allowed to march to the Mount of Laws in their sacred vestments to burn incense, the fine odour of which spread over the assembly. Hjalti and Gizur now began to explain to the people very carefully their mission and what King Olaf desired them to do. It is very likely that Olaf sought to establish overlordship over Iceland in connection with the introduction of Christianity, and with the aid of the Christian party, as he had done in the Orkneys and the Faroe Islands under similar circumstances. No one could doubt that behind the messengers who now spoke in favor of the Christian faith and on behalf of the Christian party stood the powerful and energetic King Olaf. They probably made it clear what serious results it might lead to if the Icelanders continued to thwart the king in a matter which he had sought so earnestly to further. A numerous party in the assembly continued to make violent demonstrations and sought to resist Christianity at all points, but Gizur's and Hjalti's message and their explanation of the situation made a profound impression on all who had a better understanding of national affairs. Christianity had now been established in all lands in Norway and the western colonies. It was being introduced. Even in Iceland, a strong party had declared in its favor. Since 965, when the new Thing organization was effected, some Gothar who in some way had identified themselves with the new faith had remained outside of the state organization. Since they could not take the heathen oaths or take part in the sacrifices, they could not belong to the Things, and they and their adherents were virtually outside of the law of the land. Some chieftains had been baptized by Thorvald Kodrensson and Bishop Frederick, and several had been baptized by Thangbrand. 9 Gothar now stood outside of the old state organization. The number of new converts was growing, and since these would use their legal right to sever their allegiance to the heathen Gothar and give themselves under the chieftains who supported Christianity, a complete division had taken place in the Icelandic state organization. The 9 Gothar and their followers were no longer satisfied to remain outside all law and social organization. They had now met in full force at the Althing to hear what message Gizur and Hjalti brought from Norway. They had chosen their leader, Sidu Hall, as their own Lögsogumathur, and threatened to set up a state organization of their own, independent of that of the old Gothar. The critical moment had come when the Icelanders would have to accept Christianity or face the responsibility of rejecting it. This explains also the rather curious circumstance that Hjalti Skegjesson, who was still under the sentence of banishment, was not only allowed to appear, but even to speak at the Althing. Both parties, no doubt, felt the gravity of the situation. Through the efforts of Sidu Hall and other leading chieftains, the Lögsogumathur, Thorgir Lyas Vetnegagodi was finally persuaded to agree to a compromise. Though still a heathen, he ascended the Mount of Laws and made an eloquent plea in favor of Christianity to the assembled Althing. No one attempted to oppose him, and it was finally decreed that the Christian party should abandon the idea of establishing their own state organization with their own Lögsogumathur, and that Christianity should henceforth be the official religion in Iceland. The people who were yet heathens were to receive the sign of the cross and were to be baptized at the earliest opportunity. All temples and images of the gods were declared unholy and were to be destroyed. But since the greater part of the people were yet unconverted pagans who had never heard or seen a Christian missionary, the official acceptance of Christianity was regarded mainly as a compromise between the two parties, and many heathen customs were suffered to remain. It was made a punishable offence to worship the heathen gods openly, but secret or private worship of the old deities was not forbidden, nor were such heathen customs as the exposing of infants and the eating of horse flesh to be interfered with. This compromise agreement probably saved the Icelandic state from disruption, if not from foreign overlordship. What plans King Olaf Tryggvason had entertained with regard to Iceland, or what agreements he had made with Gizur and Hjalti, never became known, as he fell in the Battle of Svolder the same summer that they returned to Iceland. The concessions made to non-Christians were possible only as a temporary arrangement, as Christianity could not fail to demand the official repudiation of paganism. This was soon to be accomplished through the influence of King Olaf Haraldsson, Olaf the Saint, who ascended the throne of Norway in 1016. He directed an appeal to the Christian Lögsögumaður Skapti Thorodsson that the Icelanders should purge from their laws such provisions as still permitted offensive heathen practices. This appeal was heeded. The last legal recognition of heathen customs was revoked, a step which marked, at least in an outward way, considerable progress towards the establishing of a Christian social order. The king was so well pleased that he sent to Iceland a bell and timber for a church to be erected at Thingvellir. He also took steps to provide bishops for the Icelandic church. Bishop Bernhard, who had accompanied him from England, was sent to Iceland, probably also Bishop Rudolf, who is mentioned both by Ari Frodi and the Hergjarstiki. This aid encouraged the struggling Christians and won new support for the cause, but the progress toward real conversion was very slow. The enforcement even of a rudimentary observance of the rules of the Church proved difficult. Burials and the celebration of church holidays retained the character of corresponding heathen festivals. Feast days were not observed, and marriages were solemnized without regard for the church rules governing the permissible degrees of relationship. Few churches had been erected, as the building of churches had been left to private initiative. Chieftains who had received baptism or were in any way disposed to further the cause of Christianity built churches on their estates as they had formerly built heathen temples, the assistance of the state being limited to the passing of regulations that the churches once built should be kept in a proper state of repair. The Saga states that the priests encouraged men to build churches by promising that as many would enter the kingdom of heaven as could find standing room in the churches which they built. Through such private effort many had been provided, though the number was still inadequate. Snorri Godi built a church at Helgafell, and his relative Sturr erected another at Hron. Churches were also built at Skalholt, Froda, Thingvellir, Snapsteider, Borg, and other places, but the priests were few, and without anyone to preach, the gospel churches were of little real value. Missionaries from the continent or the British Isles rendered such assistance as they could without the knowledge of the language, but it was evident that little could be accomplished before the Bible and other religious literature should be translated into Icelandic, and native young men could receive proper training in Christian schools. The fact that the churches had no endowments or fixed sources of income also made it difficult to provide the necessary means for active church work. But the main difficulty after Christianity was officially established was the lack of parish priests. In an effort to overcome this obstacle, two alternatives suggested themselves. The chieftains who built the churches could receive holy orders and conduct religious services, thus adding the dignity of priesthood to that of chieftain, as in pagan times. Many chose to increase their influence in this way, though they were wholly unfit for the calling. Others hired as priests for their churches untrained young men who were willing to work for a small compensation and were joined to the chieftain's household like other servants. Often the chieftains selected for this calling young boys and kept them in their families. until they arrived at such an age that they could be ordained by the bishop and attached to their home church. In either case, the priesthood became an office of secondary importance, so low in rank and devoid of all qualities of leadership that it could exercise but small influence on the intellectual and social life of the people. So little dignity attached to this office that even after they had received holy orders, the priests were often kept in a strange state of dependence and inferiority verging on serfdom. According to the church code, the chieftain could demand that no one, on pain of being outlawed, should harbor a priest who had run away from his church, and his return could be demanded like that of any other slave. The Icelandic clergy continued to live in married state. Some priests even kept concubines, as in the days of paganism, without offending prevailing public sentiment. An important step towards the remedying of the most serious defects in Icelandic religious and social life was the appointment of native bishops and the establishing of permanent dioceses. Islik Gizurson, son of Gizur the White, who built the first church at Skalholt, was called bishop in 1055, being the first native Icelander elevated to that important office. He had studied in Germany and was installed in his office by Archbishop Adalbert of Bremen by order of the Pope. No diocese had yet been organized in Iceland, but Islif became a resident bishop as he stayed on his father's estate at Skalholt, where he also organized a school for preparing young men for the priesthood. A small income was provided for defraying the expenses of his household, a toller, probably a head tax levied on all the people of the island. But for the support of himself and his family he was nevertheless dependent chiefly on his own means. Several bishops, some of them impostors, appeared in Iceland in his time and created much trouble. But matters improved in the days of his son and successor Gizur Isleifsson, who was bishop of Skalholt from 1082 till 1118. He possessed marked qualities of leadership and love to rule. He accepted the office of bishop only when the chieftains who elected him at the Althing promised to submit to all church regulations which he might make. And so it came to pass, says an old writer, that everyone had to sit and stand as he commanded, young and old, rich and poor, men and women, and it can be truthfully said that he was both king and bishop in the island as long as he lived. Gizur secured the passage of a law making Skalholt a permanent bishop's seat, and the Skalholt estate, together with other lands and property, was given as an endowment to the new diocese. In 1096, the system of tithes, giving the church fixed revenues, was introduced through his efforts. For the proper administration of this measure, the first enumeration was made of all the taxpayers in the land. They were found to number 4,500, possibly representing a total population of about 50,000 people. Gizur also gave his consent to the creation of a second bishopric of Holar for the northern districts of Iceland. With the consent of the clergy and the people, he selected the priest Jan Agmundsson as the one to be elevated to this new diocese. Jan, who was consecrated bishop by the Archbishop of Lund in Skane in 1106, proved to be a pious and able man and was held in high esteem. He built the cathedral church at Holar and also organized a school where young men received instruction in Latin, poetry, and music in preparation for the priesthood. Bishop Gizur maintained order in the church and was able to exercise such authority even over the turbulent chieftains that Ari Frodi says of him that he was more honored by his countrymen than any other man whom we know to have lived in this island. So many tears were shed at the bier of Bishop Gizur, says another old writer, that it will never be forgotten by those who shed them as long as they live. All agree that his death was an irreparable loss. It has also been the opinion of all men of good judgment that because of his rare gifts and unusual talents, he was the greatest man in Iceland, both of laymen and clergy. The final step in the organization of the Christian church in Iceland was the adoption in 1123 of a code of church laws compiled by the bishops Thorlak Runnelsson of Skalholt and Kentil Thorstensson of Holar, the successor of Gizur and Jan. A few years earlier, a new civil code, the Haflio Askra, was compiled under the general supervision of the able jurist and great chieftain Haflidi Marson. Both these codes are found as part of a later digest, the Gragas. The bishops were elected by the Althing and were consecrated by the head of the church province of which Iceland formed a part, the Archdiocese of Bremen-Hamburg, later by the Archbishop of Lund in Skane, and finally by the Archbishop of Nidaros in Norway. As the priesthood occupied so inferior a social position, the bishops alone could be said to exercise any religious authority. As members of the Legretta, they were also able to influence lawmaking, but the legislation for the Church was done by the same secular body which legislated for the state, and in all cases, except purely disciplinary matters, the clergy was amenable to the same laws and subject to the jurisdiction of the same courts as other citizens. In this way, the Church of Iceland became strongly national, but the official position of the clergy, as well as the social standing and private lives of the priests, made it so wholly secular in spirit that it failed to curb prevalent evils or to exercise any marked spiritual leadership. The priestly office, even when exercised by men of rank, was usually regarded as of secondary importance, and was combined with secular callings of various kinds. Priests would hold the high office of lagsogumathur, or would act as heads of gothurs. Some were merchants or sailors, managers of estates, or overseers superintending the erection of buildings. The nickname of half-priests applied to one of them seems to have fitted them all, observes J. E. Sars. In their moral life they rose little above the general social level. Even those of the highest standing and ability were tempted to yield to the old spirit of lawless violence. Ketil Thorstenson, who succeeded Jan Agmundsson as the second bishop of Holar, 1122 to 1145, was married to a daughter of Bishop Gizer of Skalholt. When a rumor was circulated that Gudmund Oddsson had attempted to lead his wife astray, Ketil, provoked to jealousy and forgetting the dignity of his ecclesiastical office, attacked Gudmund on the public highway, with the result that he was worsted in the encounter and lost an eye. This episode seems to have calmed the spirit of the combative prelate. He was afterward as eager to show Christian forbearance as he had hitherto been violent and vindictive. When Gudmund had last lost everything and became dependent on others, Ketil offered to care for him as long as he lived. The outward religious forms which had been substituted for the old pagan faith had not yet become a force able to control public sentiments and morals. As a rule, they were only an imperfect covering of a state of agnosticism and religious indifference which manifested itself in a low moral tone and in continued spitefulness and violence characteristic of pagan social life. It was through the impressive ceremonies of the Catholic Church, through its fasts and penances, through its church laws backed by the powerful organization of the Roman hierarchy, rather than through religious conviction and moral teachings, that Christianity exerted its first influence on the people of Iceland. A new day was to dawn through the coming of Christianity, and new opportunities for intellectual and social progress were created through the closer connection with all Christian nations established by the Church. But the leaven of the Christian faith had to work for centuries before the pagan mind of Iceland yielded fully to its spiritualizing and ennobling influence. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Climate and natural conditions in Iceland, early social life. The rapid colonization of Iceland shortly after its discovery was mainly due to conditions which forced many chieftains to leave Norway and the western colonies to seek new homes in this faraway island. If circumstances had remained favorable to the aristocracy, they would have remained at home. Only the poorer landless class would have emigrated, and centuries might have passed before the colony would have reached any degree of strength, as the island possesses few features which could attract settlers. It lies in latitude 63 degrees 30 minutes, so snug up against the Arctic Circle that at midwinter the sun does not rise above the horizon for a week in the northern districts, and in the southern part the day is only 3 hours long from sunrise to sunset. At the summer solstice, the day in the southern districts is 20 hours long, and in the northern part the sun does not set for about a week. The average temperature is higher in Iceland than in corresponding latitudes elsewhere, except on the west coast of Norway. But because of the high latitude, the summer is short, and especially in the northern districts, the climate is generally raw and cold. The Greenland current, which moves from the frozen Arctic regions in a southwesterly direction north of Iceland, often carries large floes of ice to the northern shores, accompanied by fogs and a chilly atmosphere. On the high plateau of the interior, which is covered in many places by immense glaciers, the climate is cold and stormy. Little vegetation is found on this barren waste, but it is illuminated by the brilliant, many-colored northern lights prevalent in high latitudes. Few regions of the earth equal it in wild grandeur. Frequently, too, the ice fields and snowy mountain summits are lit up by the lurid fires of the numerous active volcanoes which stud the plateau, for Iceland still hangs like a boiling cauldron over the unextinguished subterranean fires to which it owes its origin. 130 volcanoes have been counted in the island, of which 25 have been active within historic times. Among the largest and best known in southern Iceland are Katla, which since the time of colonization has had 14 eruptions, and Hekla with a record of 18 eruptions or more since 1104. Measured by the violence of the eruptions as well as the material ejected, Hekla is probably the largest active volcano in the world. In the northern part, in the region of Mithvatn, are also found a number of large volcanoes, among which are Krafla, Haverfjall, Lair Knúkur, and Viti, with a crater 1,000 feet in diameter. In the east central part, Askja, and near the southeasterly coast, Orefjökull tower prominently. The southwestern part of the island is especially a center of volcanic activity. Great volcanoes abound in these districts, and in Arnesla are also found numerous hot springs and geysers, 50 in all, of which the largest is Geyser, which ejects a column of boiling water to the height of 100 feet. Throughout the island, numerous volcanoes, both dead and active, Sofataras, fumaroles, hot springs, hot waterfalls, rifts, and lava beds bear evidence of the volcanic forces which have convulsed it, and which since the time of its first settlement have filled Icelandic history with many a woeful catastrophe. Numerous mountain streams have cut their paths from the high glacier-covered, snow-capped interior, and leap in large waterfalls to the sea. They add to the scenic grandeur of the landscape, and in the future they may be destined to play an important part in a new economic development, when their hitherto unused forces shall be tamed to the useful labor of turning the wheels of industry. Among the most noteworthy waterfalls is the Dettifoss in the river Jökulsá in northern Iceland, the largest in the island. This great mountain stream makes a perpendicular plunge of 350 feet, forming an imposing cataract. The Gull Foss in the river Havita in southern Iceland is also a very large waterfall, as the stream plunges into successive falls over a precipice about 190 feet high. The Skogafoss south of the Eyjafjallajökull has a fall of about 200 feet, but a smaller volume of water. Very noteworthy also are the Eldeyjarfoss, Godafoss, and Ularfoss in the river Skjaldböndaflot in northern Iceland, also the Hengifoss in Fljótsdal in eastern Iceland, 360 feet high, but with a relatively small volume of water. The total area of Iceland is 40,426 square miles, but the inhabitable portion is limited to the valleys and lowlands fringing the coast. Here the climate is mild and pleasant, considering the high latitude, as the neighboring Gulf Stream greatly influences the temperature. This ocean current flows northward between Iceland and the British Isles, but south of Iceland a subsidiary stream, the Denmark current, is shunted off and passes along the southern and western coasts up the Denmark Sound between Iceland and the Greenland current. In the eastern, southern, and western districts, the climate is so modified by these warm currents that the average temperature falls but little below the freezing point, even during the coldest winter months, January to March, while in summer the heat may at times be quite intense. In eastern Iceland, the thermometer is known to have registered 86 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade, though that is quite unusual. Eastern, southern, and western Iceland have on the whole a genial insular climate with a relatively low summer temperature. The climate in northern Iceland, on the other hand, is of a distinct continental type, severe and cold. Great ice floes are often carried to this part of the island by the cold polar current, which flows in a southwesterly direction toward the coasts of Greenland. Not only during the winter months, but often far into summer cold and foggy weather prevails, caused by the ice drift piled close against the shores. The average temperature in northern Iceland is therefore considerably lower than in other parts of the island. The following figures on the temperature of Iceland in the southwestern district of Reykjavik and the northern district of Eyjafjord have been compiled by Mr. Petermann in the Journal of the English Geographical Society, volume 22. Reykjavik, lowest temperature February 28 degrees, highest temperature July 56 degrees. Eyjafjord, lowest temperature February 16 degrees, highest temperature 46 degrees. As the real productive summer heat is wanting, grain is not raised in Iceland. The sagas tell indeed about the early settlers that they were sowing grain. The Njala saga speaks of the yellow harvest fields, and the Icelandic writers, both from the Middle Ages and from later periods, state that grain was raised in former times in a few places. But the testimony of all these writers makes it clear that grain has never been raised in Iceland to any considerable extent, and in modern times it has ceased to be cultivated. The only agricultural products are turnips, some varieties of cabbage, and potatoes, which have been raised with success since 1759. With the almost total absence of grain and the potato yet unknown, it is clear that Icelandic agriculture at that time was of no real importance. It may be said to have taken its beginning with the introduction of the potato, which has become a very valuable agricultural product. The food plants which grow in a wild state in Iceland are the huckleberry and the crowberry, which are found in great abundance. In some places strawberries are also found. In the mountain highlands is found the edible Iceland moss, and along the sea coast grows the dulse sole and the lime grass, Elymus arenarius, a species of wild rye yielding a grain from which bread can be made. But the fine grass, mixed with beautiful and fragrant flowers, which abounds in the valleys and sea-coast lowlands, has always been the most important product of the soil in Iceland, as good grazing and a sufficient supply of hay has enabled the Icelanders to keep large flocks of domestic animals, which constitute one of their chief means of subsistence. The raising of sheep has always been one of the leading branches of husbandry in Iceland. In early ages, some chieftains are said to have owned flocks of 600 to 2,400 sheep, though such cases must have been exceptional. Usually the more well-to-do owned from 200 to 400 head. In modern times, the number of sheep has been constantly increasing until there are now over 600,000 head, and sheepskins, wool, and tallow continue to be leading articles of export. Cattle have decreased in number so that few homesteads now have 20 cows, while in early ages many had 50, 60, or even 100 head. In 1700 there were about 36,000 head of cattle in Iceland. In 1896 the number had fallen to 23,000, with the result that 136,000 pounds of butter had to be imported. The decline is chiefly due to the development of sheep herding, which has proved more profitable. Even in early times, horses were numerous and were often left to range in droves in the mountains both summer and winter. Since no vehicles could be used on the roadless lava beds, everything had to be transported on horseback, and each farmer needed a number of head. Some of the settlers had 150 to 200 horses. Great attention was paid also to the breeding of trotters and fine saddle horses, and to the training of stallions for the horse fights, which was a favorite national sport. The horse has continued to be one of the most important domestic animals in the country. In 1700, Iceland had 27,000 horses. In 1896, 43,000. Not a few are now exported to England and Scotland, and of late years horse flesh has come into general use as an article of food. Goats and hogs were also kept in considerable number by the early settlers. At present hogs are found only in towns and trading places along the coast, but goats are found here and there throughout the whole island. Chickens, ducks, and geese are also raised at present as in days of old, but not in sufficient number to be a factor of much importance in domestic economy. From early ages, the fisheries have been of great importance to the Icelanders, as fish and herring have been staple articles of export since the early part of the 14th century. The catching of sharks, from which train oil is made, is also a paying pursuit, and the lakes and rivers yield a good supply of trout and salmon. In 1896, the fish export brought a total income of over $1 million, but want of boats, ships, and proper equipment has hitherto so handicapped the people that this important pursuit has not been developed to the margin of its possibility. The Icelandic fisheries have been to a great extent in the hands of foreign nations, especially the English and French, though of late years an increasing number of the native population have found occupation in this industry. In 1850, 82% of the people were engaged in agriculture and only 7% in the fisheries. In 1890, 64% were farming and 18% were occupied in the fisheries. Wild animals are few in Iceland, but they are not wholly wanting. Foxes are quite numerous, and the polar bear is an occasional visitor, being carried to the island on cakes of drifting ice. The early settlers occasionally captured young polar bears and tamed them, and they were then regarded as precious pets, fit presents for kings. We read in the La Saga that Ingemund the Old gave bears as a present to King Harald Haerfagr, and Eslif Gizurson, who later became Bishop of Iceland, brought with him a polar bear and presented it to Emperor Henry III. In 1563, the King of Denmark made the regulation that all bear skins in Iceland should be sold to the king, and the governor of the island was instructed to buy them for the royal household. Reindeer, introduced from Norway in 1771, are now found in considerable numbers in the inland wilds, but they have been of little economic importance, as the problem of hunting them is connected with almost insurmountable difficulties. Efforts have also been made to introduce the rabbit, but without success. Along the coast, various kinds of seals are found, and walrus also appears occasionally on the drifting ice floes. Of other aquatic animals, the whale was for a time of such importance that the Norwegians maintained 9 whaling stations in Iceland, which yielded handsome profits, but the Icelanders did not devote themselves to this pursuit. Only one Danish Icelandic whaling establishment was found in Dyrafjord in northwestern Iceland. At present there is scarcely any whaling in Icelandic waters. Birds are found in large numbers, especially along the coasts. Fulmars, guillemots, gulls, kittiwakes, puffins, and other aquatic fowl inhabit the bird cliffs in such vast assemblages that the people derive a considerable income from the catch of birds, eggs, and feathers. Eiderducks, ducks, geese, and swans are also numerous, and gathering of the costly eiderdown is a paying pursuit. In 1880, 7,600 pounds of cleaned eiderdown was exported. Inland, the ptarmigan, a bird of the grouse family, is hunted extensively. In the Middle Ages, the falcons, too, were much sought for the hawking sport carried on by lords and ladies in all lands. The Iceland falcons were regarded as superior to all other varieties, as they could be used for the hunt, sometimes for the period of 12 years. If they were a pure white, they were regarded as great treasures and were usually secured for the royal family. King Christian IV of Denmark, Norway, made the regulation that falcons could be exported from Iceland only with the king's permission, and every year he sent a ship to Iceland to bring home the necessary supplies of these birds. When the hawking sport finally died out in the latter part of the 18th century, the falcon ceased to have any commercial value. At the time of colonization, Iceland was better forested than at present. Large areas seem to have been covered with woods, as many of the sagas, even the most reliable, emphasize that in early periods the island had extensive forest areas. The Icelandic book states that at that time Iceland was covered with woods between the mountains and the sea. At present the forests of Iceland are very limited in area and consist only of birch trees, with here and there a mountain ash, which seldom attains a height of 28 or 30 feet. Other varieties, as willow and dwarf birch, appear only as brush and shrubs, the ravages of grazing herds. Fires and volcanic eruptions, as well as the forced use of the scant wood supply during periods of inadequate commercial intercourse, tended to denude the wooded areas, since the extremely slow growth of trees in this latitude makes the forests unable to resist the inroads of destructive forces. On the other hand, it should not be overlooked that many of the sagas exaggerate the importance of woods found in Iceland in early times. It is quite evident that even in the period of colonization, Iceland possessed no forests of any great value. The varieties of trees were the same as at present, and though they were undoubtedly found in larger quantities and also of larger size, there is nothing to show that either the flora or the fauna has been affected by any permanent change in the climate. Even the first settlers were dependent for the most necessary building material on the driftwood which is carried to the shores of Iceland by the ocean currents, or they imported timber from Norway. We read in the Saga that Egeman Old went to Norway to get building timber and brought 2 shiploads back to Iceland. Likewise, the Rey de la Saga tells that 2 ships loaded with timber came to northern Iceland, and the settlers sought to outbid each other to procure it. The importation of timber is mentioned so frequently in the sagas that it is clear that a general want existed of this important commodity. Iceland is not rich in minerals. Some iron ore is found, but it is of poor quality, and for want of fuel no smelting furnaces can be operated. A limited supply of this mineral was obtained by the early settlers from the bog ore, which occurs in many places. The Egil Saga states that Skallagrim was a great blacksmith, and that in the winter he was engaged in smelting iron, a process carried on by means of charcoal which was burned in the early forests. Real coal deposits are few, but lignite occurs in considerable quantities, especially in the western part of the island, and peat is cut for fuel here and there in all parts of Iceland. The Iceland spar, Silfurberg, is found in Helgestadjal, in Reyðarfjord. Many kinds of beautiful crystals also abound, especially the almandite. Lime is found in considerable quantities in large mountain fissures, and rich sulfur deposits occur in some places, a product which was exported from Iceland quite early. According to the Arni Biskupassaga, the Archbishop of Nidaros in Norway had a monopoly on the sulfur export from Iceland in 1284, but the trade in this commodity, at one time quite extensive, has decreased in recent years and is now of no importance. No domestic trade of any importance was developed in Iceland in early ages, since inland travel and transportation were difficult, and the products were about the same in all districts. The Hanseatic narrates as an unusual occurrence that a man by the name of Thorir in the summer time traveled from place to place, selling in one district what he bought in another, and that in this way he acquired much property. At one time, when he crossed the mountains, he brought chickens from southern Iceland and sold them together with other goods in the northern settlements. From that time forth he was known as Hensathorir, Chicken Thorir. With such rare exceptions, all trade was an import and export trade with foreign lands. Sometimes the Icelanders themselves would engage in this traffic, but as no native merchant class had been developed, it was usually in the hands of professional Norse traders who brought their wares from Norwegian and British seaports after they had first imported them from far-off foreign markets in France, Spain, or Russia. These merchant mariners usually crossed the sea only once each summer. When they arrived in Iceland, they raised a tent in the harbor and stored the goods until they could gradually be sold during the next 12 months. The ship was usually pulled ashore as they intended to remain in the island over winter. The nearest Gothi was the first to visit the trader to inspect his wares and fix the prices for which they were to be sold. He could also select for himself such goods as he might want, and the merchant, together with the ship's crew, was usually invited to spend the winter as guest at his home. The most common articles of import were timber, flour, cloth, iron or ironware, copper, weapons, tar, wine, beer, wax, and honey, for which they would receive in return wool and woolen cloth, sheepskins, hides, pelts, meat and tallow, butter and cheese, train oil, falcons, fish, and sulphur. Among the Icelanders, trade was usually coupled with travel in foreign lands, but only as a matter of subsidiary importance. All young men had to spend several years abroad to acquire the necessary training and culture. In order to defray the expenses of such travels, the father would equip his sons with a supply of woolen cloth and other home wares which were to be sold in foreign ports. But the young man who possessed no business training and had no desire to enter the profession of trader usually showed little interest in this part of the enterprise. It was his ambition to enter the circles of the courts as skald or hearthmaker, where he could win distinction by Scaldic art and courtly bearing. On returning home he married and settled permanently as a bondi on the acres of his fathers. In private life as well as in state organization and public institutions, the Icelanders adhered with great fidelity to the ways of their ancestors. This conservatism, which had been adopted as a distinct program by the early settlers, was strengthened through the isolated location of the colony, as well as through a natural environment which made innovations difficult. Some slight modifications were indeed necessitated by local conditions, but in all essential features, Norwegian life and customs were more carefully reproduced and successfully perpetuated in Iceland than in any other Norse colony. In the erection of dwellings, some new features were developed owing to the want of building material, but the general Norse plan was preserved as far as possible. In Norway, where timber was plentiful, each farmstead consisted of a number of separate houses, each one erected for a special purpose, the chief ones being the living and dining house proper, stofa, the sleeping house, skalli or svenebur, the kitchen, eldhus, and the storehouse for food and provisions, bur. About these were grouped other minor houses for various purposes, and farther in the background were the stables for horses and cattle. In the modern dwelling, several houses have been united into a single structure under the same roof, but in Iceland the system of a group of houses erected for different purposes has been maintained even to the present. They are not built entirely separate, but are arranged side by side in one or two rows, each house opening like a separate chamber into a transverse hall, which extends the full length of the row from one end to the other. The roofs are of turf, and for want of timber, which is used only for framework, the walls are constructed of sod and rock. The more important rooms have wooden floors and are wainscoted on the inside. In early times the stofa was often so large that feasts for several hundred guests could be held in it. In Norway it had an open fireplace in the middle of the floor, and on festive occasions the walls were hung with tapestries. The early Icelandic settlers undoubtedly arranged the stofa in the same way, but for want of fuel the custom of heating it was soon discontinued, and the Icelanders soon found it necessary also to reduce the size of the room to save the heat. On the larger farmsteads, however, separate festive halls, Skalli, were erected of timber imported from Norway. These were usually large and beautifully decorated. Some of the leading families also had a bathhouse furnished with a stone stove, which was heated until very hot, when water was poured over it to produce steam for the vapor baths. Bathtubs were also used, and the numerous hot springs were much used for bathing. Two principal meals were served each day in the stofa, usually for the whole household, the dagverthor at 9 o'clock a.m., and the more elaborate nattverthor in the evening when the day's work was over. The head of the family would then occupy the high seat, while the other members of the household would be seated on benches to his left and right, with another row facing him along the opposite side of the room, the place being regarded the more honorable the nearer it was to the high seat. A small table, skutil covered on festive occasions with a white linen tablecloth, was placed on trestles before each person and was removed as soon as the meal was over. Finger bowls and towels were passed by maid servants, as it was customary to wash the hands both before and after the meal. The food consisted of meat, fish, game, and milk products, together with a limited supply of bread. Sour milk was the common everyday drink, but on festive occasions beer, mead, and even imported wines were served. Wooden plates and spoons were commonly used, but forks were yet unknown, and the knife was carried in a scabbard suspended from the belt. That the spirit of hospitality and love of festive social entertainment, which always characterized the Norsemen, should continue to flourish in Iceland is natural. This old custom not only gave zest to life in an otherwise bleak and comfortless environment, but it developed grace and skill in conversation, and fostered in the stern and apathetic popular character the traits of generous kindness which continue to distinguish the Icelandic people. Festivities of various kinds were of common occurrence, especially in the leading families. During pagan times the yearly religious festivals were the Vetnertur, or beginning of winter, October the 14th, the Midseviterblot, January 12, and Sumerthögur, or first day of summer, April 14, when sacrificial feasts usually took place in the temples accompanied by general social pastime. Weddings and funerals were always elaborately celebrated. Occasionally, too, the Gothi and his retinue had to be entertained for several days when he made his tour through the district, and private parties were often arranged for a large number of invited guests. On such occasions, the walls of the stofa were draped with woven tapestries. Fire was kindled on the fireplace, and cushions were placed on the benches for the guests. Great quantities of food were provided, as the tables had to display liberality and plenty. Great care had to be taken to place the guests, according to rank and dignity, at the proper distance to the right and left of the high seat, since mistakes on this point might lead to serious misunderstandings. The women occupied the pallor, or thurpallor, a bench extending from one wall to the other toward the rear end of the hall. But at the drinking feasts which followed the meal, men and women would often sit together by couples, and as meat and beer were served in abundance, overindulgence in these strong beverages was not uncommon. Over the mead cup the spirit of conviviality gained full sway. Songs were declaimed, sagas were recited, or sharp, irritating word duels were indulged in, which often ended in quarrels and bloodshed. At greater festivals it was customary for young men to empty the braggarful, or promise cup, to make a solemn vow to do some notable deed. At the termination of the feast, which often lasted several days, the host would give the guests presents and accompany them on the way, where the final formal leave was taken. The number of guests at weddings, funerals, and other festive gatherings was often very large. The saga says that when Halgerd, the daughter of Haskuld Della Colson, was married, not less than 120 guests were invited. But far more pretentious were the funeral festivities arranged upon Hörskuld's death by his son Olaf Pa of Hjardherhoth. All the leading men who promised to be present arrived at the appointed time, says the saga, and there were so many that, according to general opinion, there were fully 900. 1,080. This was the second largest festival ever held in Iceland, the largest being the funeral which the sons of Hjalti celebrated at the death of their father, when the guests numbered 1,200, 1,440. As the guests had to journey on horseback, even from faraway districts, they often travelled in imposing cavalcades which attracted an attention not wholly unwelcome. For love of display, connected with the proud class consciousness and martial temperament of medieval Europe, characterized the leading Icelanders as well as the jousting knights on the continent. Knight-errantry had indeed not been introduced, and in so bleak and barren a land life naturally fell along simpler lines than in more favoured countries, but the time spirit manifested itself here as elsewhere. The native aristocracy of proud chieftains and high-born ladies were no less fond of fineries and the customary trumpery of rank and station than the floors and blanchifleurs in southern lands. At festive social gatherings the ladies would usually appear in costly gold-brocaded garments. The hair, which was scrupulously cared for and treasured as a special adornment, fell loose over the shoulders, with only a ribbon tied around the head to hold the locks in order. The men would wear mantles of scarlet or other striking colours, and ornamented helmets and fine swords were greatly coveted as special marks of distinction. The Njal Saga says of Gunnar of Hilardarendi that one day when he rode from the Thing, he saw a well-dressed woman approaching. When they met, she greeted him. He returned her greeting and asked her what her name was. She said that she was Halgerda, the daughter of Huskuld Della Colson. She was rather forward in speech and asked him to tell her about his travels. This request he did not refuse, and they sat down and talked together. She was dressed in the following manner. She had a red skirt, well ornamented, and over it a red scarlet mantle embroidered with gold. Her hair hung over her bosom, and it was both long and beautiful. Gunnar wore the scarlet clothes which King Harald Gormson had given him, and on his arm he had the ring of gold which he had received from Hakon Jarl. Making allowance for the fact that the saga writers are often guilty of the anachronism of picturing costumes and manners of their own time as if they belonged to past ages, it is nevertheless clear that on festive occasions the chieftains and ladies of Iceland wore the finest attire obtainable. The Landnamabok tells that Gram Gjerset sighted the Skald Otar before the Thorksjord Thing Od's sons came to help their father, and they were so beautifully attired that the people thought that the gods themselves were coming. Sharpfedin, the son of Njal, of birth the Gosval, was dressed as follows at the Althing, according to the Saga. He had a blue mantle, blue striped trousers, and high shoes. He had a silver belt and carried a large shield. In his hand he had the battle axe Rimugiri, with which he had killed Thraurayan. His hair was combed back behind the ears, and a gold-embroidered silk ribbon was tied around his forehead. About Gisli Sursen it stated that he wore a blue mantle and was very beautifully dressed. Thorleif Kimba, says the Saga, had a richly ornamented sword, a gold-adorned spear, a dark blue shield richly decorated, and very fine clothes. Costly mantles were often given as presents by chieftains who wished to show their munificence and desired to do a friend special honour. The Njala Saga states that in the fall, Hoskuld went to Svinfell to visit Flossie. When he departed on his homeward journey, Flossie gave him a scarlet mantle embroidered with gold brocade to the waist. The custom of giving costly presents like scarlet mantles, saddle horses, or large sums of money was quite universally practiced throughout Europe in the Middle Ages, and conformed, no doubt, to the conception of a liberality worthy of princes and men of high station. We read of Gjartan Olafsson that King Olaf Tryggvason gave him a costly mantle, and the skald Gunnlaug Ormstunga received a scarlet mantle from Ethelred, King of England, as a reward for a song with which he had entertained the court. To receive such tokens of royal favour was the highest ambition of young Icelanders who travelled abroad. The display of such fineries was sure to attract attention on their return home, and it was in keeping with the highest standards of good manners when they themselves practised a like munificence. Aside from the more formal pastime connected with festivities and social parties, the playing of chess and kindred games was in great favour as private recreation, especially in the winter when there was little opportunity for outdoor amusements. The dance seems to have been unknown in early ages, but it was introduced from the Scandinavian countries, where it developed in connection with romantic folk songs in the 12th century, and it soon became a popular public amusement. Men and women would join hands in a large circle and would move with rhythmic steps to the chanting of some favorite ballad. This pastime was on all its features a distinctly new departure. Before the introduction of Christianity, even singing was unknown except in magic incantations, and music which was limited to the simplest instruments, the harp, the flute, and the trumpet, was little practised. These new social features of foreign origin, music and the dance, as well as the singing of romantic love songs, could gain entrance only in the face of adverse public sentiment, but they heralded a time when the chief interest should be transferred from the duelling ground to the drawing room, when the old martial spirit should be tempered with new social ideals. According to the old conception, all amusements were to subserve the one prime purpose of strengthening the body and training the mind for feats of arms by developing physical skill, courage, and martial spirit. Swimming, hunting, skating, ski running, wrestling, jumping, and training in the use of weapons were regarded as the proper pastime for young men, as bravery was the virtue most to be desired. The same spirit also pervaded the distinctly national sports, the playing of ball, connaddle, liquor, and horse fighting. The game of ball was evidently very different from its present form, though the details of the game are not known. Two men were pitted against each other. A wooden ball was thrown by one of the players and struck by the other with a wooden mallet. Strength and agility rather than skill decided the outcome, and the temper of the players was often so aroused that the game developed into a violent personal encounter. The glass saga, or Sonar, gives the following description of such a game. They now began to play as if nothing had happened. The brothers-in-law, Gisli and Thorgrim, were usually pitted against each other, and people did not agree as to who was the stronger, though the greater number thought that it was Gisli. They played ball at Sifjorn, where many people usually assembled. One day, when there were unusually many people present, Gisli asked them to play the game by turn. This they agreed to do, but they also asked him not to hold back when he played against Thorgrim. It is rumored, they said, that you are not exerting yourself when you play against him, but we should like to see that you win the honour if you are really the stronger. We have not yet done our utmost in the contest, said Gisli, but possibly we may now do so. When they began to play, Thorgrim was unable to hold his own against Gisli, who threw him down and carried the ball away. Gisli sought again to take the ball, but Thorgrim held it fast. Then Gisli threw him down so violently that he skinned his knees and knuckles, and blood was running from his nose. Thorgrim rose slowly, looked towards the burial ground of Veststein, and said, "The sword pierced your heart, which is not to be complained of." Gisli took the ball in one jump, threw it between the shoulders of Thorgrim, so that he fell forwards, and said, "The ball on broad shoulders broke, which is not to be complained of." Thorkill said, "We can now see who is the strongest and most agile. Let us now stop." The game closed, but they were not as good friends as before. Horse fights seem to have been an especially favourite pastime among the chieftains who raised and trained horses for this purpose. The Njal Saga gives the following description of this sort of amphitheatrical exhibition. People now rode to the horse fight, and there were many people assembled. Gunmar and his brothers, the sons of Sigfus, Njal, and all his sons were present. Also Starkad, Egil, and their sons. They now told Gunnar to let the horses start the fight, and he let them do as they wished in the matter. Skarphedin said, "Will you, Gunnar, let me have charge of your horse?" "No," replied Gunnar, "I will not." "But that would be the better way," said Skarphedin. "There would then be valiant men on both sides." "You would not say or do much before there would be a fight," said Gunnar. "With me it is not so easy to start a quarrel, though the outcome may be the same." The horses were now brought forward. Gunnar was ready to drive, and Skarphedin led his horse. Gunnar wore a red mantle. He was girded with a broad belt and had a big horse stick in his hand. The horses rushed to the attack. No one needed to urge them, and it caused the greatest merriment. Thorgir and Kol had agreed that when the horses reared for the attack, they would rush forward and push their horse, and thus throw Gunnar. When therefore the horses reared to attack each other, Thorgir and Kol pushed against the back of their horse, but Gunnar also pushed against his horse so hard that both Thorgir and Kol fell backwards and their horse on top of them. They jumped up to attack Gunnar, but he jumped aside, grabbed Kol, and threw him to the ground so hard that he lay senseless. Thorgir struck Gunnar's horse and blinded him on one eye, but Gunnar knocked Thorgir down with his horse stick and bade Kolskeg kill the horse, for he would not let it live now that it was maimed. Kolskeg then beheaded the horse. Thorgir was now on his feet again and sought to attack Gunnar with the sword, but the people restrained him, and there was the greatest uproar. "I'm tired of this noise," said Skarphedin. "It is much better that we fight with the sword." But Gunnar was so cool that one man held him, and he did not say a word. Njal sought to arrange a peaceful settlement, but Thorgir said that he would neither accept nor grant a peaceful understanding, that he would see Gunnar dead first. Kolskeg replied, "Gunnar has stood too firm to be felled with words, and it will be hereafter as it has been heretofore." The people now rode home from the horse fight. No one dared to attack Gunnar, and so the winter passed. The contest was undoubtedly viewed as a most successful event. Not only the strength of the horses, but the courage and fighting spirit of the men were put to a test which aroused the greatest excitement. It was a carnival of conflict as well suited to awaken the martial joy of the spectators as the shivering of lances on the blood-stained lists of England and the continent. The most strongly knit unit of social life in the Icelandic state, as elsewhere among Teutonic peoples, was the family, which embraced not only parents and children, but all other persons of nearer and remoter kinship. Whatever might be the relation of the individuals to each other in daily life, they would act together in time of trouble, giving each other aid and support whenever some member or a group of the family became involved in a feud. If one was slain, it was the duty of the remaining relatives to exact due reparation or to execute vengeance upon the slayer or his kindred. In a society where feuds were so common and where the families through intermarriage were gradually united by some tie of relationship, the principle of loyalty of kinship could not always be maintained. It is evident that it was gradually weakened until in the Sturlung period, 1200 to 1265, even the nearest of kin would wage war upon each other. But in the earlier days this venerated principle usually remained inviolate. The relation between parents and children, generally friendly, was often so cordial that the sons would remain under the paternal roof even after marriage. We read that Skarphedin, the son of Njal, that his father asked for him the hand of Thorhild, daughter of Radvi of Thoralfsfell. Skarphedin married Thorhild, but continued to stay with his father at Bergthorshval. His younger brother Grim married a rich widow, Astrid of Dyupabaki, but he too remained at home with his father. As in the case of Skarphedin, the son often left it to his father to select a bride for him, though this was always done with the son's consent. The right of the son to choose his own bride was unquestioned, but the courtship was not carried on by the young people directly, but between the bridegroom and his representatives and the bride's father or guardian. Only when all the details of the marriage contract on the amount of dowry and other stipulations had been arranged was the bride asked to give her consent. At times the saga writers will picture with great skill the tender sorrows of true affection, some sad love tragedy where the human heart records its protest against the tyranny of established social custom with such vigor that the events growing out of it deeply influence the life story of the whole family or even of the whole community. Some impetuous skald, in defiance of the rules of good conduct, has made personal visits to his lady love, like the violent Thermode, cold run skald in the frost-bred Saga, who received the sobriquet of Cold Skald because of the love songs he made to his beloved Kolbrunna. Or he might seek the hand of his lady love in marriage from no other motive than pure affection, like Gunnlaug Ormstunga in the beautiful love story Gunnla Saga Ormstunga, or like Cormac, the hero of Kormla Saga, the greatest lyricist among the skalds, who never forgot his beloved Steingerd and refused to wholly give her up even after she was married to another. But such relations were exceptional and were always regarded as a misfortune. Marriage was a mere business affair into which no sentiment was allowed to enter. It was based wholly upon the idea that the contracting parties should be of equal worth and rank, that the marriage should be advantageous and profitable. A young woman might be given away in marriage even against her wish, though such instances seem to have been few. But in spite of the wholly unsentimental and business-like way of entering into the married state, the sagas show that the majority of marriages were happy, and that the tenderest affection often existed between husband and wife. If woman had little to say as to the arranging of the marriage, she enjoyed extensive rights and privileges as wife. The management of the household was left to her, and to a large extent also the employment and control of domestic servants. As a sign of her authority in the home, she carried in her belt a bunch of keys, as all stores and valuables were entrusted to her safekeeping. In the marriage contract it was stipulated how much of a dowry, heimafadgaye, the bride should receive from her parents, and a like amount, munder, had to be given her by the bridegroom. On the day after the wedding, he had also had to give her a morgensjaff, which seems to have corresponded to the modern wedding present. All the property thus specified in the marriage contract belonged to the wife, and could be held by her either jointly with her husband or in separate ownership, but in case of divorce it reverted to her under all circumstances. In pagan times the husband might lawfully keep concubines, but he had to treat his wife with the kindness and respect due to her as his wedded spouse. Any willful discourtesy or violence against her person was regarded as just cause for divorce. The husband, too, might put away his wife for almost any trivial reason. No legal action was required to make the divorce effective. The only proceeding necessary was a public declaration renouncing the marriage relation. The following incident, narrated in the Vigasta Saga of Akheidvargbiga, shows how little sacredness still attached to the marriage bond. It happened one morning that they were both in the bedchamber. Bardi wanted to sleep, but his wife, wishing to keep him awake, took a small pillow and threw it in his face for fun. He threw it away, and they kept this up for a while. Finally he threw it back in such a way that he let the fist follow the pillow. This made her so angry that she grabbed a stone and threw at him. The later in the day, after refreshments had been served, Bardi arose and declared himself separated from Aud, stating that he would not tolerate any such treatment either from her or any one else. It was useless to speak in opposition to it, and the matter was thus settled. In spite of the ease with which the bonds of matrimony might be severed, divorces seem to have been so rare as to attract quite general attention. Then, as now, true affection and mutual interest gave stability and protection to this important relation. Where these failed in the spirit of faithfulness and devotion to duty, yet so strong in early society was the final sheet anchor which saved many a marriage from threatening shipwreck. With the conspicuous faults which attached to moral life and also to the marriage relation, marriage was nevertheless highly respected and fostered with remarkable success the tender attachments and lasting family ties which proved to be the chief strength of Icelandic social life. The heathen ideals, which continued to live long after the formal acceptance of Christianity as a state religion, were maintained, especially in the method of rearing the children and educating the youth. If the child was reared in the home, it was entrusted to the care of some servant or subordinate member of the household. But very frequently the boys especially were sent away to be reared by some friend of the family, who in this way wished to show the parents a special favor. It was natural that the closest attachment should exist between the child and its foster parents, and it was a common saying that a child thus reared favored its foster father by 1/4 Fjord Thungi Brethor Tit Fosters. Children who were reared together acquired the same mutual affection for each other as children of the same family. Foster brothers often clung to each other with a friendship so lasting and intimate that in imitation of it a similar relation, the Faust Reithorlag, was established by special ceremonies between young men who wished to be closely associated for life. The children were given the greatest freedom. No effort was made to curb their self-will or to restrain their recklessness or cruel instincts. They had to read and carve runes, study the laws, and acquire skill in public speaking and the art of poetry, but the chief ambition of a young man was to become skilled in the use of arms, athletic, physically strong, able to endure hardships, hunger, wounds, and pain, and to meet danger or death without flinching. For this reason, the various sports as hunting, swimming, glima, or wrestling, and especially the violent knetliker, or game of ball, were favorite pastimes. Any rash act, even homicide, was readily condoned. Young men were encouraged to all sorts of hazardous adventures, and he who could show the most arrogant self-reliance and perform the most remarkable stunts of reckless daring would receive a nod of approval as a very helpful lad. It is very natural that such a system of education should perpetuate the warlike Viking spirit which filled every Icelandic history with strife and bloodshed. But it developed also a race of bold adventurers and daring voyagers who visited all lands and spread their sails in every sea in quest of new exploits. To their courage and enterprise was due the colonization of Greenland, the first discovery of the American continent, the Vinland voyages, and the establishing of the earliest transoceanic sailing routes between Europe and America, some of the greatest achievements in the history of navigation. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Discovery and colonization of Greenland, discovery of the American continent, the Vinland voyages. The strong individualism and impatient dread of restraint bred in the Norsemen by their social life and ideals were further intensified in the Viking Age through the excessive love of adventure which characterized that period. The great movement of emigration from the mother country and the planting of overseas settlements was largely due to a restless national spirit, which even in the western colonies continued to urge the more venturesome onward from one outpost to another. Hardly had the Icelanders thatched their first cabins in their new homes when they began to scan the sea, if perchance some new land might be found beyond the Ultima Thule of which they had taken possession. It was rumored that a man by the name of Gunnbjorn, on a voyage to Iceland about 900, had been driven from his course, and that to the westward he had seen a new land which the settlers called Gunnbjarnarskr. Gunnbjornskuris. It is not impossible that Gunnbjorn may have been driven so far to the west that he had seen the coast of Greenland, but he may have seen also only a mirage or a drifting ice floe. The rumor, nevertheless, aroused an interest which led to the discovery of Greenland by Eric the Red in 981. About this doughty voyager the sagas give so detailed an account that he is better known than most other early explorers. He belonged to a wealthy and powerful family in Urdern in southern Norway, but because of some homicides committed in a feud, he and his father, Thorvald Asvaldsson, fled to Iceland and settled at Drangar, north of the Isfjord in the northwestern district. When his father died, Eric married Thorhild or Thorthjordild, the daughter of Jorund Aglason, and settled at Erikstad, east of the Hvammsfjord, one of the best districts in western Iceland. While clearing land here, his slaves let a landslide fall upon the house of a neighbor by the name of Valthjof. Killing him, to avenge his death, a relative of Valthjof, Eyjolf Sour, killed the slaves, but the vindictive Eric slew both Eyjolf and another neighbor, Holmgongu Raffen. For this deed he was cited before the Thing and banished from the district. After changing his residence a couple of times, he finally settled at Erikstad in Øksney. But as he became involved in new feuds, he was finally outlawed by the Thing for a period of 3 years. As he was now compelled to leave Iceland, he resolved to attempt to find the land seen by Gunnbjorn. He set sail from Snæfellsjökull, continuing his voyage until he approached the east coast of Greenland. Finding this uninhabitable because of vast glaciers, he turned southward, rounded Cape Farewell, and reached an island on the west coast, which he called Eriksea, in what was later known as the Eastern Settlement. The following spring he entered a fjord, which he called Eriksfjord, where he established his home. He spent the summer in exploring the coast as far as 64 degrees 65 north, 64 degrees 65 degrees north latitude. The second winter he spent on an island since called Eriksholm, near the southern extremity of Greenland. The following summer he proceeded still farther northward to a place called Snæfell, the location of which is not known. He then sailed back to Eriksfjord and spent the winter there. He had now spent 3 years in exploring that barren northern region, and as the term of banishment had expired, he returned to Iceland the following summer. The land which he had discovered was called Greenland, in the hope, as the saga puts it, that such a name would attract settlers, as it was his aim to bring out colonists and found a permanent settlement. The glowing account which he gave of the country seems to have appealed strongly to the adventurous spirit of the Icelanders. In the spring following his return, 25 vessels sailed for Greenland from the western districts of Bridefjord and Bogarfjord. 14 of these reached their destination. Of the others, some were shipwrecked and some returned home. Eric established himself at the head of the Eriksfjord on the southwestern coast of Greenland, 60 degrees 61 degrees north latitude. In the present Julian Hab district, where he built a residence called Brattahlid, most of the colonists also settled in this district, forming the Eystribergd, or Eastern Settlement, but some proceeded farther along the coast to 64 degrees 65 degrees north latitude, where the Vestribergd, or Western Settlement, was established in the present district of Godfab. In spite of the cold climate and the dangers connected with navigation in these northern seas, the colonies continued to grow until the Eastern Settlement had 190 farmsteads, 12 churches, and 2 monasteries. The Western Settlement had 90 dwellings and 4 churches. Together the 2 settlements probably had, at the time of their greatest prosperity, about 2,000 people. The settlers found no native inhabitants in Greenland, though numerous traces of human habitations convinced them that the country was inhabited. The old Icelandic historian Ari Frodi says, "They found remnants of human dwellings both eastward and westward in the land, stone weapons and fragments of boats, from which it was evident that the same people who inhabit Vinland and whom the people of Greenland call Skrælings had also journeyed here." But the Skrælings, or Eskimos, who inhabited this region must have moved to other hunting grounds, as they did not return until a later period. The climate and general conditions in Greenland were found to be much the same as in Iceland. The winters are long and cold, and the sea is usually strewed with icebergs even late in the spring, but in the summer a green belt of vegetation stretches along the western coast. During this season of the year the weather is agreeable and the scenery beautiful. No woods exist, but there is an abundance of grass, flowers, berries, and brush of dwarfed birch trees. The clear air and blue fjords, the glaciers and snow-covered mountains give the region in summertime a serene and tranquil beauty equal to that of any region of the far north. Fish are found in great abundance in the streams as well as in the sea, and seals, walrus, polar bears, and fur-bearing animals are plentiful. Cattle, sheep, goats, and horses thrived well, and were kept in goodly numbers by the settlers. For want of other building material, the houses were erected of stone, and as the dwellings were usually structures of considerable size, with separate stables for sheep, horses, and cattle, many remnants are still to be seen in Greenland of the buildings erected by the early settlers. In the eastern settlement, the ruins of several churches and of about 100 dwellings have been found. The Icelandic colonists in Greenland established a social organization, copied as might be expected without innovations from that of their homeland. The Icelandic laws were introduced, and a general thing was assembled every summer at Gardar, the present Igaliko, situated not far from Brattahlid, on a neck of land between Eiriks Fjord and Einars Fjord. The Logretta, consisting of the chieftains and their assistants, the Guthordsmen, exercised the law-making power. The usual judicial tribunals were established in connection with the thing, which was presided over by the Logsogumathor, who recited and interpreted the laws. At first the old pagan worship with the customary religious ceremonies and sacrifices prevailed, but Christianity was introduced so soon after the founding of the colony that we hear nothing about the erection of heathen temples. This event, which took place at the time when the Christian faith was being established in Norway and Iceland through the efforts of King Olaf Tryggvason, was due chiefly to the energetic leadership of the family of Erik the Red. Erik had 3 sons, Leif, Thorvald, and Thorstein, and the illegitimate daughter Freydis. The 3 brothers were great sailors and explorers, but Leif Erikson, famous as the discoverer of Vinland, or the mainland of North America, was especially prominent as the greatest navigator of his age. Hitherto the route into Greenland had been by the way of Iceland, but in 999 he struck boldly across the Atlantic, sailing directly from Greenland to Norway. This was the first direct transoceanic voyage, an achievement not repeated later by voyagers of other seafaring nations till in the time of Columbus. En route, Leif is said to have stopped a while in the Hebrides, where he became enamored of a young lady by the name of Thorgunna, who according to the Saga bore him the son Thorgils, who later came to Greenland. But Leif could not marry her, as her relatives opposed the match. Neither did he dare to carry her away against their will, since he had only a few men with him. When he arrived in Norway, he was cordially received by King Olaf Tryggvason and remained at court during the winter. The king, who was actively engaged in Christianizing his kingdom and all its dependencies, soon prevailed on Leif Erikson to receive baptism and to undertake the task of introducing Christianity in Greenland. Leif sailed from Norway the following summer, but on the return voyage he was driven out of his course and came to a land which he had not before seen. He found there self-sown wheat fields, grapevines, and also a tree called Mosur, says the Saga. Of all these things they took some samples. Some trees were so large that they used them for house beams. This country could only have been the coast of America. They also found some men on a wreck, whom they rescued and brought back to Greenland. He had shown great high-mindedness and good qualities. He brought Christianity to the country and saved the men on the wreck, and he was henceforth known as Leif the Lucky. He landed in Eriksfjord and came home to Brattahlid, where he was well received. He immediately began the work of Christianizing the people of Greenland, according to the promise which he had given the king. His father, Erik the Red, refused to accept the new faith and did not hide his antagonism to the movement. The two things may be regarded as equalizing one another. He is said to have stated to his son that you saved the man on the wreck and that you brought hither this hypocrite, meaning the priest. He does not seem, however, to have openly resisted the work of Christianity. Leif is said to have brought several priests with him to Greenland, and the conversion of the people, at first a purely formal matter, was soon accomplished. Theohild erected a church called the Theohild Church at Brattahlid and parted from her husband because he refused to accept the Christian faith. The Church of Greenland, like that of Iceland, was at first placed under the supervision of the Archbishop of Bremen, later under the Archbishop Archbishop of Lund in Skane in southern Sweden, at that time a Danish province. But when a new archbishopric was established at Nidaros in Norway in 1152, Greenland as well as Iceland was joined to this archdiocese. Leif Erikson's voyage and the introduction of Christianity established also permanent connections between Greenland and Norway, so important to the new colony which had to import many necessaries of life from abroad. The King's Mirror, Konungs Skigsja, written in Norway about 1250, mentions the trade with Greenland, which had then flourished for 250 years. Some go to Greenland because of the renown which they gain by exposing themselves to dangers, says the writer. Others go to satisfy their curiosity, but some for the sake of profit. The Greenlanders have to import nearly all things needed in the colonization of the country, iron, building material, and other necessaries, but they sell hides, seal, skins, walrus tusks, and rope of walrus hide. Among other necessaries, grain was also a leading article of import. The trade which the new colony carried on with Iceland must have been small, as the products of both countries were about the same. But the sagas show that goods which had been imported to Iceland were again exported to Greenland, and that intercourse between the two colonies was maintained. The Erik Saga Ratha gives an interesting description of a trading expedition to Greenland by Thorfinn Karlsefni and his companions in 1002. He was of a well-to-do and influential family, the son of Thjord Heststofda and his wife Thorun, living at Reinins in Skagafjord. His chief assistant in the undertaking was Snorri Thorbrandsson. One summer he fitted out his ship for a voyage to Greenland, says the saga. Snorri Thorbrandsson from Alptafjord accompanied him, and there were 40 men on the ship. Bjarni Grimolfsson from Breda Fjord and Thorhall Gramelsson from eastern Iceland also prepared their ship to sail to Greenland, and they too had 40 men. As soon as they were ready, both ships set sail. How long they remained at sea is not known, but it is said that both came to Eriksfjord in the fall. Erik and many of the settlers rowed to the ships, and a pleasant trade was soon established. The masters of the ships invited Erik to take what he might want of their goods, but he showed himself equally generous, for he invited them and their men to spend the winter with him at Brattahlid. The traders accepted this invitation, and the goods were brought to Brattahlid, where there was no lack of good houses to store them in. The traders were much pleased with their stay at Erik's home during the winter, but when Christmas approached he grew more gloomy than usual. One day Karlsefni spoke to him and said, "What troubles you, Erik? It seems to me that you are more reticent than you have been. You have been very hospitable to us, and we should like to reward it according to our means, if you will only let us know what makes you sad." Erik answered, "You have been very friendly and easily satisfied. Now I am not afraid that you shall have the greatest advantage of your stay here, but it is rather this which troubles me, that it may be rumored that you never spent a duller Christmas than the one which now is approaching." Karlsefni said, "That shall never happen. We have malt, flour, and grain on the ships, and you have the right to take what you may desire. Prepare then a Christmas feast as sumptuous as you deem proper." This offer he accepted, and a Christmas feast was prepared, so fine that people thought that they had never seen a finer one. Later in the winter, when Karlsefni married Gudrid, the daughter of Thorbjorn Vifilsson, the festivities were renewed, and there was much merriment at Brattahlid that winter. Other expeditions are also mentioned. The Flóamennasaga tells of Thorgils Orabine Svorstri, who sailed from Iceland to visit Erik the Red at Brattahlid. Thorgils had come to Iceland from Norway, but he had known Erik, and when he received an invitation to visit him, he sold his home and sailed for Greenland, accompanied by his wife Thori, the manager of his estate, Thorin, and many slaves. Encountering stormy weather, they were driven about on the sea until they finally landed far north on the east coast of Greenland in the fall. Here Thori gave birth to a son, and they had to spend the winter there. Before spring most of the slaves had died, and even when summer came they were unable to get away because of the pack ice. Thori was slain by the slaves, but Thorgils with his son and a few other survivors finally reached Brattahlid after 4 years of adventures and suffering. Though much in this saga is undoubtedly fabulous, there may be a kernel of truth in the story of Thorgils' unlucky voyage. Disasters of this kind must have happened frequently to the early navigators who had to sail the polar seas without compass and in open boats. Much more reliable, however, is the account given in the Faust Bridras saga about expeditions to Greenland and of conditions there. One of the leading men in the eastern settlement was Thorgrim Annarsson Trolle. In 1022 he went on a trading expedition to Norway, Denmark, and England. On his return he stopped for a time in Iceland, where he slew Thorgeir Havarsson and brought his captured ship with him to Greenland. When Thormod Kolbrunnar Skald learned that his foster brother had been killed, he resolved to avenge the deed. He went to Norway, where he found the Greenlander Skuf ready to sail on his return voyage. Thormod accompanied him, arriving in Greenland in the fall. After wreaking vengeance upon the slayers of Thorgrim, he sailed again to Norway and entered the service of King Olaf the Saint as Herd Skald. He fell in the Battle of Stiklestad in 1030. It is natural that the Greenlanders, who were so dependent on seafaring for many necessaries of life, should devote themselves also to the exploration of their own land and the neighboring coasts. In the summer they sailed northward to a place called Norðursetur to hunt and to gather the driftwood carried thither from Siberia and the coast of America. How far north they penetrated is not known, but a rune stone found in 1824 on the island of King Igtorsuak, 72 degrees 55 minutes 20 seconds north latitude, shows that they reached that latitude. Booths or huts for hunters and seamen who visited Norðursetur were erected at Greipar and Krogsfjall High Thee, probably in the present region of Holstenborg, as most of the driftwood gathers there. These icy regions were called Oberthur wilderness by the settlers and are represented as lying far to the north of the Greenland colonies. A vestry Obigo is also mentioned, which Eric the Red is said to have visited during his first stay in Greenland, but the location of this land is not known. The voyages between Greenland, Norway, and Iceland led also to the discovery of Vinland, or the mainland of North America. In the Erik Saga Ratha, Leif Erikson is credited with this discovery, but in the Flateyjar book, Bjarni Herjolfsson is said to have been the first discoverer of Vinland. He belonged to a good family in Iceland, took to sea early, and became a noted trader and voyager. One winter, while Bjarni was in Norway, his father, Herjolf, emigrated to Greenland and settled at Hojorfinsnes. When Bjarni found upon his return that his father had left Iceland, he did not unload his cargo, but resolved to follow him if his men would undertake the voyage. This they agreed to do, and they soon put to sea again. After they lost sight of Iceland, the weather became so foggy for several days that they strayed far from their course. When they were again able to make nautical observations, they continued to sail in a westerly direction until they finally came in sight of land. But they saw that it was not Greenland, as it was forest covered. Turning northward, they followed the coast for some time, and at last they succeeded in reaching Greenland, where Bjarni was welcomed by his father at Herjolfsnes. According to the same source, Leif Erikson bought Bjarni's ship and set out to explore the land which had thus been discovered. He persuaded his father, old Eric the Red, to become the leader of the expedition. After some hesitation he consented, but when they rowed to the ship his horse stumbled, and he was thrown off, hurting his foot. This he evidently regarded as an unfavorable omen. It appears, he said, that I am not destined to find any more lands than the one which we now inhabit, and that we may not all travel together any farther. He returned to Brattahlid, and Leif had to undertake to lead the expedition. With a crew of 35 men, among whom was his foster father, Turkur, he set sail. They found first the land which Bjarni had seen last, says the saga. They sailed to land, lowered a boat, and went on shore, but they found no grass there. The higher part of the land was covered with ice and snow, and from the shore to the glaciers seemed to be but one flat rock. The land seemed useless, and they called it Hellu land, Stone land. This description fits the region of northern Labrador. They continued their voyage and soon found another land where they also went on shore. This land was forest covered with low, sandy shores. They called it Markland, woodland, probably southern Labrador. They now hastened to their ships as the Saga and sailed away with a north wind. They were out to Dagger 2 days' sail before they saw land. They came to an island which lay to the north of the land, went on shore, and looked about in fine weather. They noticed that there was dew on the grass, and it seemed to them that they had never tasted anything so sweet. Thereupon they embarked and sailed into a sound that lay between that island and the Ness. Here they landed at a place where a stream fell into the sea from a lake, says the Saga. They built booths or temporary huts, but later, as they decided to stay, they erected a large house there. They found the climate so mild that they thought that the cattle would not be in need of fodder during the winter. They also observed that night and day were of more equal length there than in Greenland. In exploring the country they found wild grapes. They cut a cargo of timber with which they loaded the ship, and after filling the ship's boat with grape they sailed back to Greenland. Leif called the country Vinland because of its products. That the discovery of a forest-covered land to the southward should arouse great interest among the settlers in Greenland is natural, and when the Audiobook describes several attempts made by them to explore and colonize the new land, it accords with what we might expect them to do under the circumstances. But the population of the Greenland settlements was so small and their means so limited that these undertakings would have proved difficult even if the new region had been uninhabited. On the American coast, however, they encountered a warlike native population against whose fierce attacks the small bands of Norsemen must have been well nigh helpless, as firearms were not yet in use. In Greenland, the settlers had been able to maintain a foothold in an unfavorable environment because the land upon their arrival was uninhabited, but it is probably true, as shown also by the Saga narratives, that further extension of colonization to the American mainland was prevented mainly by the natives, whose resistance the Norsemen lacked the means to overcome. According to the source already mentioned, there was much talk in Greenland about Leif's voyage to Vinland after his return. His brother Thorvald was of the opinion that the country should be explored still further. Leif offered him his ship for a Vinland voyage, and Thorvald made ready, sailing from Greenland with a crew of 30 men. He seemed to have followed as closely as possible the route established by Leif, striking out across the sea from the eastern settlement to Helluland, or northern Labrador. They came to Leif's booths in Vinland and spent the winter there. The following summer was spent in exploring the country. In the spring, Thorvald sent a few men westward with a boat to search out that region. In the summer, he, with the rest of the crew, sailed eastward and to the north of the land. Hard weather came upon him and his men off a Ness. His ship was damaged, losing its keel, and some time had to be spent in repairing this damage. On the highest point of the promontory, they raised the old ship's keel, evidently as a guide to later voyagers, calling the place Kiar Larness, Keelness. On continuing their voyage, they found 3 skin boats and 3 men under each boat. They killed 8 of the men, but 1 escaped, and soon they were attacked by a large band of natives. Thorvald was mortally wounded by an arrow and died soon afterward. They buried him according to his wish on a jutting promontory, placed crosses on the grave, and called the place Crosanus. They then sailed back to Leif's booths to their companions, spent the winter there, and returned to Greenland the following summer. The Audiobook tells also of an unsuccessful attempt by Thorvald's brother Thorstein Eriksson to sail to Vinland. Because of storms he lost his way and was driven back. Later he went to the western settlement, where he died of an epidemic shortly afterward. A brief account is also given of Karlsefni's attempt to colonize Vinland, and finally the story is told of the brothers Helgi and Finnbogi, who had gone from Norway to Greenland, evidently on a trading expedition. Eric the Red's daughter, Freydis, persuaded the brothers to join her and her husband Thorvald in an expedition to Vinland. The voyage seems to have been undertaken for the purpose of gain, chiefly perhaps for securing timber, which was very valuable in Greenland. But they seem also to have had in mind the planting of a colony, as a number of women went along. Freydis and her husband entered into a sort of partnership with the 2 brothers, according to which they were to share equally in all the good things which they might secure. They were to have an equal number of men, 30 on each ship besides the women, and Leif Erikson granted them the use of his cabins while they were in Vinland. From the outset, Freydis showed her selfishness and evil disposition. Contrary to the agreement, she had 35 men on her ship, evidently for the purpose of having an advantage over Helgi and Finnbogi, who did not discover this breach of good faith before they reached Vinland. As they arrived first, they unloaded their supplies and stored them in Leif's booths, but when Freydis came, she compelled them to withdraw and build a cabin of their own. One morning, early, she came to see Finnbogi. She asked him if he would trade ships with her, as he had the largest ship, and she wished to sail back to Greenland. Finnbogi said that he was willing to remain behind and let her have the ship, but her evil mind was maturing a dark plot to get possession of both ships with their cargoes. Upon returning to her cabin, she pretended to be greatly offended, claiming that Finnbogi and Helgi had struck and abused her. She succeeded in so stirring up her husband that he fell upon the brothers, and they were killed together with all their followers, both men and women. In order to hide the crime, she threatened with death any one of her followers who should venture to say a word about what had happened. The ships were then loaded, and Freydis and her followers returned to Greenland, but in spite of her threats, the news of her crime leaked out. When her brother Leif heard of it, he took 3 or 4 men and forced them to make a full confession. When he had learned the whole truth, he said that he would not treat his sister as she deserved, but he prophesied that her offspring would not fare well. Such voyages to Markland and Vinland, or the coast of North America, as those here described, must have been made frequently by the Greenland settlers for the purpose of bringing home timber of which they were in great need. Of this we have quite positive evidence also in an entry in the Scaldic annals for the year 1347. There came also a ship from Greenland, smaller in size than the smallest vessels which sailed to Iceland. It came to the outer Strom fjord. It was without anchor. There were 17 men on board. They had sailed to Markland, but afterward they were driven hither. Since these annals were written not long after this event occurred, there is no reason to doubt the truth of the statement. But such voyages made for commercial reasons by men of no great note were not regarded as exploits, and would not attract the attention of the sagamen, who were interested mainly in preserving the traditions of the leading families. The account of the Vinland voyages found in the Flateyjarbók seems to be based on the tradition about the discovery and exploration of Vinland as it was preserved in Greenland, as it describes the part played by the Greenland colonies in these events. Another form of the tradition is found in the Erik Saga, Ralpha, which represents Leif Erikson as the discoverer of Vinland and describes only one attempt at exploration and colonization, that of Thorfinn Karlsefni. We have already seen that Karlsefni came to Greenland as a trader together with his companions, and that he spent the winter as Eric's guest at Brattahlid, where he married Eric's daughter-in-law, Gudrid. They spoke much about Vinland, says the saga, and thought that it might prove very profitable to go thither. The result was that Karlsefni and Snorri prepared their ship for a voyage to Vinland in the summer. Gudrid accompanied her husband on the expedition. Bjarni and Thorhall also prepared their ship and made ready to accompany them with the men who came with them from Iceland. Freydis, Eric's daughter, her husband Thorvard, and many others also accompanied them with a ship manned by a crew from Greenland. Thorhall, the hunter who had accompanied Eric on expeditions many summers and was well acquainted with the sailing routes, also accompanied them. Together they had on the 3 ships 160 men. Instead of following the route established by Leif Erikson, Karlsefni sailed first to the western settlement and the Bjarni-Thar, whence he turned southward to Helluland and Markland. After leaving the Bjarni-Jar, they first came to a land where they found large flagstones and many foxes, says the saga, and they called it Helluland. They then sailed to Deger, veering to the southeast, and found a land which was well wooded and had many deer. This land they called Markland. When they had sailed 2 more Deger, they sighted land and sailed under the land. There was a promontory where they first came. They followed the coast, having the land on starboard. It was without harbors, and the shores were long and sandy. They tacked along the coast, having the land on the starboard. They went on shore in boats and found there on the promontory a ship's keel, and called it Kjarlarnes, keelness. The shores they called Furdustander, because it took a long time to sail by them. South of the Furdustander, the coast was indented by bays. Sailing into one of these, Karlsefni put on shore 2 runners which he had received from Leif Erikson, the man Haki, and the woman Hekja. He ordered them to run southward and examine the land, and return before 3 days had passed. He cast anchor and waited during their absence. When 3 days were past, they came running down from the land. One of them had grapes in his hands, and the other had self-sown wheat. Karlsefni said that they seemed to have found a fertile country. They sailed along the coast and came to anchor in a fjord. There was an island outside, and round the island strong currents. They called it Stromsey. There were so many birds there that one could hardly put one's foot between the eggs. They hailed up the fjord and called it Strom's Fjord, and unloaded the ships and established themselves there. They had with them all kinds of cattle, and sought to make use of the land. There were mountains there, and fair was the prospect. While they were staying at Stromsey, they ran short of food and were forced to eat the flesh of a dead whale which drifted ashore. Thorhall the hunter was much disappointed with the outcome of the expedition, and it was evident that they had not found Vinland. He quarrelled with Karlsefni and wished to go northward in search for Vinland, while Karlsefni wished to continue southward. With 1 ship and 9 men, Thorhall left the expedition and proceeded northward, but they were caught in a storm which carried them out into the ocean. They drifted to Ireland, says the saga, where they were sold as slaves and ill-treated. There Thorhall lost his life, as merchants have reported. Karlsefni with Snorri, Bjarni, and the rest continued southward along the coast. They sailed a long time until they came to a river which flowed down from the interior into a lake and thence into the sea. There were great sandbars before the mouth of the river, so that it could only be entered at high water. Karlsefni and his people sailed to the mouth of the river and called the country Hop, that is a small landlocked bay. There they found self-sown wheat fields where the land was low, but vines wherever they saw heights. As every brook was full of fish, they dug trenches on the shore below high water mark, and when the tide went out, there were halibuts in the trenches. In the forest there was a great number of animals of all kinds. They were there half a month, amusing themselves and suspecting nothing. They had their cattle with them, but early one morning when they looked about them, they saw 9 hide boats, and wooden poles were being waved on the boats, making a noise like thrashing flails, and they were moved with the sun. Karlsefni's men took this to be a token of peace and bore a white shield towards them. Then the strangers rowed towards them and wondered and came ashore. They were small or black men and ugly, and they had ugly hair. Their eyes were big and they were broad across the cheeks. They stayed there a while and wondered, then rowed away and went south of the headland. Karlsefni had built their houses above the lake, some nearer and some farther off. Now they stayed there that winter, 1004 to 1005. No snow fell at all, and their cattle were out at pasture. When spring came, they saw early one morning a number of hide boats rowing from the south past the headland, so many that it seemed as if the sea had been sown with coal in front of the bay, and they waved wooden poles on every boat. Then they set up shields and held a market, and the people wanted most to buy red cloth. They also wanted to buy swords and spears, but this was forbidden by Karlsefni and Snorri. The Skrælings gave them untanned skins in exchange for the cloth, and the trade was proceeding briskly when an ox, which Karlsefni had run out of the woods, and began to bellow. The Skrælings were scared and ran to their boats and rowed south along the shore. After that they did not see them for 3 weeks. But when that time was past, they saw a great multitude of Skræling boats coming from the south as though driven on by a stream. Then all the poles were waved against the sun, and all the Skrælings howled loudly. Then Karlsefni and his men took red shields and bore towards them. The Skrælings leaped from their boats, and then they made towards each other and fought. There was a hot exchange of missiles. The Skrælings also had catapults, valslanger. Karlsefni and his men saw that the Skrælings hoisted upon a pole a great ball about as large as a sheep's paunch, blue in colour, and slung it from the pole upon the land over Karlsefni's people, and it made a great noise when it came down. At this, great terror smote Karlsefni and his people, so that they had no thought but of getting away and up the river, for it seemed to them that the Skrælings were assailing them on all sides, and they did not halt till they had reached certain crags. Then they made a stout resistance. Freydis came out and saw that they were giving away. She cried out, "Wherefore do you run away from such wretches, ye gallant men? I thought it likely that you could slaughter them like cattle. Had I but arms, I believe that I should fight better than any of you." None heeded what she said. Freydis tried to go with them, them, but she fell behind, for she was with child. She nevertheless followed them into the woods, but the Skrælings came after her. She found before her a dead man, Thorbrand Snorrison, and a flat stone was fixed in his head. His sword lay unsheathed beside him, and she took it up and defended herself with it. Then the Skrælings came at her. She then took her breasts out of her sark, and whetted the sword upon them. At that the Skrælings became afraid, and ran away back to their boats, and went away. Karlsefni and his men met her, and praised her happy device. 2 out of Karlsefni's men fell, and 4 of the Skrælings, but nevertheless Karlsefni had suffered defeat. They then went to their houses to bind up their wounds, and to consider what swarm of people it was that came against them from the land. It seemed to them now that there could have been no more than those who came from the boats, and that the other people must have been glamour. The Skrælings also found a dead man, and an axe lay beside him. One of them took the axe and struck at a tree, and so, one after another, it seemed to delight them that it bit so well. Then one took and smote a stone with it, but when the axe broke, he thought it was of no use, if it did not stand against stone, and he cast it from him. Karlsefni and his men now thought that they could see that, although the land was fertile, they would always have trouble and disquiet with the people who dwelt there before. Then they prepared to set out, and intended to go to their own country. They sailed northward, and found 5 Skrælings sleeping in fur jerkins, and they had with them kegs with deer's marrow mixed with blood. They thought that they could understand that these were outlaws, and they killed them. Then they found a headland and a multitude of deer, and the headland looked like a crust of dried dung from the deer lying there at night. Now they came back to Strom's Fjord, and there was abundance of everything. It is reported by some that Bjarni and Gudrid remained behind there, and 100 men with them, and did not go farther. But they say that Karlsefni and Snorri went southward with the 40 men, and were no longer at Hop than barely 2 months, returning the same summer. Karlsefni then set out with 1 ship in search of Thorhall the hunter, but the greater part of the company remained behind. They sailed to the northward around Kjarlarnes, and then bore to the westward, having the land to the larboard. The country there was wooded wilderness as far as they could see. When they had sailed a long time, they came to a stream that flowed from east to west into the sea. They laid the ship along the south bank in the mouth of the stream. One morning Karlsefni and his men saw something that glittered in the forest above a clearing. They called to it, and it moved. It was a uniped. It hopped down to the bank of the river where they lay, and shot an arrow into the entrails of Thorvald Eriksson, who sat at the helm. A little later Thorvald died of this wound. The uniped ran away northward. They hurried after him, and thought that they saw him now and then, but he seemed to get away, and at last he ran out upon a bay. They then turned back. They then sailed northward, and on the way they thought they saw the land of Unipeds, but they did not want to risk the lives of their people. It appeared to them that the mountains that they saw here and those that they had seen at Hop were the same, and that from Strom's Fjord here and to Strom's Fjord at Hop was the same distance. They returned and stayed at Strom's Fjord. The 3rd winter there was disagreement, and the people divided into 2 parties. Karlsefni's son Snorri, who was born the first fall that they were at Strom's Fjord, was now 3 winters old when they went away. The narrative of the Erik Saga Ralphus, or Karlsefni's Saga, describing the discovery of America by Leif Erikson and the attempt of Thorfinn Karlsefni to colonize Vinland, evidently rests on traditions preserved in Iceland regarding these events, as it describes the part played by the Icelanders in these voyages. Regarding the relative merit of the 2 traditions and the value of these sagas as historical sources, no unanimity exists among historians, but all agree that the mainland of North America was discovered by Norse colonists and voyagers from Iceland or Greenland. That is proved by reliable accounts outside of these saga narratives. The entry in the Skalholt Annals for the year 1347, stating that a ship carrying 17 men came to Iceland from Markland, has already been mentioned. The 17 men on board the ship could give the annalist full information, the correctness of which cannot well be questioned. Another entry in the Icelandic Annals, Annales Regii, for the year 1121, states Eric, the bishop of Greenland, went to search for Vinland. This is the last record record of voyages to Vinland. Eric may have been the first bishop of Greenland. He must have lost his life on the expedition, and nothing more is heard of him. And in 1122 and 1123, the Greenlanders were making efforts to secure a new bishop. In his work, Icelandic Book, and the old reliable Icelandic historian Frodi says, the land which is called Greenland was discovered and colonized from Iceland. Eric the Red, a man from Breda Fjord, went thither and took land in a place called Eric's Fjord. He gave the land name and called it Greenland, saying that it would entice people to go there if the country had a fine name. They found human dwelling places both east and west in the land, remnants of boats and stone implements, from which they could judge that the same people had wandered about there which inhabit Vinland, and which the Greenlanders call Skrælings. But he began to colonize the country 14 or 15 winters before Christianity was introduced in Iceland, according to what was told Thorkel Gellison in Greenland by one who had accompanied Eric thither. Vinland is mentioned also in the Landnama book about 1250, a most interesting reference to Helluland. Markland and Vinland is found also in an old Icelandic geography thought to have been written in part at least by Abbot Nicholas Bergson of Thavera, who died in 1159. South of Greenland, he says, lies Helluland, then comes Markland, and not very far from there lies Vinland the Good, which some believe to be connected with Africa. But if this is the case, then the great ocean must come between Markland and Vinland. It is said that Thorfinn Karlsefni chopped a tree for a husa snotra, an ornament on a building, and that he afterwards set out to find Vinland the Good and came to a place where this was supposed to lie. But he was not able to explore it and did not establish himself there. Leif the Lucky first discovered Vinland, and he rescued some merchants whom he found in the sea in great danger. He also introduced Christianity in Greenland, which so prospered that a bishopric was established at Gardar. Vinland is mentioned also in the Erebig Yag-Safa, in the Heimskringla, and in several other sagas from the classical period. Vinland is first mentioned by Adam versus Bremen about 1070 in the 4th chapter of his church history of the Archbishopric of Hamburg, the Gesta Hamma Burgensis. He, the king of Denmark, mentioned, and also another island which has been discovered by many in this ocean, which is called Vinland, because grapevines grow wild there and yield the best wine. The discovery of the American continent by the Norse traders and voyagers was, furthermore, so natural an event that no ground can exist for questioning this varied and reliable testimony. After the Norsemen had established permanent colonies in southern Greenland and had opened routes of trade from Norway to Greenland by way of Iceland and from Norway to Greenland directly across the Atlantic, it would indeed be strange if some voyager should not also find the neighboring American coast while groping his way in these foggy and dangerous waters. But admitting, as we must admit, that the mainland of North America was discovered by the Norsemen, what should stand in the way of accepting as fairly reliable such features of the saga narratives as stand supported in part also by other evidence? The repeated trips to Markland and Vinland to get timber, the efforts to colonize the coast, the trade with the natives, the battle with them, in which the Norsemen were defeated and forced to abandon the projected colonization. These features are as realistic and natural as any other page of American colonial history. The question of the location of Vinland remains a matter of controversy. All original sources agree that Markland was the name given to the first forest-covered region found by the Norse voyagers as they sailed southward along the coast. This enables us to determine approximately the location of this land. But where was Vinland? No discussion of this question can here be entered into. It should be remembered, however, that the Greenland colonists had but few ships and lacked the materials for building new ones. The population of the colonies was small, and their resources were in every way very limited, a circumstance which would scarcely encourage the settlers to undertake voyages of discovery on a large scale by sailing to the distant coast of New England or even still farther along the American seaboard. After all, the statement of the old geographer Nicholas Bergson of Thavera that not far from Markland lies Vinland sounds very natural. The Norwegian historian Gustav Storm, in his work Studie over Vinlandisern, places Vinland on Nova Scotia. Dr. Andrew Fossum, in his work The Norse Discovery of America, places it at the mouth of the St. Lawrence River, and Professor H.B. Steensby, in a recently published work, The Norseman's Route from Greenland to Wineland, places Helluland and Markland on Labrador, and Hop at the mouth of the St. Lawrence River. These writers agree insofar as to limit the activities of the Norsemen on the American coast to the basin of the St. Lawrence Bay, a feature which commends itself to a thoughtful reader. But the question regarding the location of Vinland has not been and probably never can be definitely settled. The Greenland colonies continued to flourish so long as the intercourse with Iceland and Norway was maintained. Greenland became a bishopric in 1110, though Arnold, who was ordained in Lund in Skane in 1124, is the first bishop of Greenland known to have been ordained. A cathedral was erected at Gardar, of which ruins are still found. In 1261, in the reign of King Hakon Hakonson, Greenland became a Norwegian dependency or crown colony. Traffic between Norway, Iceland, and Greenland was quite well maintained till in the 14th century, but great harm was done when the trade with the colonies was made a royal monopoly, so that no trade with these distant settlements could be carried on except by a few vessels in the king's service. The Black Death, which reached Norway in 1349 and carried away over one-third of the population of the country, gave the traffic with the colonies a blow from which it never recovered. When the Hanseatic merchants gained control of Bergen, the chief Norwegian commercial city at that time, and swept Norwegian commerce from the sea, the colonies in Greenland were cut off from all communication both with Norway and Iceland. At this time the Eskimos also seem to have returned from the north to their old haunts in Greenland and to have attacked the settlers. In 1341, Ivar Bardsson went to Greenland, returning in 1370. According to his report, he went to the western settlement with a small force to aid the settlers, but he found no one there, either Christian or heathen, only a few almost wild sheep and cattle. The colony had been entirely destroyed. The Icelandic annals for the year 1379 contain the following notice. The Skrælings attacked the Greenlanders, killed 18 of them, and carried away 2 boys whom they made slaves. Throughout the 14th century, some efforts were made in Norway to maintain communications with the Greenland settlements. In 1367, Bishop Alf came to Greenland after the people had had no bishop for 19 years. He was the last bishop in Greenland and died there in 1377. After 1385, an old priest is known to have acted as bishop. In the beginning of the 15th century, all communication with Greenland ceased. In 1406, a ship sailing from Norway to Iceland strayed from its course and finally came to anchor in Greenland, where it remained till 1410, when it returned to Norway. This is the last definitely recorded visit to Greenland. The last mention of the colonies is found in a letter issued by Pope Alexander VI in 1492, the same year that Columbus set out for the New World. For 80 years or thereabouts, says the Pope, absolutely no bishop or priest has governed that church of Greenland in personal residence. The result has been that most of the inhabitants have fallen away from the Christian faith. The letter indicates that news from Greenland had been received not many years previous to the publication of the letter, an assumption which is rendered almost a certainty by a recently discovered letter in the government archives in Copenhagen. This letter shows that in 1475 an expedition was sent out under the leadership of the voyagers Pining and Pothorst to search for the new lands. From a station on the mountain of Havitsark in Greenland, says the writer, Pining fought with the Greenland sea robbers, which infested the seas, which indicates that the expedition must have reached Greenland. But the Norse colonies on the island disappeared. When John Davis in 1585 reached the coast of Greenland, the land of desolation, he found no white settlers and thought that he was the first discoverer of the country. What was the ultimate fate of the Norse colonists is not known. Cut off from all communication with the rest of the world, they could exist in that region only by adopting the mode of life of the surrounding native tribes. Norse loanwords and traditions found among the Eskimos indicate that the colonists finally joined them. An entry in the Gisli Odsson's Annals, written in Iceland in 1637, says the people of Greenland fell away from the true faith, and after having lost all good customs and true virtue, they returned to the American people. This can only mean that they adopted the ways of the native inhabitants, but the statement is probably unhistorical. Their fate remains shrouded in mystery, but numerous ruins of churches and dwellings in both settlements, which they founded, still bear evidence of their life and activity in Greenland. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This recording is in the public domain. Development of Scaldic song and saga literature. The rapid advance of the Norsemen during the Viking era, their conquests and naval exploits, their activity in trade and colonization shaped their early history and revealed the basic traits of their character in practical pursuits. Their intellectual life manifested itself chiefly in their mythology and their Scaldic poesy, which gave expression to the pagan spirit of the North after it had reached the height of self-conscious vigor through the stirring events of the Viking Age. In the motherland Norway, the Scaldic art had flourished long before the discovery of Iceland. The names of many Scalds prior to the period of King Harald Harfager have been preserved, but it was especially his illustrious reign and his own interest in Scaldic poetry which caused it to blossom into new growth. Inspired probably by the example of Charlemagne and Alfred the Great, he showed special fondness for the Scalds, making them members of his hearth, where they could lead a life free from care in full enjoyment of royal favour. Several Scalds are known to have been connected with King Harald's hearth, as Thiodolf of Hvin, Thorbjorn, Hornkolofvi, Alvar, Hanufa, and others. These herd Scalds, who lived in the attractive court circles and became devotedly attached to their royal patron, would naturally extol his valour and achievements in drapas, or laudatory songs. Such expressions of gratitude and esteem became part of their vocation as court poets. In time, as the royal hearth gradually became the centre of literary life, a new kind of poetry developed. The hearth Scalds poetry, martial in spirit and narrative, historical in contents, and characterized by the very intricate verse form, the drottkvedt strophe, or drottkvither hatter, in which it was produced. The number of Scalds who could stay at the king's court was naturally limited. Many who had no opportunity to court royal favour continued to cultivate their art in the old way, uninfluenced by the new departure of the herd Scalds. They still used the older and simpler verse forms, Forn, Earthislag, Malahatter, and Ljorth Ahatter, and turned into poetry the old myths and heroic traditions, the most cherished intellectual heritage of the people. Their greatest achievement is a collection of old songs known as the Elder Edda, the greatest work in Old Norse poetic literature. None of the authors of these poems have become known to posterity, probably because they were not connected with the court circles, but chiefly perhaps because they regarded their songs not as new creations to which they could lay claim of authorship, but as a common national inheritance which they had only been instrumental in preserving in poetic form. In this way, two distinct branches of Scaldic song has been developed, the Elder Edda group, which is of chief interest as mythology and poetry, and the Scaldic songs proper by known authors, which are chiefly of historical contents, constituting the first recorded history of the North. The last great Norwegian herd Scald was Edvind Finnsson, known as Eyvind Skald the Spiller, who stayed at the court of King Hakon the Good and fought in the battle of Stord, where the king fell. It is evident that Scaldic poetry continued to flourish also in Norway, as the greater number of the Elder Edda songs must have been written there from the 9th to the 11th century. But after Eyvind Skald Aspilir's time, a general decline seems to have made itself felt in Norse Scaldic poetry, as the herd Scalds, both in Norway and elsewhere after that time, were almost exclusively Icelanders. The leadership in literature was passing to the colony, though the influence of the mother country was still strong. Many of the early Icelandic Scalds were of Norse birth or parentage. As Scaldic song was their heritage from the homeland, the poetry which blossomed forth in Iceland was but the continuation of an old art of song already so well developed that it underwent no subsequent change even in an era of vigorous growth in a new environment. The Drottningholm Hatter, in which the Scaldic songs were generally composed, had reached a stage of intricacy and artificiality which to the modern mind makes these stanzas appear like puzzling word riddles difficult to decipher. All principal ideas are set forth figuratively through metaphoric expressions, Kenningar, which presuppose an intimate knowledge of mythology and other elements of thought employed in the comparisons. That the expression "the dragon's bed" means gold is evident enough when we know the Fafnir myth. So we can also analyze the expression "Burnie thing's tree" and see that it means a hero, since the Burnie thing means the meeting of the Burnies, or battle, and the tree of the Burnie thing is the hero who stands in the battle as the tree stands in the storm. But the analysis of such figures is rendered still more difficult by the fact that the words do not follow each other in the natural order, but are thrown about promiscuously in such a way that it is often difficult to determine to what part of the sentence or to what sentence the word belongs. To compose lengthy poems in metre so involved and artificial was a difficult task. A drapa had to consist of at least 20 stanzas, and often they were much longer, numbering 40 or 50 stanzas. The work of composing these long and intricate songs, in which the historical events dealt with also had to be told with the greatest accuracy, seems to have been done chiefly at night, when the skald could be undisturbed in his labour. We read of the great skald Eagle Skallagrimsson, that in one night he was able to compose the great song Hafuthalasson, by which he saved his life when he fell into the hands of his enemy King Eric Bloodaxe. On another occasion his younger contemporary Einar Skallaglam paid him a visit, and as he was not at home he left a shield at his door. At this Eagle became angry, saying, "Does he think that I will sit up nights to compose a poem about his shield?" This he nevertheless did. He wrought a song about the shield, in which all the figures in the decorations are carefully described. "About my renowned lord I make a song while others sleep," says Einar Skallaglam. The second great task of the skald was to commit his poem to memory, so that he could recite it with vigour and effect. Considering the length of the drapas and the intricacy of the metre, it is clear that the task of composing them and committing them to memory was an arduous one, requiring both patience and talent. The skald naturally considered a well-made drapa an achievement worthy of praise and reward. Bitter must have been his disappointment if, after his painstaking labour, his royal patron should fail to appreciate the song, or even refuse to hear it, as King Olaf Tryggvason did with Hallfred Vandre de Skald. Against this slight, Hallfred protested so vigorously that the king consented to hear the song and rewarded the skald liberally for it. Few skaldic songs have been preserved in complete form. For the most part only fragments are found as quotations in later prose works, so that, according to Finnur Johnson, not over a 100th part of the old Scaldic poetry has been preserved. These fragments deal principally with historical events, the warlike achievements of the kings and chieftains in whose honour the songs have been written. But it is clear that the interest of the skalds was not limited to this general thing, though the laudatory martial verses give the general tone and character to skaldic poetry. Not infrequently did the skalds devote their entire poems to quite different themes, as did Egil Skallagrimsson in his Sona Torek and Ulf Uggason in his Hesdrapa. Love songs, though condemned by the social etiquette of those times, were nevertheless composed by many noted skalds like Cormac Onenson, Thormod Kolbrunnar Skald, and Bjorn Hit de la Skapi. Often the skalds would encourage their hearers to wisdom, moderation, justice, faithfulness, and other manly virtues. They taught the young men what virtues were to be admired and what vices would bring dishonour and contempt. At times they were able also to strike more tender chords, which gave expression to the deepest emotions. Their art projected itself into every field and stirred the national spirit to daring and adventure. It became a conventional mode of public utterance, giving expressions to the people's thoughts and sentiments, a force so great that even kings would bow before it in silence. The skalds were of importance not only as poets, but as men of prominence who played a leading part in public affairs in shaping the national life of their people. Through extensive travels abroad, they became the representatives through whom the Icelanders as a nation remained in close touch with European life and culture. Other chieftains would also travel in foreign lands, but few became so well known or maintained so close relations with rulers and men of note as the Scalds, who in many instances exerted a marked influence even on the affairs of foreign countries. When they returned home, they naturally made a great impression on their own local circles through their proud bearing and the display of costly presents which they had received from royal patrons. The spirit of adventure and restless energy, the proud self-assertive vigor which characterized the Icelanders during the period of their national independence was largely fostered by the Scalds, who were the exponents of whatever was most typical in northern social and intellectual life. For centuries they remained the chief representatives of their people's intellectual culture, and often the leading actors in those events which made the deepest impression on the public mind. It is natural that the herd Scalds, as a rule, should be the best known, as they were found in the entourage of ruling princes, and often played a conspicuous part in public affairs. Their connection with the court would not of itself prove that they were more gifted than others who had won less distinction, but it showed that aside from their poetic talents, they possessed personal qualities which enabled them to win the favor of rulers and the esteem of the highest circles everywhere. They were high-spirited men, jealous of their honor, equal in polish and courtly etiquette to the best men who graced the royal halls in all lands. As they were welcomed by the rulers, they appeared at every court where language did not stand in the way. We find them in England, Ireland, Scotland, Denmark, and Sweden, as well as at the courts of the ruling jarls in the western Norse colonies. But from reign to reign, their best representatives were usually grouped about the throne of the kings of Norway. A martial figure who carried his helmeted head high above all other Icelandic Scalds and chieftains in his day was Egil Skallagrimsson, born at Borg in Borgasfjord about 900. His grandfather Kveldulf Bjarlfason of Furdeljelk in Norway was a chieftain of the old school, a giant in stature, ugly and morose, but possessing to some degree the gift of song which seems to have been a family heritage. He had two sons, Thorolf and Skallagrim, Egil's father. We are told that Thorolf, who was a friendly, fine-appearing man, joined King Harald Hairfager's court as Hearthmother, but Kveldulf and Skallagrim persisted in their opposition to the king. When they finally had to flee, they brought their families and household goods on board the ships and sailed for Iceland. Kveldulf died on the voyage, but Skallagrim reached his destination and settled in the western districts, where he built a residence called Borg, from which the Bjorgafjord derived its name. The saga narrative makes it clear that Egil resembled in all respects his father and grandfather. He was very tall and broad-shouldered, with a big head and homely features. The following description is given of him as he sat in King Ethelstan's hall in England. He had a big face, high forehead, and bushy brows, a thick and not very long nose. The bearded part of his face was prominent. He had a broad chin and cheeks, a heavy neck, and broad shoulders. When angry, he looked very fierce. He was well built and taller than all others. His hair was thick and of a wolf-grey color, but he grew bald very early. He had dark eyes and black eyebrows. With great physical strength, Egil combined a restless and violent temper, productive of bloodshed and contention throughout his whole career. While a child of 7, he slew his playmate. At 12, he killed the manager of the estate in revenge because his father had caused the death of his governess. Wherever he went, trouble was sure to follow, but as a poet he stood unexcelled, and he must be classed as one of the greatest of all known Scalds. At the age of 20, he went to Norway in company with his brother Thorolf, but as trouble soon arose between the brothers and King Eric Bloodaxe, who had been elevated to the throne by his father, King Harald Hairfager, Thorolf and Egil had to flee. After spending some time on Viking expeditions, they entered the service of Ethelstan, King of England, who was at the time engaged in a war with the combined forces of Scots and Vikings. In a great battle with these forces, Thorolf fell, but Egil is said to have received from the king 2 rings of gold and also 2 chests filled with silver, which he was to divide with his father and other relatives in compensation for their loss. The event seems to have so endeared Egil to the king that he was invited to spend the winter at the court. The following summer he went again to Norway, where he married his brother's widow, and after an absence of many years he returned to Iceland with his wife and treasures. On a second trip to Norway, which he undertook in order to secure some property to which his wife had fallen heir, the quarrel with King Eric was renewed. The king was probably too preoccupied with weightier matters to pay much attention to the rather insolent chieftain, as he was soon driven from the throne by his brother Hakon the Good. But fortune once more brought the two face to face under altered circumstances. Eric had to flee to England, where he became ruler of Northumbria as King Ethelstan's vassal. While he sat at York, Egil was shipwrecked on the Northumbrian coast and had to surrender himself into his hands. He was condemned to death and would have been speedily executed, but through the intercession of his friend, the powerful Arinbjorn Hersey, who was King Eric's chief adviser, a respite was granted till the following day. In the night he composed the song Sturlason in praise of the brave and gallant Eric, which so pleased the king that he spared his life and allowed him to depart unharmed. After his fortunate escape from King Eric, Egil again went to King Ethelstan of England and later to Norway. On the island of Herodland, on the coast of Surdmur, he visited the widow Gyda, a sister of his friend Arinbjorn Hersey, who lived here with her daughter and a son called Friggeir, a rude Viking warrior by the name of Liat. A Swede by birth, who was pressing an unwelcome suit for the daughter's hand, had challenged Friggeir to a duel because he opposed the match. When Gyda told Egil her plight, he promised to meet Liat in the duel. In his arrogance, Liat formally challenged Egil, but lost his life in the encounter. After another successful duel with Alti Skemmi, Egil gained possession of his wife's inheritance and returned to Iceland. For many years he continued as before in hazardous undertakings, but when he grew older he finally abandoned life of adventure, remaining quietly at home. In spite of his warlike appearance and his love of strife and adventure, Egil was at times moved by great feelings which reveal a tenderness of heart strange in a man so inured to danger and bloodshed. While dwelling quietly at Borg, he had the misfortune to lose his favourite son, Bodvar, who was drowned in the Bilgars Fjord, not far from home. Shortly after the accident he found the body and interred it in his father's burial mound. But he was so overwhelmed with grief, says the Saga, that he shut himself up in his room, refused food and drink, and would allow no one to see him. Finally his daughter Thorgerd persuaded him to take nourishment and to compose a song in memory of his sons. In this poem, Sonatoric, he pours forth his grief with a depth of lyric sentiment quite marvellous when we consider how seldom real sentiment found expression in early Germanic song. Poetry had not yet risen to be an expression of man's inner life. It was not poetry in the modern sense, but an art of narrative setting forth in an objective way, in well-wrought and properly ornamented form, such traditions and events as might be of general interest. Egil, however, was too strong a personality, too gifted and original a poet to be confined within the narrow limits of oppressive rules. In his song Sonatoric, his sorrow overflows the conventional borders like a mad torrent, and he composes a tear-laden song full of the tenderest emotion. Egil died at the ripe old age of over 80 years. He was not a herd-skull, but as his strong individuality rendered him as unfit as he was unwilling to serve anyone in any capacity. When not engaged in perilous adventures, he chose to stay at home as a powerful magnate on his own estates, as did many other chieftains and poets of less note. He was of importance not only as skald, but as a typical Icelandic chieftain whose personality and achievements are written large in the annals of his people. Of special importance at the beginning of the 11th century were the two skalds and chieftains Gunnlaug Ormstunga and Hrafn Onundsson, whose tragic rivalry is narrated in the Gunnlaug Saga Ormstungu. According to this saga, Gunnlaug, the son of Iludi Sivarti of Gilsbaki, was betrothed to Helga the Fair, a granddaughter of Egil Skallagrimsson. He had already arranged to go abroad to spend some time in foreign lands, but an agreement was made with the bride's father and relatives that he should return and consummate the marriage within 3 years, or the engagement should be considered cancelled. Gunnlaug went to Norway to the court of Erik Jarl, where he met other Icelandic Skalds who were members of the Jarl's hearth, among others Halldor Orkristni and Skuli Thorsteinsson, Helga's brother. Skuli took a friendly interest in him and introduced him at court, but through his arrogant behavior the haughty Gunnlaug so offended the Jarl that he had to leave Norway. He sailed to England, where he was well received by King Ethelred, who seems to have had a special fondness for Icelandic skalds and chieftains. A song which Gunnlaug composed in his honour so pleased the king that he gave him a scarlet mantle and made him a member of his hearth. Through these royal favours his success as Herdskald was assured, and he remained at court during the winter. In the spring he went to Dublin to King Sigtryg Silkbeard, where he was cordially received. Here his songs were no less liberally rewarded, as he received from the king a scarlet mantle and an arm ring of gold. From Dublin he went to Sigurd Ludvigsen, Jarl of the Orkneys, and shortly after he sailed to Sweden and spent the winter at the court of Sigurd Jarl of Gotaland. The following spring he arrived in Uppsala. At the royal court, where he found a welcome, he met his rival Hrafn Onundsen, who had spent the summer in Norway and had arrived in Sweden in the fall. Their rivalry is described with dramatic vividness in the Saga narrative. Both sought eagerly to win the king's favour and asked to recite songs in his honour. Hrafn asked the privilege to appear first in the contest, as he had been longest at the court, but the king decided that Gunnlaug should have the first opportunity, as he would become angry if he could not have his own way. He then stepped forward and recited a drapa to the king. "What do you think of the song, Hrafn?" said the king. "Well, my lord," answered Hrafn, "it is boastful and not very beautiful, just like Gunnlaug's own character." "Now you recite your song, Hrafn," said the king. Hrafn did so. When he had finished, the king said to Gunnlaug, "What do you think of the song?" "It is pretty, but very insignificant," said Gunnlaug. Justice Hrafn himself is a handsome man. Their rivalry soon led to open enmity. Hrafn told Gunnlaug that since he had insulted him in the presence of the court, he would henceforth do what he could to harm him. Hrafn became a member of the hearth and received valuable gifts from the king. The following spring he went to Trondhjem, Norway, returning to Iceland in the summer. Gunnlaug seems to have been less successful. The saga says that he too received gifts from the king, but what these were is not stated, neither does it appear that he became a member of the hearth. He returned to England to King Ethelred, where he remained during the summer and the following winter. The next summer he went to Norway and found opportunity to sail with Hallfred Vandridaskald to Iceland late in the fall. As his 3 years' leave of absence had long since expired, his rival Hrafn, who knew his pledge, had used the opportunity to sue for the hand of Helga the Fair. Against her will she was given him in marriage, the wedding being solemnized shortly after Gunnlaug's return. In sullen gloom, the wronged and outwitted skald had to nurse his wrath in his parental home during the winter, but the following summer he challenged Hrafn to a duel. This was fought at the Althing without decisive results, since it was apparent that a new encounter would soon follow. A law was passed by the Althing forbidding duels in Iceland. The two rivals then repaired to Norway, where duelling was not yet prohibited, and in a final contest both lost their lives. Helga later married a good and well-to-do man, the skald Thorkill Hallkelsson, but in this otherwise happy marriage she never forgot her love for Gunnlaug. It was her greatest pleasure, says the saga, to look at a scarlet mantle which Gunnlaug had given her. At one time there was much sickness in Thorkell's home, and many were ill for a long time. Helga, too, had become sick, though she was not in bed. One Saturday evening, as she sat in the living room, leaning her head upon her husband's knee, she sent for the scarlet mantle. When it was brought, she spread it out and looked at it a while, sank back in her husband's arms, and died. As Egil Skallagrimsson distinguished himself as a warlike chieftain, and Gunnlaug and Hrafn as courtiers and herdskalds, Sigvat Thordsson, usually known as Sigvat Skald, distinguished himself especially as statesman and counsellor. He had been reared in Iceland, but at the age of 18 he came to Norway, where he met his father, Thord Sigvald the Skald. at the royal court in 1015. Through a poem which he composed to the king, he won his special favour. Upon nearer acquaintance, there grew up between King Olaf and the Scald a friendship so intimate that Sigvat slept in the king's own apartments and acted as his counsellor in cases which no one else ventured to bring before him. When Olaf sent his men to collect the landaurar tax from the Icelanders who were staying in Norway, they went to Sigvat Skald and asked him to help them, says the saga. Sigvat's noble character, his even temper and good judgment so endeared him to the king that in spite of his youth he was sent on important missions as the king's own representative. In 1018, when 20 years of age, he was dispatched on a difficult diplomatic errand to Ragnvald, Jarl of Vestergotland, as the Swedish king had broken his agreement with Olaf regarding his marriage to the Swedish princess Ingigerd. King Olaf had gone to Konghell, where the wedding was to be celebrated, but the bride did not appear, and it was learned later that her father had promised her in marriage to Grand Duke Yaroslav of Garderic in Russia. This wanton breach of faith made King Olaf very angry, and it became Sigvat's task to bring about a settlement by which the king might be appeased and war averted. At Ragnvald's court he met the beautiful Princess Astrid, Ingigerd's sister, and entered into negotiations with the Jarl about a possible marriage between her and King Olaf. When he had obtained Astrid's consent and the Jarl's promise of assistance, he returned to King Olaf. He told him of the beautiful princess and praised her charms so highly that the king forgot his dudgeon. His marriage to Astrid was celebrated at Sarpsborg in 1019. This new proof of tact and ability placed Sigvat so high in the king's esteem that he was elevated to the position of Stuller, the highest office within the hearth. In 1025 to 1026 he travelled in England and France. When he returned, King Olaf expressed his displeasure because he had visited his enemy, King Knut, the Great of England. To this Sigvat replied in a song, "Knut asked me if I would be his man as I had been yours. But I answered truthfully that it was proper for me to have only one lord at the time." This pleased the king, and Sigvat was reinstated in the office of Staller. In 1029 he made a pilgrimage to Rome in company with Bersi Skald Torfusen. In August the following year he began the homeward journey, but on the way he received the news that King Olaf had fallen in the battle of Stiklestad. When he reached Norway, the Danish king, Svein Alfvason, who had seized the throne, invited him to join his hearth, but he refused. His deep sorrow for his friend King Olaf he has expressed in numerous songs. In one of these he says, "The high mountains throughout the land seemed to smile while Olaf lived. Now the dreary mountain sides are no longer beautiful." Sigvat remained with Olaf's widowed queen Astrid and joined the party which planned to drive the usurper King Svein from the throne. This was successfully carried out in 1035. Svein was driven away, and Olaf's son Magnus was placed on the throne. Sigvat now returned to court and resumed once more his former position as chief counsellor to the king, an office in which he rendered his young patron the most valuable services. Before he had been elevated to the throne, King Magnus had given a promise that he would not persecute those who had fought against his father at Stiklestad. But during the early years of his reign he seemed disposed to break his word on this point. Sigvat was then asked by the Magnates to admonish the king. This he did in a song called Bergsöglisvisur, that is, plain-speaking song. He reminded the king of his promise, told him of the enthusiasm with which the people had elevated him to the throne, that they felt as if they had grasped heaven with both hands when they got Magnus, the son of St. Olaf, for their king. But now they did not know whether to rejoice or feel sad, since he had broken his pledge. A king especially, says the poet, ought to keep his word, and now the people complained that he deprives them of their odel by seizing their property through unjust persecution. These words sank deep into the young king's mind. From that time forth he began to rule so well that he was known as Magnus the Good. Not long after this, Sigvat died, his work was finished. For the second time he had averted war, and had rendered the greatest service to his royal friend and patron. Sigvat's reputation did not rest wholly on his poetic talents, as others undoubtedly equalled, if they did not surpass him, in the exercise of the Scaldic art. It was not less his personality and lofty character, his wisdom and prudence, through which he won the confidence of the king, which made him one of the most conspicuous figures in public life in his own day, and transmitted his name with special veneration to succeeding ages. With the gifts of a poet, he combined the high qualities of a leader and the clear vision of the proper course of conduct under trying circumstances, qualities of real greatness which raised him high above those who had little but their poetic gifts to recommend them to their own generation or to preserve their names to posterity. Prominent at the court of King Olaf Haraldsson was also Thormod Goldbrunnar Skald Bursison, one of the best known hearth skalds, whose life story is told with interesting detail in the Fostbridra Saga. Thormod was born at Isafjord in northern Iceland in 997. From youth up he was very courageous and active, of middle size, with dark curly hair, says the Saga. He entered into the closest friendship, Fostbridralaug, with Thorgir Havarsson, and the two indulged in all sorts of reckless deeds until they parted because of some misunderstanding, as Thorgir's heartless arrogance seems to have known no bounds. Thormod returned to his parental home, but Thorgir continued his life of adventure till he was slain by a Greenland merchant. One of the most interesting episodes in Thormod's career was his infatuation of the beautiful Thorbjorg Kolbrunna, the daughter of a widow in Isafjord. To her he composed a number of love songs which earned for him the sobriquet of Kolbrunarskald, by which he was since known. The same restless spirit which characterized his youth led him to undertake a voyage to Greenland, where he took a cruel revenge for his fallen friend Thorgir Havarsson. Before his voyage he had spent some time at the court of King Olaf Haraldsson. On his return to Norway he was again attached to the king's hearth, where he remained until King Olaf fell at Stiklestad in 1030. Thormod and all other Icelandic herd skalds at the king's court took part in that battle and fought valiantly under the royal standards. Many Icelanders also served in the king's army in that memorable battle. Snorri Sturlason says that before the battle began, an enemy reconnoitering detachment of 30 men under Harut of Vig was attacked by the Icelanders and destroyed. This shows that they must have been present in the royal army in considerable force. Thormod was mortally wounded and died at the close of the battle. Much of his renown is due to his brave conduct and heroic death at Stiklestad, through which his name has become associated with King Olaf's last heroic struggle on that memorable field. This brief account of men like Egil, Gunnlaug, Hrafn, Sigvat, and Thormod will serve to illustrate the general character of Icelandic skalds and the influence they exerted at home and abroad. A great number of talented Icelanders devoted themselves to the Scaldic art, especially during the Viking Age. 15 are known to have remained at the Norwegian court during the reigns of Magnus the Good and Harald Hardrada. But after the Norman conquest of England in 1066, Scaldic poetry suffered a rapid decline. For the kings and nobles of the north, the opportunity for further conquest now disappeared, and with it faded away the glories of warlike expeditions to foreign lands. The lively intercourse which hitherto had been maintained between Norway, Iceland, and England was to a large extent interrupted, since Olaf Kyrre, who succeeded his father, King Harald, on the throne, not only inaugurated a distinct peace policy, but was almost exclusively interested in codifying and revising the laws of the realm. Scaldic poesy was no longer in harmony with the prevailing spirit of the times. Its decline was due primarily to fundamental changes in the cultural life in the north, wrought by the development of new social ideals. But the art itself had limitations which, in a period of intellectual growth, soon rendered it archaic and hastened its decay. It had not sought to give a comprehensive picture of life, even of the aristocratic upper classes. It had dwelt on the heights, dealing mostly with isolated contemporary events and persons of rank and renown. In versification it had reached the limit of artificiality, and as the most intricate of all, the draught, cavet, strophe had gradually been established as the standard poetic form, in which nearly all poems were composed, there was little opportunity for creative originality. In early times this art had reflected clearly the soul of a primitive age, but to younger generations born after the introduction of Christianity, it gradually lost much of its original charm. No longer versed in the details of the old myths, people found difficulty in understanding the vague allusions, the curiously turned phrases and artificial verses of the Skalds. The need was felt of a more popular form of literary art. This was found in the developing saga literature. The early settlers in Iceland brought with them from the mother country the knowledge of prose narrative as they had brought that of Scaldic song, though this form of literary expression existed at that time only in a primitive and rudimentary form of development. Prose narrative in some form had flourished in Norway from very ancient times, but it was in the Icelandic colonial settlements that it first developed into a distinct literary art, giving rise to the great prose literature known as the sagas. It is true that in the period during which the sagas were produced, prose composition was no less highly cultivated in Norway than in Iceland, but with comparatively few exceptions, the sagas as we now possess them are of Icelandic origin. The reasons for this rather anomalous literary development may be many and difficult to trace, but the explanation must be sought chiefly in the peculiar environment surrounding the Icelandic settlers and in the intellectual renaissance which developed in Iceland after the introduction of Christianity. In the isolation of colonial life, the love for the homeland and the old ancestral traditions was often intensified among the colonists. News from abroad, every rumor of what happened in their old home districts or elsewhere in Norway, was eagerly sought for and as eagerly repeated. Storytelling, which in Norway had been largely confined to the kitchen or the nursery, became in Iceland a chief source of information as well as a favorite entertainment in the home and at festivals and public gatherings. In such an environment, the storyteller would gradually assume a quasi-professional character similar to that of the Skald, but his activity would be limited to his own environment. The tales told by returning traders and travelers furnished an abundant supply of interesting material, and it is natural that this form of literary entertainment should grow in favor, as it was well adapted to the public wants, far better suited to the simple cabins and rural life of Iceland than the more formal and pretentious Scaldic poetry. The sagas were at first developed as oral narrative, especially during the period 930 to 1030, known as the Söguöld, or Saga Age. This was a period of great unrest in Iceland, filled with numerous bloody feuds among the warlike chieftains. Active overseas communications with foreign lands were maintained, and the news of violent upheavals in Norway, accompanied by frequent overthrow of rulers, helped to intensify the general unrest. Stories about all sorts of interesting events multiplied rapidly. Wise men and women who knew the old traditions were actively engaged in preserving the family genealogies in new and more carefully constructed tales about leading men. A rich store of prose narrative was thus created, a folk literature of oral tradition which bore as yet no imprint of distinct authorship. In the succeeding period, 1030 to 1118, the so-called Friðaröld, or peace period, it became possible to view past events in a more undisturbed perspective as the internal struggles subsided and greater tranquillity began to prevail in political and social life. In this period, Fróðir, or learned men, appeared who had studied in schools both at home and abroad, and possessed the necessary literary ability to gather the ready narrative material and give it permanent form in written sagas. Iceland had now been a Christian state for several decades. Pagan ideas were yet firmly enough embedded in the public mind, but the effect of increasing communication with the rest of the Christian world was beginning to show itself in the development of learning and a new literary spirit. The Icelanders were entering upon an epoch of intellectual growth, an era which culminated in the literary golden age of the 12th and 13th centuries, when the greater part of Icelandic history writing and other prose literature was produced. The leaven of Christianity had finally wrought its changes. Under its influence, young Icelanders were now flocking abroad, not as skalds and warriors, but as students seeking the learning of European universities and the distinction which could be won through scholarly attainments. A new type of national leaders appeared, schoolmen, historians, and high officials in the Christian Church, replacing the skalds who had hitherto been the chief representatives of the people's higher social and intellectual life. Not only bishops and higher ecclesiasts studied abroad, many learned Icelanders of distinguished ability who could find no suitable positions in the church entered the monasteries or lived as private men on their own estates, where they worked as teachers and devoted themselves to literary work. Learning was assiduously cultivated, and schools were organized not only in connection with the cathedral churches and at the monasteries, but also by private individuals. This love of scholarship, the schools at home, and the number of young men who studied abroad placed Iceland ahead of the other countries of the north in higher intellectual culture and launched the people upon a new national development. We have already observed that Knut Gjerset, the first native bishop, had studied in Germany and had visited Rome, that after his consecration as bishop he organized a school at Scaldic, where he prepared young men for the priesthood. Two of his pupils later became bishops, Cole in southern Norway and Jan Ogmundsson, who became the first bishop in the northern Icelandic diocese of Holar. Islif's son and successor Gizur studied in Germany, visited Rome, and was consecrated bishop at Magdeburg. Jan Ogmundsson, bishop of Holar, also organized a school at his bishop's seat. The young Saga Helga in Alsa says, when Jan had been bishop but a short time, he erected a school west of the church. It was well and carefully built, and remnants of the buildings are still to be seen. To manage this school and to instruct young men who came there, he took one of the best and ablest clerics, Gisli Finneson from Götaland. Bishop St. Jan took many young men as pupils and set good teachers to instruct them. Gisli Finneson, already mentioned, as teacher of grammar, and the priest Rikuna, his friend and chaplain, as teacher of song and poetry, as he was a very able scholar. Tiit Islifson, another son of the bishop who had also studied abroad, was a man of learning and recognized ability, though he held no position in the church. In his Icelandic Ari Frodi acknowledges his special indebtedness to him for much of the reliable knowledge of early Norwegian and Icelandic history, which he has embodied in that work. After his return to Iceland, Tiit lived at Haukadal, where he organized a school and worked as teacher. Semund in Frodi Sigfusson, 1056 to 1133, was a grandson of the Christian chieftain Sidu Hall, one of the leading men in Iceland. At an early age he went abroad to study and became so well versed in Latin learning that he seems to have surpassed all his contemporary countrymen in that line. This circumstance led the old writers to regard him as a sort of learned wizard who knew everything and wrote most of the great literary works, among others also the Elder Edda. He was even considered able to practice the black art. Such fictions belong in the realms of legend, but after his return to Iceland he became very influential, and his assistance was sought in matters of great importance. He was one of the prime movers in the introduction of the system of tithes in 1096, and he also helped to frame the system of church laws adopted in 1123. Semund took holy order and settled at Adi. There seems to be no reason to doubt, though it is nowhere expressly stated, that he was the founder of the school established there, the most noted of all early Icelandic institutions of learning. He married Gudrun, daughter of Kolbein Floason, and had several children. According to the Saga, his son Eyjolf became headmaster of the school at Odi and was then in a flourishing condition. Another son, Lopt, was the father of the great chieftain Jan Loptson, the foster father of Snorri Sturlason. These early schools created a general love of learning and fostered not only able church leaders but also gifted authors who produced the great literature of Iceland. The monk Gunnlaug says that all the leading priests in the northern quarter who were remembered in his generation had been instructed for some time at Holar, some from childhood, others at mature age. Of these he mentions Islif Grimson, who, but for his early death, might have become Bishop Jan's successor. Also Jan Svardi, Vilmund, the first abbot of Thingjar, Hrein, the third abbot, Bjarni, Berg Thorson, the young lady Ignan, who served as teacher especially of Latin grammar, Bjorn, the third bishop of Holar, and many others. The subjects taught were undoubtedly those common to all schools at that time, but at least in one important particular did the Icelanders make a notable improvement on the established curriculum. In Iceland, as in Norway, the mother tongue became the language of literature as well as of the church. Careful instruction must have been given in it, since the Icelanders were able to produce their great prose literature in their own vernacular at a time when Latin was still the universal literary language. After the election of native bishops and the establishing of permanent dioceses, monasticism was also introduced in Iceland. The monasteries built by the different orders maintained schools with able teachers and became the centers of literary life. The Benedictine monastery of Thingjar, founded in 1133, became especially the seat of history writing. Towards the close of the 12th century, the monks of Old Snorlason and Gulaug Leifsson wrote here their Olaf sagas under the direction of the learned abbot Carl Janssen, himself the author of several important works. The monastery of Thuvera, Munka Thuvera, was of special importance because of its abbot Nicholas Bergson, who died in 1159. He had traveled extensively in foreign lands and wrote the Liath Avarsir, or Itinerarium ad Terram Sanctum, the first original geographical work written in Iceland. The Benedictine order founded also the monastery of Reynistadir in 1295. A monastery of Hittardal is also mentioned, but little is known about it. In the 13th century there existed also the monastery of Sauber in the district of Eifjord, but it was soon discontinued. The order of St. Augustine established the monastery of Thikvarbir, where the learned Brand Janssen became abbot in 1247. Thorlak Thor Halson, who had studied in Paris and Lincoln and finally became bishop of Skalholt, was prior and later abbot of this monastery. A later abbot, Runolf Sigmundsson, was also an able scholar. Dr. Kuhlund thinks that the Njal Saga in its final form was written here. The first attempt to translate the Bible into Icelandic was also made in this monastery. The Flatey monastery, founded by the same order in 1172, was moved to Helgafell in 1174. Here the learned Hall Gizurson, who is thought by some to have been the author of the Big Saga, was abbot from 1221 till 1225. He had formerly been Logsogumather from 1201 till 1209. The monastery of Viti, founded in 1226, and that of Modruviller, 1296, also belonged to the order of St. Augustine. And Kirk Ubur was founded, a cloister for nuns, in 1186, the first of this kind in Iceland. The last monastery founded in Iceland was that of Skrida in Flatsdal, erected in 1493. Besides the new learning which followed in the wake of Christianity, the Latin alphabet was also introduced through the schools and monasteries. The cumbersome runic alphabet was soon replaced by the new art of writing on parchment, so important to the new literary development. The greatest achievement of the Icelandic scribes was their history writing, a field in which they had little serious competition in contemporary European literature. They were preeminently the historians of their age, although history writing had begun to develop also in Norway and elsewhere in the north. In Denmark, Saxo Grammaticus, 1140 to 1206, wrote his Historia Danica, comprising the history of the Danish kingdom till 1185. In Norway, literature did not flourish as it did in Iceland, due in part perhaps to the bloody civil wars waged by the numerous pretenders to the throne. But 3 historical works nevertheless appeared, all of them written in Latin. The Historia Norwegiae, which probably dates from 1170, narrates the history of Norway and its dependencies, but is a production of little literary merit. The Historia de Antiquitate Regium Norwegensium, by the Norwegian monk Theodoricus, is a history of Norway during the period 878 to 1130, probably written in the years 1177 to 1180. The Historia de Perfectione in Terram Sanctum, written by an unknown Norwegian author, gives an account of a crusade undertaken by Danes and Norwegians after Saladin had captured Jerusalem in 1187. Fortunately, the growing patriotic sentiment soon led to the discarding of Latin as a literary language in the north. The writers began to make use of their own mother tongue, in which they developed so excellent a style in their sagas and other prose works. The fathers of Icelandic history writing were the 2 scholars Semund in Frodi Sigfusson and Ari Thorgilsson in Frodi, 1067 to 1148. Semund had become interested in chronology and turned his attention especially to the genealogies of the Norwegian kings and the events connected with their reigns. For the early period of Norwegian history, he established the Christian chronology up till 1047. He evidently wrote in Latin, but of his works nothing has been preserved. One of his works, however, the Norregs Konungatal, must have been translated into Norse, as it was well known both in Norway and in Iceland. Some time later, about 1190, an unknown Icelander turned Seaman's work into verse in a poem called Norregs Konungatal, with continuation after Seaman's time. Ari Frodi was of good family. He spent most of his youth at Helgelafell with his grandfather Geller, as he had lost his father in early childhood. Later he came to Haukadal, where he associated for some time with Tiet Eslifson, the son of the bishop, who gave him much valuable historical information. He wrote his work Icelandic in his own native tongue. In this book he gives a survey of the early political and church history of Iceland, including the colonization, the founding of the Althing, the establishing of the early courts of law, the discovery of Greenland, and the introduction of Christianity. The dates of these important events he has fixed carefully according to Christian chronology, and the information given is based on the most trustworthy sources. The work, which is very reliable, became a basis and pattern for Icelandic history writing. In the monasteries, learned monks were everywhere cultivating the new literary art. Erik Oddsson wrote the Hergjarstykke shortly after 1160, a work on Norwegian history covering the period 1130 to 1160. The work is lost, but we know of it indirectly through later works, especially the Morkinskinna and the Heimskringla, whose authors have used it as a source. A little later, Karl Jansen, abbot of Thingjar, while staying at the court of King Sverre of Norway, wrote the Sverre Saga under direct guidance of the king. The original is lost, but we possess a later copy of the work by Sturmer in Frodi. A continuation of the narrative is found in the Boglungasogur, or Sagas of the Three Kings, by an unknown author. Odd Snorrison and Kunlaug Leifson, monks in the monastery of Thingjar in Karl Jansen's time, both wrote sagas of Olaf Tryggvason in Latin. The Olafssaga by Odd Snorrison is the shorter and better of the two, and is the author's only literary work of which we have any knowledge. Gunnlaug Leifson wrote, besides his Olafssaga, also biographies of the bishops Jan Agmundsson and Thorlaksson, the Jan Saga Helga and the Thorlak Saga. The sagas of many other bishops were also written, usually by unknown authors, and are found incorporated in the great collection known as the Biskupasögur, which, together with the Kristna Saga, constitute the early church history of Iceland. These men, and others like them, whose names as authors of important literary works have been clearly established, show distinctly the type of men who produced the Icelandic saga literature. But in a great number of cases, no knowledge of authors, even of the most important works in this literature, has come to posterity. A very important work dealing with the early history of Iceland is the Landnámabók, which gives the genealogies and to some extent the stories of the early settlers down to the 13th or 14th century. Neither the work of the original unknown author nor a later version by Sturmer in Frodi now exists, but we possess versions by Sturla Thordsson, 1284, the Sturlubok, and Hawk Erlendsson, 1334, who combined Sturmer's and Sturla's versions in his Hauk's book. The Icelandic writers devoted special attention to the history of Norway. About 1190 appeared a brief history of the Norwegian kings written in the mother tongue by some unknown Icelandic author under the title A Grip of Norregs Konungasögum. To the material found in Ari Frodi's and Seaman's works he has added many unhistorical accounts which rest on no other authority than on traditions current among the people. The work is a series of individual sagas, history of Norway written by an unknown Icelander about 1220, covering the period from the reign of Magnus the Good till about 1177. It is a rather uncritical compilation from various sources and possesses relatively little value as an historical production. The writer has been well acquainted with Scaldic songs and has included many of them in his work, but he has not been able to use them properly as historical material. The Gjerset, another history of Norway written by an unknown Icelandic author in the period 1230 to 1240, covers the period from the time of the father of Harald Harsfager to 1177. The sagas of the Norwegian kings follow one another without much inner connection, but the events of each reign are told in an interesting way. The writer has known how to use the Scaldic songs as source material. He has carefully avoided all stories, myths, and popular traditions, even where they might have served to give life and a color to his narrative. He shows strong Norwegian, Icelandic sympathies, but he has not been inspired by any leading constructive thought, and his literary style is rather dull and colorless. High above all other Icelandic historians stands Snorri Sturlason, author of the Heimskringla, history of Norway from the earliest times to the Battle of Rey in 1177. Snorri, 1178 to 1241, was also a poet and scholar and played a prominent part in the events of his own time as lawman and diplomat. In his historical writings, he developed his own critical method, according to which he examines and evaluates his material. Although he inserts things which will not stand the test of modern criticism, he sought to eliminate all fables and to give a truthful and realistic account of persons and events based on the most reliable sources. In speaking of the Heimskringla, the German scholar Eugene Munke says, Snorri is an historian in the modern sense, not a tiresome analyst of historical events. His person, speak, and act, and in his dramatic conception of history, he surpasses even Thucydides. One is attracted by him and is tempted to read on. And then there is the pure and noble language, no intricate sentence construction, none of the clumsy expressions over which we often stumble in later historians, no useless elaboration of details, nothing which draws the attention from the main theme or hinders a vivid character portrayal. His language is classical in the best meaning of the word. With his ability as writer, he combined also that of critical scholar. Towards the end of his work, as he approaches his own time, he makes more and more use of oral tradition and the writings of well-informed and reliable men. But whenever it was possible, he used as his chief source the Scaldic songs, which he says he considers most reliable when they are well made and clearly understood. It was indeed customary for the Scalds, he observes, to praise highly the men about whom they composed their songs, but none dared to tell things which everybody, themselves included, would know to be falsehood and irresponsible talk. This would not be praise, but mockery. This critical method was Snorri's greatest achievement and enabled him to write an historical work which belongs to the centuries. Also in other fields he was able to achieve great things. In Scaldic poetry he was a recognized master, although this old art was already beginning to fall into disuse in his time. It was especially through his scholarly prose work, the Younger or Snorri Edda, that he rendered this dying art his greatest service. This is a scientific treatise in which he gives a complete analysis of Scaldic versification with copious illustrations from the songs of the leading Scalds. The book also contains a survey of Norse mythology, one of the best sources of our knowledge of this old religion. Snorri evidently wrote his work as a handbook for young poets to infuse new vigor into the decaying art of Scaldic song. Sturmer Carrison in Frodi, Snorri's contemporary, was a diligent but not very gifted writer. He was Lagsogumathor for a time and died as a prior of the monastery of Viti in 1245. He wrote a saga about King Olaf the Saint and also a version of the Landnamabook and a Severa saga, both of which works are lost. As historian, Snorri found a worthy successor in his nephew Sturla Thordsson, the son of Thord Sturlason, Snorri's brother. Sturla was not only a learned and able writer, but a peaceful man of noble character, who loved his country and sought as long as possible to preserve its independence. He also held his great-uncle Snorri in high esteem and did much to preserve his memory untarnished through the bitter feuds in which the family was constantly involved. One of Sturla's greatest literary works is his Icelandic saga, which constitutes the chief component part of the large historical work known as the Sturlung saga. This collection of sagas, wrought into a single work, probably by Thord Narfarsson, 1306, deals with the history of Iceland in the 13th century. Sturla's Icelandic saga, being the pivot of this great work, is the chief source of Icelandic history during this critical period. Sturla was also a noted skald, possibly less gifted as a poet than his older brother, Olaf Thordarson, a Vita skald, but the two are the last masters in this old art of song. In 1250 Sturla was elected Lagsogumathur, but retired in a few years to private life. In 1263 he went to Norway and remained for many years at the court of King Magnus Lagabøter, who employed him to write a history of his father's reign, the Haganar Saga, Haganar Sonar. This work is based on letters and documents of the royal archives placed at his disposal by the king, and is the chief source of the history of the Scandinavian North in the 13th century. In 1271 Sturla returned to Iceland with a new code of laws, but in 1278 he again went to Norway, where he was employed to write King Magnus' own saga, the Magnuar Saga, Haganar Sonar, of which only a few fragments have been preserved. As Sturla was the last of the Skalds, he was also the last real historian of the old period. Of the many works which appeared after his day, many were copies or compilations of older works like the Hrakenskina, the Ispinil, and the Flatty Yarbook, but some valuable contributions to historical literature appeared in the form of sagas about the Norwegian colonies. The Erik Saga Rautha and the Greenlandinga Fodder, dealing with the colonization of Greenland and the discovery of America by the Norsemen, the Fairy Inga Saga and the Orkney Inga Saga, dealing with the history of the Orkneys and the Faroe Islands. Sagas dealing with the history of Denmark, the Knut Saga Gamla, the Skjodunga Saga, and the Knitlinga Saga were also written. Through the diligent labors of the Icelandic scribes, a Norwegian national history had thus been written together with important historical accounts of the Norse colonies and other countries. A national Icelandic history was also produced, but this was more fragmentary in character, as political and social life in Iceland found no center in an efficient national government. It was still the stories of individual skalds and chieftains, the dramatic incidents connected with the leading families, which constituted the most interesting features of Icelandic history. Since these traditions were too local in character to be wrought into a connected historical narrative, the scribes developed them as individual family sagas, more highly adorned with fictitious elements supplied by the writer's own imagination than the more critically written historical works. But in vivid character portrayal, in simplicity and force of diction, in dramatic power and somber realism of description and finished skill in narrative, many of the family sagas belong to the most enduring works of literary art. Only in rare instances can any conjecture be ventured as to the authorship of these sagas. Even the reason for this strange anonymity is wholly enigmatic. The old writers have given us their works, but with a certain proud disdain they have left us no clue to their origin or to their own personal identity. In the western districts of Iceland appeared many family sagas of high excellence, as the Egil Saga about Egil Skallagrimsson and his family, one of the best written and most reliable of the family sagas. The Gunnlaug Saga about the Skalds Gunnlaug Ormstunga and Hrafn Onundsson, the reliable and important Erbygja Saga, which narrates the history of a whole district. The Hardara Saga, or Homwerja, the Bjarnr Saga, Hit de la Kappa, which tells the story of the Skald Bjorn, Hit de la Kappa, his love for Odni, light of the island, and his feud with his rival Thord Kolbensson. Also the Lax de la Saga, written about Kettle Flatnef's influential family. The Henne Thor Saga, also from this district, deals with the feud between the plotting and greedy chieftain Hensa Thorir and Blundketil of Ornolfsdal, which finally culminated in the burning of Blundketil in his own house. Revenge for this deed was sure to follow. Blood feud raged till the death of Hensa Thorir finally led to a reconciliation of the two contending parties. All districts had their popular heroes and interesting local events, which were described in numerous sagas written by diligent monks in the Icelandic monasteries. Of special interest were the bloody feuds, which often involved so many families that they developed into a petty warfare of the bitterest and most vindictive sort. Such events were of more than local importance, as they made a deep impression throughout the whole land, helped to give national life in Iceland its distinctive features, and remained for all times indelibly imprinted on the annals of the people. The sagas describing them are not only interesting stories, but valuable historical documents throwing light on social conditions through centuries of Icelandic history. of tragic local events which have grown into such national importance that they have occupied the imagination and swayed the feelings of the people through all subsequent times. The Njal saga from the southern districts furnishes most striking illustration. In epic, dramatic power and psychological character portrayal, as well as in mighty sweep of descriptive analysis of early Icelandic life, this work surpasses all other sagas. It is the prose Iliad of Viking life, a narrative masterpiece unexcelled in northern literature. Gunnar of Hildardarendi, the most knightly figure pictured in the family sagas, and Njal of Bergthor Cheval, learned in the law and a very noble character of the two leading figures in the narrative. Gunnar is of special interest as the beau ideal of Icelandic heroes, being in this respect to the Icelanders what King Olaf Tryggvason was to the Norwegians. Gunnar, says the saga, was a man of great stature, strong and very able in all sports. He could wield the sword or use the bow with either hand as he liked. With the sword he could play so dexterously that one seemed to see three in the air at the same time. He was the best bowman and could hit everything he aimed at. He could leap more than his own height, fully armed and equally far both backward and forward. He could swim like a seal, and there was no play in which anyone could compare with him, so that it was said that he never had an equal. He was beautiful in appearance, with a fair complexion. His nose was well formed, with the tip bent slightly upward. He had bright blue eyes, ruddy cheeks, and a rich growth of blonde hair, which was very becoming. He was courteous in manners, manly, fearless, kind, and faithful to his friends, but very critical in the selection of them. He travelled extensively in foreign lands, where he won great distinction. When he returned to Iceland, he rode to the Althing in a scarlet mantle and gilt helmet, girded with a beautiful sword, and wearing on his arm a heavy ring of gold. Here he met Hallgerd, the sister of Olaf Pa of Hjardarholt, tall and beautiful, attired in a red brocaded garment and a scarlet mantle, with a growth of hair so rich that she could wrap herself in it. Courtship and marriage followed close upon their acquaintance, but Hallgerd was as wicked as she was beautiful, and set her mind on nothing but mischief and the stirring up of feud. She had already been married twice, but with a fatal charm. She had used her blandishments as a wily coquette, only to abandon her husbands and admirers to death and ruin with the most cynical heartlessness. To Njal, her betrothal to Gunnar was no welcome news. She will only cause trouble here, he remarked, but our friendship she shall never destroy, answered Gunnar. Bergthora, Njal's wife, an able and upright but haughty and self-assertive lady who would brook no affront, soon became the special object of Hallgerd's spite. The strife between the two began at a festival at Bergthorsval, where they bandied angry and insulting words. Soon after the festival, Hallgerd sent a servant to Kirkjubber to steal provisions, as it seems, with well-planned intent to create trouble. When Gunnar learned that she had compromised his honor in this way, he became so irritated that he gave her a box on the ear, saying, "It would be unfortunate if I should also become the harborer of stolen goods. This you shall remember," she cried, and ran out of the house. The violent blood feud which was now set on foot by the two women spread among the relatives, servants, and younger members of the two families, and Bergthora knew well how to retaliate when her people fell victims to Hallgerd's evil plots. In the midst of these growing difficulties, Gunnar, guided by Njal's wise counsel, was able to arrange peaceful settlements. The two men seemed to draw closer in their friendship as the feud deepened. Gunnar was often attacked by large bands of enemies, but he defended himself heroically and slew or defeated them in every encounter. Finally, his adversaries were able to win a suit against him at the Althing, causing him to be banished for the period of 3 years. Njal advised him to go abroad. "If you violate this decision, it will be your death," he said, "but if you go abroad, you will have more honor of this journey than from all your Viking expeditions." Gunnar made ready to leave, but on riding to his ship his horse stumbled and he fell from the saddle. Looking back at his home, he said, "Beautiful are the mountain sides, so beautiful I have never seen them. The meadows are yellow, the hay around home is cut. I will ride home again. I will not go abroad." Fate seemed to have halted his steps. It was the first time that he had refused to follow Njal's wise counsel. His enemies, led by Geir Godi and Geysir the White, father of the later bishop Isleif Gjersetson, now renewed their attacks upon him with increased determination. From his brother-in-law, Olaf Pa of Hjardarholt, he had received the dog Sam, so intelligent that he would bark at the approach of enemies but never at friends. As his adversaries knew that they could accomplish nothing against Gunnar so long as Sam lived, they forced one of the neighbors to kill the dog. They now swept down on Gunnar's house, which was built of timber, but he defended himself so heroically that many lost their lives, and the assailants made no progress. Finally, one of them was able to cut his bowstring with the sword. Gunnar then asked his wife Halgerd to twist him a new bowstring from a lock of her hair, but she refused, saying, "I will now remind you of the box you gave me on the ear, and I care not how long you are able to defend yourself." "People have different ways of gaining notoriety," said Gunnar. "I shall ask you no favours." His enemies now closed in upon his house, and he fell after a most heroic struggle. After Gunnar's death, the tragedy only deepened. Njal's oldest son, the redoubtable Sharpheden, and Gunnar's son, Hogni, assumed leadership of their party and slew many men in revenge for Gunnar's death. Finally, Thrain Sigfusson was also slain by Njal's sons. This made the feud flame up with new intensity. Especially tragic was the slaying of Hogskuld Hvitnesingagodi by the sons of Njal, who were led to this deed by the evil machinations of Mord Valgardsson. This one thing touched Njal so nearly, says the saga, that he could never speak of it without shedding tears. When his sons asked him what he thought would be the result of it, he said, "My death, and the death of my wife and all my sons." An attempt to bring about a reconciliation at the All thing failed. Under the leadership of Flossi Thordsson, the enemies of the sons of Njal assembled in great numbers and proceeded to Bergthor's Fall, where they surrounded Njal's house on a windy autumn night. Women and children were offered quarters, but no fighting man was allowed to escape. "Go thou out, housewife," Flossi said to Bergthora. "Far be it from me to let thee burn within." But she was a wife worthy of her husband. "Young I was when I was given to Njal," she replied, "and we have promised that one fate should befall us both." The old couple lay quietly down in their bed with their little grandson, the son of Kari Solmundsson, between them, spread an ox hide over themselves, and perished together when the enemies burned the house. Njal's sons perished in the fire, among them also Skarphedin, but his son-in-law Kari Solmundsson managed to escape and lived to take a summary vengeance on some of those who had assisted in the burning of Njal and his family. The feud finally ended with a reconciliation between Flossi and Kari, after both had made a pilgrimage to Rome, where they did penance and received absolution for their sins. The events of the saga cover the period 930 to 1016. In its present form it dates from about 1250, but the author has undoubtedly made use of older narratives about Gunnar and Njal. Many other sagas about skalds and leading chieftains are of great historical value, as the Vatnsdæla saga from northern Iceland and the Hrafnakel saga, Freysigutha from the eastern districts, also the Gisla saga, Sursonar, the Hafredar saga, and the Kormak saga, written about the skalds Gisli, Surson, Hofred, Vandredaskald, and Cormac Anundsen. But the fictitious romantic elements were increasing in the family sagas under the influence of the literary taste prevalent in Europe in the Middle Ages. In many of these stories, the historical nucleus became so small that the narratives assumed the character of historical romances of importance as works of literary art, but of little value as historical documents. In this class belong such stories as the Grettir saga, one of the most dramatic and interesting of saga narratives, dealing with the tragic life and death of the outlaw Grettir Asmundsson, the most interesting of all Icelandic outlaws. Also the Bandaman saga, the Svar de la saga, and others belong to this sort of narratives. Such stories form the transition to the purely imaginative and fictitious tales, the romantic sagas dealing with early heroic Germanic tradition, or the romantic fiction of the knight-errantry imported from England and the continent. As these tales were written only for entertainment, they marked the decay of saga literature. Legal books and religious works of various kinds continued to be written by the monks in the quiet retreats of the monasteries, but history writing was no longer cultivated except in the form of annals, which continued to appear even to the 16th century. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 8. Civil strife in Iceland. Conditions in the Church. Snorri Sturlason. The introduction of Christianity was followed by a period of peaceful development known as the Fridarulta, 1030 to 1118. During this period the bloody feuds subsided, churches and schools were built, and an intellectual life blossomed forth which elevated Iceland to the position of literary leadership in the north. Even the formal acceptance of the Christian faith must have helped to turn the minds of the people to more peaceful ways, though their progress toward true conversion was so slow that the Church at first could exercise but little intellectual or moral guidance. Its teachings were imperfectly known and little heeded, but indirectly it exercised great influence, especially through the early bishops. As these were members of leading families, talented and able men who could play a prominent part in all public affairs, the two bishops' seats, Skalholt and Holar, soon became the centres of a new governing authority to which even the chieftains yielded some degree of submission. The local churches also helped to foster a spirit of peace. The Icelandic Church, though still weak, was a part of the great Church of Rome, subject to its guidance and supported by its authority. When the chieftains, as often happened, took holy orders in order to serve as priests in their home parishes, their sacred office made them amenable to the disciplinary authority of the Roman Church, and it became necessary for them to maintain at least a semblance of Christian conduct. Many also who went abroad to study returned to found schools or to devote themselves to literary pursuits. In many ways Christianity was completing its peaceful conquest, while the Icelandic people were emerging from a primitive colonial condition into a mature intellectual and national life. The peaceful development so auspiciously begun might have welded the loosely knit Icelandic society into a well-organized state if it could have continued uninterrupted, but the absence of the stabilizing influence of a central government, together with new evils growing out of faults inherent in the social system, enabled the spirit of discord to flame up anew with such violence that it finally broke down all legal and religious restraints, wrecked an established state of organization, and destroyed the people's national independence. Since the Icelandic state system was founded on the Gothorth, its stability naturally depended on the permanence of these fundamental units. Their number was finally fixed by the law of 1004, but they were of too indeterminate a character to form a satisfactory basis of political and social organization. We have already seen that they had no fixed boundaries, but consisted of the Gothi's personal adherents who could transfer their allegiance from one Gothi to another as they might feel inclined. Under these conditions, the original equality of the Gothar could scarcely have been maintained, even if the Gothors had been strictly inalienable. Popular chieftains could find adherents everywhere, even in remote districts. Jealous rivalries would follow until a few powerful leaders could lord it over all the rest. This danger was further increased by the fact that legally the Gothorth was a private possession which could be divided, donated, sold, or inherited like other property, and that no limit was placed on the number of Gothorths which might be held by a single chieftain. As armed conflict was still the final argument in so many controversies, the Gothar were naturally eager to gain possession of new Gothorths whenever possible in order to increase the number of their thingmen. How this method was used to satisfy personal ambition at the expense of the existing state organization is clearly seen in the case of Sturlungs in western Iceland, who rose in this way to the greatest power, though at first they probably did not even possess a Gothorth. The real prominence of this family began with Sturla Thordsson, or Hvam Sturla, so called from the estate Hvam, which he had purchased. In his marriage with Gudni, daughter of Bodvar Thordsson of the Mirmin family, Sturla had 3 sons who became famous in Icelandic history: Thord Sturlason, 1165–1237, Sigvat Sturlason, 1170–1238, and Snorri Sturlason, the great historian, 1178–1241. Through marriage, Thord secured the estate Stad at Snæfellsnes, together with one half of the Thorsnesinga Gothorth which belonged to it. The other half he received as a present from the priest Thorgil Snorrison. Sigvat bought one half of the estate of Stadderhole upon the death of Einar, Thorgil's son, in 1185, and secured also the possession of Einar's Gothorth. He likewise obtained both the Sauerbyinga and the Rekensinga Gothorst, which belonged to Einar's father. Snorri Sturlason received from his uncle one half of the Lundarmanna Gothorth, and from Thorstein Everson he received the Avalinga Gothorth, which belonged to northern Iceland. 7 Gothorsts, and possibly even more, had thus come into the possession of a single family, an accumulation of power in the hands of a few leading chieftains which was proceeding rapidly all over Iceland. In the northern districts, Gudmundari Thorvaldsson already possessed the Merdruvelinga Gothorth, but in 1187 Jan Ketilsson and his brother Gasgrim surrendered to him also the Fljótamanna Gothorth in order to secure his aid against their personal enemies. About Kolbein Tumason, 1208, the Saga states that he was the most powerful man in the northern districts and held all the Gothorsts west of Yngstnadalshidi to the Avalinga Gothorth. North of Yngstnadalshidi, Agmund Snees and Hall Klepjarsson possessed Gothorsts. Thorvald, the son of Gudmundiri, gave the Gothorsts which his relatives had possessed to Sigurd Ormarsson, but he gave them to Tumi Sigvardsson, who thus came to possess them in his time. This throws sufficient light on the way in which Gothorsts passed from hand to hand until they finally came into the possession of the most powerful and ambitious chieftains. The Thing organization, according to which 3 Gothorsts with their Gothar and Thingmen were united into a Thing district, which also seriously disturbed through the alienation of the Gothorsts. It became more and more customary to change the place for the assembling of the Thing, as this was not forbidden. The Thing districts could also be divided, or 2 districts could be united, if the chieftains, after reaching an agreement, obtained the consent of the people and made the change publicly known. Since the Thing districts were divisible, it became possible for any self-willed or dissatisfied Gothi to secede from it and establish a Thing of his own. But whether a single chieftain held possession of several Gothorsts within the district, or divided it to suit his own convenience, the courts would be under his personal control, and would be so manifestly unable to render impartial justice that they could only be viewed with general contempt. Respect for the law was destroyed in the same degree that the courts were deprived of their ability to act as impartial judicial tribunals, and arrogant chieftains gained such power that they could defy the courts and commit lawless acts with impunity. Instead of being the pillars of the state as members of the Legreta of the Althing, as presiding judges in the local courts and privileged leaders in their communities, the Gothar often became dangerous exponents of lawlessness, cynical flouters of all authority, who shrank from no violence in their pursuit of selfish aims. Already upon the death of Bishop Gizur of Skaldholt, 1118, a serious conflict arose between the 2 chieftains, Hauflidi Marson of Honafjord in northern Iceland and Thorgils Oddsson from Breidafjord in the western districts. A violent and quarrelsome man by the name of Mar, a relative of Hauflidi, had killed many men, and Thorgils finally cited him before the Thing. Hauflidi defended Mar, but was able to obtain only a compromise verdict, according to which Mar was to pay a heavy fine. Among the adherents of the 2 chieftains the feud continued. Many were killed on both sides, and in 1120 the case was again brought before the Althing, where both chieftains appeared with large bands of armed followers. Hauflidi sought to drive Thorgils and his followers from the Thing, but in the armed clash which ensued he was wounded in the hand and had to abandon the attempt. For shedding blood on the consecrated ground of the Thing, Thorgils was outlawed, but he paid no attention to the decree. On returning home, he gathered a large force of armed men and defended the mountain passes so well that Haflidy, who was advancing with a large band to carry into execution the decision of the court, had to return home with nothing accomplished. The following summer Thorgils appeared again at the Althing with an armed force of 800 men, in open defiance of the decree which had been passed against him. His antagonist, Haflidy, came with no less than 1,400 men. For a while it looked as if a pitched battle was to be fought on the Thingstead itself, a calamity which was finally averted through the intercession of the Bishop Thorlak of Skalholt, Sigmund, Frodi, and other influential men. As the bishop threatened Haflidy with the ban of the church if he did not desist from his purpose, he finally agreed to a compromise by which order was again restored. The size of the armed bands employed by these chieftains shows that the power had already passed from the Gothar and the old aristocracy into the hands of a few powerful and ambitious magnates. Strife increased, as did also the moral laxity, the violence and heartlessness, the disregard for law and religion which always accompany bloodshed and armed conflict. Feud was rife everywhere, and more serious clashes occurred from time to time, revealing a constantly growing bitterness and general disregard for the established judicial tribunals. A long conflict was thus waged between the two chieftains, Einar, Thorgils' son of Haflidy, Marsin's opponent, Thorgils Oddsson, already mentioned, and Sturla Thordsson, or Havan Sturla, father of the historian Snorri. Their quarrel had been before the Thing repeatedly. Both had been sentenced to Fjorbaugsgjarthur, or minor banishment, for the period of 3 years, but neither of them paid any attention to the decision of the Thing. One summer, while Sturla was on his way to the Althing, Einar surrounded his houses with an armed band and burned them to the ground. Through the intercession of the Bishop Kling of Skalholt, they were finally persuaded to agree to a peaceful settlement, but the reconciliation was not lasting. As Sturla, who was dissatisfied with the terms of the agreement, failed to pay the compensation for past wrongs which the bishop, acting as arbitrator, had awarded his opponent, the feud blazed forth anew. This time Einar and his band went to the home of Ingjald, Sturla's son-in-law, and seized all his cattle. This led to a bloody fight between the two chieftains at Sælingsdalsheid in 1171, in which Ingjald and many other men fell. Sturla, however, was entirely victorious, and Einar had to beg for peace, which was granted him. A final settlement was now arranged between the two with the aid of the great chieftains Jan Lapsen and Gizur Halsen. Havam Sturla had gained new power and prestige through his victory over his opponent. The decrees of the Althing he had successfully set at naught. Only when friendly arbitrators arranged a settlement agreeable to him did he consent to terminate the struggle. In 1163 occurred a most violent clash between the warring chieftains, to which a brief reference is made as well in the Sturlung Saga as in the Icelandic annals. At this time an armed conflict was waged in the very Logretta of the Althing. The priest Halldor Snorrason was slain, and in the mad fury of the fight stones were thrown of such size that people afterwards were scarcely able to lift them, says the Saga. This summer was since known as the stone-throwing summer. It is probable that the priest Halldor died fighting valiantly in this bloody riot which desecrated the Thingstead. The Church had now become so secular in spirit, so wholly subservient to the state organization, that it was no longer able to exercise any real restraint on the warlike spirit of the chieftains. Often the priests themselves would join, sword in hand, in the bloody feuds, like Odd, Lufina, and others, only to give the otherwise dark picture of social and political life a still more forbidding aspect. It should be observed, however, that Iceland was in no way an exception to the conditions generally prevailing in Europe at this time. The strife and bloodshed which rent Icelandic society differed only in magnitude from the 100 Years' War in France and the constant conflicts between French kings and nobles, the bloody struggles between Guelphs and Ghibellines in Germany, the incessant feuds between Italian condottieri and petty despots, and the wars between numerous pretenders, powerful nobles, and weak kings, which plunged Norway for centuries into anarchy and civil strife. Among the chieftains who, together with the two bishops, may be regarded as the leaders of public affairs in Iceland about the middle of the 12th century, John Lapson of Adi, in the southern districts, the foster father of Snorri Sturlason, was one of the most prominent. He was noted not only for his wealth and power, but also for his learning and love of peace and order. He was numbered also among the clergy, as he had been consecrated deacon or assistant priest, and belonged as such to the third major order of the church. Gizur Halsson, who was regarded as the most learned man in Iceland in his day, was another powerful chieftain in this district. In his youth he had travelled extensively abroad, and for some time he had been Stallari at the court of King Sigurd Mund in Norway. The latter part of his life he spent quietly at home in his native land, where he died in 1206. In the western district, Thorgils Oddsson of Stadarhol and his son Einar were the most powerful leaders. Of equal importance was also Thord Thorvaldsson in Vatsfjord, who had married the daughter of Halfledi Marsson. Sigurd Ormsson of Svinefell in eastern Iceland, Tumi Kolbens' son in Skagafjord, and Onund Thorkelsson in Eyjafjord in the northern districts were also very powerful. The Sturlungs also rose to be numbered among the foremost leaders. So great became the power of this family, and so prominent a part did they play in the disastrous events which led to the loss of Icelandic independence, that the years 1200 and 1265 are known as the Sturlung period. After Hvamm Sturla had defeated his rival, Einar Thorgilsson, he soon became involved in new struggles. In many controversies he met with humiliation and defeat in the form of sentences passed upon him by the Althing, but with nonchalant disregard for court decisions he pursued his course of feud and contention with a certain diabolic good cheer. When his turbulent, illegitimate son Svein abducted Valgerd, daughter of the priest Olav Solvason of Helgafell, shortly after her beautiful mother Halgerd had also been abducted by the chieftain Paul Thordsson, the people were greatly aroused, as Olaf and his brother Paul, the priest of Reykholt, belonged to the most prominent families. Jan Lapson, who was closely related to the two ladies, now took a hand in the affair and brought about an adjustment agreeable to all. But Hvamm Sturla, who again had been compelled to agree to a reasonable settlement, soon found new opportunity to quarrel. This time he started a controversy with the priest Paul of Reykholt about an inheritance, and showed such cynical heartlessness that in a heated argument with him the priest's wife cried out, "If you are like Odin, that is cunning and heartless, I will make you like him also in appearance." She struck at him with a knife in an effort to blind him on one eye, but only succeeded in cutting an ugly gash in his face. This situation threatened to become very disagreeable for the priest. In his anxiety to settle the matter as soon as possible, he yielded to Hvamm Sturla on the points in controversy, and left it to him personally to fix the compensation to be paid him for the wound which he had received. This mode of settlement pleased the greedy chieftain. He named a sum so exorbitant that the priest was forced to refuse to settle on such terms. The case was then brought before the Althing, where Jan Lapson again compelled Hvamm Sturla to accept a reasonable settlement. But in order not to humiliate him by any appearance of personal defeat, Jan offered to rear his son Snorri Sturlason, the later historian. This generous offer helped to appease the saucy old chieftain. He brought the 3-year-old boy to Adi, where he remained for 15 years until Jan Lapson's death in 1197. It was especially fortunate for a youth with Snorri's talents to find a home where the interest in history and Scaldic art was cultivated, where large collections of books and manuscripts were found, and where he could devote himself in peace to intellectual pursuits in this period of storm and stress. His father, Hvamm Sturla, died at the age of 67, shortly after his controversy with the priest Paul in 1182. The lack of efficient organization, which gradually enabled lawless violence to undermine the state, was felt to some extent also in the church. Moral laxity and open disregard for the most fundamental Christian teachings were everywhere apparent. The common clergy continued to be of a distinctly inferior type, and disciplinary authority was so feebly exercised that prevailing practices often deviated sharply from established church polity. Celibacy of the clergy had not been introduced in Iceland. The choice of bishops, which after the Second Lateran Council in 1139 had been left principally to the cathedral chapters, was here exercised by the Althing with the advice and assistance of the bishops, an arrangement which virtually placed the choice of bishops in the hands of the aristocracy. Priests would often assume the management of cases brought before the Althing, and took so active a part in the bitter quarrels that they were in danger of becoming hostile partisans rather than spiritual advisers and preachers of the gospel. A stricter general supervision was begun in 1152 when Iceland was joined to the new archdiocese of Nidaros in Norway. The gifted and powerful Norwegian Archbishop Eystein Erlendsson, 1157 to 1188, inaugurated a policy of reform. He sharpened church discipline and sought to eradicate flagrant abuses, but even he was able to accomplish but little in the face of the insolent opposition of the chieftains. In letters to the Icelandic bishops, he vigorously assailed the prevailing violence and immorality. "It has come to my knowledge," says he, "that there are men among you who have beaten, wounded, and even killed priests, while some have driven away their wives and have taken concubines instead. Some keep both their wives and concubines in their homes, and live licentious lives which tempt all Christians to sinfulness. And if the bishops attempt to reprove them, they take pride in defying them, and refuse to submit to any punishment for such offences. The reason that such abuses continue so long in your land is that those who conduct themselves in this manner are chieftains, both learned and unlearned. I could mention the names of many who are guilty of such great sins, but I will not at present expose them to the public. But I want to state that I will not long bear the responsibility for their sinful lives now that I know their misdeeds and the names of the offenders." He forbids anyone who has slain a person to conduct religious services of any sort. He also forbids priests to assume the management of suits in the courts except in behalf of poor relatives, orphans, or defenseless women, and even then only for God's sake and not for profit. As it is contrary to God's ordinance, and many among you have lost both temporal and eternal life through assembling of partisan bands and the perpetration of deeds of violence, from all such things the clergy should abstain, as they ought to show no less obedience than they demand of the unlearned. The greater the punishment imposed for their ill treatment, the more the clergy ought to avoid everything which results in eternal harm to both parties. For he who does bodily harm to any member of the clergy is under the ban of God and the Pope, and no one can obtain absolution for the slaying of a priest or a monk except from the Pope himself, or from wounding or striking such a person only of us. But among you there are many who are in this sad plight, and still they act as if they did not care. Now I summon all who are under the ban for these things to come from your land hither to me, and I forbid all and every one to sit together with them at the table or in the church, or to greet them on the highway, unless they should be proceeding on a journey to obtain absolution. But if they show insubordination and will remain under the ban rather than receive absolution, then both those who have committed these wrongs which have made them subject to this punishment, and those who have continued in an intercourse with them, will all alike be under the ban from Olafsmus, following the publication of this command. If the people shall be unwilling to heed this salutary admonition, then I command the bishops in God's name to discontinue all religious services to which their consecration gives origin after said Olafsmus. And if they are unable to do so because of the opposition of unreasonable men, then they should appeal to the king and to us. In other letters he makes it punishable with the ban to bury in consecrated soil anyone who has robbed churches or cemeteries, or has committed deeds of violence against pilgrims or persons who have sought safety in churches. He also sought to abolish private ownership of churches, and he forbade anyone to receive priestly orders who held the office of Gothi, as these practices had helped to keep the Icelandic church in a state of subserviency to the secular authorities. As Bishop Kling of Skalholt was now so old and sickly that he could no longer give proper attention to the duties of his office, Archbishop Eystein had given the people of his diocese permission to elect a new bishop. At the meeting of the Althing in 1173, 3 candidates were proposed: Abbot Agmund Kalfsson of Helgafell, the priest Paul, and Abbot Thorlak. Thorhalson of Thurkvaber. The choice was left to Bishop Kleng, and he selected Thorlak, who was a general favorite. Born at Hlødarendi in southern Iceland, Thorlak had been reared and educated at Adi under the supervision of the priest Eyjolf Saemundsen. When he had taken holy orders, he went abroad to study and spent many years in Paris and Lincoln. On his return home, he became prior and later abbot of the newly established monastery of Thikvaber. After his election as bishop, he moved to Skalholt, but Kleng remained in charge of the diocese until his death in 1176. The people would not let Thorlak go abroad to be consecrated, says the saga, because of the hostility between Norway and Iceland, since the controversy arising from murders and robberies had not been settled. When Kleng died, however, he proceeded to Norway, where he was cordially received by the archbishop. At this time, the old aristocracy, under the leadership of the great noble Erling Skakke, aided and supported by the church, had gained control in Norway. A child king, Magnus, the son of Erling, had been placed on the throne by the hierarchy, and since no legitimate claim to the crown could be urged in his behalf, he was sure to be a pliant tool in their hands, the real ruler being Erling himself, who acted as the king's guardian. It was rumored that he was not favorably inclined to the consecration of Thorlak as bishop of Skalholt, and Archbishop Eystein would not perform the consecration without his consent. It is not probable that in a purely ecclesiastical affair Erling should have deemed it expedient to oppose the great archbishop who had been his supporter, had been instrumental in placing his son Magnus on the throne, and had been able to dictate terms of Erling regarding the weightiest matters of government. It was no doubt only a shrewd maneuver on the part of the archbishop, calculated to impress on the mind of the bishop-elect that Iceland was to be regarded as a dependency under the Norwegian crown. It must have been through his influence also that Bishop Brand of Holar and the great chieftain Jan Lapsen had come from Iceland to attend the coronation of Magnus Erlingsson in 1164. The policy of placing Iceland under the crown of Norway would be in full harmony with the views of the Pope and the Roman hierarchy, who regarded monarchy with the king anointed by the Church as the only legitimate government. In his efforts to eradicate the prevailing evils in the Icelandic Church and to bring the unruly chieftains to submission, the support of the King of Norway would also be of the greatest value, as had been shown at the time of the introduction of Christianity in the reign of King Olav Tryggvason. After a short delay, Erling Skakke's consent was obtained, and the consecration was duly performed at Nidaros in the presence of the bishops of Bergen and Stavanger, July the 2nd, 1178. Bishop Thorlak, who was a very gifted and earnest man, shared fully the archbishop's views in regard to general church polity. On his return to Iceland, he sought to restrict the right of private ownership of churches and church lands, but this attempt, as well as his efforts to exercise the disciplinary authority of the church, soon brought him into conflict with the chieftains. The powerful Jan Lapsen, one of the most peaceful and right-minded of them all, who, as already noted, had even been consecrated deacon, kept the bishop's own sister, Ragnhild, as concubine. On refusing to terminate this illicit and offensive relation, the bishop placed him under the ban of the church, but Jan revenged himself by taking a position with an armed band in front of the church door as guard, barring the bishop from entering. To the question what this should mean, he replied that he was retaliating because the bishop placed him under the ban. Thorlak explained that he had not yet pronounced full excommunication upon him, hoping that he would repent of his sins, but now that such hope seemed to be vain, he would exercise with full severity the authority of the church. John retorted that, though he might deserve such punishment, the ban would not convert him. Only God's grace could change his heart and mind. In due time he would part with the bishop's sister, but only of his own free will, not upon command of the bishop. An armed clash was averted with difficulty, but shortly afterward Jan sent Ragnhild away and was in turn freed from the excommunication. Thorlak's attempt to exercise excommunication and to introduce celibacy of the clergy was also doomed to fail because of the opposition offered by the chieftains, who resented all attempts of foreign authorities to limit their liberties in any way whatever. When the bishop appealed to the authority of Archbishop Eystein, Sigurd Umsen of Svinefell replied that Norsemen and foreigners had no right to limit the privileges of the country's own inhabitants. In the face of so determined an opposition on the part of the laity, the bishop was forced to abandon his hierarchic plans. His attempt at reform bore little fruit, but the people held him in so high esteem because of his learning and purity of life that after his death in 1193 he was venerated as a saint. In 1198 his remains were enshrined and placed on the altar of the cathedral church at Skalholt. In the same year, like honor was shown the remains of Bishop Jan Agmund's son of Holar, who died in 1121, though neither of them was ever formally canonized. Thorlak's successor, Bishop Paul Jansen, a son of Jan Lopsen, and Thorlak's sister Ragnhild, pursued a more conciliatory policy, as did also Bishop Brand Simondsson of Holar. The controversy with the chieftains subsided, but only because the bishops had failed to maintain their authority on very vital questions of church polity. Upon the death of Bishop Brand, the priest Gudmund Erisson, a man of humble birth, became his successor in the bishopric of Holar. He had won a reputation for piety and purity of Christian life, but he proved to be very self-willed and arbitrary. He did not hesitate to attack the privileges of the chieftains who had done most to further his election. And as he travelled about with a large band of followers of evil repute who pretended an outward piety only to exploit people's hospitality, he became a real scourge to the parishes of his diocese. With vain display of authority, he not only used the churchly weapons of excommunication very freely, but he suffered his rude followers to wield the sword in bloody combats with the angry chieftains. In one of these clashes, Kolbein Tumason, the most powerful chieftain in northern Iceland, lost his life 1208. So bitter became the struggle that the chieftains seized the bishop's residence and deprived him of nearly all his power. He was finally summoned to Norway by the archbishop to answer for his conduct and remained abroad for several years. On his return in 1218, he continued his former conduct until he was again driven from his bishopric by the chieftains. After some time he was able to return to his bishop's residence, but he kept such a rabble about him that the people appealed to the chieftains for protection. They gave him a solemn warning to part with his lawless followers, but he fled instead from Holar, and Tumi, the son of Sigvad Sturlason, took possession of the bishop's seat. Gudmund and his band had retired to an island in the Saga fjord, and on a dark and stormy winter night they attacked Holar and slew Tumi Sigvardsson. With 100 followers he now fled to a more distant island, but Sigvad, Tumi's father, pursued him with 300 armed men and forced him to flee to Norway. His case was now brought to the attention of the Pope, who advised him to resign, but this he refused to do. In 1226 he returned to Iceland only to pursue his former tactics. The chieftains finally dispersed his band of followers and kept him as a prisoner at Holar for 2 years. From that time forth he was again allowed to wander around with his band. In 1233 he made a pilgrimage to Rome to do penance, but no noticeable change occurred in his relation to the people of his diocese. Old and blind, and despised by all respectable people, he continued to rule over a band of motley followers of both sexes, though wholly unable any longer to perform even the simplest duties of his office. The Pope finally issued an order for his suspension from office, but Gudmund died at Holar in 1237 before the order could be executed. In the same year died also Bishop Magnus Gjerset of Skalholt, a man of very different character who resembled his worthy predecessors. Magnus, who belonged to one of the best families of Iceland, had been educated by Bishop Thorlak. He took no part in the feuds and quarrels of the chieftains, but used his influence as far as possible to allay strife. He too was summoned to Norway by the archbishop because of some changes which he had introduced in the church service, but his absence of several years only enabled Bishop Gudmund to carry his activities also into the diocese of Skalholt. After Havam Sturla's death, and his 3 sons Thord, Sigvat, and Snorri became his chief heirs and succeeded in time to the position of leadership which he had created. Thord, the oldest of the brothers, was now 18, Sigvat 13, and Snorri 6 years of age. The older illegitimate son, Svein Sturlason, had gained notoriety as an unruly factionist who had taken a prominent part in many feuds and escapades, but was otherwise of no great importance. The quarrels of jealous rivals continued with increasing intensity, but a few prominent leaders had extended their sway over so many families that they were able to rally to their support the armed yeomanry of extensive districts. In a quarrel between Kolbein Tumason, the most powerful chieftain in northern Iceland, and one of Thord Sturlason's thingmen, Both parties arrived at the Althing with large forces of armed followers. Great commotion arose, in which one man lost his life, and a bloody conflict was averted only through the effort of Bishop Paul of Skalholt, who was able to arrange a temporary settlement. 1196. The following year Gudmund Dyri and Kolbein Tumason collected a large band and burned one of their opponents, Onan Thorkelson of Langlid, in his own house. The party hatred grew so violent that a general fight between the two factions at the Althing the following summer was avoided only through the influence of the aged Jan Lapsen, who was able once more to calm the angry opponents and arrange a peaceful settlement. Upon Jan's death in 1197, his son Simund Jansen inherited the family estate of Adi. He did not possess his father's literary interests, but he maintained a sumptuous household and was regarded as the leading chieftain of the southern districts till his death in 1222. The Sturlung brothers had also acquired great wealth and influence through marriage, and in other ways they had become owners of large estates and were related to the most prominent families. Thord, who lived at Stad in Snell Velness, was considered the most powerful man in southern Iceland. In the northern districts, Sigvat had risen to equal prominence, as he had become very wealthy and was related to Kolbein Tumason and Sigurd Ormson of Svinefell through marriage. Snorri Sturlason was now 19 years of age. He possessed no estate of his own, but through marriage with Herdis, the only daughter of the rich priest Bersi Vermundsen of Borg, he became the possessor of Egil Skallgrimsson's famous seat. From his mother he also received the estate of Am as a wedding present for his bride. During the year following his marriage, 1199 to 1200, Snorri remained at Adi, but upon the death of his father-in-law in 1201, he moved to Borg, where he stayed till 1206. In that year he bought the state Reykholt, where he since resided. His marriage, which seems to have been a wholly unsentimental business affair, brought him little happiness. 2 children were born to them, but Herdis did not accompany him to Reykholt. Though never formally divorced, they lived apart from that day forth, and Herdis continued to reside at Borg till her death in 1233. But since wealth and power had become his, Snorri was now able to assume the role of a leader. He became a great chieftain, says the Saga, for he did not lack money. He was also a very thrifty manager of his estates, but he was very incontinent, and he had children with many women besides Herdis. Shortly after he settled at Borg, he acquired also one half of the Lundarmanna, Gothorth, with the rank and title of Gothi. Fortune had so favored him that his manifestation at this time of the haughty spirit, which was usually characterized by the chieftain class, seems almost pardonable. The brusque display of superiority, so tempting to a wealthy and gifted youth, is seen especially in his dealings with some Orkney merchants who had arrived in the Borger Fjord with a cargo of flour. The master of the vessel, Thorkild Rostung, a nephew of the bishop of the Orkneys, had been invited to spend the winter at Borg, but he soon had a serious quarrel with his host, as Snorri in his office, as Gothi demanded the right, according to old custom, to fix the price at which the cargo was to be sold. When the skipper objected to this interference, Snorri seized the cargo and sold it at the stipulated price. Thorkild felt deeply aggrieved, and the following summer, before sailing away, he slew one of the men who had assisted at the sale. This wanton act of vengeance so aroused Snorri that he summoned his brothers to join him in an attack on the traders who were still in the Borgar Fjord. They came to his assistance, but Thorkild made good his escape. In the fall, when he was again driven to Iceland in a storm, he sought the protection of Simund Jansen at Adi, where he spent the winter. Snorri sent men to slay him, but the attempt miscarried, and the following summer Thorkild was able to leave Iceland unharmed. The event shows an unnecessary vindictiveness on the part of Snorri, though it must be admitted that he acted in the main within his right. In the first flush of youthful pride as chieftain and Gothi, he was only too eager to assert his authority. No other importance seems to attach to the incident, which throws little light on Snorri's real character. Self-assertive and strong of will he undoubtedly was, but he respected justice and was usually ready to listen to counsel as to what was regarded as fair and equitable. Like his father Havam Sturla, he was avaricious and hard to deal with. Judged by modern standards, his faults were conspicuous enough, but the sinister traits of character attributed to him by some biographers remain wholly unproved by evidence of historical events properly interpreted. In mental power he towered so high above all his contemporaries that the Icelandic intellectual and literary renaissance found its culmination in him, and he possessed to some extent the wisdom, moderation, and breadth of view which are usually associated with so superior an intellect. As he excelled in all lines of literary activity, he was also very learned in the law, and served with distinction as lagsagumaður for a number of years. In political life he was not only a prominent leader, but a far-sighted patriot who loved peaceful development and social order, and he must have viewed with serious misgivings the growing spirit of strife and lawlessness which more and more endangered the existence of the state. The years 1206 to 1214 seem to have been rather uneventful so far as Snorri was personally concerned. In 1209 he took part in an expedition against Bishop Gudmund, but the following winter he kept the eccentric bishop in his own home and treated him well. He is also said to have saved the life of a priest on the same expedition. His peaceful disposition is shown also in his relation to a feud waged at this time between the men of Vadsdal and Midsfjord. He took no part in these hostilities, but used his influence as Gothi to terminate the strife. In 1215 Snorri was elected Logsogudmaður, but he had already one great famous skald, and at the expiration of his term of office in 1218 he found an opportunity to visit Norway, where he remained for 2 years, enjoying the highest favour of King Håkonsson and Skuld Jarl. The relations between Norway and Iceland at this time were very strained due to events which had created misunderstanding and bitter feeling. The policy of the Norwegian kings, who had built a colonial empire embracing all the western island groups, and on many occasions had wielded great influence even in purely Icelandic affairs, had also made the chieftains apprehensive of their own independence. King Harald Harefager had always regarded Iceland as a quasi-Norwegian dependency. He sent Uni or Boni, a son of the discoverer Gardar, to Iceland, promising to create him Jarl if he could bring the colony under Norwegian dominion. The plan failed, but the colonists agreed to pay the Landaurar tax for unrestricted intercourse with Norway. They also appealed to him as an arbitrator in the question of the size of landholdings among the early settlers, showing thereby a disposition to regard him as their friend, though they would not own him as their ruler. In his zeal for the cause of Christianity, King Olaf Tryggvason had treated the Icelanders as if they were Norwegian subjects, and King Olaf Haraldsson had made very determined efforts to bring Iceland under the Norwegian rule. In 1022 he entered into an agreement with the Icelandic chieftains, known as the Institutions and Laws, which King Olaf gave the Icelanders. According to this agreement, the Icelanders should enjoy in Norway the same rights as free native citizens in case of personal injury. They should have the right to inherit property in Norway, and they were to pay no taxes except a small contribution to the watchmen in the cities on the Landauer tax, established in the time of King Harald Harefager. In return for these concessions, the king's men should have the same rights in Iceland as native citizens, and suits at law in which they were involved should be brought before the courts without previous notice. In time of war, the Icelanders who happened to be in Norway owed the king military service and could not leave the country. 2 out of every 3 should then join the royal standards, but they could only be called upon to serve in defense of war within the borders of the kingdom. In 1024, King Olaf submitted a definite proposal to the Althing to recognize him as ruler. The Norwegian laws should be adopted, and the Icelanders should pay a head tax of 1 penning per person. He also demanded the cession of the little island of Grimsey in the Isja Fjord. When this request was refused, he invited several leading Icelanders to Norway. In 1026, one of these, Gillur Thorkelsson, he sent back to Iceland with a renewal of his request. The others were retained as hostages. But again the proposal was rejected. His wars with King Knut the Great of Denmark, his flight from the kingdom, and subsequent death in the Battle of Stiklestad 1030 prevented further attempts on his part to establish Norwegian dominion over Iceland. The warlike and ambitious King Harald Haredrade seems to have cherished similar plans, but his war with England, where he fell in the Battle of Stamford Bridge 1066, prevented their execution. His successor of Olaf Kyrre devoted himself exclusively to the pursuits of peace, and during the period of destructive civil wars which lasted from 1130 to the reign of King Håkon no attention could be paid to this phase of Norwegian colonial policy. In 1152, as already noted, Iceland was joined to Norway in ecclesiastical affairs as a part of the Archdiocese of Nidaros, a very important step towards the establishing of full sovereign dominion over the colony. Not only Icelandic priests and bishops, but other prominent men were now repeatedly summoned to Norway by the archbishop, who not only asserted his own power as head of the archdiocese and representative of the pope, but even appealed though indirectly to the authority of the king. Snorri himself was among those who had thus been summoned to Norway by the archbishop, but from patriotic motives he and other prominent leaders had refused to heed the summons. When Snorri arrived in Norway, the young King Håkon, who ruled from 1217 till 1263, had ascended the throne. In his reign the bloody civil wars were terminated, and Norway reached the zenith of her political power. In international affairs, this able and gifted ruler enjoyed a high esteem. He guarded with wise forethought all the interests of his realm. He also devoted careful attention to the colonies and sought to link them more firmly to the mother country. In Iceland, unceasing strife prevented the development of a united patriotic sentiment. The growing turmoil could only create situations which invited the constant intervention of Norwegian authorities, and as the struggle between rival leaders grew more bitter, the spirit of independence was able to assert itself but feebly within the umbra of the approaching crisis. Chieftains who through defeat or otherwise had lost their power and influence would be inclined to welcome the supremacy of the Norwegian king rather than submit to the whims of their successful rivals. Even among those who were most far-sighted and patriotic, some would favor submission of the King of Norway as the only escape from lawlessness and anarchy. The strained relations between the colony and the mother country at the time of Snorri's visit were occasioned by the death of Paul, a son of the chieftain Semund Jansen of Adi, who was accidentally drowned in Norway. When the father heard of this sad happening, he grew furious and blamed the people of Bergen for it. He seized some Bergen merchants who were lying with their ships at Ivar and demanded that they should pay such an indemnity as he himself should fix. His brother Orm sought in vain to persuade him to modify this unreasonable demand. The merchants were forced to pay 900 marks of silver, an enormous sum in those days. Some Norwegian traders who arrived with the ship from Greenland were also forced to contribute to this indemnity. In revenge, they slew Orm Jansen, Semund's brother, a deed which further complicated the case. In Norway, people now demanded redress because of Semund Jansen's high-handed acts. In Iceland, they insisted on the payment of indemnity also for the death of Orm Jansen. So great became the excitement that Skuld Jarl, now Duke Skuld, planned a military expedition to Iceland, as he undoubtedly found the moment opportune for an attempt to subjugate the island. The more fair-minded leaders, however, would not rush to arms. Snorri Sturlason, who had remained with the Duke as his guest, had accompanied him on a visit to Sweden, and at Christmas time the following year had been made Skudelsvein by King Håkon, counsel to moderation and peaceful measures. It was probably through this influence that Skuld was persuaded to abandon the attack on Iceland. Snorri argued that nothing could be accomplished by force. It would be better, he said, to secure the friendship of the most influential men in Iceland. It would then be an easy matter to persuade the chieftains to submit voluntarily to the Norwegian king, especially after the death of Semund Jansen, since he himself and his brothers would then be the leaders. Why he suggested such a plan is not clear, but in light of subsequent events it seems to have been only a diplomatic artifice by which he sought to avert the impending stroke. On Snorri's suggestion, Skuld abandoned the plan of an expedition to Iceland, but in order to avoid the appearance of fickleness on his part, he persuaded the Icelanders to ask the king to mediate. This was done, and at a conference assembled for this purpose, King Håkon said, "Sir Jarl, the plan of undertaking an expedition to Iceland, which has been considered this summer, seems to the council to be inexpedient, partly because of the long and difficult voyage, and partly also because that country was colonized from here, and our forefathers and relatives Christianized it. To this must further be added that the Icelanders as a whole have done us no harm, though certain individuals have ill-treated our thanes. It would be harmful to us if all the country should be harried by war. I therefore ask, Sir Jarl, that on my request you drop this plan. Many supported the king, and school at once consented. In return, Snorri undertook to guarantee safety for Norwegian merchants in Iceland. He also had to enter into a secret agreement with the king and the Jarl, by which he promised to use his influence to bring Iceland under the dominion of Norway in a peaceful way. As a further guarantee that the agreement would be faithfully carried out, Snorri was also to send his son Jan Mutri to Scully Jarl as a hostage. The king in turn sought to win his friendship by making him a Landa Mather, an honour not bestowed on an Icelander since the days of King Olaf Haraldsson. Snorri now set sail in a ship given him by school, and after a stormy voyage he reached Iceland late in the fall. Through skilful diplomacy he had avoided a war which under all circumstances would have proved disastrous to his country. He had received presents and honours both from the king and from the school Jarl, but his cheerful acceptance of their friendship was undoubtedly essential to the diplomatic game which he was playing, and was otherwise in keeping also with the old usage of prominent Icelanders who travelled abroad. His countrymen, however, who failed to understand the nature of his services, met him on his return with hostile ill will. They thought that he was in the service of the king, and that he had only tried to favour his Norwegian friends at the expense of his own people. They ridiculed his new title, parodied the songs which he had composed in honour of school, and showed in every way their unqualified disapproval of the course which he had pursued. No one showed more undisguised hostility than Bjorn Thorvaldsson, a son-in-law of Orm Jansen. When Snorri, upon his arrival, accepted the hospitality of Bishop Magnus of Skalholt, and entered the bishop's residence with his men, Bjorn arrived with an armed band and demanded if he would deny Orm's heirs their rightful indemnity. Snorri replied that this was not his intention, but Bjorn persisted in his accusations, and the two parted as bitter enemies. Snorri's promise to bring Iceland under Norwegian dominion was not known, nor did he make any attempt to fulfill it. It seems to have been a part of a diplomatic move to placate the war-like school Jarl, but the promise which he also had given to protect Norwegian merchants in Iceland was faithfully carried out. He did not succeed in carrying out his plan with regard to the Icelanders, says the saga, neither did he make any attempt to do so, but the Norwegian merchants enjoyed at the time perfect peace in Iceland. End of section 8. Chapter 9 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sturlung period of civil war. If the Icelanders had been united under an efficient national government, their independence would not have been endangered by foreign aggression, which now began to loom on their political horizon. But since all power had become lodged in the hands of rival chieftains who aimed at nothing but self-aggrandizement, the country's safety, like its judicial system and its social order, was recklessly sacrificed in the growing domestic feuds. After Snorri's return in 1220, the strife waged by rival leaders developed into a civil war involving nearly all parts of the island. In this struggle, the Sturlung brothers stood divided and became the leaders of the hostile factions which they organized in their support. Snorri continued to reside at Reykholt and took steps to fortify and improve his estate. He surrounded his houses with stone walls and built also a famous bath, the Snorralog, of which remnants are still found. Politically, he allied himself with the powerful Adavurjar family of Adi in southern Iceland, as Jan Lopsson, the greatest of the Adi chieftains, had been his foster father. Sigvat Sturlason became related to the powerful Kolbein Tumason of northern Iceland through marriage with his sister Haldora. He had been able to add one estate to the other until he was very wealthy. He also entered into formal alliance with his brother-in-law Kolbein and Sigurd Ormsson of Svinefell, the most influential leaders in northern and eastern Iceland, the three forming a very strong confederacy. Thord Sturlason, the oldest and perhaps the most peaceful of the brothers, had become so influential that he was regarded as the leading man in the southwestern districts, but he attempted to maintain a neutral attitude between the hostile groups supported by his two brothers. Bjorn Thorvaldsson, who had shown Snorri such affront on his arrival at Skalholt, was killed shortly afterward by his brothers-in-law, the sons of Seaman Janssen, in a quarrel over their inheritance. For this deed the brothers were banished, and as Seaman himself died in 1222, the power of the Adi chieftains was broken. Snorri and Thorvald Gisserson, Bjorn's father, remained leaders in southern Iceland. As Thorvald himself soon sought peaceful retirement in the monastery of Vide, Snorri found it necessary to strengthen himself in his rather isolated position. For this purpose he married Hallveig, the widow of Bjorn Thorvaldsson, at the time the richest heiress in Iceland. He also won to his side the turbulent Thorvald of Vatsfjord, who married his daughter Thordis. His other daughter, Ingi was married to Gizur, the son of his friend Thorvald Gisserson. He was also able at this time to win the support of his brother Thord, with whom he had not hitherto maintained very cordial relations. In 1222 he was again elected Lagussogumather and was re-elected in 1231. As matters stood, he was now undoubtedly the richest and most influential man in southern Iceland. A grouping of opposing forces had thus been effected which would give a new conflict a more serious aspect than had hitherto characterized Icelandic feuds. The easily foreseen struggle was precipitated by the rather insignificant event of a minor family quarrel. The Snorrunga Gothorth, which was a Sturlung family possession, had not been granted to Thord, the oldest brother, but to Sigvat, who in turn had given it to his son Sturla. As both Snorri and Thord had failed to obtain what they considered their share, they agreed to lay claim to it, and Snorri was now so powerful that at the meeting of the Althing he made a formal demand that the Snorrunga Gothorth should be surrendered by Sigvat. The case was not decided by the Althing. A bitter controversy now arose between Snorri, Sigvat, and Sturla, with the final outcome that Snorri seized the Gothorth by force and summoned the Thingmen to swear him allegiance. During this controversy, the violent Thorvald of Vatsfjord supported his father-in-law Snorri, but he met his death at the hands of the sons of Hrafn, Svein, Jarn, Narsson, whom he had slain. Hrafn's sons Thord and Sturla, who in all respects resembled their father, directed their attacks against Sigvat and his son Sturla, whom they blamed for his death. One night they made a most brutal attack on Sturla's home, robbed and plundered and killed even women and children, but they failed to find Sturla, who happened to be away from home. It seemed certain that Snorri was wholly innocent of any part in this outrage. The relations between him and Sturla from this time forth grew more cordial, until they finally arranged a complete settlement of their difficulty in 1230. The following year Sturla stayed with Snorri, and was especially interested in providing for the copying of the books which Snorri had written. Friendly relations were also established between Snorri and his brother Sigvat, Sturla's father, and for a period peace again prevailed throughout Iceland. But it was of short duration. Sturla Sigvason offered the Vatsfjord chieftains a peaceful settlement for the attack made upon his home. An agreement was reached, but one of the brothers, Thord, mocked him because he was willing to make such a settlement. This insult, added to previous injury, and the insolent conduct of the two brothers so exasperated Sturla that he broke his agreement, gathered an armed force, and slew them both, whereupon he departed on a pilgrimage to Rome in 1232. To the people of the Vatsfjord district, the death of the two brothers must have been a welcome riddance, but it brought no permanent relief. Snorri's little legitimate son, Urokja, a dissolute and violent youth, took possession of the Vatsfjord Gathorth, only to continue the vile practices of his predecessors with increased recklessness. He kept a large band of armed followers and levied forced contributions upon the neighbouring districts for their support. From time to time he would send out armed bands to plunder and ill-treat the people, and seize everything which he might desire, like the arrogant robber knights on the continent. Kolbein Ungi, another saucy young chieftain, also joined him in offering affront to Sigvat Sturlason, the two remaining very defiant until Sigvat finally gathered an armed force of sufficient size to cow them into submission. He forced them to accept the agreement of Flatatunga, according to which the controversy should be arbitrated by Bishop Magnus at the next meeting of the Althing. Peace, however, remained but an evanescent hope, as Urokja continued his exploits with the same unbridled violence as before. On his return from Rome, Sturla Sigvatsson spent some time in Norway. He had heard about Urokja's violence and had many conversations with King Hakon Hakansson and Duke Skule about affairs in Iceland. To an inquiry from the king whether it would be difficult to bring the country under Norwegian rule so that peace and order could be maintained there, he answered that it would not be difficult if the one to whom the task was entrusted had sufficient power and authority. His aggressive attitude and undisguised ambition must have led the king to think that he would be more willing to further the interests of the crown in Iceland than Snorri Sturlason, who was no warrior, and who was too patriotic to support any scheme against his country's independence. Sturla was restrained by no such scruples, as it appears from his later conduct that he acted from purely selfish motives in an effort to vanquish all rivals and gain full sway in the island. Without hesitancy, he promised to subjugate Iceland, a service for which he was to receive the title of Jarl. The king, who, aside from his own ambitious plans, really desired to establish peace and order in the island, warned him that he should use no violent means, that he should kill none of the leaders, but that he might send to Norway those whom he wished to get rid of. To these terms Sturla readily agreed, but the king's warning he suffered to go unheeded. His treason soon led to violence and civil war. On his arrival in Iceland in 1235, Sturla, with the aid of his father Sigvat, began to collect military forces for an attack on Snorri Sturlason, of whom they demanded full reparation for the damages done by his son Urokja. Snorri, who seems to have understood the nature of the threatening danger, asked Urokja to hasten to his assistance, a request to which the young chieftain immediately responded. He gathered a force of 720 men and advised his father to attack Sturla before he could organize an invincible army. But Snorri did not desire to wage war against his own relatives. The Easter holidays were approaching. At such a time, he said, he could not enter into armed conflict with his brother. Urokja had to disband his force, and Snorri made no further attempt to resist the attack. He left Reykholt, retiring to Bessastadir in the Faxafjord. Upon Sturla's approach with an army of 1,000 men, he continued his flight to the eastern districts of Iceland. Thord Sturlason had tried in vain to arrange a peaceful settlement of the controversy. Sturla was implacable. Immediately after Snorri's departure, he seized Reykholt, took possession of all his belongings, and forced the chieftains of the district to offer their submission to Riokria, and Sturla Thordsson, the historian, fled to Edi, where they began to gather a fleet of ships with which they intended to sail to the Bilgorf Fjord, but Sigvat and Sturla harried the seacoast districts and killed many of their adherents. No decisive results, however, could come from this desultory fighting. The people soon grew so tired of the struggle that they demanded peace. A preliminary agreement was also entered into by Sturla and Eurokia, but lasting peace could not be concluded, as Sigvat failed to appear at the conference, evidently according to a secret understanding with Sturla. With incredible treachery, Sturla soon broke the agreement, seized Eurokia, and ordered him to be maimed and blinded. It seems that the men who were to execute this wicked deed yielded only partial obedience to the command, as Eurokia was not blinded but was allowed to escape to Norway. Sturla's conduct finally aroused even Snorri to resistance. With the aid of Thorleif of Gardar, he raised an army of 480 men, but Sturla met them with a superior force and defeated them at Bor in a bloody battle. Snorri was not in the battle, but Thorleif of Gardar and Olaf Thordsson, the leaders of the force, were taken prisoners and were compelled to leave Iceland. It was probably due to a desire of ending this conflict that King Hakon at this time issued a summons to the Gothorthsmen of Iceland to come to Norway. In answer to this summons, Snorri Sturlason, as well as Sturla's younger brother Thord Kali, accompanied Thorleif and Olaf on their voyage. Sturla Sigvatsson had now almost accomplished his purpose of making himself lord of all Iceland. Snorri Sturlason had fled, Thord Sturlason died, and most of the leading chieftains had been reduced to a state of dependency, or they had been harried out of the land. Only Kolbein, Ungi, and Gjerser Thorvaldsson were yet able to offer resistance, and against them he now directed his attacks. The extent of Sturla's ambition is most clearly revealed in a conversation which he is said to have had with his father, who now began to think that he was carrying matters to dangerous lengths. In a joking way, Sigvat asked him where he intended to reside. Next to the bishop's seats, he said, I know of no better estates than Adi and Murdruvelur, but I suppose you do not consider them very satisfactory. I like them both quite well, said Sturla, but I suppose they cannot be seized at once. Before your big household, continued Sigvat, you need a good steward and a stewardess. For these positions I know of none better than your brother-in-law Halfdan and your sister Steinvor, his wife. Sturla said that he was of the same opinion. And then said Sigvat, you must have a good and quick-footed shepherd. For this position you can get Bjorn Simonsen, and for personal attendants who can follow you in and out I can secure your brothers Thord Krok and Marcus. That might be well enough, thought Sturla, but since the household is very large, continued Sigvat, you ought to have people well trained in hunting and fishing, skilled with hammer and axe, and able to repair ships, etc. I know who would be best qualified for such positions. It would be Budvar of Stad, son of Thord Sturlason, and Thorleif of Gardar. After a little hesitation, Sturla thought that they might be chosen, and then to mind the horses and to decide which ones are to be used on each occasion, you should take Lopt, the bishop's son, and Bodvar of Beyer, said Sigvat. Sturla, who now began to understand the irony of the conversation, replied, it is not to be expected that all people should serve me. It is idle talk. Now there are not many places left in your household, continued Sigvat, but a couple of men are needed who can manage trading expeditions, purchase the necessary supplies, arrange routes of travel, etc. For these positions you might select Gjerser Thorvaldsson and Kolbein Ungi. Sturla now became angry and left the room. In his victorious career, Sturla could not long postpone the final struggle for overlordship in Iceland. Under some pretext he seized the estates of the wealthy Cole Arneson and marched into southern Iceland with a large force. Gjerser Thorvaldsson was summoned to meet him for the purpose, as it was stated, of assisting in the division of Cole's estates, but he was instead made prisoner with his whole escort, and had to take an oath that he would leave the country. Sturla also seized many of the estates of the Ada chieftains, the sons of Semund Jansen, although he was married to their sister Solveig. It was now so evident that all the chieftains would share the same fate that if any effective resistance was to be offered, quick and united action would be necessary. As soon as Sturla left the southern districts, which he now considered subdued, several chieftains hastened to form a league against him. Hjalti Magnusson, son of the Bishop of Skalholt, and Kolbein Ungi, who knew well that he would be the next victim, were the leaders of this movement. They were joined also by Gizur Thorvaldsson, whom they soon liberated from the captivity in which he was held. Armed forces were gathered in all districts until the Confederates had an army of 1,680 men. At Orligastator they were joined in battle with Sigvat and Sturla, and defeated them after a bloody conflict. Sigvat fell in the battle, and Sturla and his brothers Kolbein and Thord were taken prisoners and executed. Sturla Thordsson, the later historian of this period, son of Thord Sturlason, who was also one of the leaders of Sigvat's and Sturla's forces, was fortunately spared. Had he shared the fate of the others, the events of this period of Icelandic history might never have become known to posterity. It soon became evident, however, that the victory at Orligastator had only substituted new tyrants for the old. Kolbein Ungi and Gizur Thorvaldsson had overthrown Sigvat and Sturla only to seize all power and lord it over their neighbours with an equally arrogant pride. Henceforth the selfish and calculating Gizur began to play the role of Sturla. In his efforts to lay all Iceland at his feet, he used even more heartless and unscrupulous methods than his ambitious predecessors. The report of Sigvat's and Sturla's defeat and death aroused the greatest interest in Norway. The king's plan of establishing supremacy over Iceland was thereby shattered, and new hope was revived among the Icelanders who had been driven into exile. The evil incubus which had threatened them with complete ruin had suddenly disappeared, but Snorri Sturlason, who was still in Norway, did not give himself over to any sudden rejoicing, probably because his thorough knowledge of Icelandic affairs enabled him to foresee the violent struggles which were still to shake his troubled country. It is noteworthy that his first recorded utterance regarding these events is a pathetic song addressed to Sigvat's son Thord Kakali, in which he expresses his sorrow for his fallen brother. Snorri had now spent 2 years in Norway as a guest of Duke Skule, the king's powerful father-in-law, who was soon to raise the standard of revolt in an attempt to seize the crown. It was natural that he should welcome the friendship of this intriguing rival of King Hakon Haakonson, since the king had entered into an agreement with Sturla and had been aiding and abetting him. He could have had no choice but to seek support among the king's enemies so long as he opposed his plan of subjugating Iceland. The purpose of his visit in Norway at this time seems to have been to gain the support of Skule and his party in an effort to frustrate the king's plans and the ambitious schemes of Sturla. The old writer Sturma Frodi calls him Folksnar Jarl, that is, secret Jarl, as it was believed by some that Duke Skule had conferred on him the title of Jarl, with the understanding that if the Duke won the Norwegian crown in his contest with King Hakon, Snorri should become his representative and rule Iceland as a Norwegian dependency. But this assumption is supported by no acceptable evidence. Even if Snorri did receive this title from the Duke, as he had already accepted that of Lender Mather from the king, he undoubtedly did so from no other motive than that of diplomatic courtesy. Since he opposed the king's plan of subjugating Iceland, he could have no incentive to support Skule if, in case he should win the throne, he should pursue a similar policy. He had already on a previous occasion prevailed on the Duke to abandon an expedition against Iceland, and there is nothing which indicates that he had in any way changed his patriotic attitude. As King Hakon entertained no illusions with regard to Snorri's position, he took drastic measures to render him harmless. He summoned Duke Skule to meet him in Bergen, issuing at the same time an order that the Icelanders who were then in Norway should not be allowed to leave the country until the nature of their errand should be fully ascertained. This was clearly an infringement on their well-established rights, since according to old agreements they were guaranteed free intercourse with Norway except in time of war. A situation was thus created which gave Duke Skule a welcome opportunity to thwart the king, as he felt justified in disobeying the royal order by granting the Icelanders permission to sail. When the king's command was repeated to the Icelanders as they lay ready to depart from Munkholmen in the harbour of Trondhjem, Snorri's only comment was, "Home I will go." Without delay he sailed for Iceland, but the king soon set forces in motion which accomplished his destruction. On his return home, Snorri again took possession of his estate Reykholt, and he lost no time in bringing to book those who had assisted in attacks upon him. He summoned Sigvat's and Sturla's thingmen to meet him at Dal, where he arrived, accompanied by Eurokia, Thorleif of Gardar, and other returned exiles. At this conference it was agreed that the punishment to be imposed should be determined by Snorri himself. He demanded restitution in the form of fines to be paid by those who had assisted in robbing his estates and despoiling his friends. No charge of injustice can be brought against him for settling the affair in this way. In the hour of triumph he abstained from bloodshed and other violent measures, demanding only what the law allowed. Had he shown greater leniency, his warlike enemies would undoubtedly have interpreted it as weakness and vacillation. In his plans with regard to Iceland, King Hakon found a strong ally in the Roman Church, which also sought to bring this distant and loosely governed island more firmly under its control. At this time the Archbishop of Nidaros inaugurated a new policy which greatly aided in linking the colony more closely to the mother country. When the eccentric Bishop Gudmund of Holar and Bishop Magnus Gisserson of Scaldic died in 1237, their successors had already been chosen in order to avoid any prolonged vacancy in their office. Magnus Gudmundsson was elected to succeed Magnus Gisserson as Bishop of Scaldic, and Bjorn Kirkebjorn Hjaltason was to become Bishop of Olar. Both priests went to Norway in 1236 to be consecrated by the Archbishop of Nidaros, but he would not sanction their election. For this refusal he could find ample pretext, as the method of choosing bishops in Iceland did not conform to established usage. Bjorn proceeded to Rome, evidently for the purpose of laying the case before the Pope himself, but he seems to have failed in his efforts, and he died on the homeward journey. Magnus returned home in 1239 and lost his life by drowning the year after. If it had been the purpose of the Archbishop merely to introduce a reform in the method of choosing bishops, he would have created cathedral chapters in the Icelandic bishoprics to carry out the election according to the rules of the Church. But he made instead the regulation that the bishops of Iceland henceforth should be chosen by the Archbishop and the cathedral chapter of Nidaros. This could only mean that Norwegian churchmen who were fully in sympathy with the Archbishop's policy and the king's political ambitions would be placed in charge of the Icelandic dioceses. In 1238, 2 Norwegian ecclesiastics were consecrated bishops for Iceland: Sigvard Titmarsson, abbot of Selja, as Bishop of Skalholt, and Botolf, canon of Helgester, as Bishop of Holar. The monk Hildebrand Gunnarsson was sent to Iceland with letters from the Archbishop, evidently to announce the consecration of the new bishops and to prepare for their proper reception. On their arrival, they seem to have taken possession of their diocese without any opposition. The ambitious Gizur Thorvaldsson found it advantageous from the outset to support Bishop Sigvard of Skalholt and the Norwegian dynastic interest in Iceland. In order to gain full control in the island, he planned to overthrow his erstwhile father-in-law Snorri, and if necessary to destroy the whole Sturlung family. King Hakon, who was now able with the aid of the new bishops to keep well informed regarding affairs in Iceland, made Gizur his representative. He had already been appointed Skutilsveinn on a visit to Norway in 1229, and greater honours were in store for him if he could carry out the king's plans. Duke Skule finally rose in a rebellion against King Hakon and was hailed as king by his own party, but met with defeat and death after a short struggle. Whatever hope of support in Norway Snorri might have entertained disappeared, and the intimate relations which he had maintained with the rebellious duke so aroused the king's resentment that he dispatched messengers to Iceland with orders to Gizur to send Snorri to Norway or else to slay him as a traitor. This gave Gizur the desired opportunity. For some time he did not let the king's order become known, as he evidently planned to capture Snorri by a secret stratagem, which was attempted at the time of the meeting of the Althing. Gizur's associate Kolbein Ungi arrived at the Thing with an army of 600 men, but Snorri and his followers, who suspected treacherous designs, fled to the church, where Kolbein did not venture to attack them. Later in the summer, Gizur called his friends to a secret conference, read to them the king's orders, and laid plans for a sudden attack on Snorri. With 70 men, he secretly proceeded to Reykholt in the night and gained entrance to Snorri's home while the people were sleeping. Snorri, who was awakened by the noise, attempted to hide in the cellar. Here he was soon discovered and could easily have been made prisoner, but the treacherous and relentless Gizur sent 5 men led by his servant Simon Knut to slay the defenseless old man. At the hands of these assassins, Snorri lost his life at the age of 63, September 22, 1241. Snorri's nearest male heir at the time of his death was his illegitimate son Eurokia, but Gizur seemed to ignore him. He paid him no virgold for his father, but seized instead the estate Reykholt and gave it to Kling Bjarnason, Snorri's stepson. Eurokia, who had not forgotten the personal wrongs which he had suffered at Gizur's hands, was the more eager to avenge his father. At the head of an armed force, he attacked Reykholt and captured Kling Bjarnason and put him to death. After recruiting additional forces, he turned against Gizur himself, who, having been warned, hastened to Skalholt, where Bishop Sigvard gave him protection and support. A battle was fought in which the bishop himself took an active part, but as the combat was indecisive, the peace was concluded, and Eurokia retired to the Borgar Fjord district to take possession of his father's estate of Reykholt. It was not Gizur's intention, however, to abide by the agreement thus forced upon him. He was determined to destroy his dangerous opponent. As soon as he found opportunity to strengthen his forces, he raised a new issue by claiming that no settlement had been made for the death of Kling Bjarnason, and new negotiations were begun. In order to dispel all suspicion, these should be conducted by Gizur's ally Kolbein Ungi, who was Eurokia's brother-in-law. A conference took place at the river Havita, where the two parties stationed themselves at opposite ends of a bridge leading across the stream. Kolbein arrived with a large armed force, accompanied by Bishop Sigvard and Abbot Brand Janssen, but a little later Gizur and Orm Bjarnason, Kling's brother, also arrived. Eurokia did not trust Gizur and had refused to negotiate with him, but he was finally persuaded by Bishop Sigvard and the bishop to cross the bridge. Immediately Gizur cut off his retreat and made him prisoner, in spite of the most energetic protest of the bishop and many of his own men. Both Eurokia and Sturla Thordsson, the historian, were forced to pledge themselves under oath to leave Iceland. Eurokia was sent to Norway, but Sturla was later released by Kolbein Ungi and was allowed to remain at home. Law and order had gradually disappeared in Iceland. The Althing was powerless. The local courts were under the heels of chieftains who so utterly flouted all authority that they even refused to abide by their own promises given under oath. Anarchy could not be more complete. The settlers, who had hitherto been independent freeholders enjoying their ancient rights under the old laws, were becoming oppressed victims of lawless magnates who seized at will all the estates of the island and imposed on the people their arbitrary demands at the point of the sword. The need of some form of governing authority was so urgent, and the hope of salutary reforms in social conditions was so remote that the people could not much longer hesitate to accept even foreign overlordship as a welcome deliverance. Even Eurokia and Gizur felt obliged to appeal their case to King Hakon, and evidence that he was already acknowledged as the highest authority in Icelandic affairs. Gizur himself was summoned to Norway, where he was retained for 2 years, evidently because the king was dissatisfied with his conduct and feared that he might establish himself as a despot in Iceland. Eurokia was treated with fairness and consideration, but he too had to remain in Norway, where he died in 1245. With the death of Snorri Sturlason and the banishment of Eurokia, the influence of the Sturlung family disappeared for a time. Gizur Thorvaldsson of the Haukdolir family, who traced their lineage from Isleif, the first bishop of Skalholt, became sole leader in the southern Iceland, and Kolbein Ungi held sway in the western and northern districts. Kolbein seized Sigvat Sturlason's estates and distributed them among several leading men in order to gain their support. Sigvat's heirs, thus deprived of their inheritance, were treated in an arbitrary and despotic way. His wife Haldora and her son Tumi were compelled to leave their estate Grund and move to Vedvera in Saga fjord. Sturla, Sigvatsson's wife and children, emigrated to Norway. None of the Sturlungs were any longer able to offer resistance. Thord Kakali, the oldest of Sigvat's 2 living sons, was still held in friendly custody by King Hakon. Thord Sturlason's only legitimate son, Bodvar of Stad, was married to Kolbein's sister and was therefore inclined to favor his brother-in-law. Of Thord's illegitimate son, Sturla Thordsson had played a conspicuous part as chieftain, but both he and his brother Olaf Hvitsaskald were chiefly interested in literary pursuits. Through their own feuds, the Sturlungs had lost their great leaders and had to submit to ambitious rivals like Gizur and Kolbein. But they had been so far chastened by misfortune that old enmities were forgotten, and they now stood reunited in sentiment and common interests. In 1242, Thord Kakali was finally allowed to return to Iceland after many years' absence, to the great satisfaction of the Sturlungs, who saw in him a new leader of their family. When Kolbein heard of his arrival, he sent word to the leading men of the district that they should seize him and deliver him up as prisoner. Many people flocked to Thord's ship to trade, among others also many prominent men who had been the friends of his father Sigvat. His mother Haldora and other relatives also came to see him, but the joy of meeting him soon vanished, says the saga, when people thought of the power of his enemy Kolbein. None of the leading men, not even Thord's own relatives, ventured to join him, and people were so afraid that no one would even talk to him except publicly so that all could hear it. When Thord saw that he could gain no support, he went to Grund to visit his sister Sigrid and her husband, but he was soon warned by the abbot of Thevera not to prolong his visit, as Kolbein might send men to slay him. Following the advice of his relatives, he then went to southern Iceland to Halfdan Simondsson, who was married to his sister Steinvor. With them he discussed his plan of avenging his father and recovering his inheritance. Steinvor gave him enthusiastic support. Hitherto, she said to her husband, you have never exhibited any warlike spirit, neither have I encouraged you to take part in great feuds. But now I declare that there will be little cordiality between us if you do not assist my brother Thord. If you refuse to do so, the strange thing may come to pass that I may carry arms and gather warriors, and leave to you the keys for the storehouse and the cellar. Halfdan remained silent until she had ended her angry harangue, and then replied, so far as I can see, it requires more than mere excitement if Thor's plan is to succeed. I know myself best and feel that I am not well qualified to take part in great feuds. Besides, I am now somewhat advanced in years. It appears, too, that those who join Thord will be opposed by nearly all the people of the land. I would therefore like to see what help he can secure among friends and relatives in other places before I decide the matter. If he returns with a respectable force, I shall not refuse to aid him. It was then agreed that Thord should try to win support in the western districts, and he advanced with a force of 30 men, accompanied by his brother Tumi. Kolbein Ungi dispatched a force to capture him, but he was able to elude his pursuers, and many of Eurokia's old adherents joined him. Even Sturla Thordsson, who resided at Standerhol, promised to support him, but would not join him outright until he had secured a larger following. Thord made all possible efforts to persuade the people to join him. The chieftains of Ayar and other prominent leaders promised hearty cooperation, but so few actually joined his force that when he returned to Stadar Hole, Sturla shook his head and said he would do nothing against the powerful Kolbein until affairs looked more promising. A similar answer was given by his brother-in-law, Halfdan Simondsson. He would give him no aid, though his wife, Steinvor, sought zealously to promote his cause. Kolbein's assistants now gathered a force of 700 men and occupied the bishops of Skalholt, where the bishop gave them all possible assistance and encouragement. As Thord Kakali had yet only 240 men, his undertaking seemed doomed to failure, but he had the courage of a leader and resolutely marched against Skilholt to try conclusions with his opponents, even under these discouraging circumstances. Some of the leaders of the opposing forces now proposed that peace should be arranged, since all had to admit that Thord, whose father had been killed and who had been deprived of his inheritance, had a just grievance. The bishop and Steinvor were chosen arbitrators. They granted Thord a large indemnity with the understanding that peace should be kept till Gizur returned from Norway. Through his agreement, Thord received the necessary means for supporting his followers, and he also gained the additional advantage that for a time he would not need to fear any hostile move in the southern districts. Thord Kakali now went to the Borgars Fjord in western Iceland, but Kolbein Ungi had gathered a force of 700 men and marched across the Tvidgegre heath in order to be sure to capture him. It was already the month of November. On the march across the mountains, many men perished from cold, and many more were overcome by suffering and exposure. Thord had watched Kolbein's movements and knew the condition of his army, but he had so few men that he did not venture an attack. For him there was no alternative but flight. This was at once undertaken, but Kolbein's men pursued him with such vigor that escape seemed impossible. The chase lasted several days, and only with the greatest difficulty was Thord able to evade his pursuers. Through the winter no further attempt was made to capture Thord, but the following summer Kolbein prevailed on the Althing to outlaw him. Thord, however, did not leave Iceland, but fled to some islands, where he gathered a fleet of 30 ships, a naval force which his adversaries did not venture to meet. Kolbein harried the southwestern districts where Thord had received some assistance. He even dispatched a force to Stendarho to slay Sturla Thordsson. But he had been warned, and they were only able to plunder his estates. Such depredations could only serve to arouse people's ill will, especially since they knew that even the decree of the Althing had been rendered under pressure from Kolbein without any real cause. Public sentiment in the raided districts was turned in favor of Thord. Even Sturla Thordsson openly espoused his cause. In a short time he raised an army, 1,440 men, and though he could undertake no active operations of importance that year because of approaching winter, it was now evident that he was gaining general support and was recognized as a great leader. A minor expedition of his brother Tumi, resulting in the capture of 2 of Snorri Sturlason's slayers, Simon Knut and Thorstein Gudinason, who also gave great encouragement to Thord's friends. Simon was executed, and Thorstein, who admitted that he had inflicted a fatal wound on the great historian, was sentenced to lose his right hand. The fact that Thord, according to the decree of the Althing, was still an outlaw created no anxiety, nor was any attention paid to it. Court decisions might still have weight among the common people, but the chieftains had ceased to yield obedience to the civil authorities. Even before the winter had passed, Thord made preparations for a new attack on Kolbein. That wily chieftain was now suffering from serious injuries received in an accident which confined him to his bed, but he was able to save himself by a clever stratagem. He sent 2 messengers to Thord to offer terms of peace and reconciliation. To one of these he stated privately that if no other terms would be accepted, he was willing to grant Thord the whole northern quarter and leave Iceland. Thord was unwilling to consider any peace offer, but when these generous terms were proposed, he was prevailed upon by his adherents to accept them. In the final settlement, however, Kolbein refused to keep his promise. He boldly declared that he had given his messenger no authority to offer such terms, and Thord was unable to force the issue, as his army had already been disbanded. No new campaign could be begun that winter, and Kolbein, who was slowly recovering from his injuries, was able to make the needed preparations. As soon as he was well enough, he gathered forces for a new expedition to the western districts. On a sudden foray, Tumi Sigvardsson, Thord's brother, was taken prisoner and beheaded. Sturla Thordson's home was plundered, people were killed, and property was destroyed throughout the districts. But although great damage was done, it was a mere raid and not a victory of any importance. Thord now resolved to gather a fleet for an attack on Kolbein, since a march overland to northern Iceland was very difficult. He was able to secure 15 small vessels and sailed with a band of 220 men, leaving the defense of the home districts to Sturla Thordsson. But Kolbein, who was informed of his plans, met him with a larger fleet and superior forces in the Bay of Hunafloi and defeated him after a severe engagement. At this time, Gizur Thorvaldsson, who had spent 2 years in Norway, returned to Iceland. It was probable that he too came as the king's representative, since Thord Kakali had failed to make any definite progress. Gizur at once sought to effect a reconciliation with Jan, the son of Sturla Sidvinsson. The question of a proper indemnity for the slaying of Sturla after the Battle of Orlicenstader was submitted to King Hakon for arbitration and indication that Gizur really acknowledged the king as overlord of Iceland. Though Kolbein Ungi had been victorious in the naval battle with Thord Kakali, he was not optimistic as to the final outcome if the struggle should continue. He was, however, troubled with ill health and was therefore willing, even in the hour of victory, to enter into negotiations with his adversary. It was agreed that both should go to Norway and submit the whole controversy to the king for arbitration. The agreement could not be carried out, as Kolbein was soon confined to his bed by a fatal illness. He summoned Gizur and offered to transfer her to him. Then Brand Kolbeinsson all his Gothorths, but Gizur said that he was not in a position to accept the offer. Thord Kakali was then called, and a peace agreement was entered into, according to which Thord was reinstated in full possession of his inheritance, which embraced especially the estates in the Eyjafjord district. Brand Kolbeinsson should hold the districts of the Saga Fjord, Hunafjord, Midfjord, and Hrutafjord, and he and Gizur agreed to support each other. Kolbein Ungi died July 22, 1245. Thord Kakali was now one of the wealthiest and most popular of the great chieftains of Iceland. But his ambition was not yet satisfied. He aimed to become lord over all northern Iceland, and if possible, of the whole island. He soon found a pretext to quarrel with Brand Kolbeinsson and marched into the Skagafjord district with a force of 600 men. At Hognes, Brand had taken a strong position with an army of 720 men, but he was outmaneuvered and defeated after a bloody conflict, April 1246. Brand was captured and put to death, and the victorious Thord seized all the northern districts as he had planned. Gizur, Brand's friend and ally, was now preparing to take the field against Thord. He arrived at Stad, Brand's home estate, with a force of 480 men, and the inhabitants of the district of Skagafjord, who were opposed to Thord, pledged him their allegiance and joined his forces. Thord was able to gather an army, but his men were so opposed to a renewal of the campaign that he finally consented to negotiate with Gizur. They agreed to submit their quarrel to King Hakon's decision, and both sailed to Norway in the fall of 1246. Thord Kakali and Gizur met King Hakon in Bergen and accompanied him to Trondheim, where he was to spend the winter. The king called a special meeting, probably his hearth, to hear their case. At this meeting, says the saga, Thord caused a long written exposition to be read of the quarrel between the Hawkedler and the Sturlungs, and it was shown that many of his friends and relatives had been killed. The king asked Gizur what he had to reply to these charges. He answered that although he did not have any written document to read, he had several things to offer in reply, though he would admit that Thord's exposition was in every way truthful. All said that they had never heard two parties plead their case with greater clearness, nor did one attempt to contradict the other, or to question the truthfulness of his statements. At first the king seemed inclined to favour Gizur, but he would not decide the case that winter. Both Thord and Gizur remained at court. In the spring they accompanied the king to Burgeoned, where he was to be crowned by Cardinal William of Sabina. It seems that he wished to use this occasion to establish definitely his overlordship over Iceland, and to have it sanctioned by the Pope through his personal representative. The cardinal cordially supported the king's plan, as it harmonized in every way with the views of the Roman Curia regarding the nature of legitimate government. He issued an address to the people of Iceland commanding them to submit to King Hakon, declaring that it was improper for them not to be governed by a king like all other nations. As successor to Bishop Botolf of Holar, who died in 1246, Heinrich Karason, a Norwegian ecclesiastic, was chosen. He was a man of energy and ability, who undoubtedly was selected for this position for the purpose of furthering the king's plans. Thord Kakali sought at once to gain the favour of the new bishop, and he in turn supported Thord in his controversy with Gizur, with the result that the cardinal advised Hakon to send Thord to Iceland as governor of the island, while Gizur was to remain in Norway in order to avoid new conflicts. Thord and Bishop Heinrich were accordingly sent to Iceland with a letter from the cardinal to the Icelanders, and with a request from the king that they should submit to his authority and pay him taxes. Several prominent Icelanders, among others Thorleif of Gardar, were retained by King Hakon as hostages. Thord Kakali soon gained control over a large part of Iceland. The Sturlungs recognized him as their leader, and in 1248 Hafrathan Hudson and Einar Thorvaldsson came from the Vatsafjord district in northern Iceland to pledge him their allegiance. In the spring of that year he travelled through the northern quarter, and all the people offered their submission. Semund Ormsson of Svinefell also sought his protection, and the two became still more closely united through Thord's marriage to Ingunn, a daughter of Semund's brother Sturla. The southern districts, which still adhered to Gizur, were forced to submit and had to pay a fine. The king's request, as well as the direct command of the cardinal, undoubtedly exerted a great influence. Since the bishops also supported Thord as the king's representative, the opposition of the people was gradually overcome. Thord Kakali was now, in fact, lord of all Iceland. As he acted under a royal mandate, King Hakon's overlordship was virtually established, though not yet fully recognized. Reforms in Norwegian and Icelandic jurisprudence at this time also reflect the influence of the cardinal and the Council of Bergen. Ordeal was abolished in both countries, and with regard to Iceland, the regulation was made that anyone who encroached on other people's rights or property should be punished by excommunication. Thord Kakali's ambition soon brought him into conflict with Bishop Heinrich, as it became evident that he was not seeking to further the king's plans, but aimed to establish his own personal authority. In 1249 the bishop returned to Norway, but Thord, who had been summoned by the king, did not accompany him. The following year Thord, who was the king's sworn Hearth Mather, finally obeyed the royal summons and went to Norway, accompanied by Bishop Sigvard of Skalholt. Neither he nor the bishop was allowed to return. King Hakon sent instead Gizur Thorvaldsson, who during his stay in Norway had made a pilgrimage to Rome, where he had received absolution for his sins. Accompanied by Bishop Heinrich, he now returned to Iceland to continue the work of bringing all parts of the island under the king's rule. A number of prominent Icelanders were still kept in Norway by King Hakon, probably in order to weaken their influence at home and to attach them more closely to the crown, as a distinct policy was inaugurated to create in Iceland a party of king's friends, who might give the royal cause their energetic support. Those who showed a distinct inclination to promote the interests of the crown, like Gizur Thorvaldsson, Thorgils Skardi, Finnbjorn Helgason, and other royal favourites were allowed to return home and were given charge of large districts which they were to hold as royal grants. Others who still showed a spirit of opposition were retained at court. They were often made to feel the royal displeasure, like Harold Simonson and his brother Philip of the Verjar family, who had to surrender their Gothors to the king. By seeking to become heir to Snorri Sturlason's extensive possessions, King Hakon also attempted to establish in Iceland a private royal domain, which, according to the views of the times, was an essential attribute to royal power. If this could be accomplished, it would increase his influence and bring his rule into closer conformity with monarchic principles. The task of establishing a fully recognized royal overlordship in Iceland was not an easy one. Thord Kakali, who had sought to strengthen his own power rather than that of the king, had left his own adherents in charge of various districts and was still able to encourage them to resistance against Gizur, the king's new representative. The people would not consent to the distribution of districts among royal favourites, neither would they sanction the king's claim to the possessions of Snorri Sturlason. Thorgils Skardi had received the whole of the Burgar Fjord district, and immediately upon his arrival he summoned the chieftains to a conference at the home of Olaf Hevitstad. But when he attempted to read to them the royal letters patent, energetic protest was made. Thorleif of Gardar said that he did not doubt that King Hakon had granted Thorgils the district, but he doubted very much that he had any right whatever to do so. The other chieftains were of the same opinion. Only when Thorgils threatened them was he allowed to read the royal letters, and the chieftains finally yielded a reluctant submission. How little real authority he was able to exercise within the domain granted him soon became apparent. The general ill will, undoubtedly caused in part by his own arrogant conduct, developed into so hostile an opposition that the chieftains, under the leadership of Sturla Thordsson and Hrafn Oddsson, gathered an armed force and took him prisoner at Staffaholt, where he was visiting Olaf Hevitskald. He saved his life only by taking an oath that he would join his captors in an attack on Gizur Thorvaldsson. This undertaking was immediately set on foot, but Thorgils, who wished to remain faithful to the king's cause, broke his oath and escaped to his friend Bishop Heinrich of Holar. On learning of his defection in the Bogar Fjord, chieftains abandoned their expedition, but Hrafn Oddsson assumed control of affairs in their district and kept an armed force to guard against surprise. Bishop Heinrich undertook to negotiate a settlement between Thorgils and his opponents, but no agreement could be reached as Thorgils demanded possession of the district which the king had granted him, while the chieftains refused to recognize any right on the part of the king to exercise dominion over Icelandic territory. Thorgils moved to his father's estate Stad, and since Gizur gave him no support, he was unable to maintain his claim to the district of the Borgard Fjord. Thorgils and Bishop Heinrich were earnest in their support of the king's cause, but Gizur's aim now, as before, was self-aggrandizement. This soon became so evident that a feeling of enmity and distrust separated the leaders of the king's party. Gizur took active steps to form an alliance with Thorgils' opponents. In the summer of 1253, after the meeting of the Althing, he met Hrafn Oddsson and Sturla Thordsson by the Bolstad in the district of the Hruta Fjord, where an alliance was entered into. In order to cement their friendship still more firmly, Sturla's daughter, Bjorg, was promised in marriage to Gizur's son Hall. A regrouping of forces had thus been accomplished. Gizur had given up his allegiance to King Hakon, and Hrafn and Sturla had abandoned Thord Kakali in order to form what might seem to be a strong anti-royal confederacy. The only real supporters of the king's cause were now Thorgils Skardi, Bishop Heinrich of Holar, and Abbot Brand Janssen, who was acting as vicar for Bishop Sigvard of Skalholt. But Thorgils found it difficult to support his followers at Stad, and as his friends urged that he should seek a reconciliation with Hrafn Oddsson and his uncle Sturla Thordsson, he found it expedient to follow their advice. He met Sturla on an island in the Faxa Fjord. The two entered into a secret agreement promising each other friendship and support, but it was to be considered only as a family compact. Thorgils did not renounce his allegiance to the king, nor did Sturla sever his relations with Hrafn and Gizur. If a united patriotic sentiment had existed, a union like the one formed between Hrafn, Gizur, Sturla, and Thorgils would have rendered Iceland secure against foreign dominion. But with the exception of agreements like that between Sturla and Thorgils, based on family feeling, the confederates formed rested on no foundation but mutual fear and personal ambition. Even the most solemn covenants were easily broken. No one could be trusted to remain faithful to an ally any longer than he found it to his own personal advantage. Confederacies would melt away like castles in the air with every regrouping of the changing factors of self-interest. To what degree the chieftains now could stoop to the most unashamed perfidy is seen in the attack on Gizur's home at Flugumyr shortly after his agreement with his former opponents. Eyjolf Thorsteinsson, who had been driven from the Skagafjord district by Gizur, was his sworn enemy and plotted revenge. He gained the support of Bishop Heinrich of Holar, Kolbein Gran, Ari Ingemundson, Rani Kodranson, and other leaders in the district, and a conspiracy was formed to attack Gizur at the time when the wedding of his son Hall to Sturla's daughter Ingi-Bjorg was to be celebrated. Among the guests invited to this festival at Flugumyr was also Hrafn Oddsson, Gizur's confederate. On his journey to the wedding, Hrafn stopped at Vidimyr, where Eyjolf's brother Askrim revealed to him the plot against Gizur, stating that it was the plan of the conspirators to burn Gizur's home if they could not capture him in any other way. He also invited Hrafn, Gizur's guest and ally, to join in the attack, evidently because he knew him to be more ambitious than upright. Hrafn, it is said, did not favor this wicked plan, and as Gizur's guest he could not take part in it, but he promised not to reveal it. Saturday evening the guests, to the number of 120, began to arrive at Flugumyr and were cordially received by Gizur. When all had been seated, he arose to bid them welcome and expressed his joy that so many prominent men were now assembled under his roof in peace and good understanding after the serious controversies which had hitherto separated them. It was his hope, he said, that their agreement would be faithfully kept, but for safety's sake he would nevertheless establish peace for the occasion by solemnly reading the peace formula. The following day Hrafn and Gizur's son Isleif sat side by side, kissed each other as friends, and drank from the same silver goblet. All this Hrafn could do, though he knew that at that very moment Gizur's enemies were hiding in the neighborhood, that at any time the house with all its occupants might be attacked and destroyed. Even Sturla Thordsson, the bride's father and Hrafn's closest ally, knew nothing of the perfidious plot. The festival continued also Monday, when Ari Ingemundson came and revealed to Hrafn the conspirators' whole plan. But not even now did he warn Gizur. When he left the wedding, Gizur gave him 2 fine horses. In order to ease his conscience, he now told Gizur to be careful, but to the question if he knew of any particular danger, he returned only an evasive answer. On Tuesday, most of the guests departed, among others also Sturla Thordsson. In the night, Eyjolf and his associates with a band of 52 armed men made their well-planned attack. They were unable to enter the house, as the doors were barred and the entrances guarded. Finding that their plan of surprise had failed, they set fire to the building, which was soon wrapped in flames. Gizur stood surrounded by his guests and his family, among whom were his wife, Groa, and the beautiful bride, Ingi-Bjorg, who had run from her room attired only in her night robes. The assailants offering Ingi-Bjorg free exit, but she preferred to share the fate of the rest. Kolbein groaned, then leaped forward and seized her in his arms and carried her to the church. Groa perished in the house, likewise Gizur's 2 sons, Isleif and Ketilbjorn. Hall, the bridegroom, made an effort to escape, but was mortally wounded and was brought to the church, where he soon expired. 25 persons found their death in the burning building, but Gizur managed to save himself in a most remarkable way. When all hope was past, he bade his wife an affectionate farewell and made his way into the provision house, which was not yet on fire. Here he plunged into a large vat of whey and remained there in such perfect hiding that his enemies failed to discover him. All felt certain that he, like the rest, had perished in the fire, but when the assailants departed, he was able to make his way to the church, though he was so exhausted from suffering and exposure that his life was saved with great difficulty. When he was able to examine the ruins of his home, where he found the charred remains of his wife, sons, and relatives, he was so overcome with grief that tears rolled down his cheeks. Eyjolf Thorsteinsson and his associates hastened from the scene of their vile deed to Holar, where Bishop Heinrich received them with open arms and immediately absolved them. Here they also met Hrafn Oddsson, who now openly joined them and became their leader. As soon as the incendiaries learned that Gizur was still alive, they took steps to protect themselves, but he pursued them relentlessly. Many were captured and put to death. Before a year had passed, 12 had been slain, among others 2 of their principal leaders, Kolbein Kron and Rani Krodranson. Eyjolf himself and 15 of his associates were outlawed by the Althing. Bishop Heinrich sought to shield the incendiaries by placing Gizur under the ban of the church, which made it necessary for him to move to southern Iceland. When the rumors of these happenings reached Norway, Bishop Sigvard, accompanied by Sigurd Silkaga, the king's personal representative, was dispatched to Iceland. Gizur was summoned to Norway by King Hakon. He sailed from Ajurar in August 1254, and after placing Odd Thorarinsson over Skaga Fjord district and committing to him his case against the incendiaries, Gizur was well received by the king, but had to remain in Norway like his rival Thord Kakali. The king sent instead his treasurer Ivor Inglason to promote his interests in Iceland. Odd Thorarinsson, Gizur's friend, was welcomed by the people of Skagafjord, and he undertook at once to execute the decree of the Althing against the outlawed incendiaries. He seized the cattle of Thorstein Janssen of Fram in Batsdal, but since he did not observe the legal formality of fair unsathomor, the act had to such an extent the character of robbery that Bishop Heinrich, who was still shielding his outlawed friends, excommunicated him. In revenge for this act, Odd arrested the bishop and incarcerated him in a stronghold which had been erected by Kolbein Ungi. But the prelate was soon liberated, as it was evident that he could not long be kept a prisoner. Word had already been sent to Hrafn Oddsson and Eyjolf Thorsteinsson, the bishop's chief supporters, who, with the aid of Sturla Thordsson and Thorgil Skardi, raised an army of 1,000 men and invaded the Skaga Fjord district, only to find that Bishop Heinrich had already been set at liberty. That this expedition did not express any unity of sentiment among the chieftains who took part in it was quite evident. Eyjolf and Hrafn, the leaders of the incendiaries, could hope for no real friendship from Sturla Thordsson, whose son-in-law had been slain at Flugumyr. Thorgil Skardi so hated Hrafn that even before the expedition ended they engaged in a bitter quarrel in which Thorgils was supported by Sturla, to whom he was bound by secret agreement. Shortly after this expedition, Odd Thorarinsson renewed his attack on the incendiaries, but he was captured by Eyjolf and Hrafn and put to death. His brother Thorvard Thorarinsson appealed to Thorgil Skardi to aid him in avenging his brother's death. To this he agreed on the condition that the district of the Skagafjord should be ceded to him. Sturla Thordsson was also persuaded to join them, and Abbot Brand Janssen expressed his cordial sympathy with the undertaking. The 3 chieftains gathered an army and marched into the Skagafjord district, where they met Hrafn and Eyjolf and defeated them at the Vera in Litla after a sharp engagement. Hrafn fled and Eyjolf fell with many of his men. At first Bishop Heinrich showed his sympathy with the defeated leaders of the incendiaries by excommunicating Thorvard and Thorgils, but he finally granted them absolution, becoming very friendly with Thorgils, who earnestly championed the king's cause and now held undisputed sway in the whole district of the Saga fjord. During these events, Bishop Sigvard and the king's representative Ivar Inglisson remained at Skalholt without taking any part in political affairs. In the spring of 1256, Ivar went to the Skagafjord district where the people were assembled in a general thing. Both Bishop Heinrich and Thorgils gave him hearty support when he presented the king's request for the payment of taxes to the crown. The people of the whole northern quarter were persuaded to grant the request and to pledge the king their submission. The success thus achieved in the negotiations was chiefly due to the influence of Bishop Heinrich, who had always been a faithful supporter of the royal cause. This prelate had shown himself intensely partisan and unscrupulous as to the means used for reaching desired ends, but he was a tower of strength and aimed steadily at achieving definite results in the strife and turmoil of Icelandic political life. Now that the people of his diocese had finally acknowledged the king's supremacy, he must have regarded his real mission in Iceland as ended. In the summer he returned to Norway. The king treated him as a special friend by retaining him at court as a royal councillor on Icelandic affairs. Immediately upon the return of Ivar Inglisson and Bishop Heinrich, King Hakon dispatched Ivar Arnlautsson to Iceland with a message to Thorgils Skardi, whom he appointed governor of the northern quarter. Thorgils treated the people very generously and soon won their loyal attachment. Thord Kakali and Gizur Thorvaldsson remained in Norway, where they were created royal Syslumen, or governors of administrative districts. Thord, who was placed over the Skien Sisla in southern Norway, distinguished himself also on a military expedition to Halland in southern Sweden. One evening in the fall, while seated at a banquet with his men, word was brought with him that the king would now permit him to return to Iceland, that he would be made the foremost man, probably royal governor of the whole island. This message caused great rejoicing, and Thord was much elated, but even before the banquet was over, he was seized with a fatal illness from which he died October 11, 1256. In Iceland, Thorgils Skardi's influence continued to grow. Thorleif of Gardar had become his friend, and when Thord Kakali died, no one seemed to have a better claim to the highest position of trust in the island than Thorgils, who was at this time 32 years of age and experienced in everything pertaining to leadership. None of the great chieftains had been so faithfully devoted to the king's cause or had sought more earnestly to promote it. If matters had not taken an unforeseen turn, he might have been made the chief royal representative in Iceland. But this jealous and plotting Thorvard Thorarinsson, whom he had aided and befriended, attacked and slew him January 22, 1258. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Union of Norway and Iceland, growing ascendancy of the clergy. The opposition to the king's designs in Iceland was gradually weakened by influences which created a new public opinion. According to medieval thought, royal rule was a divine institution to which all Christians owed submission. The Icelandic state system, which stood as a relic of a pagan past, could find no support in the prevailing ideas of the times. In literature and art, the glorification of royalty was making its advent. In Norway, the Saint Olaf cultus had given kingship a special consecration. Hundreds of pilgrims flocked yearly to Nidaros, and the legends about the miracles wrought at the shrine of the sainted king became favorite popular reading even among the Icelanders. It is noteworthy also that the new King's Mirror, an eloquent panegyric on royalty written in Norway in the reign of King Hakon Hakansson, was nowhere read with greater interest than in Iceland. The Norwegian kings, who had been the champions of Christianity and the unity of the realm, had become national heroes and the leaders of the people, not least in the opinions of the Icelanders, who glorified their achievements in great historical works. Royal rule could no longer be viewed even by the chieftains as an illegitimate encroachment on ancient liberties. To the common people who had lost their freedom and were subject to the arbitrary will of the great lords, it could only bring new hope of peace and improved social conditions. The resistance to the growing influence of the king did not at this time spring from patriotic sentiment or conscious national aspirations on the part of the people, but was wholly due to the intense individualism and love of power of the chieftains. But even they had maintained the closest relations with the king. They had never hesitated to bind themselves to him in personal service under oath as Herthmen, Skoltisvinar, Lendermen, and other officials under the crown. Whenever they found it to their own personal advantage, they were ready to barter away their country's independence and assume duties as the king's representatives, and this they could do without incurring any reproach from their fellow countrymen for treasonable acts. After the death of Thorkakali and Thorgils Skardi, the king again appointed Gizur Thorvaldsson his chief representative in Iceland. He created him Jarl and placed him over the southern and northern quarters together with the Bogarsfjord district, undoubtedly with the understanding that he was to act as royal governor of the whole island as soon as the people could be prevailed upon to swear allegiance to the king. Since experience had shown great fickleness on the part of the Icelandic chieftains in their adherence to the royal cause, Thorvald Haviti was appointed special commissioner to accompany him to Iceland, probably for the purpose of observing his conduct. On his arrival, Gizur chose 30 Herthmen and established himself with all the dignity of a jarl, but the people were slow in submitting to his authority. He won the friendship of Sturla Thordsson and Sigvad Berdvarsson, a brother of Thorgils Skardi, by promising them aid against Thorgils' slayer, Thorvard Thorensson. This promise was not fulfilled, but he made Sturla his Lend-mother and Ingebjorg, Sturla's daughter, whose husband had lost his life in the bloody wedding of Flugmeier, was given in marriage to a prominent young chieftain, Thord Thorvardsson of Sauerbur. The wedding was celebrated at Gizur's home, as he still regarded her as his daughter-in-law. It seems, however, that even at this time he was more concerned about his own private affairs than in promoting the king's cause. As reports were received in Norway that he treated the royal interests with indifference and only sought to further his own aims, the king sent Ivar Arnold Jotson and Paul Lien Sema to Iceland with letters under royal seal requesting the people to submit to the king and pay him taxes. These letters were read at the Althing. Gizur supported the request, at least in a formal way, but it was rejected and the royal representatives had to return to Norway with nothing accomplished. Under these circumstances, Gizur sought to soften the king's growing displeasure by exhibiting greater zeal for the royal cause. Immediately after the close of the Althing, he assembled a meeting at Thingskalar in Rangarvillar, in the southern quarter, where the people of that district seem to have pledged their allegiance to the crown. But the king remained so distrustful that upon the return of his commissioners he dispatched Halvard Gulsko to Iceland to remind the Jarl of his duties. He remained in Iceland over winter and succeeded in bringing about a reconciliation between Thorvard Thorarinsson and his opponents. Hrafn Oddsson was placed in charge of the Borgarfjord district, to the great dissatisfaction of Sturla Thordsson, who had attached himself to Gizur in the hope that he could retain control of this district, where he owned a number of estates. It became more and more evident that the Jarl was only seeking his own advantage by secretly trying to harm the king's cause. He assembled the people of the northern districts and told them that the king demanded an enormous indemnity because they had not already submitted to him and had paid him no taxes. He seems even to have hinted that an armed expedition might be sent to Iceland. Many became so alarmed that they offered to pay large sums to avert the threatened danger. When Halvard Gulsko heard of these things, he hastened to assure the people that the king did not intend to oppress them, that he only requested them to pledge him allegiance and to grant him such taxes as they might be able to pay without feeling it as a burden. In return, he would improve their laws and grant them other privileges. From this time forth, Halvard abandoned all hope of cooperation with Gizur and began active negotiations with his opponents to secure their support at the Althing. The drift of events had placed Sturla Thordsson in a rather embarrassing position. Gizur Thorvaldsson was unpopular, as his new title of Jarl had given general offence. Now that the chieftains understood that the independence of their country was destroyed, they would rather own allegiance to the king than serve Gizur, who had been their own equal. Sturla also felt constrained to support the royal cause, but because of his relations with Gizur, he was pushed aside by the king's representative. It was now felt that the fate of Iceland would be decided at the next Althing, and Gizur sought by secret intrigue and diligent propaganda to gather support against Halvard Gulsko and the leaders of the king's party. His final appeal to the people's love of independence was so successful that he appeared at the Althing with an army of 1,440 men, while his opponents had only half that number. But armed conflict does not seem to have been his plan. He undoubtedly felt restrained by the situation of the country and the attitude of the chieftains. With the advice of his adherents, he himself took the initiative and submitted the king's request to the Althing. He spoke earnestly in support of it, declaring that a refusal to accept it would be equivalent to his death warrant. To this appeal the people finally yielded. The Legretta of the Althing, on behalf of the people, took an oath of allegiance and entered into the following agreement with King Hakon, known as the Gamli Sat Mali 1262. This is the agreement of the people of northern and southern Iceland, that we grant King Hakon and Magnus under oath land, thanes, and eternal taxes, 20 alnar, for every man who pays the tax of Thingvarakop. These taxes are to be collected by the Kepsjorar, brought to the ship and delivered to the royal officials, after which there is to be no further responsibility for them. In consideration hereof, the king is to let us enjoy peace and the Icelandic laws. 6 ships are to sail from Norway to Iceland every summer during the next 2 years. From that time forth this matter shall be arranged in such a way as the king and our best men shall deem most serviceable for the country. Any inheritance which falls to Icelanders in Norway is to be given them, however long it may remain due, as soon as the rightful heirs or their legal representatives appear to claim it. The landdower tax is to be abolished. Icelanders are to have in Norway the most extensive rights which they have ever enjoyed there, and which have been promised them in your letters. You, King Hakon, are also to maintain peace for us, as God may give you strength to do so. The Jarl's authority we will acknowledge so long as he keeps faith with you and peace with us. This agreement we and our descendants will keep in good faith so long as you also faithfully keep it, but we consider ourselves released from all obligations if, in the opinion of the best men, it shall be broken. To this end I place my hand on the Holy Bible and call God to witness that I grant King Hakon and Magnus under oath land, thanes, and eternal taxes according to the conditions here named, and as the written agreement bears testimony. May God so be merciful to me as I keep this oath, unmerciful if I do not. Only the Thingmen of southern and northern Iceland were present at the Althing in 1262 when the oath was taken. The people of the Borgarfjord district took the same pledge at the Thingnesthing, but when Halvard Gulsko shortly after the adjournment of the Althing, left for Norway. The chieftains of the eastern districts had not been heard from. They yielded, however, to the persuasion of their friends, especially to the advice of the popular abbot Brand Jansen, who now became Bishop of Holar. At the Althing in 1263, the southern districts east of the Thorirsa pledged their allegiance, and in 1264 the remaining eastern districts yielded their submission to the king. The agreement by which Iceland was formally brought under Norwegian rule created only a confederate union and did not materially change the status of the Icelandic chieftains. They were now to hold their rights from the king and were forbidden to wage war on each other. But since the Icelandic laws were still in force, the union agreement really involved only an acknowledgment of the king's sovereignty and the payment of a small tribute to the crown. It appears from the Icelandic code, the Jans-book, adopted in 1280, that the taxes to be paid were very moderate, as the 20 alnar vadmal payable by each freeholder for himself and his household, and by unmarried persons who owned property to the value of 1,000 unencumbered by debts, included also the old tax of Thingvarakaup. Only one half of the whole sum was to be paid to the king. The other half was to be kept in Iceland for the payment of the usual taxes. To the common people, the union with Norway brought the distinct advantage of the termination of the bloody conflicts in which they had been forced to take part. Peace was established, and the conviction that henceforth the government would safeguard life and property must have created a new sense of security and well-being. Freedom from lawless terror, established by the altered relation to the mother country, must have been welcomed by the people in general as a new freedom rather than as foreign oppression. But whatever advantages the union with Norway might bring, it produced no new era of development. Intellectual life continued to flourish, and numerous literary works were written, but a distinct decline in the quality of literary production becomes noticeable, especially towards the close of the 13th century. The old vigor and originality was dwindling as the growing Christian medieval time spirit, which was only strengthened through a closer relation with Norway, was fostering a love for legends and chivalric romances which encouraged a copying and translation rather than creative production and original scholarship. Trade and economic conditions continued as before, without any distinct manifestation either of progress or decline. The destructive civil wars of the Sturlung period had undoubtedly done much to weaken the people's strength and had hampered somewhat their intercourse with foreign lands, but the more peaceful era inaugurated by the union with Norway brought no perceptible change in prevailing conditions. Some scholars have considered the provision in the Union agreement that 6 ships should be sent to Iceland every year as evidence that the commerce with Iceland at this time was declining, but K. Maurer has shown that this conclusion is erroneous. For various reasons, few ships would arrive in Iceland during some years, but the same happened also during the most vigorous period of Icelandic national life, as in 1187 and 1219, when Icelandic annals record that no ships arrived in Iceland. Various national disasters also occurred at this time. In 1258, a contagious disease in the district of Midfjord carried away 400 people. In 1233 and again in 1261, great ice floes beleaguered all the coasts of the island so densely that they did not disappear during the whole summer, and it is quite certain that now, as on later occasions, this severity of climate must have caused famine and extreme suffering. But the same had happened at intervals during all previous Icelandic history. There is no evidence at this time of any distinct depression in the public spirit, but the general decadence which fell upon the whole north during the later Middle Ages was nevertheless approaching also in Iceland. The old spirit of maritime enterprise was dying out among the Icelanders, as among all the Scandinavian peoples. No progress was made in trade or shipbuilding, and the Hanseatic merchants had already made their appearance as competitors for the control of Scandinavian commerce. The only event which still reflects some of the old spirit of daring and enterprise at sea was the finding of a new land west of Iceland in 1285 by the priest Ethelbrand Egilson and his brother Thorvald. The new land was called Nyland, Terra Nova, sometimes also Dinjar, but its location is not given. The discovery must have attracted considerable attention since it is recorded in the Icelandic annals. In 1289, King Eric Magnusson sent a navigator, Hrolf, or Landa Hrolf, to seek the new land, which may have been Newfoundland or the coast of North America. He went to Iceland and sought to persuade sailors to join his expedition, but with what success is not recorded. The only thing known about his later career is that he died in 1295. The leading writer in Iceland at this time was Sturla Thordsson, second only to Snorri himself as historian. Hrafn Oddsson's appointment as governor of the Borgarfjord district had made him so dissatisfied that against his better judgment he was persuaded by his son Snorri, a violent youth, to join him in an expedition against Hrafn. This proved a failure, as he had predicted. Snorri was captured, and Sturla himself was forced to leave Iceland 1263. He went to Norway with some misgiving, fearing that he might be made to feel the king's severest displeasure, since he had always been a strong supporter of Icelandic independence. But he was somewhat cheered up by the news that at this time King Hakon was absent on an expedition to Scotland, and that his son Magnus was ruling as viceroy, assisted by Gaut of Melli, who had always been a friend of the Sturlungs. When he arrived in Bergen, Gaut invited him to be his guest. He was told that his enemies had slandered him, but Gaut promised to do what he could to have him received at court. As soon as he found an opportunity, he presented Sturla to King Magnus as a noted Icelandic skald, but the king would not receive him. Gaut renewed the attempt the following day, and finally persuaded the king to accept him as a member of the crew of a ship which was to carry the king and queen southward along the coast. On the voyage, he soon won favor among the sailors by his skill in storytelling. The queen's attention was attracted to him, and whenever they lay at anchor during periods of calm weather, he was invited to entertain the royal pair with his stories. The queen was especially well pleased. Even the king's ill will disappeared after Sturla had been permitted to recite a song which he had composed in his honor. One evening the king called him, filled a goblet of wine, brought it to his lips, and gave it to Sturla, saying, "Wine one shall drink to a friend." "God be praised that it is so," said Sturla. "So it shall be," said the king, "and now you may recite also the song which you have made about my father." Sturla did so, and when he closed it was praised by all, especially by the queen. "I believe you can sing better than the Pope," said the king. He now entered into conversation with Sturla, asked him the reason for his coming to Norway, and was told of his conflict with Hrafn Oddsson in Iceland. "I've now heard your song," said the king, "and know that you are a great skald. This I will now reward by asking you to remain with me in peace and friendship. When my father returns, you will have to settle your affairs with him, but I shall use my influence in your behalf." The king became very attached to Sturla, and often sought his advice, especially in Icelandic affairs. Not only was he made Hearth-Mather and Skull-Tilsvein, and employed as royal historiographer to write the history of King Hakon Hakansson as well as of King Magnus' own reign, but he also aided the king in preparing a new code of laws for Iceland. On his return home he was appointed to the important office of lawman. During the first years following the establishment of the Union, conditions in Iceland remained quite unchanged. The Guthors were still in the hands of the leading chieftains. Gizur, who was to exercise the highest authority as Jarl, was unpopular, and his power was very limited. Royal commissioners were sent to Iceland to exercise control with or without his consent, and he had to share his nominal authority with the powerful Adalarjar, chieftains of southern Iceland. Hrafn Oddsson of the Borgarfjord district, and Ormason of eastern Iceland. The king regarded him with suspicion. The chieftains hated him because of his rank and title. Opposition and difficulties confronted him everywhere. Even his own character and previous record rendered him unfit to maintain peace and order, which was his principal official duty. He was unable to see the need of any change in the general regime, and the last chapter of his stormy life formed a fitting close to the drama of bloody feuds in which he had played so conspicuous a part. Shortly after the meeting of the Althing in 1264, while visiting in southern Iceland, he was suddenly attacked by Thord Andrason, the head of the Adavorjar family. With great difficulty he escaped from his assailants, and after gathering an army of 750 men, he cruelly ravaged the Rangavalla district where the Adavorjar chieftains were dwelling. This summary vengeance seemed to make him feel that the score was quit. He invited Thord and his brothers to a peace conference, but when they came he pursued his usual tactics and made them prisoners. They were disarmed and condemned to death, but the pleadings of his own men finally moved him to spare the lives of all except Thord, who was executed. Such treachery and violence could only make him still more unpopular. At last the people's hatred and opposition grew so intense that he resolved to retire and enter a monastery. He had already made an agreement with Bishop Jorund of Holar to take the monastic vow of the order of St. Augustine, but he died January 12, 1268, before the final arrangements could be consummated. His estate, Stad at Reinines, he gave to the church with the understanding that a monastery should be erected there. This condition was finally fulfilled in 1296, when the cloister for nuns at Reinines and the monastery at Mudveller were founded by Bishop Jorund of Holar. After Gizur's death, no new jarl was appointed, and for a time there was no real head of Icelandic affairs. In 1267, Orm Ormarsson and Thorvard Thoransson went to Norway, Hrafn Oddsson following in 1268. Both Hrafn and Orm seem to have aspired to succeed Gizur, but the king found it advisable not to elevate another chieftain to the rank of jarl, as the title had been very unpopular. After some delay, and probably with the advice of Sturla Thordsson, he gave both rank as hearthmen and placed them in charge of Icelandic affairs with no other title than that of Valsmedr, or royal magistrate. Hrafn was to govern the western and Orm the eastern districts. Hrafn assumed the duties of his office, but Orm was drowned shortly after his appointment, probably on the homeward voyage. It was quite evident that peaceful conditions could not be maintained in Iceland without important changes in the framework of government and a careful revision of the antiquated system of jurisprudence. King Magnus Lagabøter, who was devoting special attention to the framing of a new code of laws for his kingdom, considered it necessary to bring the Icelandic administration into closer harmony with that of Norway. The stipulation in the Gamli Sáttmáli, or Act of Union, that the Icelanders should keep their own laws was wholly ignored, and Magnus undertook to frame a new code of laws for Iceland based on those of Norway, a work in which he was assisted by Sturla Thordsson. The new code, the Jarnsitha, erroneously called Hakanarbók, was brought to Iceland in 1271 by Sturla, accompanied by the king's herd mather, Eingrida Bóngull. The code was a hasty compilation of Norwegian laws containing many provisions wholly unsuited to conditions in Iceland, while important chapters of the Icelandic code seem to have been overlooked. Because of these defects and the great changes in the system of government which it would entail, the people strenuously resisted its adoption. Some of the most important parts of the code were nevertheless sanctioned already in 1271 as the Þingfararbókr, or Constitution of the Thing, the Þingildi, or laws governing the payment of fines to the king in cases of murder of freemen, and a part of the Arfakbókr, or laws about inheritance. The remaining portions of the code received sanction in 1272 and 1273. The introduction of this code wrought a fundamental change in the Icelandic constitution and jurisprudence. Norwegian law had been substituted for the old Icelandic code. The Grakus, the Gorthorths, were abolished, so also the characteristic features of the Althing, the Fjord Bungdosmar, the Firmtordomer, and the office of Logsogumother. The Thing system was reorganized according to Norwegian pattern. The Valsmather should choose a certain number of men from each Thing district 140 in all, to constitute the thing, and from these the lawmen should select 3 from each thing district in all 36 to sit in the Lagretta. Instead of the Logsogumorthur, there should be a lawman after 1277, 2 lawmen, as in Norway. Royal officials and representatives of the crown should preside over the Althing and take part in its decisions. The judicial powers were lodged in the Lagretta. The legislative functions should be exercised by the Althing and the king conjointly. Both the thing and the crown might take the initiative in legislation. As the king now acted as lawgiver, the legislative functions of the thing were greatly reduced, and it became principally a judicial tribunal like the Norwegian lagthings. The laws were no longer recited from the Mount of Laws, and as the Althing now consisted of chosen representatives who were soon further reduced in number, it lost its popular character. As the general public ceased to attend its sessions, its significance as a center of national and social life disappeared. It may have been the many faults of the Jarnasitha which led King Magnus Lagaböter to prepare a new code for Iceland, the Young's Book, which was brought to Iceland in 1280 by the lawman Jan Einarsson and the royal commissioner Lodin Lepp. It is possible that Jan Einarsson and possibly also Harafin Oddsson and Thorvard Thorinsson assisted the king in preparing this code, as they were in Norway in the year 1278 to 1279. Harafin Oddsson, who received the title of Royal Merkismather, standard-bearer, was now to exercise authority over all Iceland. Some of the provisions in the new code met with opposition, but after much discussion it was adopted in 1281, the revision of the objectionable articles being left to the king's own good will. The new law reduced the number of members of the Althing to 84 and established the title of Syslumather for the royal district magistrates in Iceland. It adhered as closely as possible to the new Norwegian laws, the Code of Magnus Lagaböter, prepared a few years previous. The work was greatly superior to the Jarnasitha. It proved to be very satisfactory and remained in force till in the 19th century. These new codes wrought a fundamental change in the conception of positive law as well as in legal practice in Iceland. The old court procedure with its intricacies and formalities was replaced by the simpler Norwegian system. The king as ruler and lawgiver was regarded as the source of justice, and behind the laws now stood the royal authority, ready to execute the decrees of the courts even against the most powerful offenders. Violation of the law was no longer viewed as a private affair to be settled by the offender and the party injured, but as the crime for which the wrongdoer had to answer to the government. The fines to be paid and other punishments to be inflicted were still to be determined by 12 men according to ancient usage. The old punishment of banishment for serious offences was retained, but fines payable to the king were instituted in numerous cases, and capital punishment was to be inflicted for grave crimes like murder, robbery, rape, counterfeiting, forgery, and seduction. Other severe punishments were also established. If one wounds another with a dagger, says the code, the plaintiff shall bring the offender before the thing, and there the royal magistrate shall take the knife which he used and run it through his hand. Thus shall he purchase the king's peace if he lives, but he himself shall be responsible for the wound, however it may go. But if he who was injured dies from his wound, then his assailant shall be put to death. Anyone who slays another, or wounds him, or commits other acts for which he is liable to lost limb or life, shall be seized and bound and brought before the Syslumather by those who are nearest to the scene of the crime and have the first opportunity to do so. The Syslumather shall bring him before the thing, but the Bender freeholders shall sentence him according to law, after which the Syslumather shall cause him to be punished according to the sentence imposed. There breathes through the Jan's book, a stern spirit of legal justice, well suited to inspire a wholesome respect for law and government. But care had been taken by the lawgiver to guard against hasty action and undue harshness in the treatment of wrongdoers. In a chapter about legal decisions, he advises the judges to consider carefully truth, justice, patience, and mercy, in order that their decisions may not bear the marks of cruelty and hatred. For we are to hate evil deeds, he concludes, but love men by natural instinct as our fellow Christians, but most of all their souls. The first lawmen appointed under the new laws were Sturla Thordsson and Jan Einarsson. The first royal magistrates who received the title of Syslumathur were Hrafn Oddsson in western Iceland, Thorvard Thorensson for the southern and eastern districts, and Asgrim Thorsteinsson in the southwestern districts. Others may have been appointed, but their names are not known. In 1279, Hrafn Oddsson became royal Merkismather, with authority over all Iceland, as already noted. At this time, important changes also took place in the Icelandic Church. For some time, the bishops in Iceland had been Norwegian ecclesiastics, but in the latter part of Hakon Magnusson's reign, the Icelander Brand Jansen became Bishop of Holar, and when he died a year later, his countryman Jorund Thorsteinsson succeeded him in 1267 after a long vacancy in the office. As the Norwegian-born Bishop Sigurd of Schalcolt was now so old and feeble that he could no longer perform his official duties, Bishop Jorund assumed supervision also over the Scalholt diocese by placing the popular priest Arni Thorlaksson in charge of it. Arni, who was a relative of Gizur Thorvaldsson of the powerful Haukdólir family, had early distinguished himself by studious habits and brilliant intellectual gifts. In 1262 he had accompanied Brand Jansen to Norway, where he became acquainted with King Hakon Hakansson, as well as with his son Magnus, with whom he formed an intimate and lasting friendship. When Bishop Sigurd died in 1268, the diocese petitioned Archbishop Jan of Nidaros to appoint Arni as his successor, but the archbishop ignored the request and chose instead a Norwegian priest, Thorleif, evidently because he wished to continue the practice of placing Norwegian ecclesiastics over the Icelandic dioceses. As Thorleif died shortly after his election, the archbishop was prevailed upon, probably by King Magnus himself, to elect Arni, who was consecrated by Bishop June 21, 1269. Upon his return to Iceland, Bishop Arni, assisted by Bishop Jorund of Holar, summoned the people of his diocese to a general council at Skálholt, where he proposed several measures of reform, among others that the churches should be made ecclesiastical property under the control of the bishops. As nearly all churches in Iceland were privately owned, this would involve a change in property rights to which the people would not readily consent. The able and popular Bishop Thorlak Thorhalsson had failed in a like attempt, but circumstances were now more favorable since the king's assistance could be invoked. Arni pursued his course with great energy. With threats of ban and excommunication, he so intimidated the lesser landowners that they suffered the smaller churches to pass under ecclesiastical control. But the chieftains who owned the larger churches resolutely resisted. This was especially the case with the churches of Adi and Hittardal, two of the largest in Iceland. Their owners refused to surrender them, but the bishop caused a decree of transfer to be promulgated at the Althing, threatening the owners with the ban if they resisted. Led by Hrafn Oddsson, the chieftains appealed to the king, claiming that he would not sanction such arbitrary confiscation of property and the use of the ban. Arni wrote both to the archbishop and the king, described his difficult position and pleaded for aid. The archbishop encouraged him to persevere in his efforts until the desired reforms could be carried through. The king also promised him protection if he would work for the adoption of the new code, the Yarn of Tha, which had just been brought to Iceland. Arni earnestly supported the king in all matters which did not infringe on the authority of the church, and the adoption of the new code was largely due to his efforts. In 1273, King Magnus summoned a council to meet in Bergen to consider a new code of church laws proposed by Archbishop Jan of Nardaros. and to deal with other questions touching the relation between church and state. At this council, Bishop Arni, Hrafn Oddsson, and the Icelandic chieftains also appeared. In the trial of their case, the king was inclined to favor the chieftains, but the archbishop rendered a decision in Arni's favor. His victory was so complete that upon his return home he began to prepare a new code of church laws for Iceland based on principles suggested to him by Archbishop Jan. The code was adopted at the Althing in 1275 with the understanding that it was later to be ratified by the king and the archbishop. Bishop Arni's popularity and his successful management of church affairs soon made him so influential that he was able to exercise the authority of the church with the greatest vigor. The rule respecting celibacy of the clergy was so rigorously enforced that even subdeacons who had been married for many years and had several children were compelled to separate from their wives. With like energy he preached the crusade to the Holy Land which had been urged at the Council of Bergen. People were prevailed upon to pay an extra tax of 1 old vadmal a year for the period of 6 years to defray the expenses of the undertaking. Bishop Jorund of Holar was also encouraged by Arni's example to collect all sorts of dues for the church and to enforce the provisions of the church laws. Bishop Arni gradually assumed the role of ruler in Iceland. In many cases he even opposed the Syslumather, Thorvard Thorarinsson, so that the people at the Althing appealed to the decision of the bishop in purely secular matters contrary to all law. Of these things complaints were made to the king. His power is now so great that your officials can scarcely show the resistance which one should think they would have the courage and heart to do, wrote Thorvard Thorarinsson. At the thing this summer, Hrafn and the bishop were the leaders, but they were only in moderately good accord. The Logsogumather should have been lawmen. Sturla was confused and referred most cases to the decision of the bishop or other men as it might be convenient, and the Lagretta rendered us little service. The people were still unfamiliar with the new laws and court procedure. Sturla was getting old, and the aggressive conduct of Bishop Arni helped to make the thing a scene of incompetence and confusion. In 1277 the king sent Einbride Bongul a second time to Iceland as his commissioner, accompanied by the Icelander Nicholas Oddsson. They brought letters addressed both to the Syslumather and the bishop, forbidding any appeal to the bishop in cases brought before the Althing. The king had already written to the people warning them not to accept any law before he and the archbishop had considered the measure, as the right to alter the laws of the church or any other statute belonged to them alone. The church code given by Bishop Arni was accordingly rejected, and although the king continued to address the bishop by the kindliest terms, the people felt that the royal government was henceforth the supreme authority in the land. This was made especially manifest by the new procedure introduced at this time of summoning people to Norway for trial. The first instance of this odious and oppressive practice grew out of a quarrel between the Syslumather, Asgrim Thorsteinsson, and a man by the name of Bjorn, reported to the royal commissioner by Bishop Arni. Both were summoned to Norway to plead their case, but when it became evident that the two men had committed no serious wrong, the summons was revoked, and they were allowed to remain at home after renewing their oath of allegiance to the king. The king's officers also travelled about collecting the royal revenues with greater severity than had hitherto been customary. They reproved the people for appealing to the bishop, and in some cases forbade them to pay as large church dues as the bishop had demanded. But since no attempt was made to interfere seriously in affairs properly belonging under the jurisdiction of the church, Bishop Arni continued to be the king's friend and supporter. In 1277, when Einbride Bongul left Iceland, the Sisklumen, Hrafn Oddsson, and Thorvard Thorarinsson, as well as the lawman Sturla Thordsson, had sailed for Norway, probably at the request of the king. They were shipwrecked and had to spend the winter in the Faroe Islands, but the following spring they reached their destination. Sturla had to answer to various complaints with regard to his services as lawman. It appeared that in his old age he was too weak and timid to perform properly the duties of his office. On his return to Iceland, he gradually withdrew from political conflicts. In 1283 he resigned his office and retired to the island of Fagri in the Bulgar Fjord, where he died July 30, 1284, at the age of 70 years. The Council of Burgeoned, which placed the churches of Iceland under ecclesiastic control, proved to be only another abortive attempt to settle the difficult question of the relation between church and state. In Norway, a new controversy arose between the nobility and the clergy upon the death of King Magnus Lagabøter in 1280. The arrogant Archbishop Jan of Nidaros sought to make the church wholly independent of the state. He even attempted to dictate the coronation oath to be taken by King Magnus' successor, but the nobles, acting as a council of regency during the minority of the crown prince, Erik Magnusson, drove the archbishop and two of his leading supporters from the realm. These events could not fail to encourage the Icelandic chieftains in their opposition to the aggressive policy of Bishop Arni. When the question of accepting the new code, the Jans Book, was brought before the Althing, Arni, supported by a strong party led by his nephew Lopt Helgason, objected to various provisions in it and refused to accept it until these should be revised. As this well-organized opposition was strong enough to block the measure, the royal commissioner Loden Lepp sought to win the people's support by picturing the excessive burdens of the titles which the Icelanders had to pay to the church. The stratagem succeeded, the opposition was broken up, and the code was ratified by the Althing against 9 dissenting votes. Lopt and the others who had opposed the ratification were treated as traitors and had to go to Norway to submit their case to the king. This was a severe defeat for Bishop Arni, as the chieftains saw that in Iceland, as in Norway, they could defeat the church party by cooperation and energetic action. Now that they felt sure of support from King Erik and the Council of Regency, they were no longer afraid to join issue with the bishops regarding the question of ownership of churches and church property. The Syslumathur Asgrim Thorsteinsson led the new opposition against the church authorities. He collected the tax of Thingvarakaup from the members of the bishop's own household at Skalholt, in spite of the energetic protest. Lopt was compelled to go to Norway for trial, and the Syslumathur sought to prejudice the king against him. Increased impetus was given the new movement when Hrafn Oddsson in 1283 returned from Norway, where he had supported the Council of Regency in its quarrel with Archbishop Jan. With him came also Erlend Olafsson, who had been appointed lawman. They brought royal letters addressed to the people of Iceland, encouraging them to resist the bishops. All church property which had been unjustly seized was to be returned to the laity, and the church laws, as they had been in King Hakon Hakonsson's time, were to be enforced. Bishop Jorund of Holar immediately yielded to these demands, but Bishop Arni resolved to resist to the utmost. He yielded on many minor points, but he would not surrender the principle of freedom from taxation for the clergy and full control of ecclesiastical property by the church. In 1285 to 1286 the quarrel grew so intense that the chieftains threatened Arni with the same fate which had befallen Archbishop Jan in Norway. They would place the property of the bishop's seat under the supervision of laymen, forbid him to make tours of inspection, and outlaw those whom he might make managers of church estates, contrary to instructions contained in the royal letters. These extreme measures were averted only through the hesitation of Hrafn Oddsson and the declaration of Arni that he would await the decision of the king and the archbishop. A change in the attitude of the Norwegian government now gave the bishop some hope of ultimate success. Both the king and the council were anxious to secure a new archbishop after Jan's death in exile in 1282. Strained relations with Denmark and the Hanseatic cities also gave cause for uneasiness and inclined them to favor an adjustment of domestic difficulties. Jarl Alf Erlingsson of Thornburg, who was now the most influential member of the council, even turned to Iceland to secure military aid for the realm. It was decided that for the defense of the kingdom 240 men should be sent from Iceland, together with those who were otherwise bound to the king's service. It was a small assistance, scarcely of more than nominal value, but the Icelanders regarded it as a new burden to be imposed upon them, contrary to the Union agreement, and Hrafn Oddsson vigorously opposed the measure. Bishop Arni supported it, undoubtedly for the purpose of winning the favor of the government. The plan was soon abandoned by the council, but Arni had earned the king's goodwill by his loyal attitude. Lopt Helgason, his nephew, who had now remained in Norway for some time, had also won the king's favor. He had become royal herdmaker and was able to exert great influence in Arni's behalf. When a new archbishop, Einbreide, was finally chosen at Nidaros, Bishop Arni took new courage. He revived his claim to all churches and church property and excommunicated those who, since the beginning of the controversy, had taken possession of any part of it. The people, led by Hrafn Oddsson and the lawman Erlend Olafsson, offered determined resistance. These men, whom the bishop placed in charge of the church estates, were outlawed by the Althing, and Hrafn Oddsson declared those innocent who had been placed under the ban of the church. The bishop retaliated with further excommunications, declaring that both Hrafn and Erlend had fallen under the ban, though he would not excommunicate them. In 1288, 2 royal commissioners, the king's Stolari, Olaf Ragnarsson, and the Icelander Sigvad Halfdansson, arrived in Iceland. At the Althing, Hrafn expected that they would give him their unqualified support in his controversy with Bishop Arni, but they had been sent to arbitrate the difficulty and were anxious to bring about a compromise. The Stolari gave the bishop a very friendly letter from the king. When the question about the church property was brought up, he persuaded both parties to submit the controversy to the decision of the king and the archbishop. The men in charge of the estates should remain until the matter had been decided, while those who had been excommunicated should be freed from the ban. In accordance with the request of the king's commissioners, both Hrafn and the bishop agreed to go to Norway in the fall. Before leaving Iceland, Arni received letters from Archbishop Jorund, Einride's successor, confirming Archbishop Jan's decision of 1273 regarding church property and asserting that Bishop Arni's code of church laws should remain in force in Iceland. Many of the bishop's friends now urged him to remain in Iceland, but he and Hrafn Oddsson sailed to Norway in the fall, as they had agreed. Hrafn sought the king in Bergen, and Arni remained in Nidaros during the winter as the guest of Archbishop Jorund. The first task to which Jorund devoted his attention after receiving the pallium was the punishment of the nobles who had driven his predecessor from his archdiocese. Since Hrafn Oddsson had assisted in the council in its attacks on Archbishop Jan, the two prelates soon agreed on joint action against him. Jorund cited him to trial for wrongs committed against the archbishop, and Arni summoned him to answer for his activities against the church and clergy in Iceland. They called upon Bishop Narfi of Bergen to excommunicate him, a demand which was granted without any protest from the king. Bishop Jorund of Holar was encouraged to travel about in the Scaldic diocese and force the people under threats and intimidations to surrender the church estates as if the case had already been decided. But the Norwegian nobles, who still directed the policy of the young and weak King Eric Magnusson, persuaded him to retain Bishop Arni in Norway until the case could be finally settled. In the summer of 1289, both he and Hrafn Oddsson had to accompany the king on a military expedition to Denmark. On their return, they were summoned to Nidaros for a final hearing of their case. Hrafn was unable to appear, as he was suffering from a wound received in the campaign, from which he died November 22 of the same year. In his absence, the lawman Erlend Olafsson represented the laity in the trial, but Bishop Arni conducted his case so well that the judges were inclined to accept his view. Erland was obliged to ask for a continuance of the case to avoid an adverse decision. The case was postponed till the following year, when Erland promised to appear again before the tribunal of the Archbishop of Nidaros. This he later refused to do because Bishop Orund of Holar had been instructed by the Archbishop to seize the church property in the Scalholt diocese prior to the decision of the court. Bishop Arni remained in Norway till 1291, when he had to return to his diocese without a final decision in the case about the status of church property in Iceland. The church estates which still remained in the hands of the laity were surrendered to the bishops shortly after Arni's return to Iceland, but this attempt to forestall a final settlement proved to be of little value. In 1292, royal commissioners were sent to Iceland with instructions from the king stating that with regard to churches and church property, the conditions existing prior to the union should be restored, that church estates should be returned to their lay owners. Both bishops resented the royal orders, but the people led by Thorvard Thorarensen seized many estates, and the controversy was renewed. In 1295, Thorvard went to Norway to plead the cause of the people. In his absence, Bishop Arni forced 12 men to surrender in behalf of the people all the churches of the diocese. Thorvard died in Norway, but Gudmund Skaldstekel, who succeeded him as Sislu Mather, came to Iceland with orders from the king summoning the 12 men to Norway to be tried for disobeying royal orders. Bishop Arni accompanied them abroad, and the case was finally settled by a compromise embodied in a royal document of September 13, 1297. It was agreed that all the churches in which the lay people owned a share amounting to at least 1/2 should belong to them without any curtailment of property rights. All other churches should be surrendered to the bishops. Bishop Arni did not return to Iceland. He remained in Norway over winter and died in Bergen in 1298 at the age of 62. The Skalholt diocese remained without bishop till 1304, when his nephew Arni Helgason was finally chosen as his successor. In the bishopric of Holar, the struggle between church and laity was less intense, but of a similar character. Bishop Jorund died in 1313 and was succeeded by Audun Rowdy, a member of the cathedral chapter at Nidaros. Audun, who was a friend of the king and served as his feyerthur, or treasurer, and had been very active in the defense of the city of Nidaros in the wars of 1309. It is stated that he had a daughter, but whether he had been married or lived in concubinage is not known. He was consecrated bishop November 25, 1313, but did not arrive in Iceland till 1315. He was already advanced in years, but he ruled his diocese with great energy and authority, maintained a fine household, and practiced the greatest hospitality. The cathedral church was improved, new buildings were erected at the bishop's seat, and the cathedral school was kept in a high state of efficiency, as he took pains to secure able teachers. But the expenses incurred exceeded the income of the diocese, and he was forced to increase his revenues by augmenting the public burdens. He began to carry through the same system in his diocese which Bishop Arni had sought to introduce in southern Iceland. This created such an ill will that the people addressed a letter of complaint to the king, stating that the foreign bishops had been forced upon the country contrary to ancient usage. The king returned a very kindly answer, saying, "We will in no wise tolerate that such wrong and injustice be done. Therefore we forbid the bishops and learned men to oppress our thanes contrary to the laws and old usage." But little real benefit came from these fair words, as no steps were taken to curb the power and arbitrary conduct of the bishops. The clergy had established an ascendancy which no existing authority in Iceland could as successfully control. Gradually the people sank helplessly under the sway of foreign-born bishops who, in their efforts to extend their power and increase their revenues, destroyed the people's freedom, exhausted their limited resources, and hastened Iceland's national downfall. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Growing influence of the Norwegian government great calamities resulting in general distress, decline of intellectual life and literary art. The royal executive authority and the new efficiency of the courts of law, created through the union with Norway, terminated the bloody feuds which had hitherto raged between the Icelandic chieftains. An uneventful era of peace followed the turmoil of the Sturlung period. Even the struggle between church and state was now adjusted so that economic life and the pursuits of peace could receive the undivided attention of the people. But the few sources which deal with political conditions in Iceland during the years following the death of Bishop Arni show that conditions created by the Union were causing dissatisfaction and unrest. The chief cause of public discontent was the unsatisfactory arrangement with regard to commerce, the insufficient Norwegian exports to Iceland, together with the policy pursued by the Norwegian government of bringing Icelanders to Norway for trial, and of appointing Norwegians as sysselmenn and lawmen, contrary to the spirit of the Union agreement. The chieftains undoubtedly had thought that their political and social organization would be left undisturbed under the Union, that they would only be required to pledge their allegiance to the king, pay him taxes, and receive a jarl as his personal representative, as the Union agreement expressly stated. But the most far-reaching changes had been wrought. The Gothorths had been abolished. The Althing had been reorganized. Norwegian jurisprudence had been introduced. Norwegians had been appointed to the leading public offices, and Icelanders had been summoned abroad for trial. The Norwegian government had shown an unmistakable disposition to treat Iceland as a dependency. Even the economic advantages which were expected had not been obtained. In 1281, the question of accepting the Jans Book as the new code for Iceland precipitated an animated debate in the Althing. It appears that the chieftains at that time made a specific demand that only Icelanders should be appointed to the higher offices, a condition which seems to have been granted by the Council of Regency in King Erik Magnusson's reign, though no specific provision to that effect was incorporated in the Icelandic laws. The sysselmenn appointed by King Erik were Icelanders, but the lawman Erlend Olafsson was Icelander only on the mother's side. The same was the case also with Hawk Erlendsson, who served as lawman in 1295 and again in 1304 and 1306. The provision that 6 ships should be dispatched to Iceland every summer for 2 years had also been changed so that 6 ships should continue to sail yearly. This provision does not seem to have established any specific obligation on the part of the Norwegian government to send so many ships to Iceland every year, but was probably inserted here, as in the original Act of Union, only to prevent the king from laying an embargo on Icelandic trade or on articles especially needed by the Icelanders. Norwegian commerce was still flourishing. Traffic was maintained with Flanders, northern Germany, southern Sweden, the island of Gothland, and other places, but especially with England, where Lynn was a Norwegian trade centre. Though few ships might at times arrive in Icelandic harbours, many Norwegian merchantmen usually visited Iceland every year. The Icelandic annals state that in 1340, 11 ships came to Iceland, in 1345, 12 ships, in 1357, 18 ships, besides 2 which foundered on the voyage. Sea-going vessels were also built in Iceland. Many Icelanders owned ships with which they undoubtedly carried on trade, as had always been their custom, though most of the commerce was now in the hands of Norwegian merchants. But the import trade, which had always been small, could not supply the growing needs of the people. The Icelandic annals show that at times there must have been great need of imports, since it even happened that the Mass could not be celebrated for want of wine. During years when no ships came to Iceland, or when only 1 or 2 arrived each year, the need of articles for which people were wholly dependent on imports must have been very great. Still more deplorable was the inadequacy of imports during periods of famine. and other great calamities, when little aid could be given the stricken population. Under ordinary circumstances, commerce was probably sufficient to supply the people with the necessary articles, but the meaning of the provision regarding commerce inserted in the Gamli Sat Mali and constantly repeated in the Union Agreement seems to have been that the Norwegian government should not suffer commerce at any time to fall below the specified minimum amount. King Erik Magnusson died in 1299 and was succeeded by his brother Hakon Magnusson. Before taking the oath of allegiance to the new sovereign, the Icelanders demanded redress of grievances, especially with regard to commerce, the appointment of Norwegians to higher offices, and the removal of Icelanders to Norway for trial. The king would not accede to these conditions, but demanded that they should take the oath of allegiance unconditionally. What grievances they might have could be considered at some later date. He sent Alf of Krak with royal letters to Iceland requesting the people to take the oath of allegiance without taking any steps to redress the wrongs of which they complained. The two lawmen were replaced by two Norwegians, Loden Baki and Bard Hognesson, who should have separate jurisdiction, each over one half of the island, and two new syslumen were also appointed. At a council assembled in Bergen in 1302, he made the regulation with regard to commerce that only Norwegian merchants could trade with Iceland. This step was probably necessitated by the encroachments of the Hanseatic merchants on Norwegian trade, but the provision would undoubtedly tend to decrease the intercourse with Iceland. This arbitrary procedure could not fail to arouse bitter feelings among the already discontented Icelanders. In 1303 the people assembled at the Althing and pledged their allegiance to the king, but only on condition of redress of grievances enumerated in a written remonstrance to which the oath was attached. The document says, "This was accepted and agreed to by the people at the Althing, and by all men in the king's service with unanimous consent, that with perfect goodwill we offer our services to our worthy lord, King Hakon, crowned king of Norway, and promise to have and keep the code of laws which the blessed King Magnus sent us. We will keep also our oath to the kingdom on the conditions agreed to by the king and the thanes who inhabit our land. In the first place we will pay taxes and thingvarakaup, 20 alnar, as the laws specify, and we will do our full duty as citizens within the limits prescribed by the code. In return, we ask that because of the poverty of the country and the need of the people, the promises given us by the king be fulfilled. For it seems clear to us that our country cannot long exist on account of poverty, if much goods are exported and little or nothing is received in return. But the promises were that the syslumen and lawmen in our country should be Icelanders, and that, unless lawfully hindered, 6 ships should sail from Norway to Iceland every year, laden with such goods as would be of benefit to our country and to us. Summons abroad for trial we will not answer in excess of the limits prescribed by the code, for this has wrought us such grievous harm as we do not feel able to bear. As for the announcement which would place on us more grants and burdens than hitherto, we find ourselves in no wise able to bear the same because of the poverty of our country. Still less do we dare, for the sake of our Lord Jesus Christ, to decrease those sacred gifts which hitherto, with the blessing of God, we have given for the salvation of our souls. We further ask earnestly our worthy Lord, the crowned King Hakon, and all other good men not to burden us with heavier taxes than the law allows. The Lord Jesus Christ grant that this our counsel may be to the glory of God, the praise and honor of the saints, the benefit of the king and his true counselors, and to our peace and salvation. Amen. This remonstrance was attached to the Union Covenant of 1262, the 2 documents constituting the Act of Union, in the form to which the Icelanders had now pledged themselves under oath. It was brought to King Hakon Magnusson, probably by Alf of Krak, who now left for Norway, accompanied by other royal officials of Norwegian birth, pursuant to the provision that only native-born citizens should hold office in Iceland. But the king resented this manifestation of a spirit of independence on the part of the Icelanders, and paid little attention to the remonstrance. 3 Icelandic lawmen were indeed appointed, Thorlak Narfusson for the northern districts, and Gudmund Sigurdsson and Snorri Markusson for southern Iceland, but the following year the Norwegian bard Hognason again became lawman, and Erlend Olafsson and other prominent royal officials returned to Iceland. In 1303 many prominent Icelanders were summoned to Norway, among others Bishop Jorund of Holar and Abbot Runolf, who had served as vicar in the diocese of Skalholt after the death of Bishop Arni. The king's purpose seems to have been to obtain their advice regarding changes in the Icelandic code of laws, which had been demanded, possibly also to secure their consent to new taxes to be levied in Iceland. The Icelandic annals for the year 1304 state that in that year the king collected Peter's pence, Roma scatter, in Iceland. The supplement to the codes resulting from this conference is dated June 23, 1305. It contains provisions dealing with Iceland, but it does not touch the issues bearing on the relations between the two countries. These issues do not even seem to have been considered, but the Icelandic leaders probably consented to the levying of new taxes. The attitude of the Norwegian government and the determination of the king to treat their country as a dependency so increased the dissatisfaction of the Icelanders that in 1304 the people of the western and northern districts even refused to attend the Althing. They created two things in each quarter where they settled their own affairs. Only representatives from the southern and eastern districts attended the Althing, where great excitement prevailed. The Icelandic annals state that the three lawmen, Gudmund Sigurdsson, Snorri Markusson, and Hawk Erlendsson, each set forth a different law regarding taxation. The king must have been well aware of the growing discontent, but instead of righting the wrongs complained of, he imposed new burdens on the people and turned a deaf ear to their remonstrances. Alf of Kruk was again sent to Iceland with royal letters revoking all privileges granted the Icelanders by the royal council since the death of King Magnus Lagabøtur. The king also made the regulation that all persons owning property to the value of 500 or more should pay to the king a tax of 1 oln vadmal for each 100. This arbitrary increase of public burdens and the arrogant conduct of the king's representative Alf of Kruk, who was placed over the eastern and northern districts contrary to the remonstrance of 1303, roused a storm of resentment. Alf travelled about in the districts to publish the king's orders and declared many to be outlawed because they had refused to attend the Althing. Both at the Odeyra-thing and at the Hegren-thing he was attacked by the populace. At the latter thing his life was saved only through the efforts of Thord of Mudruveller and other chieftains. Under Thord's protection he left the thing and retired to Dinhagi in Horgardle, where he died the following winter. The Althing decided that the people should resist the king's unjust demands. Shortly after the close of the thing, a document was drawn up at Skalholt entitled A Covenant Between the Best Men and Common People of Iceland, in which they reiterated their demand that the syslumen and lawmen should be native Icelanders, and that the people should not be carried to Norway for trial in cases which could be submitted to the lawmen and syslumen of Iceland. The king finally understood that further attempts to carry through his demands for increased taxes against so violent an opposition would be futile, and he quietly dropped the matter without granting the demands of the Icelanders. The excitement gradually subsided, but the Althing was not regularly assembled. In 1313 the king addressed a letter to the Icelandic people in which he took them severely to task because no Althing had been assembled for 9 years. This reminder had the result that in 1315 a full representation again met at the Althing from all parts of Iceland. In 1314 he issued a new supplement to the Icelandic code, in which he sought to right some of the wrongs complained of in the remonstrance submitted by the Althing. Regarding the bringing of Icelanders to Norway for trial, the law was made to conform to the remonstrance. A provision was inserted stating that such a step should be taken only if the syslumen and lawmen were unable to try the case. The demand for new taxes was definitely dropped, but nothing was said regarding the appointment of native Icelanders to office, nor was any assurance given that 6 ships would be sent to Iceland every year, though this matter was now of greater importance than ever, since the trade with Iceland had become a Norwegian monopoly. No guarantee existed that the king would respect the provisions in the Union agreement. Hitherto he had shown a disposition to place Iceland on the level with the Norwegian dependencies. What the future relation between the two countries was to be seemed as much as ever an unsettled question. A despotic Norwegian overlordship was naturally feared under these circumstances, but it was the weakness rather than the strength of the Norwegian rulers which proved to be Iceland's misfortune. King Hakon Magnusson had been unnecessarily arbitrary in his dealings with Icelandic affairs, but like his predecessors he had a real interest in the country and its people, and meant to rule well. He took energetic measures to maintain the efficiency of the Althing as a supreme judicial tribunal. Leading Icelanders were called to Norway for consultation regarding matters pertaining to Iceland. Valuable amendments were made to the Icelandic laws, and the will of the people was so far respected that their remonstrances against the carrying of citizens abroad for trial was finally heeded. The proposal to levy new taxes was also dropped when met by their energetic protest. In some ways the king had even lent the country a helping hand. When the cathedral church of Scalholt was destroyed by fire in 1308, Bishop Arne Helgason went to Norway to solicit aid for rebuilding it. In 1310 he returned with church timber and many other valuable things which King Hakon and his queen and many leading men in Norway had given to the bishop's seat of Scalholt, so that it is a common opinion that no one had ever made a more successful trip to Norway since the country was settled, says the annalist. With the death of the king in 1319, the Norwegian royal house became extinct in the male line. The crown went to foreign-born and incompetent rulers. Norway was united with Sweden, later both with Sweden and Denmark, and finally with Denmark alone, a union which lasted till 1814. During this period of national decadence, Norway fell under Danish rule. The Hanseatic League destroyed her naval power and commerce, and the galling royal monopoly established by the Danish kings almost destroyed the intercourse with the distant Norwegian colonies. The weak and exposed Greenland settlements disappeared. In Iceland, the courage and fortitude of the people were tried to the utmost by recurring epidemics, violent volcanic eruptions, famine, and poverty. For centuries, the Icelanders had to wage a struggle for existence which brought into relief the noblest traits of their character. Their national life became a combat with adversity in which they showed the most enduring courage and patient devotion to the homeland. King Hakon's sole heir at the time of his death was his daughter Ingebjorg, who had married Duke Eric's son of the Swedish king. Her son, Magnus Smek, born and reared in Sweden, was then 3 years of age. Since he was the nearest heir to the vacant thrones both in Sweden and Norway, the two kingdoms were united under his rule. A council of 12 members, assisted by his mother, was to act as a council of regency during his minority. In 1320, the Icelandic bishops and chieftains were summoned to attend a council in Bergen, evidently for the purpose of giving advice regarding Icelandic affairs. But when Gunnar Reisvein, the representative of the Norwegian government, appeared before the Althing with the summons and asked the people to swear allegiance to the new king, they refused and drew up instead a memorial to the Norwegian government in which they reiterated their former demands regarding their union agreement. The document says, "To all wise counselors and guardians of the kingdom of Norway, the farmers and people of Iceland send greetings. We wish to make known that Gunnar Reisvein announced to us at the Althing with humble goodwill to the kingdom, as he ought to do, your demand that we should swear to Junker Magnus, nephew of the crowned king Hakon, such taxes, Thegneskulda, as we granted his worthy ancestors and their descendants perpetually, and that in return for our taxes the king should send hither 6 ships every summer laden with useful articles, 2 to the northern, 2 to the southern, 1 to the eastern and 1 to the western districts, and that the lawmen and cislumen and all magistrates in the country shall be Icelanders. There is to be one lawman in northern and one in southern Iceland, and neither of them is to have a Sisla. Since we do not wish that the responsibility of breaking any agreement shall fall on us, we have granted and will grant him all the taxes which we owe him, according to aforesaid agreement, until you may take such wise counsel that we may obtain what has formerly been promised us, and that new agreements may be entered into. For you must know for certain that we consider ourselves released from all the obligations which we swore King Hakon, the elder, Hakon Magnusson, if next summer we do not receive what he promised us, and which we will here enumerate, namely, that no more codfish be exported from our land during periods of famine than the merchants need for their table. Summons abroad we will not obey beyond what is specifically provided in the code. Magistrates will have none, except those chosen by the people. We will take the oath when the council of the kingdom have given us their letter with appended seal, so that we may see their goodwill and not before. The Lord Jesus Christ grant that in this and all other matters you may take such steps that it may redound to the benefit of the blessed king's soul, the honor and glory of Junker Magnus, and the peace and joy of us all, now and forever. Amen. Though the memorial is written in a sharp and aggressive tone, it could not be construed to mean that the Icelanders wished to assert their independence of Norway. The union had become so well established that secession was no longer contemplated even by the leaders who acted as public spokesmen. The summons to the chieftains and other prominent men to attend the council in Bergen was promptly obeyed. Kettle Thorlekson, the lawman Snorri Narfason, and other leading men, as well as Bishop Arni of Skalholt, sailed to Norway the same summer, while Bishop Ardun of Holar planned to go the following year. Neither of the bishops were present at the meeting of the council, as Bishop Arni died shortly after his arrival in Norway, and Bishop Audun was driven back to Iceland by a storm, but the Icelanders had other able representatives who could plead their cause to the council. What steps were taken to redress their grievances is not known, but their demands must have been granted, since the Laurenti Saga, as well as the Icelandic annals, state that in 1320 Kettle Thorlaksson came to Iceland with letters under royal seal, and that the people took the oath of allegiance to the king. In the church, the patriarchal relation which had once existed between the bishops and laity had wholly disappeared at the beginning of the 14th century. Many of the ecclesiastics who at this time were elevated to the highest position in the Icelandic church were of foreign birth. In the period 1236 to 1465, 13 of the bishops of Skalholt were foreigners, while only 5 were native Icelanders. But whether foreigners or native-born, they had usually acquired the greed and love of power which everywhere characterized the Roman hierarchy. They had ceased to be truly patriotic and regarded themselves only as high church officials whose chief concern it was to swell their revenues and lord it over the people. Without regard for the welfare of the country, they often resorted to extortionate practices to increase the income of their dioceses, while the people were sorely tried by great national calamities and steadily growing poverty. About Grim Skutusson, who became Bishop of Skalholt in 1320, the annals state that during the 3 months in which he served as bishop, he spent the sum of 300 hundrath. Such extravagance must have been the more offensive, since at that time there was famine in Iceland and a number of people died of hunger. These oppressive practices of the leaders of the church gradually created among the people a hostile opposition to the selfish ecclesiastical officialdom, which forms a distinct trait in Icelandic church life throughout the Middle Ages. Upon the death of Bishop Audun of Holar, 1321, a native Icelander, Laurentius Calvsson, was chosen as his successor in 1323. He was highly praised for his learning and also for his piety and purity of life, though he had an illegitimate son before he was consecrated bishop. He had served as teacher in the monasteries of Thuvera and Thingeyjar, and as bishop he devoted special attention to the schools and the education of the priests. Because of his popularity, the Laurentian Saga, one of the last historical works in the old Icelandic literature, was written about him about 1350, probably by his friend Einar Haflidason. On his deathbed, Laurentius recommended to the archbishop that native priests should be chosen as bishops in Iceland. This advice was also followed in the selection of his successor, the native-born Egil Eyjolfsson. But when he died in 1341, another Norwegian ecclesiastic, Orm Alaksson, became bishop of Holar. Orm's contemporary, Jan Sigurdsson of Skalholt, was a native Icelander, but both treated the people very harshly and laid heavy burdens upon them. Orm was able to remain on friendly terms with the king, but the people finally became so embittered against him that they lodged complaints with the government. This complaint he was called to Norway to answer in 1347. He was accompanied by Bishop Jan, who was almost as unpopular as himself. Jan returned to Iceland the following year and sought to effect a reconciliation between Orm and the people of the Holar diocese. The attempt failed, and he had to return to Skalholt, where he died in 1348. Under the circumstances, Orm did not venture to return to his bishopric. For a time there were no bishops in Iceland, a circumstance which the people seem to have felt as a relief. Finally, after receiving letters of protection from the king, he returned to Iceland in 1351, but he encountered such opposition that he again went to Norway 3 years later. His chief aim at this time was to obtain royal sanction for the enforcement of Archbishop Jan's code of church laws, especially with regard to the payment of tithes and other church dues. This code was almost identical with that of Bishop Arni of Skalholt, which granted the church extensive privileges. The king's consent was given in a royal letter issued October 19, 1354, commanding that the church laws in force in southern Iceland should also be in operation in the Holar diocese. For the first time, this code of church laws had now received the formal sanction of the king. Orm did not return to his diocese, but remained in Norway, where he died in 1356. He was succeeded by John Eriksson Skali, who had been chosen bishop of Gardar in Greenland, but was permitted to take charge of the Holar diocese, as he claimed to have received the Pope's sanction to the transfer. As he was unable to furnish any written evidence to support his claim, both the priests and the laity rebelled against him. He went to Norway to ask the support of the archbishop, but received none. The confusion in his diocese continued until he finally obtained the sanction of the Roma Curia in 1371. Of the bishops of Skalholt, who succeeded one another in rapid succession at this time, none became noted for any special achievements. Michael, a Dane who was made bishop of the diocese in 1383, sought to impose new burdens on the people and was finally driven from the bishopric. The most confused conditions prevailed. Many priests had died, some were driven away, and no general supervision existed for some time, as no new bishop was chosen till in 1394, when another Dane, Vilchen, abler than his immediate predecessors, became bishop of Skalholt. The willingness of the king to grant privileges to the church hitherto denied reveals a growing indifference of the Norwegian government to the real welfare of Iceland, and an administration by royal officials had been established as a result of the union. 2 lawmen were appointed by the king, one for the southern and eastern, and one for the western and northern quarters. Syslumen were appointed as administrative officials for larger districts, as in Norway, and Stjorar were placed as royal governors over the island. But Iceland was now treated so much like other dependencies that the chief interest of the government was to secure from its inhabitants revenues for the royal purse. Visjerir, or taxes payable to the king, were levied upon the whole country and became a definite income payable to the king's purse, like the taxes from the Norwegian colonies. This system of taxation gave rise also to a royal monopoly on trade with the colonies, which proved disastrous to their economic well-being and hindered their progress. The royal officials usually asserted the authority of the government with stern harshness, and severe punishments for crimes were introduced. In some instances, criminals were even buried alive, but law and order were but imperfectly maintained. Even the higher officials themselves would engage in quarrels which sometimes resembled the bloody feuds of earlier periods. In 1342 it is reported that two Syslumen, Jan Halsen and Arnar Thordsen, engaged in a controversy over a Sysla, with the result that Jan captured Arnar and had his left foot and right hand cut off. The old spirit of violence was not yet extinct, though some progress had been made toward a new conception of law and public order. Murders and other grave crimes were still of frequent occurrence. Even priests were often attacked and wounded. In the monasteries there was turmoil and violence, and many abbots were deposed. In 1343 the monks of the monastery of Thikveber attacked Abbot Thorlak, probably because he sought to discipline them. He fled to the monastery of Vidi, and two of the monks who had taken part in the attack were put in chains upon the order of Bishop Jan Sigurdsson of Skalholt. Though paganism was dead, the progress toward new ideals was still slow. A reign of law had been substituted for a reign of terror, the most important change effected by the new regime. But throughout the 14th century, social life in Iceland was characterized by a dull, unprogressive spirit prone to relapse into the vicious practice of earlier ages. The jealousy and lack of patriotism of the chieftains in the Sturlung period, the selfishness and narrow-mindedness of the royal government after the Union, the greed and tyranny of the Church had destroyed the people's public spirit and political interest, and had left them to wage their own struggles without the inspiring guidance of true leadership. The lack of inspiration and encouragement in the intense struggle for existence waged in a most unfavorable environment tended to weaken higher aspirations. A spirit of pessimistic, unprogressive stoicism was fostered, which was strengthened by the frequent recurrence of great calamities and the sorrows, poverty, and hopelessness which followed in their wake. The Icelandic annals record a series of calamities which in the 14th century befell the Icelandic people, such as are scarcely to be met with elsewhere in history. Cattle diseases, famine, and epidemics had sorely tried the people in the closing decades of the previous century, but a series of unparalleled misfortunes began with the outbreak of the great volcano Hekla in 1300, the sixth recorded eruption of this volcano, accompanied by violent earthquakes. For 2 days a pall of darkness like midnight hung over southern Iceland. Farmsteads were destroyed and meadows were buried under a thick deposit of ashes. The following year an epidemic raged which carried away not less than 500 persons. In 1306 a new epidemic broke out, and the winter was so severe that the northern coast was icebound till late in the summer. Earthquakes and volcanic eruptions were very frequent. In 1308 both people and cattle were killed in a new quake in southern Iceland, which destroyed a number of farmsteads. Another violent earthquake occurred in 1311, accompanied by volcanic eruptions which scattered ashes over wide areas. In 1339, an earthquake in southern Iceland destroyed many farmsteads and killed many people. This was followed by a new eruption of Hekla in 1341, accompanied by violent explosions and a fall of ashes which destroyed vegetation in large districts, causing the death of large numbers of horses, sheep, and cattle. Even the climate seems to have been affected by these violent disturbances, as the winters were often severe with a heavy snowfall, followed in the spring by excessive rains which caused destructive floods. These frequent earthquakes and volcanic eruptions had a most disastrous effect on the economic life of the country. The hay crop failed, and a shortage of grazing and fodder was created through the destructive ash deposits. Severe cattle diseases raged, and many people lost all their possessions, so that many cases of famine are recorded in the annals. From this fall of ashes, so many cattle died in the southern districts that many people lost all their livestock and had to leave their homes, farmsteads, and possessions, says the annalist. At Skalholt alone, 80 head of cattle perished, adds another old writer, and one states that several settlements were destroyed. In 1249, an eruption of the Orefajokul laid waste a large fertile region. In 1360, the middle district was devastated by an eruption of the volcano Trollendingur, and the winter followed was so severe that the cattle perished in the mountains. In 1389, a violent eruption of Hekla took place, accompanied by explosions so violent that the detonations were heard over the whole island. according to the annalist, who gives the following account of the occurrence and subsequent events. Fire arose not only from the mountain, but from the woods above Skard, the eruption being so violent that 2 mountains were formed with a chasm between them. In the neighborhood hot springs welled up, forming lakes of boiling water. 7 ships remained in Iceland which had come there before the outbreak. In the autumn, the rainfall was so heavy in northern Iceland that it caused floods after Martinmas, the like of which people had never seen. A number of sheep were killed in Skagafjord and in Disi of Nordredal. Avalanches destroyed woods, pastures, and meadows. The farm Eyjalaland in Vatsdal was destroyed in this way, and 6 persons perished. Likewise also the farm of Burdarns, where 12 persons lost their lives. In Longgalid, an avalanche took the farmhouses and also the church, killing 16 people. Only 2 women and a man who were in the stables were saved. The lawman Raffin Botolfsson, his wife and 2 children, and many other people lost their lives. Over 100 men gathered to search for the dead and their belongings. Some bodies were found, among others that of the lawman's wife, who lies buried at Murdruveller, but of the goods almost nothing could be saved. Smallpox and other epidemics harried the country frequently throughout the century. Cattle diseases caused by shortage of fodder and the poisoning of vegetation by volcanic gases also reduced the size and productiveness of the herds, causing widespread distress. During years of suffering resulting from these recurring calamities, some aid was derived from Norwegian trade with Iceland, which was plied quite energetically, especially during the first half of the 14th century, since the Hanseatic League had closed all other avenues to Norwegian merchants. It has already been noted that King Haakon Magnusson made trade with Iceland a Norwegian monopoly. The Norwegian kings had been forced by circumstances to increase the privileges of the Hanseatic cities until Norwegian commerce was destroyed. In 1302, King Haakon made the regulation that the Hansa merchants should not trade north of Bergen or carry on commerce with Iceland or any of the Norwegian dependencies, a stipulation which was repeated in 1306. This trade was retained by the government for the benefit of the crown. Other restrictions on trade were also imposed, probably in the interest of the merchants of Bergen, who were soon able to establish a monopoly over commerce with the colonies. In the reign of King Magnus Lagabøtur, the number of traders was limited by a law stipulating that no one should be allowed to sail on trading expeditions unless he possessed a certain amount of property free from debts. This provision should be in force from Easter till Michaelmas, September 29, but from Michaelmas till the beginning of winter, trade should be free to all. This law was repeated in the reigns of Magnus Ericsson, Haakon Magnusson, and Olaf Håkonsson. Foreign merchants were also forbidden to buy cattle in the rural districts, and a law of 1306 forbade foreigners to purchase lumber in Norway, except from the royal castle or the city fathers. Each town received a definite district with which it could carry on trade, and Bergen, as the chief commercial city, became the center of all trade with the Norwegian colonies. From early times, Nordaros had been the center of intercourse with Iceland and Greenland, as trade with these countries had been largely in the hands of rich families in Trøndelagen, but Bergen had now gained such supremacy commercially that even the merchants of Nordaros had to bring their imports to the Bergen market. One of the chief articles of Norwegian export at this time was dried codfish, a commodity for which the Hanseatic merchants had created such demand that the Norwegian traders began to import it from Iceland in the early part of the 14th century. We have already seen that in a memorial to the king in 1320, the Icelanders asked that in periods of famine no more codfish should be exported than the merchants needed for their table. But in 1340 we read in an old Norwegian state document, "Not long ago little codfish was imported from Iceland, which at that time was called table codfish. Most of the exports from there consisted of valthmal. Now, however, the most and best exports from Iceland consist of codfish and train oil." This development of a new important line of export proved a valuable stimulus to commerce and must have increased also the volume of Icelandic imports, as is shown by the lively intercourse between Norway and Iceland at this time. The annalists state that in 1340 there were 11 ships in Icelandic harbors, and a 12th foundered at Eyjar in the fall. The following year 6 ships came to the port of Havelfjord. How many came to other Icelandic harbors is not stated. In 1342 to 1344, many shipwrecks are recorded in the annals. In 1345, 11 ships came to Iceland. The next year, 11 ships also arrived, besides one which suffered shipwreck. In 1347, 13 ships came to Iceland. There came also a ship from Greenland, smaller than the ships which sailed to Iceland. It came to Stromfjord in Ytra. It was without anchor and had 17 men on board. They had sailed to Markland, Labrador, and were driven hither, says the annalist. That winter there were 21 ships in Iceland, adds another writer, but this very encouraging outlook in commercial affairs was suddenly destroyed by the Black Death, which in 1349 appeared in Norway and in a short time carried away 1/3 of the entire population of the kingdom. From this stunning blow, the country, with its already weakened economic and national life, was unable to rally. All optimism and spirit of enterprise were destroyed. The expeditions to Greenland ceased almost completely, and the trade with Iceland and other dependencies was greatly reduced. In 1349, the Icelandic annals mention only 1 ship from Norway, which foundered on the coast of Scotland. In 1350, it is stated that no ship came from Norway. During the second half of the 14th century, it appears from the annals that fewer ships came to Iceland than formerly. Not till in 1387 is it again recorded that as many as 11 ships arrived in a single year. For Iceland, which was suffering from the effects of the great calamities which had lately befallen the country, this falling off of commerce was a serious misfortune. But no less deplorable was the fact that at this critical juncture the foreign-born and often incompetent rulers who bore the title of kings of Norway took little interest in administrative affairs in Iceland beyond what was necessary to secure the desired revenues for the royal treasury. The old land hour tax on trade and intercourse with Norway was removed by the Union Agreement of 1262, but these rulers laid a new tariff on imports from Iceland, the Sekjaggjald, contrary to the covenant then made. The first specific definition of this impost, levied for the benefit of the royal purse, is found in laws promulgated by King Olaf Håkonsson in 1382 and 1383. At this time, Norwegian trade was languishing from the effects of the Black Death and the Hanseatic commercial regime. Under these circumstances, this new encroachment on the rights of the Icelanders also placed increased obstacles in the way of the dwindling intercourse with the colonies. But considerations for the general welfare of the realm was of little weight with these selfish rulers who only looked to their own personal advantage. The regulations controlling the collection of this impost were repeated in the reign of Queen Margaret in 1389 and seem to have been made a part of the general revenue system of the government. But nothing was done to encourage shipbuilding and commerce, which were now falling into complete decay. In 1397, 3 kingdoms, Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, were formally united by the Kalmar Act of Union. Eric of Pomerania was placed on the thrones of the United Realms, but Queen Margaret, who, after the death of her son, King Olaf Håkonsson, had been ruling queen of the 3 kingdoms, continued to govern until her death in 1412. In Iceland, her rule was very unpopular as she tried to increase the public burdens. In 1392, she attempted to levy a new tax, stipulating that every freeholder should pay her half a mark, according to the old standard, half merk Forngilde. This caused great ill will at first, but later many of the best men gave their consent, says the annalist. It seems, however, that the request was not granted without modifications. When the Hearth Sturjori Vigfus Evensen the following year presented the request to the Althing, the best men were willing to grant her only 8 alnar valmal from each freeholder on the condition that it should not be called a tax and that it should not again be demanded. The men of the Eyjafjord district refused to consent to any grant of any sort. About the elevation of Eric of Pomerania to the throne, the annalist remarks that a man by the name of Eric, a child in years, was made a king. About this man it was said that he was the son of Margaret's sister, should be sister's daughter, but his father was a German. All people in Norway disapproved of this act, and especially the people of the dependencies, as the Danish rulers who now sat on the thrones of the United Kingdoms were strangers who regarded the Norwegian colonies only as sources of revenue. No improvement in Icelandic affairs could be expected from the royal government. Trade conditions became so wretched that the Icelanders were again forced to voice complaints and call attention to the Union agreement, now wholly ignored. In 1419 they formally pledged their allegiance to Eric of Pomerania, King of Norway, Denmark, and Sweden at the Althing, but added to this act a specific demand for redress of grievances with regard to commerce. The document says in part, "But our laws provide that 6 ships should come hither from Norway every year, which has not happened for a long time, a cause from which your grace and our poor country has suffered most grievous harm. Therefore, trusting in God's grace and your help, we have traded with foreigners who have come hither peacefully on legitimate business, but we have punished those fishermen and owners of fishing smacks who have robbed and caused disturbance on the sea." Still more offensive than the restrictions on trade was the new method of collecting revenues introduced by the government. The taxes were farmed out to the Hirðstjórar, or governors of Iceland, for a certain sum to be paid by them to the royal treasury. Little did the kings care how the people might be oppressed by the tax gatherers, or what sums were collected, so long as they received the stipulated amount. This system was first established in 1354. Ivar Holm came to Iceland with letters from the king showing that he had leased the whole country with taxes and incomes for a period of 3 years, and that he had been created Hirðstjóri, says the annalist. The same method was often employed later. In 1357, the annals state that one Hirðstjóri was placed over each quarter, and that these 4 officials had leased all Iceland for 3 years with taxes and incomes. Ecclesiastics on behalf of the church and these 4 on behalf of the lay people traveled through the land, collecting taxes from learned as well as from laymen, whatever they could get. And under the oppression of such burdens the people had to remain, remarks the annalist. In 1361, Smid Andresen was made Hirðstjóri of all Iceland, and like his immediate predecessors in the office, he leased the land with taxes and incomes. Church and state officials vied with each other to collect taxes and dues from the impoverished and suffering people. Goaded to the utmost, the Bendur would sometimes offer so violent a resistance to their oppressors that scenes of conflict between the tyrannical officials and the angry people became favorite themes with poets and annalists. The following episode may serve to illustrate the nature of these clashes and the conditions prevailing at the time. A meeting was held at Hólar at Tiburtiusmus. The men from the district of Eyjafjord in northern Iceland came, both learned and unlearned. Smid and Officialis, assisted to the bishop of Scalholt, also came, but no agreement was reached. Smid Anderson arrested Arni Thordson and charged him with the Barkader case. Arni would submit the case to the king, but Smid kept him in prison and would not grant this request, but caused him to be beheaded at Lamby. Friday before John the Baptismus, within a month after the execution, Arni's body was brought to Scalholt and interred in the churchyard. After the Althing, Smid rode about in the northern districts with a band of 70 men from southern Iceland. The people from Eyjafjord sent out spies, and many men were assembled at Grund in Eyjafjord on Seljamannaday, July 8. Smid and his men had arrived before. The men from Eyjafjord surrounded the house, and a battle followed in which Smid lost his life. Jan Guthormsson, Jarper Hannes, Jan Lang, Bjarni Magnusson, Gudmund Andersson, and Thorvald Helgason were slain. Of the men of Eyjafjord, Anders Ormsson, Stein Brynjolfsson, Magnus Bjorn Thordsson, and Gudmund Haldorsson fell. More are not mentioned by name, but there fell 14 in all. The resistance to Alf of Krok and the struggle between the people and the bishops Jan Sigurdsson of Skalholt and Orm Alsklaxson of Holar have already been mentioned. These episodes show that the Icelanders had not lost their old vigor and were able to resist wanton encroachments on their rights. In spite of adversity and discouragements, the old spirit of freedom remained to some extent unbroken. Economically, too, some degree of well-being must have been maintained, since many rich and influential men were still found in Iceland. Einar Eriksson of Vatsfjord, who was drowned on the Esafjord in 1382, was a powerful and well-to-do chieftain. His son Bjorn Einarsson, who became Hirðstjóri over all Iceland in 1413, was so wealthy that he gave several farms to the St. Olaf Church, where he wished to be buried. To 18 churches he gave in all 4,300, and to 3 others valuable gifts. To the poor he gave 500, to poor relatives 1,500, to various churches for masses to be celebrated for the dead 1,200, in all 8,500, besides other valuable gifts. Of Loft Gordermason, chieftain and poet, it is said that he owned about 80 estates, but such accumulation of wealth by a few powerful individuals in an otherwise poor country could be of little real benefit to the people in general. Because of the absence of the law of odel, and through the influence of the church as well as of the government and the chieftain class, landed property had been gathered in the hands of a few. As the class of smaller freeholders was disappearing, the people were becoming a struggling and depressed peasantry with a limited outlook, few political interests, and less of public spirit and individual self-assertion than formerly. The old race of chieftains had disappeared in this critical period when they were confronted with so many grave economic and national problems. The Icelandic people lacked the guidance and inspiration of true leadership. From the royal government they received little aid and had to solve their own difficulties under constant provocation and injustices. The irritation caused by wanton encroachments on their rights and the ceaseless contention about public affairs in church and state could only add increased bitterness to the growing difficulties, which helped to produce melancholy, superstition, and lack of optimism, both in intellectual and social life. A distinct ebb time was beginning to manifest itself in Iceland as everywhere else in the north at this time. But the Icelanders retained their old intellectual life and their national vigor longer than any other branch of the Scandinavian race. To some extent they still kept up the old custom of traveling in foreign countries, and we still hear of Icelanders who occupied positions of trust and honor in Norway. About the Norwegian magnate Erland Philipsson, the annals state that he trusted Icelanders better than Norwegians and kept them always in his service. Einar Eriksson was a chieftain of the old type who often went on expeditions to foreign lands and was very well to do. Still more noted was his son Bjorn Einarsson Lafari, so called because of his expedition to Jerusalem. Bjorn was born in 1315, became especially well known because of his expeditions to foreign lands. On his first trip abroad in 1379, he visited Rome in company with Bishop Oddgeir of Skalholt. In 1385 he set sail for Norway with 4 ships, accompanied by his wife, but they were driven to Greenland, where they spent 2 years. After returning to Iceland, he again went to Rome in 1388, also this time accompanied by his wife. When they reached Norway, they were arrested by the authorities for going to Greenland and trading with the people there without license, but upon taking an oath before the court that they had been driven thither by storms, they were released and continued their journey to Rome, returning in 1391. In 1405, Bjorn undertook a trip to the Holy Land, accompanied by his wife, Bishop Vilchen of Skalholt, the lawman Snorri Svendsson, and the monk Jan Halvardsson. They first sailed to Norway, where Bishop Vilchen died in the early part of the winter. The following spring they continued their journey to Rome, Venice, and Jerusalem. When they reached Venice on their return from the Holy Land, Bjorn's wife proceeded to Norway, but he went to Spain, where he visited the shrine of Santiago of Compostela. On his way to Norway, he also visited the grave of St. Thomas à Becket at Canterbury, England. In 1410 he again sailed for Iceland. Spending the winter in the Shetland Islands, he reached home the following summer. His wife had died on the expedition, either in Norway, as some sources have it, or in the Orient, as stated by others. In his life and character, Bjorn Einarsson bore a striking resemblance to the great chieftains of earlier days. He maintained a hearth according to ancient custom, and kept skalds about him to sing about his exploits. Upon his return home from one of his expeditions, arrangements were made for his son's wedding, but the bridegroom was shipwrecked on his voyage to Fjord, where the wedding was to be celebrated, and lost his life. Bjorn's sister was then married to Jan Gortermasson, a brother of the wealthy Lopt Gortermasson, with lavish display of hospitality and a great number of guests, according to ancient usage. Some time afterwards he became involved in a quarrel with Thord Sigmundsson, who had accompanied him on his pilgrimage to Rome. The two met at Gnup in Dryafjord, and accompanied by large armed bands, and a battle took place in which two of Bjorn's men fell, and he himself with most of his men were wounded. He was forced to seek refuge in a church and was not able to leave till the following day. Attempts to negotiate an agreement between the two failed. In the winter, Bjorn travelled about the country to secure support, an effort in which he was so successful that in June 1394 he gathered about him the Herthstjori, the lawman Thorstein Eyjolfsson, many priests and other prominent persons, and about 90 armed men. They went to Thord Sigmundsson's home and summoned him to appear before the lawmen at Mosfell to answer for the death of the two men killed at Gnup. Thord appeared on the appointed day, accompanied by 50 men. He was outlawed together with 5 others, but it was left to the king to decide whether he should be allowed to remain in the country. The leading men finally succeeded in arranging a settlement of the affair, according to which the Thord was to pay Bjorn 54/100th in goods or in money, and he should also arrange a suitable feast for Bjorn and his wife. This rather strange stipulation in the agreement shows that among the chieftains and men of quality the love of feasting was as great as ever. Other instances also show that this feature of early social life was still maintained. The annalist tells that when the newly elected Bishop Vilchen of Scalholt came to Iceland in 1394, he arranged a feast so lavish that no one then living in Iceland had seen anything like it, either in regard to costly arrangement or the number of guests invited. Bishop Peter of Holar was there, and all the prominent people of northern, western, and southern Iceland. The feast lasted 7 days, and such lavish hospitality was shown that all might drink as much as they wished, both early and late. 3 double rows of guests, extending from one end of the room to the other, were seated in the principal room in the bishop's residence, and nothing was drunk but German beer and other costly beverages. Travels in foreign lands were no longer undertaken, however, as formerly, for the sake of study at higher institutions of learning, but were mostly visits to the royal court, where honours and appointments to office might be obtained. Interest in scholarly pursuits was declining, as the foreign-born bishops often showed great lack of interest for the schools of the land. The schools at Scalholt continued to flourish till 1236, when the first foreign bishop was placed over the diocese. It was then closed and was so completely abandoned that it was not again heard of till in 1491, when it was revived by the learned and able Stefan Jansson, Bishop of Scalholt. The Latin school at Holar, founded by Jan Agmundsson, was discontinued in the time of Bishop Gudmund Arason, 1203 to 1237, and was not reopened till the days of Jorn Thorsteinsson, 1267 to 1313. But although learning was no longer cultivated with the same devoted interest as formerly, it still received considerable attention. During the time of Jorn's successors, the school at Holar continued to flourish, over 15 pupils receiving instruction every year in Latin, music, and other branches. Bishop Laurentius of Holar, 1323 to 1330, was especially interested in schools, as he had served as teacher in the monasteries of Tavera, Thurk, Vabur, and Thingivar. The interest in schools and learning maintained at this time in the Holar diocese was due chiefly to his efforts. Several of his pupils became teachers, among others his son Arni Einar Haflidsson, Bergskosiken, and Aglar Egjo Sturlason, who succeeded him as bishop 1331 to 1341. After this time, the bishops were foreigners without interest in educational activities, and the school at Holar, like that at Scalholt, fell into complete decay. A school at Holar is indeed mentioned in the Icelandic Annals 1393, but nothing further is known about it. In the monasteries where literature and learning continued to flourish, schools were yet maintained. Love for reading had steadily increased, especially among the less educated classes. Though the leading schools had disappeared through the culpable neglect and incompetence of foreign-born bishops, love of books had become general in Iceland, and instruction was still so well maintained that the Icelandic clergy was undoubtedly better educated than that of Norway. In northern Iceland, the monasteries of Thikfaber and Helgafell became the chief seats of learning after the disappearance of the schools of Scalholt and Holar. In Thikfaber, the abbots Brand Jansen, 1247 to 1263, and Thorlak Lapsen, 1314 to 1351, are known to have taught, and Laurentius Kalfsson served as teacher there until he was elected bishop in 1323. At Helgafell, Abbot Thorstein Snorson Ballet, 1322 to 1351, seems to have devoted himself to teaching, and it is certain that his successor, Asgrim, 1352 to 1379, devoted much of his time to this work. About 1362, Einar Thorkelsson sold the estates Botten and Thorisdottir to the Helgafell monastery on the condition that Abbot Asgrim should instruct his son. In 1377, Thorgils Gudlaugsson gave one half of the estate Kolsvik to the same monastery on the condition that the abbot should instruct his son so that he could receive consecration as subdeacon. Similar agreements were also made with the monastery of Vidi. In 1380, Valgard Lopson made a contract transferring to the monastery some lands on Kjalarnes, the consideration being that the abbot should instruct his son for 6 years. It is also certain that many of the ablest churchmen and parish priests gave private instruction to young men who desired to devote themselves to study. The Laurenti Saga states that the priest Thoranin Kagi at Valir in Svarvardartal kept a school and had many pupils. This practice was undoubtedly quite common, as it had been in vogue even earlier. Bishop Arne Thorlaxson of Scalholt, 1269 to 1298, received his first instruction from the priest Grim Holmsteinson at Kirk Ugbar. Magnus Gisserson, Bishop of Scalholt, 1216 to 1236, had been under the tuition of Bishop Thorlak Thorhalson. At the close of the 14th century, all schools in Iceland seem to have disappeared, as none are again heard of in the now existing records still about a century later. Such instruction as was given during this period must have been conducted in the homes or by private individuals. A general retrograde movement is noticeable also in the field of literature during this period. A decay of classical literary style, together with a turning from history writing and more serious prose literature to romantic tales and religious productions of various sorts, occurred already in the 13th century. With the beginning of the 14th, much of the earlier originality and creative imagination had faded out of literary production. From this time forth, few original works of real value appeared. The writers devoted their chief attention to translation and copying, or to the compilation of large collections of earlier productions. But love of reading and diligence in literary pursuits were probably never greater than at this time. Iceland continued to be the center of literary life in the north. Her writers were yet able to produce works of literary merit, the fruit of a scholarly interest which still remained strong. Of the Biskupasagur are stories about the Icelandic bishops, the most important source of the church history of Iceland. Some continued to appear also in the 14th century. The Arna Saga, Thorlaxsonar, or story about Bishop Arne Thorlaxson of Scalholt, was written shortly after 1300, probably by his nephew Bishop Arne Helgason. The Laurenti Saga about Bishop Laurentius Kalfsson, written by Einar Haflidason, appeared about 1350, and the Guðmundar Saga, which Abbot Arngrim of Thorgirar wrote about Bishop Gudmund Arason of Holar, was produced about 1375. To the literary production of the 14th century belong especially a number of romantic tales, the Lysisogur, based on heroic Germanic tradition and on epic romances of continental Europe. According to their contents, they fall into two groups, the Fornsogur, Gor Thulanda, dealing with traditions of the north, and the Forsogur Southlanda, based on the rhymed romances of the continent. Stories about saints and religious rhymes and poems were also written. This literary work was done chiefly by clerics whose names are not known, but now and then also a known writer appears. One of the most prominent among these is Hauk Erlendsson, the author of the Hauk's Book, a great collection which contains, besides Hauk's own version of the Landnama book, the Kristne Saga, the Saga of Eric the Red, the Volsung Saga, and many other works. On his mother's side, Hauk sprang from a distinguished family in Iceland. From 1294 till 1299 he served as lawman. He then went to Norway and became lawman in Oslo, and later in the Gulathingslag. The king showed him great confidence and esteem. He was knighted, became one of the leading men of the kingdom, and was repeatedly sent to Iceland on important missions. He died in 1334. Hauk was not an original author, but worked as a copyist and compiler of literary works. His critical ability was limited, but he possessed extensive literary knowledge and a great scholarly interest. Another great collection produced by diligent copyists is the Lati Yarbuk, compiled in 1387 to 1395 by the priests Jan Thordsson and Magnus Thor Halsen, from older sources now partly lost. After the disappearance of the Scaldic draper about 1300, a new kind of narrative poems, the rhymer, began to appear in the 14th century. Alliteration and Scaldic figures of speech were still used, but the rhymer were written in rhymed verse, clearly in imitation of Latin hymns and religious songs. These poems are really ballads based for the most part on mythological sagas and romantic foreign traditions, though a few also deal with persons from Norwegian and Icelandic history. The rhymer were recited for the entertainment of the people in the home, but they were also sung and were then usually accompanied by dance. As a form of entertainment, the rhymer became very popular and continued to flourish even into modern times. The Icelandic language had now assumed its distinctive traits. Originally, it was identical with the Old Norse found in southwestern Norway, in the districts from which the greater number of Icelandic colonists emigrated. This language has been preserved in Iceland with but little change even to the present. But in the 13th century, some peculiarities developed which distinguished it slightly from the original mother tongue. The Old Norse E and O in final position were changed to I and U, and the digraphs OE and AE were no longer kept distinct, but were both represented by AE. Words like Bayer, farmstead, Bane, Perer, Bailey, Den, or dwelling place were written in Icelandic, Bear, Bane, and Bali. This change was completed about 1300. In the 14th century, the connecting vowel U also appears in Icelandic before final syllabic R, as Vidar for vetter, Dagger for veg, dagger. After 1350, Norse underwent a new development similar to that of English and other Germanic tongues, while Icelandic, by preserving the old inflectional forms and other peculiarities, henceforth remained a distinct language. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. English commerce with Iceland, the Icelandic Church, intercourse of the Hanseatic cities with Iceland. In 1397, Iceland and all the Norwegian dependencies entered into the union between Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, established at Kalmar, but no change was made regarding Iceland's relation to the general government. Only gradually did the effects of the union become noticeable in the choice of Danes as bishops and higher officials, and the extension of Danish commercial and administrative policy to the colony. During the 14th century, the old intellectual life and national vigor were waning, and in the 15th, literary activity ceased almost completely. Various causes contributed to this growing national exhaustion, but the most conspicuous was the Black Death, which ravaged the island in 1402 to 1404. The popular estimate that the epidemic carried away 2/3 of the entire population may be an exaggeration, but the loss of life was nevertheless enormous. Many districts were almost depopulated, whole families died out, farms were lying idle, and all activities suffered a severe setback. Poverty increased, and as the land was now in the hands of the clergy and a few rich proprietors, the people had to live as renters in misery and want. After the ravages of the Black Death in Norway about the middle of the 14th century, the trade with Iceland declined. This trade, which now embraced the whole intercourse with the colony, had been gradually monopolized by the merchants of Bergen, with whom the king had entered into a sort of partnership. He owned 1/4 of every merchant vessel licensed to trade with Iceland without paying any part of ship or cargo. Under more favorable circumstances, a lucrative monopolized trade with the colony might have been established, but the prosperity of the Bergen merchants, who were slowly recovering from the depressive effects of the Black Death, was again destroyed by the ravages of the Victual Brothers, a powerful organization of pirates who sacked and burned Bergen in 1393 and 1394, and again in 1428 and 1429. Under these circumstances, intercourse with Iceland could be only feebly maintained, but since Icelandic economic life was paralyzed as a result of the ravages of the Black Death, the need of imports was now more keenly felt than ever before. In the already mentioned memorial addressed to the king in 1419, the people stated that they had been obliged to trade with foreign merchants who visited Iceland in violation of the government decrees. These merchants were English fishermen and traders who were now beginning to carry on a clandestine traffic with Iceland. The intercourse with the British Isles, which had existed during earlier periods of Icelandic history, ceased during the latter part of the 13th century. During the 14th, no trade seems to have been carried on between Iceland and the British ports. English foreign trade had hitherto been in the hands of Scandinavian, Venetian, Genoese, Hanseatic, Flemish, and other foreign merchants, but from the beginning of the 15th century the English merchant adventurers entered into competition with these maritime states for the control of their own commerce and the extension of English trade into new fields. These bold mariners made their appearance also in Iceland, tempted by the rich fisheries and prospective lucrative trade. English merchants in Iceland are first mentioned in the Icelandic annals in 1412, but they had probably made voyages to Iceland even in the 14th century. In 1413, an English trader by the name of Richard came with a ship to Iceland, says the annalist. He had letters from the King of Norway granting him permission to sail unhindered in the realm, and many bought goods from him when he came to port in southern Iceland. During this period, buccaneering and lawlessness were everywhere prevalent upon the high seas. Even merchants who were engaged in legitimate trade might turn pirates on more distant voyages and seize defenseless merchant vessels with their cargoes. Along the coast and in the harbors, little heed was paid to the rights of private citizens or the laws of the land by the rude master mariners trained in a service which knew few principles but daring and prowess. It is not strange, then, that in so distant and unprotected a country as Iceland, English sailors and sea captains, in an effort to penetrate into a new field of enterprise, should be guilty of many violent and lawless acts. The first English vessels which visited Iceland trafficked with the people in a peaceful way and sought to establish a friendly intercourse. The later buccaneering activity of English traders resulting in outrages, unusual even when measured by the standards of those times, was due partly to the character of the English mariners and seamen, but partly also to the annoying interference of the royal government in a feeble effort to maintain a monopoly of Icelandic trade. From the beginning of the 15th century, the English engaged extensively in fisheries in Icelandic waters. In 1413, the annals record that 30 English fishing smacks came to Iceland. The same year, 5 English merchant vessels also arrived at Vestmannaeyjar, One of these, a royal vessel, brought letters from King Henry V to the government and best men of Iceland, asking their permission to carry on trade in their harbours. But Eric of Pomerania, king of the United Scandinavian realms, protested against English traders visiting Iceland without his permission. In 1415 the same protest was renewed, but English trade with Iceland continued to grow. In that same year 6 English ships entered the harbour of Hafnarfjord. One of these was loaded for the return voyage with codfish and a large sum of money, with which the royal Herthstjori Vigfus Iverson himself sailed to England. The protests of King Eric finally moved Henry V to issue instructions to his subjects forbidding all trade with Iceland and fisheries in Icelandic waters, except in the manner which had obtained from earlier ages. But the aggressive English merchants paid little heed to the royal orders, and the number of English vessels in Icelandic waters continued to grow, so that on April the 13th, 1419, according to the annals, 25 English ships were wrecked on the coasts of Iceland in a storm which lasted only 3 hours. That the Icelanders should welcome this trade was quite natural. The Herthstjori, Arnfinn Thorstensen, issued a permit to English fishermen to carry on fisheries in Icelandic waters, and at the Althing he joined with the lawmen and the people in a protest to the king against the attempts to exclude English traders from Iceland. To this remonstrance they added a petition requesting the king's permission to trade with the foreigners who brought them the goods which they needed, but the king refused to grant them such a privilege. This interdiction of foreign trade may have provoked many of the deeds of violence henceforth perpetrated by English traders in Iceland. In 1420 they attacked Bessastaðir, arrested the royal official Hans Paulsen, and killed his assistant Tedeka Becker. In northern Iceland the crews of 3 English ships landed in full battle array, killed the royal official Jan Ibe, ill-treated the overseer of the estates of the Holar bishopric in the presence of the bishop, and committed various other outrages. At Vestmannaeyjar, English ships commanded by John Morris and Rollins Tarrington seized and carried away large quantities of codfish belonging to the king. When Thorleif Arneson set sail for Norway to report these outrages to the government, he was attacked on the sea by an armed English vessel and was able to escape only with great difficulty. The English buccaneering traders were emboldened in their aggression by the knowledge that the government of the United Realms was unable to control affairs in Iceland. Queen Margaret had suffered the naval power of her kingdoms to fall into complete decay, and the weak and worthless Eric of Pomerania, who succeeded her on the throne, devoted his attention chiefly to bootless foreign wars which lasted from 1416 till 1435. Intercourse with Greenland had now ceased completely, and the Norse colonies on that distant island disappeared. Iceland might have suffered a like fate but for the timely advent of the English traders who, in spite of their lawlessness, proved of distinct benefit to Iceland. Untrammeled by royal decrees, they continued their operations on a growing scale with constantly increasing violence. By lawless terror, directed especially against the helpless government officials, they were able for a time to exercise almost complete control over Icelandic trade. In 1422, 2 English captains, claiming that they had been denied the privilege of trading with Iceland, attacked Bessastaðir and killed some people. The following year, English buccaneers ravaged northern Iceland, robbed and burned the churches of Húsavík, Husavik, and Grimsey, seized a number of sheep and cattle, and even carried away many people into slavery abroad. In 1424, Bessastaðir was again attacked and plundered by bands led by the buccaneering sea captains John Percy, John Pastall, and Thomas Dale, and several government officials were abducted. Another band under the leadership of John Selby landed at Fliot in northern Iceland and seized a well-to-do proprietor, Brand Halldórsson, who had to ransom himself with the payment of a large quantity of codfish. The Vestmannaeyjar especially seemed to have been a favorite rendezvous for English traders. In a report to the king regarding the aggression of the British merchants, the Herthstjori Hans Paulsen wrote in 1425, There is an island near the coast of Iceland called Vestmannaey, which belongs entirely to the King of Norway with all rights, so that no one except the king has any authority over it. To this island the English have come every year since this harmful traffic began. On the island they build houses, erect large tents, dig up the ground, carry on fishery, and make use of everything as if it were their own property. They have neither sought for nor ever obtained permission from the king's officials, but occupy the place by force and do not permit the fish belonging to the king or any other persons to be shipped from the island before they have loaded their own vessels according to their pleasure. In his report he also complains of various outrages committed by British traders on the island. Nicholas Dalston, who in 1420 killed Tidecke Becker at Bessestadir and had carried away large quantities of fish belonging to the king, continued to be a leader of the English traders, many of whom were guilty of various crimes. In 1425 the two Herstjorar, or royal governors, Hans Paulsen and Balthasar von Damen, went to the Vestmannaeyjar to arrest the intruders and seize their vessels, but this attempt miscarried completely. When they arrived, they were attacked by the English, who broke their boats so that they could not even leave the island. They retreated to a favorable position and sought to defend themselves, but the English attacked them in battle array with bows and arrows and other weapons. They were soon forced to surrender on the condition that they should be allowed to leave the island. Captain Dalston sanctioned this agreement, leaving the difficulties to be settled by the kings of Denmark and England. But when the officials prepared to depart, they were again attacked and robbed of all their belongings. Their followers were finally allowed to leave, with the exception of one who was treacherously slain, but Hans Paulsen and Balthasar von Damen were brought as prisoners on board the British ship and carried to England. Hans Paulsen's report of their affair was submitted to the English Council and Admiral Duke of Exeter. It was also confirmed as correct by a commission assembled in Bergen to investigate the affair. Such outrages were frequently repeated along the Icelandic coast. Officials were intimidated, slain, or carried out of the country. Trade and fisheries not carried on by Englishmen were obstructed, and boats and fishing tackle were destroyed. So bold were the raids on seaports and settlements, and so helpless were the government officials, that Iceland virtually passed under the complete control of the merchants of Hull, Lynn, York, London, Bristol, and other English cities, which could keep large fleets of trading vessels on the sea. Many of these outrages seem to have been committed for the purpose of intimidating the people and the royal officials in order that complete control over Icelandic commerce might be established. In spite of these serious disturbances, most of the English trade with Iceland was undoubtedly carried on in a peaceful way, but the annalists, who usually report only special events, paid but little attention to general conditions. In 1431, King Eric again made complaint to the King of England of the damage done his subjects through unlawful trade with Iceland and by robberies committed by English traders during a period of 20 years. For these encroachments he asked an indemnity of £40,000. From English state documents it appears that the King of England had tried repeatedly to stop this unlawful trade. In an agreement made by the two sovereigns at Copenhagen in Denmark, December 24, 1432, he promised to punish those of his subjects who had committed robberies or other depredations in Iceland or elsewhere in the Danish-Norwegian realm. All persons who had been abducted should be returned to Iceland and were to receive a fair compensation for the services which they had been forced to render in England. The royal orders against unlawful trade with Iceland were to be renewed and enforced. On April 28, 1433, King Henry VI issued an order prohibiting trade with Iceland. This proved effective to the extent that no more outrages were committed, but illicit trade was not wholly discontinued. In 1440, King Henry issued licenses to two ships belonging to the Bishop of Scalholt to buy goods in England, but since these were Icelandic vessels, this permission would not contravene his previous order. Christopher of Bavaria was elevated to the throne of the United Northern Kingdoms in 1442 and ruled till 1448, when he was succeeded by Christian I of Oldenburg. In 1449, a new treaty was negotiated between Christian I and Henry VI, prohibiting English trade in Iceland and Hålogaland. and Finnmarken without permission from the King of Denmark, Norway, the treaty to remain in force till 1451. That English trade with Iceland continued in spite of these measures appears from the following provision in a law promulgated by King Christian at the time of his coronation in 1450. We declare all Englishmen and Irish who trade with Iceland to be outlawed and their property to be confiscated unless they have our sealed permit, and they may be lawfully seized anywhere. By new prohibitory orders, King Henry VI sought to restrain his subjects from the unlawful trade, but the licenses already granted he permitted to remain in force. Like his predecessors, King Christian became involved in useless and expensive foreign wars. Dynastic interests received his attention to such a degree that commercial and colonial affairs were almost completely neglected. In 1453 he appointed the chieftain Bjorn Thorleifsson governor of Iceland and instructed him to resist the British traders as vigorously as possible. But how such an order was to be carried out seems to have been no part of King Christian's royal forethought, as no effort was ever made to aid the governor. On a voyage to Iceland in 1456, Bjorn and his wife were seized by the British and carried to England. After a time they were released and were finally able to reach their destination, but in his attempt to carry out the royal instructions, Bjorn was finally slain by the angry British merchants in a clash which led to serious difficulties. In 1463, King Christian I issued an ordinance forbidding Icelanders to trade with foreign merchants who did not pay the sekjaggjald, or duty levied on Icelandic goods imported to Norway. 2 years later he concluded a treaty of friendship with Edward IV of England, which should remain in force during the lifetime of both sovereigns. Regarding trade with Iceland, this document contains the following provision. The King of England shall see to it that unless they ask and receive permission from the King of Norway, his subjects shall not trade with Iceland, nor shall they sail thither or to Halogaland or Finnmarken, unless they be driven thither by storm, and they shall not then carry on any trade there. That these often repeated agreements led to any definite results does not appear. The attempts to prevent trade only aroused the anger of the English merchants, who cared little for treaties which the King of Denmark, Norway, was in no position to enforce. In the harbor of Rif, in Snæfellsøla, they had established themselves in large numbers and were carrying on a lively trade. In 1467 they seem to have laid careful plans to attack the governor, Bjorn Thorleifsson, who was especially hated because he had been very active in collecting the duties imposed on foreign trade. When he arrived at Rif with a large escort, they fell upon him and slew him, together with 7 of his men, as already noted. 20 men made their escape, but his son was taken prisoner. As soon as Olaf, Bjorn's wife, was able to secure the release of her son by paying a large ransom, she gathered forces and attacked the lawless merchants at Rif. 3 of their ships were seized after a struggle in which many of the sailors were killed. 50 others who were taken prisoners were released after being held in custody for a short period. In 1468, Olaf sailed to Denmark with her son and reported these events to King Christian, who is said to have complimented her as a spectabilis mulier, that is, a woman pleasant to behold. A new governor, Thorleif Arason, was then sent to Iceland. British subjects who sailed to Iceland without the king's permission were outlawed, and 4 English vessels were seized in the Sound as compensation for the loss suffered by the king and Bjorn Thorleifsson's widow. The English government, thinking that the Hanseatic League had brought about the seizure of the English merchantmen, arrested all the Hanseatic merchants in London. War broke out between England and Denmark-Norway in 1469, but it was not carried on with vigor by either side and does not seem to have interfered with English trade with Iceland, which was still carried on as before. By the peace treaty negotiated in 1474, the old relations between the two realms were restored. By a new treaty of friendship concluded between the two kings in 1490, the English received the privilege of free trade with Iceland for the period of 7 years. The English merchants paid high prices for herring and codfish, Iceland's chief articles of export during this period. The goods which they brought to the country were of good quality, consisting of commodities most needed by the people. Their trade was therefore of the greatest value to the Icelanders, and might have been still more advantageous if the Danish Norwegian government had permitted free and peaceful intercourse and had limited its interference to the maintenance of law and order in the island. The lack of wisdom and efficiency which characterized the civil administration in Iceland at this time found its counterpart in the incompetence and worldly mindedness shown in the management of ecclesiastical affairs. During intervals, one or both of the bishoprics might be left vacant because new bishops were not appointed, but this was scarcely as harmful as repeated appointments to the leading positions in the church of uninterested foreigners and incompetent old men, or of unprincipled adventurers who used their high ecclesiastical offices for the most mercenary and selfish ends. From 1403 till 1415 or 1419, the Holar bishopric remained vacant for reasons not known. Bishop Vilchen of Scalholt went to Norway in 1406 and died there the same year, and as his successor Jan did not arrive in Iceland till 1408, the country remained without bishops for a period of 2 years. Bishop Jan died in 1413 and was succeeded by Arni Olafsson, a native Icelander who seems to have belonged to some monastic order. During his stay in Norway, he had been chaplain in the home of the rich nobleman Hakon Sigurdsson of Gisk. He had visited Rome and was consecrated bishop in Lubeck by order of the Pope. He is described as athletic, generous, and capable in everything which he undertook. He loved display and showed great talent as a flattering courtier and a collector of money. As a royal favorite, he succeeded in being appointed Earthstejori over all Iceland, and he was also placed in charge of the vacant bishopric of Holar. He was thus able, upon his arrival in his diocese in 1415, to exercise the highest authority both in church and state. But as he had only his own interest at heart, this extraordinary official authority only gave him the opportunity to display the rapacity and love of power which characterized his whole career. On a journey through the Holar diocese, he collected property of all kinds and had it brought to his residence at Scalholt. He caused expensive improvements to be made in the Scalholt church and bishop's residence, and costly furniture was bought. Because of his liberality, he was nicknamed the Generous. Saving was no part of his administrative policy, as he could always secure more goods and money on new journeys through his dioceses. Such government could only be extremely oppressive, but since Bishop Arni conducted himself in all respects as a chieftain, the people condoned his foibles to such an extent that he even enjoyed some degree of popularity. In 1419 he went to Norway, probably for the purpose of rendering an account to the royal government, as he owed the king's treasury a large sum of money. How this difficulty was finally adjusted is not known, but he never returned to Iceland. His successor was the unworthy royal favourite Jan Gerriksson, John Jerikini, who through the king's influence had been chosen Archbishop of Uppsala in Sweden, but because of his vicious life was tried by order of the Pope and forced to resign from his archdiocese. The king, who still favoured him, caused him to be elected Bishop of Scalholt, though it must have been apparent to all that he was wholly unfit to hold a higher ecclesiastical office. He came to Scalholt from England in 1425, accompanied by a band of followers which he seems to have gathered in the British Isles, unprincipled adventurers so devoid of moral character that he could not have controlled them even if he had desired to do so. With this band of rowdies he travelled from one district to another, as Bishop Gudmund Aurson had done 2 centuries earlier. All sorts of deeds of violence were committed, even against the leading men of the country. Teit Gunnlaugsson, one of the most prominent young men in eastern Iceland, and Thorvard Lap's son of the powerful Lapt Gudersmason of Modruveller in the northern districts, were seized without cause and imprisoned at Scalholt and subjected to all sorts of indignities. After making their escape, they laid a plot to revenge themselves on the bishop and his band. In this undertaking they were stimulated to redouble their efforts by new provocations. The bishop's illegitimate son Magnus, the leader of his unruly band of followers, had been wooing Margaret Vigfusdottir, one of the most prominent young ladies in all Iceland. She ignored him, as might be expected, and in order to revenge himself he proceeded to her residence, Kirkjubol, killed her brother, and set fire to her house. Margaret saved her life only with great difficulty, and vowed that she would marry no one but the man who possessed sufficient courage to wreak vengeance upon her assailant. Thorvard Lapson appeared as her champion and suitor, and Bishop Jan began to realize that serious trouble was brewing. But when Magnus fled from Iceland, he thought that the storm might blow over without dangerous consequences. In July, Thorvard Lapson and his associate Teit united their forces in the neighborhood of Skalholt, where many people were gathering to celebrate the Thorlaksmos. A number of tents had been erected, and Thorvard and his men were able to approach unobserved. When Teit and his band also arrived, and the bishop learned of their presence, he fled to the church with his priests and associates. Attired in his priestly vestments, he began to sing the mass before the church altar. The 50 men, led by Arne Magnusson of Dal, effected an entrance, dragged him from the church, tied him in a sack, and drowned him in the river Bruvara. His followers were hunted down and slain. No action seems to have been taken against the slayers of the bishop, either by the church or by the royal government. Thorvard Lapson married Margaret Vigfusdottir, and both he and his associate Teit Gun Logson lived long and enjoyed the people's highest esteem. After Jan Geriksson's death, one Jan and later Godsvin became bishops of Skalholt. Godsvin died or left Iceland in 1448 and was succeeded by a German ecclesiastic by the name of Marcellus, a royal favorite who was made bishop of Skalholt through the influence of King Christian I, though he was found unworthy by the Roman Curia to become Archbishop of Nardaris. Marcellus did not even visit his diocese, but used it as a source of income till his death in 1460. During his incumbency, the affairs of the diocese were administered by Gottskalksson of Holar, who acted as vicarious and, with the consent of the king and the Archbishop of Nardaris, exercised supreme authority both in ecclesiastical and secular affairs in Iceland. After the death of Jan Stevenson, Crabbe, Marcellus' successor, in 1465, 3 native Icelanders succeeded one another as bishops of Skalholt. Svein Petersen, 1465 to 1475, Magnus Eyjolfsson, 1477 to 1490, and Stephen Janssen, 1491 to 1518. Bishop Stephen Janssen was a man of high moral character, an active and able administrator who kept up the cathedral school and created system and order in his diocese. He was succeeded by Agmund Paulsen, the last Catholic bishop of Skalholt, in 1521. Olag Ragnarvaldsson, Bishop of Holar, who died in 1495, was a harsh and autocratic man who was constantly involved in lawsuits in which he was usually the aggressor. He did not spare his opponents, but forced them to pay heavy fines, and in his efforts to enrich himself, he seized their property and estates. His successor, Gottskálk Nicolason, was equally harsh and greedy. He lived in concubinage, and it seems to have been his chief care to acquire property for himself and his children. In his relations with the people of his diocese, he showed an arrogance and despotic temper which brought him into serious conflicts with the leading men. Clashes had often occurred between the chieftains and the churchmen who sought to establish the supremacy of the Roman hierarchy, but the bishops had usually been moved by a desire to promote the interest of the church by enforcing the principles of ecclesiastical ascendancy. No such redeeming features of principles or churchly interests is to be found in the conduct of prelates like Olag Ragnvaldsson or Gottskálk Nicholson. Entrenched in the power of their high ecclesiastical office, they used it ruthlessly only to gain their own mercenary and selfish ends. The noted controversy between Bishop Gottskálk and the lawman Jan Sigmundsson shows how completely they rejected all spirit of fairness and reconciliation in attempting to enforce their own arbitrary dictates. Claiming that he had found that an unpermissible degree of blood relationship existed between Jan and his wife, who according to the bishop's contention were third cousins, he summoned Jan to appear before him at Holar. When Jan disregarded the summons, he caused heavy fines to be imposed on him. Jan was able to clear himself of most of the charges brought against him by the bishop, but this only increased the restlessness of the angry prelate. He laid Jan in ban and summoned his wife to appear at Holar. She was forced to confess to the bishop, to part from her husband, and to pay a fine of 300 hundredth, as she did not have the courage to resist. But even this did not satisfy Bishop Gottskalk. He again cited Jan to appear before him, laid him in the highest ban of the church, and imposed new fines upon him. Jan now went abroad to plead his case to the king and the archbishop, as he was able to show that Bishop Gottskalk had extorted much property from him, and had seized many of his estates, and had laid him in ban wrongfully. The archbishop decided that the Scaldic Bishop Stephen Jansen should examine his case. The crown prince, who was acting as regent, appointed him lawman in the northern and western districts of Iceland, and ordered that Bjorn Gudnason, lawman in western Iceland, should decide concerning the estates which the bishop had seized. On Jan's return to Iceland, Bishop Stephen Jansen confirmed the decree of Bishop Galskak against him. Bjorn Gudnason decided that Jan's estates should be returned to him, but this decision was annulled by Bishop Galskak. In order to settle the controversy, Jan finally agreed to pay the bishop 200 hundredth and to swear him an oath that he would obey all rules which he might establish. He was now freed from all the ban, but the agreement did not last long. On a visit to Holar, Jan was attacked and wounded with a knife, but the bishop paid no attention to the outrage committed. Instead, he summoned Jan to appear before him to receive absolution for his sins. When Jan refused, he was laid in ban by both bishops. He now retired to western Iceland to his friend Bjorn Gudnason, and the two sought to aid one another in the struggle with Bishop Gottskalk. Jan's son Einar was also accused by the bishop of having aided his father. He was laid in ban, and his estates were seized. Jan again went abroad to lay his case before the king. He received a royal letter of protection, and the king also issued instruction to the governor of Iceland that Jan's estates should be returned to him. But when the governor arrived in Iceland, it is said that the bishop, through bribes, turned him against Jan. At the offing, it was decided that Jan should not be heard, as it would only tend to disturb the peace. Bishop Gottskalk also tried to kill him by having him shoved from a narrow bridge into the river. Jan fell in but was rescued. The chieftains had tried to form a confederation to protect themselves against the aggression of the bishops, but this too proved futile, as the church exercised so complete control over the minds and conscience of the people that they did not dare to resist the bishops for fear of ban and excommunication. When Bjorn Gudnason died, Jan Sigmundsson stood friendless and alone, deprived of his wife and stripped of his property. He died in poverty in 1520. The same year, Bishop Gottskalk Nicolason also died. He was succeeded by John Erisson, the last Catholic bishop of Holar, who was consecrated bishop in 1524. In the struggle for supremacy, the bishops had at last won a decisive victory, but it weakened rather than strengthened their position as leaders in the church. Upon the advent of the Reformation, they soon discovered that they were waging a losing fight, as they found themselves antagonized by their former influential opponents. Their greed and arrogance deprived them of the support of the best men and hastened the overthrow of Catholic hierarchic rule. In the period 1430 to 1440, the Germans also began to trade with Iceland. This trade is first mentioned in the Hans Recess, or official records of the Hanseatic merchants in the year 1434 to 1435. The first German merchants who came to Iceland were from Lübeck and Danzig, but in 1476 the Hamburgers also dispatched 2 vessels to Iceland, and they soon grew strong enough to outstrip their competitors. King Christian I of Denmark-Norway, who was always in difficult financial straits and needed the goodwill of the German merchants, granted them the privilege to trade directly with Iceland without submitting the question to the Council of the Realm. According to a royal decree of 1480, they were not allowed to stay in Iceland over winter, but their trade increased so rapidly that in 1482 the Hanseatic merchants in Bergen made complaints to a meeting of Hanseatic representatives in Lübeck of these new competitors in the trade of the north. The Hamburgers replied that the privileges of the merchants in Bergen did not extend to the region north of Bergen, that the king had a right to grant the Hamburg merchants the privilege to trade with Iceland, At that time, the Icelandic articles of export were of far more importance to European trade than in later periods when the same goods could be obtained in many other countries. The chief staple was fish, for which there was a great demand throughout continental Europe. Before the discovery of the rich Newfoundland cod fisheries, Iceland and Norway were the chief sources of supply of this important commodity. Sulphur was another product obtained for a long time chiefly in Iceland. Falcons, eiderdown, wool and woolen cloth, mutton, sheep skins, butter, tallow, and train oil were also important articles of export. The goods most needed in Iceland were grain and flour, timber, iron, linen, pitch and tar. Beer, malt, sugar, and honey were also general articles of import. As the grain export from Hamburg tended to create shortage and high prices at home, such dissatisfaction resulted that in 1483 the city council was forced to pass an ordinance prohibiting trade with Iceland. The ordinance was formally obeyed, but ships for Iceland were loaded in other places and the traffic continued. King Hans of Denmark, Norway, who succeeded as Father Christian I in 1482 and signed a convention with the Swedish and Norwegian councils that he would forbid the Hanseatic merchants to engage in Icelandic trade. In 1490 he sought to limit their commerce by allowing the English and Hollanders to trade with Iceland, but the Hollanders never engaged extensively in this traffic, and the English intercourse with Iceland was rapidly declining. King Hans' successor, Christian II, was an avowed enemy of the Hanseatic merchants. In 1513 he issued an ordinance prohibiting their trade with Iceland. He sought to create a strong Scandinavian trading association which could compete successfully with the Hanseatic merchants, but the plan came to naught as a revolt drove him from his throne in 1523. During the reign of Frederick I, the German trade with Iceland entered a new phase of development. English and German merchants took part in the deliberations of the Althing and succeeded in passing a resolution modifying the ordinance which prohibited foreign traders from remaining in Iceland over winter. Young boys and persons who were not engaged in trade were now allowed to remain over winter in the island. This participation of foreigners in the deliberations of the Althing aroused such resentment in Norway that Archbishop Olaf Engelbrektsson of Nidaros in 1531 complained that the Hamburgers held Iceland and the Faroe Islands as fiefs. At this time they seemed to have gained the upper hand in Iceland, but they were not yet sole masters of Icelandic trade. The English were vigorously resisting their encroachments. From 1486 till 1532, 8 severe clashes are known to have occurred between English and German traders in Iceland. The severest of these took place in 1532 when an English trading vessel, the Peter Gibson, from London, commanded by John Breyer, came to the harbour of Grindavik in Iceland, where it remained for 20 days. The Englishmen carried on fishing and sold the goods which they had brought, but Breyer quarrelled with the royal Snorri, refusing to pay the required toll. Trouble also arose between the English and German traders, the outcome of which was a severe fight. 280 men from 8 German vessels attacked the English at 2 o'clock at night, killed 15 men, and robbed the ships so that the English merchants suffered a loss of £1,500. King Henry VIII turned to the government at Hamburg and demanded an indemnity, but since King Frederick I of Denmark-Norway supported the Hamburgers, he was unable to secure a satisfactory settlement. The trade of the Hamburg merchants with Iceland reached its height about 1530, but we possess no statistics regarding the volume of this trade at this time or of the number of ships engaged in it. The laws forbidding foreign merchants to remain in Iceland over winter were now little heeded. The growing influence of the Germans in Iceland can be seen also from the fact that at this time a German church was built at Hafnarfjord. In 1538, the Lubeckers resumed their trade with Iceland, but the Hamburgers, who regarded them as rivals, sought to lay hindrances in their way. In 1540, King Christian III of Denmark-Norway took energetic steps to prevent foreigners from trading with Iceland and from keeping their own fishing boats in the island. In 1547 he granted Iceland to the mayor of Copenhagen for a certain yearly tax. His policy with regard to Iceland, like that of his predecessors, was wholly dictated by considerations of revenue. The rich sulfur deposits in Iceland were sought by the Hamburg merchants, but the king decided to stop the export of this commodity. The Hamburgers sent a delegation to see the king, but without results. When they attempted to ship sulfur from Iceland contrary to royal orders, he seized their vessels in the Sound and elsewhere and forced them to pay a fine of 10,000 thaler. This led the king to forbid also the sale of other Icelandic commodities. In 1565 he offered to open to the Hamburgers 10 Icelandic harbors if they would loan him 100,000 thaler. As they feared that ultimately they would have to pay the whole sum, they rejected the offer, though he threatened to stop their entire trade. During the last decades of the 16th century, the merchants of Bremen also entered into sharp competition with Hamburg to obtain trade privileges in Iceland. They complained that the Hamburgers forced them out of Iceland in an unfriendly and unneighborly way. Also between Lübeck and Hamburg there was constant rivalry and contention. About 1560 Danish merchants began to trade with Iceland, and competing cities obtained from the king the privilege to enter different Icelandic harbors. Since Hamburg and the king of Denmark, Norway, quarreled constantly, the king found opportunity to thwart the Hamburgers in regard to their traffic with Iceland. In 1572, all Icelandic harbors were closed to them. 2 years later, the regulation was made that the fish which had hitherto been sent to Hamburg should be brought to England. By such measures, German trade with Iceland was destroyed in the next few years. What this interference with commercial intercourse would ultimately mean to the Icelanders the king does not seem to have seriously considered. But in 1579, former trade relations were finally restored. The volume of this trade at that time is shown to some extent by the number of vessels engaged in it, though the size of the vessels is not known. During some years, few German vessels would come to Iceland, but in 1590, 17 ships arrived. During the years 1595 to 1598, the yearly number was 14, 16, 15, and 17 vessels, respectively, an average which was quite well maintained for many years subsequent. In the reign of Christian IV, German trade with Iceland ceased. In a letter of July the 24th, 1601, the king notified the Hamburg merchants that he wished to reserve the Icelandic trade for his own subjects. A like notice was also given the Council of Bremen. In vain, the Hamburgers sought to persuade the king to restore their trading privileges. In 1602, he granted the cities of Copenhagen, Malmö, and Helsingør the Icelandic trade as a monopoly. The Germans could no longer carry on trade with Iceland directly, but they adapted themselves as far as possible to the altered conditions by engaging in the Icelandic trade for the interest and under the control of Danish merchants. Smuggling was also carried on not only by the Germans but also by the Hollanders and the English. Toward the close of the reign of Christian IV, the Hamburgers again sought to obtain the right to trade with Iceland. In 1645 they offered to lease the island for the sum of 500,000 thaler, but the king seems to have stipulated conditions which they would not accept. 30 years later, the matter was again considered, but without results. The period 1400 to 1550 was an era of retrogression and decay in Iceland. The Black Death had sapped the people's strength. At the bishop's seat of Scalholt, all learned men died except Bishop Vilchen himself. In the bishopric of Holar, only the 6 priests, 3 deacons, and a monk remained, of all men possessing learning. The monasteries stood empty. The interruption of commercial intercourse with the mother country tended to increase the growing economic distress, and although the traffic of English and German traders brought some relief, the terror and lawlessness usually accompanying it could only tend to disrupt the weakened intellectual and social life. The old literary activity ceased, and religious life struggled under the evil incubus of indifferent foreign and mercenary bishops. For a period even the schools seem to have died out, as nothing is heard of any institution of learning in Iceland from 1393 till 1474. Only in the monasteries could any attention be given to learning, but even here it must have been done only in a feeble and inefficient way. In 1488, Lopt Janssen sold the estate Ranaf Narbaki to the abbot of the monastery of Helgafell on the condition that he should instruct Lop's son so that he could receive consecration as subdeacon. The next abbot of the monastery, Narfi, 1511, is known to have devoted a part of his time to teaching, and the same was done in other monasteries. In 1500, Jan Arsen, the later Bishop Scalholt, received instruction from Einar Benedictson, abbot of the monastery of Thuvera. and Gisli Jansen, Bishop of Skalholt, from 1558 till 1587, received instruction from Alexius Paulsen, abbot of the monastery of Vidi. Towards the close of the 15th century, some efforts were made to revive the schools and the cathedral churches. Stefan Jansen, Bishop of Skalholt, 1491 to 1518, established a school at his bishop's seat, but it was not continued by his successor, Agmund Paulsen. School is also said to have been held at Holar at the time of Bishop Gottskálk Nicholson, 1498-1520, but this work was not continued in the days of Jan Arason, the last Catholic bishop of the diocese. In 1542, Latin schools were to be established at the monasteries of Vidi and Helgafell, according to royal decree, but little progress was made till 1552, when a permanent Latin school was organized at each bishop's seat. At first, these schools were not very efficient, as the leading teachers were foreigners and the native teachers lacked the necessary education. But interest in learning was reviving. From the latter part of the 15th century till the establishing of the Reformation, many Icelanders again went abroad to study. Svein Petersen, Bishop of Skalholt, 1465 to 1476, and his brother Odd had received the degree of M.A. and B.A. respectively. In 1472, Stefan Jansen went to France to study. Agmund Paulsen travelled in England and the Netherlands, and Olaf Hjaltason is said to have spent 6 years at the Latin school in Bergen, Norway, 1515 to 1521. Odd Gottskálksson had also studied in Norway. Gizur Einarsson studied in Germany, and Jan Einarsson, together with the two brothers Martin Einarsson and Glerauge Petter, travelled and studied in Germany and England. After the Reformation, the Icelanders who sought higher education usually studied at the University of Copenhagen or in Germany. In the field of literature, history writing had ceased before 1400. After that time, prose production was limited to letters and documents, Maldagar, and a few annals, important only as historical material shedding some light upon an age about which so little information exists. The rhymer or ballad poetry continued to flourish. Professional rhapsodists appeared to travel from house to house singing rhymer for pay. So popular became this form of amusement that the clergy felt called upon to inveigh energetically against it as inimical to public morals. At wakes and other gatherings, and likewise at weddings and parties, there is scarcely any other form of amusement or entertainment than this nonsensical poetry which, God pity, says Gudbrand Thorlaksson in the introduction to his hymn book, 1589. Religious songs in Scaldic verse were produced in Iceland ever since Christianity became permanently established, but during the period of national decadence also this form of literary activity languished until shortly before the Reformation. In the 15th century, a revival of religious interest resulted in the production of a new religious poetry written in rhymed verse, evidently according to the pattern of Latin hymns. As in the case of the rhymer and other folk poesy, melodies were soon provided also for the religious songs. The singing of hymns as a part of religious worship took its beginning in Iceland already in this century. No Icelandic hymnal exists from the Catholic period, but the number of religious songs about Virgin Mary and other saints was growing rapidly in the period immediately preceding the Reformation. Besides the two national saints of Iceland, Bishop Jan Agmundsson of Holar, who died in 1121, and Bishop Thorlaksson of Skalholt, who died in 1193. Many other saints were venerated. Saint Olaf, King of Norway, who fell in the Battle of Stiklestad in 1030, was especially popular. 52 churches were dedicated to him in Iceland, and sagas and other literary works were written about him. Virgin Mary was the most generally venerated of all saints in Iceland as elsewhere. About 150 churches were dedicated to her. The great number of songs written to her also testified to the popularity of this cultus. Of the apostles, Peter was the most popular saint. To him 60 churches were dedicated. 20 were dedicated to St. John the Apostle, 20 to St. John the Baptist, 13 to St. Andrew, and 3 to St. Paul. About these and other apostles many songs are found. The cross was generally venerated throughout Iceland in Catholic times. Crosses which were regarded as especially sacred were found in many districts, the most noted being the one at Calamities, to which pilgrimages were made from all parts of southern Iceland, especially at Christmas, September the 14th. All pilgrims brought votive offerings to the cross unless they were beggars. Sick persons who were unable to walk were glad if they could get far enough to see it, as they thought that this would be sure to bring them relief. In 1518, the pilgrims going to Caldadarnus met with a great accident. About 50 persons were drowned in the Olfusa, among others the priest Bodvar Jansen of Godar in Altanus and his daughter. The veneration of the Caldadarnus cross seems to have culminated shortly before the Reformation. In 1548, the cross was removed by the first Lutheran bishop, Gizur Einarsson, and stored in an obscure place. It was later destroyed by Bishop Gisli Jansen in 1560. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13, Part 1 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Reformation in Iceland. The Lutheran Reformation, which was gaining a firm footing everywhere in the north, was brought to Iceland during the period of lowest ebb in Icelandic national life. If it had come as a religious revival in response to a spontaneous public sentiment, it might have produced a new awakening in Iceland, as it had done in many other lands. But the Icelanders had hitherto remained wholly untouched by the movement of religious reform and the intellectual renaissance which accompanied it. They clung faithfully to the established doctrines and the forms of Catholic worship, which had become a system of intellectual and social life as well as of religious belief. The old ways were still dear to them, and since no desire for any change existed, the Reformation was not welcomed as the dawn of a new era. It was thrust upon the people almost as a surprise in the form of royal decrees backed by military force, promoted by methods which remind us of the introduction of Christianity, forced on an apathetic populace under the frowning brows of an angry king. In the establishing of the Reformation, similar scenes were enacted. Again, the royal government bent itself to the task of forcing upon the Icelanders the king's religion. The first effect of this procedure could only be negative, resulting in the destruction of what still remained of ancient culture. But it cannot be denied that the Reformation, even in this unattractive form, proved so powerful a stimulus to the weakened energy of the Icelandic people that after its introduction traces were soon seen of new intellectual vigor and literary life. As already noted, the two last Catholic bishops in Iceland were Agmund Paulsson of Skalholt and Jan Arason of Holar, both very interesting as types of Icelandic chieftains of this period, rather than as representatives of the Catholic clergy. Bishop Agmund, the elder of the two, had sought to hinder Jan's election, and a hostile feeling existed between the two prelates. Agmund, who was an able and energetic administrator, acted no less as ruler than as bishop of his diocese. Though proud and ambitious, he was on the whole well-meaning and generous, but withal an arrogant chieftain, violent of temper and wholly unable to brook opposition. Jan Arason was a chieftain to a still higher degree, more gifted than his rival, dignified in appearance, charming in manners, cheerful and spirited in conversation. He was a born leader, highly admired by his adherents, but a firebrand against all opponents. Jan was born at Gerita in Eyjafjord, probably in 1474. At the age of 34, he became priest at Helgastadir, and 2 years later, 1510, at Fagnagil. Upon the death of Bishop Gottskálk Nicolason, he became provost and acting bishop in the Holar diocese. In 1524 he was consecrated bishop. The statement in the Biskupasugur that he knew no Latin is probably erroneous, as he is said to have received instruction in his youth from the learned Einar Benedictsson, abbot of the monastery of Thuvera. It must be assumed that he also studied Latin, which in those days was the principal subject of instruction in all schools. But he was probably no Latin scholar. From youth up he lived in concubinage with Helga Sigurdsdottir and reared a family of sons and daughters. But this relation seems to have been tolerated at this time even within the Church. Although priests were not allowed to marry, says the Saga writer, holy and God-fearing fathers would permit them, I know indeed not with what authority, to have concubines instead of wedded wives. And as the priestly office was then held in much higher esteem than in these degenerate times, it was easy for the priests to get women, so that they often got the daughters, sisters, and relatives of chieftains for their helpmates. Proper and lawful agreement was entered into by both parties, so that nothing was lacking of real marriage but the name. It was not thought proper for them to enter into holy wedlock, which was otherwise solemnized in church in presence of the congregation, but the binding of the agreement with festivals, documents, and formal betrothals was not forbidden. Though the domains of the two bishops were clearly limited to their respective dioceses, clashes between them were unavoidable whenever they met at the Althing. At their first meeting in 1526, Ogmund was accompanied by an escort of 1,300 men. Jan brought 900. Armed conflict between the two hostile groups was averted only through efforts of the parish priests, who succeeded in maintaining peace on the condition that the controversy should be settled by a fight between two champions selected for the purpose. This duel, contrary even to Icelandic civil law, was fought on an island in the Oxara in the presence of the two bishops and their adherents. Ogmund's representative succeeded in throwing his opponent and was declared the victor, but Jan and his party were not well satisfied. The following day the cathedral church at Scalholt was destroyed by fire, a calamity which almost overwhelmed Bishop Ogmund. As he considered it a chastisement from heaven, it softened his enmity towards his opponent. He soon set to work with great energy to rebuild the church, and the task was almost completed before his death. The progress of the Lutheran Reformation in the north, the friendly attitude of King Frederick I of Denmark-Norway to the new movement, and the fact that his son Christian, heir apparent to the throne, and other leading men openly accepted Luther's doctrines, soon made the Icelandic bishops forget their personal rivalries and draw closer together in mutual support against the danger threatening the Catholic hierarchy. Even in Iceland, traces of Lutheran influence began to appear. Direct communication with Germany was maintained by the Hanseatic merchants trading in Iceland, who brought Lutheran books from Hamburg. Jan Einarsson, priest at Scalholt, who had read some of Luther's writings, had been so impressed by them that in a sermon at Candlemas he inveighed against the veneration of saints, which he called idolatry. When Bishop Ogmund reprimanded him, he defended himself and quoted further from the epistles of the Apostle Paul in support of the view that priests had the right to marry. Still more aggrieved was Bishop Ogmund by the apostasy of Gizur Einarsson from the Catholic faith. For several years Gizur had remained in the bishop's household as a special friend and had been sent by him to school in Hamburg. After hearing Luther and Melanchthon preach in Wittenberg, he had accepted the Lutheran faith. Upon his return home he was repudiated by Ogmund, who had learned what had happened. By still pretending to be a Catholic, Gizur succeeded in regaining the favor and confidence of the bishop, who was growing old and was more than ever in need of able assistance under the growing difficulties. Another young man in whom Ogmund had placed great confidence was Odd Godskallsson, son of Godskall Nicholson, former bishop of Holar. Odd had been reared in Norway, where he had been trained for the priesthood. Later he had studied in Denmark and Germany, and had become a secret convert to the Lutheran faith. On his arrival in Scalholt, he became Bishop Ogmund's private secretary. He was secretly engaged in translating the Bible into Icelandic, but he made the bishop believe that he was busy copying Catholic theological works and church laws. One day Ogmund discovered the nature of his literary work, snatched Luther's translation of the New Testament from his hand, and berated him in angry words. Also in the political field, new dangers and difficulties arose at this time. In Denmark, Norway, the dethronement of the tyrannical Christian II and the struggle between the Catholic hierarchy and the adherents of the Reformation caused the greatest confusion. In 1524, Frederick I had been placed on the throne by the nobility, but upon his death in 1533, the question of the choice of a new king precipitated the bitterest party strife. In Norway, the Catholics, led by Archbishop Olaf Engelbrektsson, President of the Council of the Realm, favoured the choice of Count Frederick of the Palatinate, but they were opposed by the powerful noble Vincente Lunge and his party, who supported the Lutheran Duke Christian, son of King Frederick I. In Denmark, the Catholics who had first favoured Prince Hans, a younger son of Frederick I, finally united in an effort to recall the dethroned King Christian II. They allied themselves with the Lubeckers, who, in an effort to maintain their supremacy in the Baltic region, sent an army into Denmark commanded by Count Christopher of Oldenburg. The people of Jutland rose in rebellion against their feudal lords and proclaimed Christian II king. Duke Christian was finally elevated to the throne by the council as Christian III, but war broke out between the two parties, and if Duke Christian wished to reign, he had to win his kingdom with the sword. During this period of war and turmoil, which lasted till 1536, the administration of public affairs in Norway was conducted by the Council of the Realm. On January 30, 1533, the Icelandic Althing passed a decree, Domer Landsins now Tho Sinjar, signed by Bishop Agmund of Scalholt, Bishop Jan of Holar, and the best men of Iceland, in which they pledged their allegiance to the King of Norway and the Catholic Church. It was evidently the plan of the Icelandic bishops to seek the support of Norway and the Archbishop of Nidaros in the struggle against the Reformation. Immediately after the close of the Althing, Bishop Agmund went to Norway to confer personally with the Archbishop. He returned to Iceland the following year after the Althing decree had been sanctioned by the Council of the Realm. Bishop Jan Eirason also sent his son Sigurd on an important mission to Norway and the continent. What the mission was is not known, but it is likely that an effort was made to determine what support could be obtained from Emperor Charles V and the Norwegian Council. It is said that Bishop Jan also caused a printing press to be brought to Iceland for the purpose of combating the Reformation by printing and distributing Catholic religious literature. The question which one of the rival claimants to the Danish-Norwegian throne, or whether any of them was to be considered the legitimate king, soon caused serious difficulties also in Iceland. Archbishop Olaf Engelbrektsson of Nidaros, president of the Council of the Realm, instructed the Icelandic bishops to collect the revenues of the crown in their respective dioceses. Christian III, or Duke Christian as he was still called in Iceland, commanded the royal governor, Didrik V. Minden, to take charge of the revenues for his account, and Count Christopher of Oldenburg, acting as representative of Christian II, sent letters to the Icelanders announcing that he had appointed Marcus Meyer Herthstjori for all Iceland. These conflicting demands were presented to the Althing by the two lawmen in 1535. A decision was rendered in favor of the claim made by Archbishop Olaf Engelbrektsson. Since the Norwegian crown has chosen no king, and we have taken the oath of allegiance to the king and crown of Norway, said the members of the Logreta in their decision. In 1536, King Christian III sent Klaus V. Merwitz to Iceland as Herthstjori, or royal governor. Bishop Agmund of Scalholt, who was still seeking to maintain connections with Archbishop Olaf, dispatched Gizur Einarsson as a special representative to Norway. But though he was able to find the archbishop, the position of that prelate in his opposition to the victorious king was now so hopeless that he could give the Icelandic bishops no assistance. With this discouraging news, Gizur returned to Iceland, and Bishop Agmund was forced to make his submission to the king and the royal governors. While his difficulties were thus accumulating, the bishop also had the misfortune to become totally blind. It is said that while on a journey he seemed to notice that darkness was gradually falling. In speaking of this to his companions, they said that the sun was still shining brightly. "Then goodbye, world," he said, "you have served me long enough." As the choice of a successor now became urgent, he selected for this position his nephew Sigurd Einarsson, who went to Norway in 1536 and is said to have been consecrated bishop at Nidaros shortly before Archbishop Olaf Engelbrektsson was forced to flee from his archdiocese. But Sigurd fell sick and died immediately after his consecration. When this news reached Iceland, Agmund, who still had confidence in Gizur Einarsson, secured his election as assistant bishop and successor to the diocese. But Gjerset hastened to Denmark to have his election sanctioned by the Lutheran Christian III, who was now acknowledged as the rightful king. In Denmark, Norway, many leading nobles supported the Reformation from no higher motive than a desire to despoil the Catholic Church of its lands and possessions. The secularization of the monasteries, which had begun already in the time of Christian II and Frederick I, was continued under Christian III. The lands were granted as fiefs to nobles and royal favorites, and by 1555 the total extinction of the monasteries had been accomplished. That the royal officials should pursue a like policy also in Iceland was natural. Didrik V. Minden, the representative of the royal governor residing at Bessastadir, a German by birth, was a rapacious and tyrannical official, thoroughly hated by the people. In 1539 he proceeded to Vidi in the absence of the abbot, drove out the monks, and seized the monastery with all its belongings. At the Althing, Bishop Agmund demanded to know whether he had acted in accordance with royal orders. To this inquiry no answer was given. The bishop appealed the case to the courts, but the defiant official remarked that the pestilence might take the laws. Shortly after the meeting of the Althing, Didrik set out from Bessastadir to seize the monasteries of Thikvabir and Kirkjubir. On the way it occurred to him that he would visit Bishop Agmund at Skalholt. He was courteously received and remained at the bishop's residence overnight. The next morning Agmund again asked him if he intended to seize the monasteries without royal orders. Didrik would not answer this question, but berated the blind old bishop in abusive language. Agmund ordered him to leave the house. He offered even to supply him with provisions for the journey, but asked him to remember that, blind and helpless as he was, he could not control his people if they were unduly provoked. When Didrik only answered with new insults, the priest Jan Hedesen, councillor at the bishop's seat, secretly sent word to the people of the district, telling them what was taking place at Skalholt. In a short time an armed force of angry Bendur assembled. The house was surrounded, and Didrik V. Minden was slain with all his followers, August 10, 1539. Bishop Agmund claimed that this was done without his will or consent. The case was tried before a jury of 12 men at the Laxeholting. The farmers who had taken part in the affair were acquitted, and the decision was rendered that no veergilt should be paid for Didrik or his men, as they had fallen as common criminals. The governor, Klaus V. Merwitz, paid no attention to the decision of the court, but reported the affair to the king in a most biased way, laying the blame on Bishop Agmund, whom he accused of having instigated the attack. Gizur Einarsson's election as bishop was sanctioned by the king March 15, 1540. Upon his return to Iceland he was welcomed by the clergy of the diocese of Skalholt, though he was suspected of being a convert to the Lutheran faith. At the meeting of the Althing he read a declaration stating that he would rule the diocese in accordance with the old church laws, insofar as they did not contravene God's own ordinances. This he undoubtedly considered necessary, as it became evident that the people would not tolerate a Lutheran bishop or accept the Lutheran doctrine. In 1537 King Christian III had given his sanction to a new code of church laws embracing the Lutheran Reformation. The code was sent to Iceland the following year, but the bishops Agmund and Jan took no steps to have it introduced. In a letter of March 12, 1539 to the people of the Skalholt diocese, Bishop Agmund appealed for protection to the Pope and the Emperor. He also wrote a letter to the king saying, "We will keep the faith and church service which our wisest and most learned men agreed to, and which are not contrary to the Norwegian laws. But if your lordship's officials shall undertake to establish a doctrine contrary to our understanding, then we humbly beseech your royal Majesty to grant us permission to leave with our movable belongings, that we may seek refuge in some land which God may show us." It was evident that the new church code would not be adopted unless more stern measures were employed. In 1541 the king appointed Christopher Huitfeldt governor and dispatched him to Iceland with 2 warships. The mission of the governor was to secure the adoption of the new church code, to prevail on the people to take the oath of allegiance to Christian III, and to grant him a new tax, the Landshjälp, as he had been forced to carry on expensive wars to win win the throne. It seems to have been a part of the plan also to break the power of resistance of the Catholic clergy by seizing and deporting the bishops, especially Bishop Ogmund, who was accused of complicity in the attack on Dirk v. Minden. The Althing of 1541 assembled under the drawn swords of foreign military forces. The Landshjälp was granted, and the new church code was adopted for the diocese of Skalholt, but Bishop Jan Eriksson and the clergy of the diocese of Holar were not present to give their consent. Bishop Ogmund of Skalholt was treacherously seized shortly after the arrival of Huitfeldt's expedition. Upon invitation from the governor, Gizur Einarsson is said to have gone to Bessastadir, where the plot for the capture of the bishop seems to have been laid, but doubt exists as to the complicity of Gizur in the plot. The people of the neighboring districts were ordered to send horses for the transportation of goods to Skalholt. When these arrived, a band of armed men were mounted and sent to arrest the bishop. He had been warned by his friends to retire to the monasteries of Thikvebeer or Kirkjobeer while the military forces were in the land, but an apparently friendly letter from Gizur had so far reassured him that on his journey to the monasteries he stopped at Hyali near the mouth of the Old Fusa to visit his sister Asdis. Here the armed band sent by Huitfeldt seized the 80-year-old blind bishop while he was still in bed and brought him on horseback thinly clad to Bessastadir, where he was placed on board a Danish ship. By holding out the hope that he might be liberated upon the payment of a large ransom, his captors secured his sister's money and persuaded the old prelate to deed them all his property. The promise was a mere ruse. After gaining possession of his lands and property, they carried him away. According to some authorities, he was brought to Denmark and placed in the monastery of Sorø, where he died shortly after. But it is more probable that he died on the voyage before reaching Denmark. The deportation of Bishop Ogmund removed a great obstacle to the Reformation, but Bishop Jan Eriksson of Holar proved to be a still more formidable opponent. The capture of Ogmund, which took place shortly before the meeting of the Althing, did not become known in the northern diocese before Bishop Jan, with priests and followers, was on his way to Thingvellir. On June 15, 1541, he had assembled a church council in his diocese. The priests promised to pay the king the Landshjälp and agreed to assist the royal officials if they maintained for us and the people the Norwegian and Icelandic laws, old liberties, and lawful customs such as we, our church, and the people should have. When Bishop Jan and his men reached the Borgarfjord and heard what had happened in the Skalholt diocese, they did not proceed to the Althing, but sent instead a letter from Kalmannstunga saying, "We will swear allegiance to and hold the highborn Christian Frederickson as our liege lord and king of Norway, and pay him all taxes and dues which the thanes owe the rightful Norwegian king, according to the sworn agreement which we and our forefathers have agreed to." This summer we received a letter with our lord the king's seal, stating that his officials would keep the laws and good old Christian customs which have been observed in our land. Trusting to this, we began our journey to the Althing from the northern quarter to Kalmannstunga in Borgarfjord. There we received the news that Bishop Ogmund had been made prisoner against his will, and that his property had been taken without judicial proceedings. Therefore it appears to us that the provisions in the royal letter which his lordship this year has sent have not been kept, and this we know forsooth, that the liberty, privileges, and sworn agreements have often been disregarded by the king's officials in our land. For this reason the people will in no wise allow that we ride to the Althing at this time, but we will subscribe to the covenants entered into by the best men of the Althing, which are not contrary to the Norwegian and Icelandic laws. We will also support and own allegiance to the royal governor appointed for our land in all matters possible, if he will keep for us and the people of the northern quarter the laws and customs of the land, according to the provision contained in the king's letter. Bishop Jan's son, Ari Jansson, lawman in the northern quarter, also tendered his resignation to the governor, who accepted it and appointed a new lawman. It seems to have been Huitfeldt's hope that Bishop Jan could be persuaded to visit Denmark. He brought royal letters inviting him and Bishop Gizur Einarsson to come to Denmark to consult with the king regarding the Reformation, but Jan would not undertake the voyage, and Gizur did not deem it expedient to leave his diocese under the circumstances. The next tax, the Landshjalp, was paid for the Skalholt diocese, partly in coin and partly in silver, and precious articles taken from the cathedral church. With these treasures, Huitfeldt returned to Denmark after the close of the session of the Althing. Though Gizur Einarsson had embraced the Lutheran faith and sought to establish the new church laws in his diocese, such friendly relations still existed between him and Bishop Jan that they promised to aid one another. In 1542, Gizur went to Denmark pursuant to the king's request, while Jan, who was afraid to make the voyage because of his advanced age, sent 3 personal representatives who, on his behalf, took the oath to obey the new church laws. The following summer, Gizur returned to Iceland. Jan still maintained a friendly attitude. He thanked Gizur for the assistance given his representatives in Denmark, but at heart he was as bitterly opposed to the Reformation as ever. In a letter to Gizur, he took occasion to revive an old claim to the estate Bjarnanus in the Skalholt diocese, and requested a personal interview in regard to the matter. Gizur sought in a polite way to avoid a clash by promising to give the question his careful consideration. In 1544, he did not go to the Althing, probably in order to avoid trouble with Bishop Jan. The case was submitted to a court of arbitration consisting of 6 judges, 3 being chosen by each side, but as no agreement was reached, the matter was finally submitted to the king. Without awaiting the decision, Jan seized Bjarnanus and refused to surrender it, even when it was formally granted Gizur by the king. This terminated the rather hollow friendship which had hitherto existed between the 2 bishops. Jan did not yet venture to break openly with the king. Evidence exists showing that in 1545 he even paid the royal taxes levied on the bishopric of Holar. But events were hastening to a final clash between the 2 parties, which could not long exist side by side in Iceland. Gizur worked diligently for the furtherance of the Reformation. The church service was simplified, priests were encouraged to marry, crosses and images were removed, and old superstitions eradicated. In February 1548, he rode to the cross at Caldedarnus, to which pilgrimages been made from all southern Iceland, and caused it to be removed. But before his return home, he fell sick and died in March of the same year after a short illness. As bishop, Gizur had proved himself able and energetic, but in his dealings with his former friend and benefactor, Bishop Ogmund, he had shown a craftiness for which he was justly censured. Bishop Jan Eirason thought that the time had now come for a decisive step. Luther died at Eisleben in 1546. Gizur, the chief supporter of the Reformation in Iceland, had passed away. On the continent, war had broken out between Emperor Charles V and the Scaldic League of Protestant princes, to which also King Christian III belonged. The overwhelming defeat of the Protestant forces at Muhlberg and the capture of the leaders Philip of Hesse and John Frederick, Elector of Saxony, made many think that the complete overthrow of the Lutheran Reformation was imminent. On the death of Gizur, Jan went to the Bogar Fjord district and announced that he would take charge of the Skalholt diocese, but he received little welcome in southern Iceland. He was not well liked by the clergy, and still more unpopular was his son Bjorn Jansen, an ambitious and haughty priest who aspired to become Gizur Einarsson's successor. Even while the Althing was in session, the priests and many leading men of the diocese met at Skalholt to elect a new bishop. Those who clung to Catholicism selected as their candidate Abbot Sigurd of Thick Weber, but the Lutherans, who were in the majority, elected the pious and learned priest Martin Einarsson. The election seems to have taken place without Jan's knowledge, and as he could not annul it, he declared himself in favor of the minority candidate, the Catholic Sigurd of Thick Weber, whom he persuaded to hasten to Denmark to obtain the king's sanction. He also succeeded in prevailing upon the Althing to pass a resolution by which he himself was put in charge of the diocese until the new bishop could enter upon his duties. But the priests who had been placed in authority by Martin Einarsson refused to heed the decree of the Althing. As Jan could not take Skalholt by force, he returned to Holar to make more careful preparations. King Christian III seems to have feared that Jan might attempt to make himself master of all Iceland. In the summer of 1548 he summoned him to Denmark, issuing a safe conduct for him that he might clear himself of the accusations made against him. Another royal letter was addressed to the clergy and leading men of Iceland, in which they were warned not to aid the bishop if he would not obey the king's summons. These letters were read at the Althing in Jan's presence, but neither the royal letters nor the warning of many of his friends, among others of his son Ari, the former lawman, could move him to change his plans. Ari did not favor the course pursued by his father, but he finally yielded to persuasion and joined him. Another son, Sigurd, took no part in the uprising. Jan hoped to be able to seize Skalholt by force. Late in the summer he left Holar and marched southward with 100 men. But the priest Jan Bjarnason, councillor at Skalholt, learned of his approach and gathered forces from the neighbouring districts. The great chieftain Dadi Gudmundsson, who was married to Bishop Martin's sister, was visiting at Skalholt at the time. So was also Peter Einarsson, the bishop's brother, who on his travels on the continent had learned some of the art of fortification. Under their directions, redoubts were constructed, guns were mounted, and the works were guarded by many hundred armed men. When Bishop Jan arrived, he summoned the defenders of Skalholt to surrender under threat of excommunication, but the demand was met with jeers and saucy challenges. The angry bishop attempted to take the redoubts by general assault, but his men were driven back. After studying the situation for some days, he left Skalholt and returned to his bishop's seat. In order to safeguard himself against sudden attack, he is said to have erected a castle at Holar, surrounded by stone walls and connected with the church and the bishop's residence by underground passages. On August 27, 1548, he wrote a letter to the Pope pledging anew his allegiance to the Church of Rome and asking what he should do with the church revenues since the Archbishop of Nidaros had fled. The Pope, who was unable to render him any direct assistance, advised him to give the money to the poor. Jan is also said to have addressed a letter to Emperor Charles V, asking him to seize Iceland in order that the Catholic faith might be preserved, but this claim rests on no definite evidence. His chief opponent at this time was the chieftain Dadi Gudmundsson of Snorksdal, a rich and influential man of shady morals who had already resisted him in his attack on Skalholt. In September 1548, Jan marched into the western districts, sacked 3 of Dadi's estates, and proclaimed him an outlaw under the ban of the church, but upon his return home, this proclamation was annulled by the lawman Orm Sturlason. The following spring, Jan prepared a new expedition against Dadi, but when he learned that the wary chieftain kept a band of armed men about him, he abandoned the plan and returned with his followers to Holar. Martin Einarsson, who had been elected bishop by the Lutheran party, had gone to Denmark, where his election was sanctioned by the king. His rival, Abbot Sigurd of Thick-Baber, also arrived in Copenhagen. Failing to obtain confirmation as bishop, he joined the Lutheran Church and remained in Denmark, where he died 2 years later. Bishop Martin returned to Iceland in 1549. At the Althing, he read letters from the king proclaiming Bishop Jan Arason an outlaw, forbidding the people to show him any obedience, and instructing Dadi Gudmundsson to arrest the bishop and his sons in order that a new military expedition should not be sent to Iceland. Bishop Jan was now pursuing a course which could only be regarded as open rebellion against the royal government, but it might still be a question whether under the circumstances it was not fully justified. The king had long since ceased to rule according to the agreements forming the bonds of union between Iceland and the United Kingdoms. Even the most fundamental rights of freemen were disregarded. The Icelanders were treated as a conquered people. Bishop Bogman had been seized and deported without trial, and his property had been taken on false pretenses, even without the formality of legal action. The stipulations in the Union agreement that the laws of the land should be preserved, that no one should be summoned abroad for trial, that only native citizens should be appointed to office, that no new taxes should be levied, had been flagrantly violated or totally ignored. The king had undertaken to force upon Iceland the Lutheran Reformation and a new code of church laws. Military forces were sent to Iceland and new taxes were levied by the royal governors, aided by foreign troops. Bishop Jan was summoned to Denmark to answer accusations accusations made against him, was declared an outlaw without being convicted of any crime, and was ordered to be arrested not pursuant to the laws of Iceland, but by royal decree. The king's rule in Iceland was an evident usurpation of power, which transformed government into a despotism wholly foreign to Icelandic laws and institutions. In resisting such encroachments on their constitutional liberties, the Icelanders were not only within their legal rights, but they were performing a patriotic duty. The uprising led by Bishop Jan was not only a religious but also a national struggle waged in the defense of what still remained of Icelandic national liberty. But now, as formerly, there was a lack of patriotic sentiment and united action. Not only were the people divided into hostile groups on the question of the Reformation, but bitter personal hatred among the party leaders often obscured the real issue and injected into the conflict the characteristic features of the old feuds. Bishop Jan did not attend the Althing in 1549, as he had already heard of the royal letters and their contents. For some time he remained quietly at Holar, but when he received a letter from the Pope commending his faithfulness to the Catholic Church and urging him to heroic resistance against his enemies, he took new courage. Gathering the priests of the diocese, he read to them the papal letter before the altar of the cathedral church and took a vow that he would give his life rather than be in any way unfaithful to the Holy Father. On learning that Bishop Martin was traveling in the western districts, he sent his sons Ari and Bjorn with over 100 armed men to seize him. The undertaking was successfully carried out. Bishop Martin and the priest Arni Arnason, one of Jan's bitterest opponents, were captured and brought to Holar. Dadi Gudmundsson was in so imminent a danger of being seized that he saved himself only by mounting a swift horse. The priest Arni was soon liberated, but Bishop Martin was kept in confinement in the monastery of Mudruveller and later at Eisfjord. Jan was not satisfied with the temporary advantage over his opponents, but pursued energetically the course upon which he had entered. The priest Olaf Hjaltason, who had preached against Catholic customs, was summoned before the bishop and dismissed from his church. In the summer of 1550, Olaf sailed to Denmark to report to the king his own case as well as the imprisonment of Bishop Martin. But even before his arrival, the king had taken new steps to suppress the uprising led by Jan. In a letter dated June 27, he instructed Dadi Gudmundsson and Peter Einarsson to aid the royal commandant Lauritz Mule in arresting the bishop. In a second letter to the people of the Holar diocese, he warned the people that Jan was an outlaw, that a new bishop had to be chosen for the diocese, and that he had selected for this office the priest Gisli Jansen, who was to be sent to Denmark to be consecrated. Bishop Palladius of Sealand also wrote to Bishop Jan, warning him of his danger and urging him to submit to the king, but he refused to yield. When he learned of the order issued for his arrest, he decided to face his opponents boldly. In the summer of 1550, he rode to the Althing with a guard of 200 men, accompanied by his sons Ari and Bjorn, each with a force of 100 men. The king's commandant, Lauritz Mule, and the chieftains who were to assist him were not prepared to meet so strong a force and were unable to offer resistance. The lawman, Orm Sturlason, was forced to resign, and Jan's son Ari was again appointed to the office. From the Althing, Jan marched to Skalholt with his whole armed force, bringing with him the captive Bishop Martin. The bishop's residence was surrendered to him, and Martin was left there under guard. From Skalholt he marched to the monastery of Vidi, which had been changed into a residence for the royal commandant. Lauritz Mule and the Danes were driven on board their ships. The monastery was rededicated, and the former abbot was again installed. Before returning to Holar, he also rode to Hellfell and reorganized that monastery under its old abbot. After the success he had already met with, Bishop Jan hoped to be able to cope with Dadi Gudmundsson, his chief remaining opponent. In the fall of 1550, he left Holar with 90 armed men, accompanied by his sons Ari and Bjorn. At Soderfell, he was also joined by 30 or 40 men from the Bjorgarfjord district, but here he was suddenly attacked by Dadi. His forces were defeated, and he and his two sons were seized in the Soderfell church, where they had sought refuge. Dottie reported what had happened to Bessastadir, the residence of the royal governor, but there was at the time no such official in the country, as Lauritz Mule had already returned to Denmark. The only Danish official present was a clerk, Christian Scriver, who was ordered to keep Bishop Jan and his sons as prisoners in conformity with the royal letters. Bishop Martin at Skalholt was now liberated. Together with Christian Scriver, he hastened to Snokesdal, where a court was convened, and Bishop Jan and his 2 sons were judged to be prisoners according to the king's command. Christian Scriver, assisted by Bishop Martin and the 2 lawmen, was to retain them in custody. Bishop Martin, Christian Scriver, Dottie Gudmundsson, and many other leading men met at Skalholt to consider what further steps were to be taken. At this meeting, Christian Scriver, acting as the king's representative, preferred a series of charges against Jan, stating that he had imprisoned Bishop Martin, that without warrant he had used the royal taxes of the northern districts, that he had disregarded the king's orders regarding the monasteries and beneficiaries, that he had resisted the word of God, that he had used violence against both learned and lay people, had threatened the Danes, had promised the Hamburgers that by spring there would be no Danes in Iceland, that he had said that Lauritz Mule should not long remain as Herth Snorri or Martin as Bishop of Skalholt, etc. Most of these accusations were based on nothing but prejudice and general rumors, but the assembled leaders were very eager to convict their prisoners, as they feared their revenge if they should regain their liberty. Christian Scriver was afraid also to retain them in his custody at Bessastadir when the men of northern Iceland should come southward to take part in the winter fisheries. After deliberations lasting several days, the priest Jan Bjarnason, steward of Skalholt, said one morning at the breakfast table that although he probably was not very wise, he knew a way in which the prisoners could be safely kept. When asked to state his plan, he answered that the axe and the earth would keep them best. At first, this method of doing away with them without trial met considerable opposition, but Bishop Martin approved of the plan, and when Christian Scriver also gave it ardent support, the opposition was soon overcome. An agreement was made that the prisoners should be put to death, and on November 7, 1550, Bishop Jan and his 2 sons were beheaded at Skalholt. This lawless act aroused such bitter resentment, especially in the Holar diocese, that when the men from the northern districts came south to take part in the winter fisheries, a band of Jan's adherents attacked Christian Scriver and slew him together with his son and several of his Danish followers. On March 30, 1551, the priest Sigurd Jansson, a son of Bishop Jan Eriksson, who had taken no part in this uprising, sent 30 men under the leadership of 3 priests to bring the bodies of his father and 2 brothers to Holar. These men arrived at Skalholt with masked faces, bringing 3 coffins with them. They demanded of Bishop Martin the permission to exhume the bodies. This demand was granted. The bodies were placed in the coffins, and the return march was immediately undertaken. At Lagarvatn, a halt was made. The bodies were washed and dressed with care. Bells were fastened under the coffins, and as the funeral escort advanced through the country, the church bells were chiming, and the greatest reverence was shown the dead. On approaching Holar, the procession was met by the priests of the diocese and a large concourse of people. The cathedral bells rang out their greeting of peace, and the bodies were interred in the churchyard with all tokens of honor and pious veneration. On April 27, the priests of the diocese assembled and chose Sigurd Jansson bishop. Danish rule in Iceland had never been weaker or more unpopular. It seemed that Christian III might be challenged to maintain his power over the country by force of arms, but the Icelanders stood divided. The leaders who had dared to resist the policy of the government were gone. The people were dependent on Denmark, Norway for their imports, and no means were at hand for waging a struggle against the fleets and military forces which the king could send against them. When King Christian learned of the imprisonment of Bishop Martin of Skalholt, he sent 4 warships to Iceland. 2 were dispatched to the southern districts under Ada Stigson, the other 2 under command of Axel Juel and the renowned Norwegian sea captain Christopher Tronsern were sent to the northern districts. Upon his arrival in Iceland, Atte Stigstern, as royal governor, assembled the Althing, where he appeared with an escort of 200 soldiers. The people were ordered to take the oath of allegiance to the king, a request to which they readily consented, although the procedure conducted as an act of coercion with the aid of military forces was a flagrant violation of the laws of Iceland. No attempt was made to alter the union agreement. Atte Stigson himself took an oath that he would maintain law and justice to all people, rich and poor, according to the pledges given by the kings of Norway and the agreements made between our gracious king and his thanes here in Iceland. This new confirmation of the Union agreement must have pleased the Icelanders, although the proceeding was otherwise offensive and irregular. In northern Iceland, Axel Yule and Christopher Trondsen assembled the people to a general thing at Adira in Eyfjord. The required oath of allegiance to the king was taken, and Olaf Hjaltason was made Bishop of Olar, no attention being paid to the election of Sigurd Jansen, who had been chosen by the priests of the diocese. Bishop Jan Eirason and his sons Ari and Bjorn were declared traitors, and all their property was confiscated. Severe punishment was also to be meted out to the slayers of Christian Scriver, but they managed to make good their escape. The lawless conduct of that official in executing Bishop Jan and his sons without trial or conviction, even without royal orders, was not condemned or criticized. The treasures belonging to the Church of Holar and the monasteries of Thavera and Merdruveller were seized, and since no resistance was offered by the people and no disturbance of any kind occurred, the expedition returned to Denmark before the end of the summer 1551. After his death, Bishop Jan was venerated almost as a saint by the people of his diocese. He gradually became a sort of national hero to whom many later bishops, lawmen, and other leading persons were proud to trace their lineage. His opponent, Dadi Gudmundsson, reaped little satisfaction from his victory. 10 years after Jan's death, he became afflicted with cancer of the face, an ailment from which he died after much suffering in 1563. The people gradually adjusted themselves to existing conditions without again attempting open resistance to the government's authorities. But silent ill will against the Reformation, and especially against the arbitrary rule of the Danish government, continued to manifest itself long after Jan's death. Bishop Martin of Skalholt was so aggrieved by the rapacity of the royal officials and the humiliation of his country that he resigned his episcopacy and spent his remaining years in the obscurity of private life. Many priests also chose to resign rather than renounce their Catholic faith and remain in charge of their congregations. The conduct of the royal representatives, Didrik v. Minden, Christopher Huitfeldt, and Claus v. Merwitz, toward Bishop Ogmund, and of Christian Scriver and the leaders of the Lutheran party in connection with the execution of Bishop Jan Eirason and his sons could inspire little love and respect for the Reformation. Few young men would enter the service of the church as pastors. The people received little religious instruction, and although they were forced to accept the new church laws, they clung privately to the Catholic worship. Candles were yet burned before the sacred images. Veneration of saints and pilgrimages to holy places were practiced as before. Many would not attend the Lutheran churches or contribute anything to the support of Lutheran pastors. End of Chapter 13, Part 1. Chapter 13, Part 2 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Reformation in Iceland was supported by two distinct classes. To the first belonged a few learned men who had studied abroad and were sincerely attached to the new doctrines, but many of them showed a spirit of self-interest which often led them to seek their own personal advantage, instead of attempting with true evangelical devotion to turn the people to the new spiritual light. The second class consisted of rapacious royal officials and greedy chieftains who had no real religious interest, but were willing to destroy the Catholic Church in order to despoil it of its lands and possessions. Under this kind of leadership, the Reformation did not become a work of instruction or conversion, but a series of administrative acts, royal decrees, assaults upon the Catholic leaders, and encroachments upon the people's constitutional liberties. After the death of Bishop Jan Eirason and the overthrow of the Catholic party, all the monasteries of Iceland were secularized. At first the king seems to have entertained a plan to use the income from the lands thus seized to build schools for the people, but he was persuaded to abandon the idea and to retain the revenues for the royal purse. From 1556, 1/4 of the tithes payable to the church, as well as the fines imposed in suits at law, were also to be considered royal revenues. It does not appear that these important measures were submitted to the Althing, or that the people were ever asked to sanction them, though they effected important changes in the country's laws and institutions. The whole spirit of criminal law was also gradually changed by ordinances imposing severe penalties or capital punishment for various offences. In 1563, King Frederick II, who succeeded his father Christian III on the throne, ordered that persons guilty of heresy should be executed and their property should be forfeited to the crown. Cases of adultery should be tried and decided according to the Koldingresse of December the 13th, 1558, given by Christian III. In 1564, Paul Stigson, royal governor in Iceland, forced the Althing to proclaim an ordinance, the Storridomer, establishing capital punishment for offences of this kind. The law was signed by the two lawmen and received royal sanction April 13, 1565. A final appeal might be made to the king and his council, who continued to act as a court of last resort till 1661, when the Høyesterett, or Supreme Court of Appeal, was established in Denmark. The Storridomer remained in force, at least nominally, till 1838. Those who were convicted under this law were executed, the men being hung and the women drowned. Half their property was forfeited to the crown, and the other half was distributed among needy relatives. In cases of adultery, capital punishment should be inflicted only for a third offence, and the property of the person convicted should be distributed among the lawful heirs. The harsh features of this draconian measure were somewhat softened by royal decrees of 1576, 1578, and 1594, providing for the granting of absolution to persons convicted under it. Other severe punishments for crimes were also instituted. The old privilege of sanctuary, according to which criminals could not be seized in churches or holy places, was abolished by an ordinance of 1587, and by a law of 1596 the eating of horse flesh was made an offence punishable by a fine of 3 marks, $21.60, together with severe flogging. Thieves were to be hung, flogged, or branded. Even minor offences were to be punished by the pillory, flogging, or heavy fines. While such pedantic zeal was manifested for the maintenance of law and order, no steps were taken by the government to protect the people against foreign enemies, though periodic raids on defenseless sea-coast settlements had been frequent. In 1579, English pirates came to shore in the Vest Fjords, robbed churches, ravished women, and killed people. Eggert Hennison, a rich proprietor, once lawman and acting governor, was seized and was set at liberty only upon payment of a large ransom. He was forced to take an oath that he would not make complaint to the king, but this forced promise he disregarded. The affair was reported to the government, and the pirates were finally seized in Holland and executed. As the people had been forbidden to bear arms and were without military protection, they were helpless even against such bands of robbers who might at any time make raids upon the coast. This finally led to the proposing of the Vapnadomer in 1581. This measure provided that the people should supply arms for their own protection. All freeholders paying taxes should have a musket, powder, and a halberd or spear. Every unmarried man who owned 10 auer without debt should own spear and dagger, but these weapons should not be used except against foreign robbers. Those who owned 20 hundroth should buy musket, spear, and other weapons according to their ability. The royal officials should act as officers, and the men should pay their own expenses while performing military duties. The Repstjorr should keep a list of all men in their district capable of bearing arms, and the Suslumen should see to it that places of safety for women, children, old people, and livestock were provided. The proposal failed to become law, as it was not submitted to the Althing. The Althing still sought to maintain its prestige as a representative assembly. Ordinances which had not received its sanction were regarded as having no force in Iceland, and the old principle that the king should rule the people according to their own laws was still adhered to, though henceforth it could only mean the laws to which they had given their consent. In 1588, the lawmen and Lagretta made a formal declaration that we, the inhabitants of the country, should live and be judged according to the old Icelandic laws and the royal ordinances and letters which our gracious lord the king has sent us for law and protection, and which our country had sanctioned and accepted. It is clear, however, that after the Reformation the power of the crown was growing so rapidly that even the last remnant of legislative power, lodged in the Althing, the right to approve or reject laws, was seriously endangered. The king had already forced the Althing to consent to legislation which violated all traditions and principles of Icelandic jurisprudence. At any opportune moment he might sweep away all legislative power of that assembly and allow it to retain only its purely judicial functions. In church affairs he gradually assumed the power formerly exercised by the Pope and the Archbishop. The bishops were usually elected by the clergy, subject to royal sanction, but in some instances the king placed bishops over the Icelandic dioceses, even without consulting the clergy. The Lutheran bishops did not desire to exercise the power of preparing new codes of laws for the church, even when they were asked by the king to do so. In 1607, a new church code for Iceland was prepared by Norwegian churchmen, but only upon formal request of the king, with the result that his will became the highest authority in all ecclesiastical affairs. The bishops no longer exercised authority, as in Catholic times, with regard to fasts or tithes, and many cases which had belonged under the jurisdiction of the church were transferred to the secular courts. The curtailing of the power of the clergy might have proved beneficial, as the Catholic bishops had often used their authority to oppress the people. But politically the Reformation proved unfavorable to Icelandic home rule. Hitherto the clergy had ruled, but it had been a native rule. The laws of the country and the people's fundamental rights had been respected. After the Reformation, the king gradually assumed all power and instituted a rule by royal officials who disregarded the Icelandic laws, acquired large landed estates, and riveted upon the people the tyranny of a selfish foreign bureaucracy. In social life, the low moral standards which had prevailed ever since pagan times continued also in the period following the Reformation. The priests were now allowed to marry, but concubinage and illicit relations continued to be common even among the leading churchmen. Even some of the bishops had illegitimate children, and since such irregularities were tolerated among the leaders, the church could exercise little restraint on the moral laxity prevalent among the laity and common clergy. Among the chieftains, even polygamy was not uncommon. Egerd Hannesson married his concubine while his wife was still living, and Benedict Pietruson had two wives at the same time. Dadi Gudmundsson had two concubines, both of whom were so closely related to him that according to the church laws the relation was incestuous. The parish priests were often poorly educated, since the schools had been neglected. Complaints were made that they wasted their time in quarrels, lawsuits, horse trading, and social frolics, and paid little attention to their pastoral duties. The change of faith which had been forced upon the people tended at first to disrupt their religious life. Many refused to attend church services or to receive the sacrament in the new form. But the evangelical character of the Lutheran Church proved to be a force which gradually effected a religious and moral regeneration of the Icelandic people. It destroyed the images of ceremonial worship behind which primitive paganism so conveniently hid itself, and turned the people's minds to the simple truth of the gospel. Positive results of the Reformation were slow in manifesting themselves, but the serious, truth-loving biblical spirit of the new faith struck deep roots and imparted a stimulus which launched the nation upon a new intellectual and social development. Vigorous steps were soon taken by the kings and bishops to suppress Catholic customs and to sharpen church discipline. Priests who offended against the new church ordinances were removed from their parishes. In 1561, the royal governor, Paul Stigson, traveled through the northern and western districts to see if the Lutheran church ordinances were duly observed. 4 years later, he issued orders to all the lay people that they should attend church on all Sundays and holidays, that they should remain quietly seated and listen attentively to the word of God. If they failed to comply with this order after being thrice reminded by their pastor, they should be excluded from the Lord's Supper, and the Syslumather should cause them to be flogged. Crosses and images were to be destroyed. It is said that at this time Bishop Gisli Jansson burned the Kelda-Darnes cross, which had been removed by Bishop Gizur Einarsson, and that he destroyed the images of the saints at Kirkjuber and Thickvaber. In northern Iceland, Bishop Olaf Hjaltason destroyed the images of the Virgin at Hofstadter and the crosses at Bardi and Stad in Rata Fjord. Persons guilty of grave offences were expelled from the church and were restored to the Christian communion only when they repented and publicly confessed their sins. Parents and heads of households were instructed to maintain strict discipline over their children and servants. About Bishop Gisli Jansen, it is said that he ordered the priests of his diocese to visit the homes of their parishioners to see if they had learned the catechism and possessed the necessary Christian knowledge. Other bishops followed the same plan. Especially important was the work of Gudbrand Thorleifsson, who became Bishop of Olar in 1569 and labored with greater earnestness than anyone else in this period to make evangelical Christianity a living force in the hearts of his people. Brand was interested in providing proper reading for his people by translating and printing the Bible and by collections of hymns and other Christian literature. He sought also to provide religious instruction, especially for children and young people. He asked the priests to require of the children that they learn the catechism together with such prayers and songs as could be said and sung at the table. No one who did not know the catechism should be allowed to receive the Lord's Supper, except in cases of serious illness. The children were to be catechized in church in presence of the congregation and should be confirmed before receiving the communion. Gudbrand's younger contemporary, Bishop Odd Einarsson of Skalholt, labored in a similar way to improve religious and moral conditions and to instruct the people in the Lutheran faith. Due to the efforts of these able and God-fearing men, true piety and purity of life soon gave evidence of the growth of a new Christian spirit. One of the most important results of the Reformation in Iceland was the new interest awakened in education and literary activity. Although the king, through the secularization of the monasteries, diverted to the royal treasury resources which should have been used in the building of schools, progress was nevertheless made. In 1552, Paul Huitfeldt was sent on a special mission to Iceland. He issued orders that Latin schools should be maintained at both the bishops' seats. The school at Skalholt should have 40 pupils and the one at Holar 24. The teachers should be paid from incomes derived from estates belonging to the cathedral churches and collected by the bishops, who should also supply the pupils with food, clothes, light, fuel, and other necessaries. Students were also encouraged to seek higher education at foreign universities, and many went abroad to study in Copenhagen, Bremen, or Rostock. The Danish government gave free board and later also free lodging to Icelandic students who wished to attend the Royal University at Copenhagen, and since graduates of that university were preferred in appointments to positions in the church, all Icelanders who sought higher education were soon attracted to it. The introduction of printing so cheapened books that it became possible also to supply the homes with good literature. According to tradition, the first printing press in Iceland was established at Holar by Bishop Jan Arason about 1530. He is quite certain that in that year a printing press was brought to Iceland by Jan Mathiasson, a Swedish priest who probably brought it from his own country at Bishop Jan's request. The press was first established at Holar. Here the book Breviarium Nidorsienens was printed in 1534, the first book known to have been put into type in Iceland, but no copy of it has been preserved. The press was soon moved to Breidabólstad, where Jan Mathiasson became priest. During the years of turmoil while the Reformation was being established, little use was made of the press, which was in the possession of the Catholic party. But in 1572 or 1573 it was moved back to Holar, and under the direction of the energetic Bishop Gudbrand Thorleifsson, it was now put to such diligent use that Holar since remained the chief seat of printing in Iceland. In 1584, Bishop Gudbrand Thorleifsson printed the first Icelandic Bible, the greater part of which he himself had translated. Of other books printed under his direction may be mentioned his hymn book, 1589, and the Gradual, a book of melodies for Lutheran hymns, 1594. In 1685, the press was moved to Skalholt, but it was returned to Holar in 1703, after being located in various places for a short time. In 1844, it was finally moved to Reykjavik. The first efforts of the Icelandic printers were naturally directed to the printing of religious literature, but in time sagas and other secular works also appeared. The first edition of sagas published in Iceland was that of Bishop Thord Thorleifsson of Skalholt, a great-grandson of Bishop Gudbrand, who served as bishop from 1674 till 1697. He printed the Landnamabók, Kristine Saga, Icelandingabók, and the Afla Saga, Tryggvasonar. Nothing further was done for the printing of sagas in Iceland till 1756, when new editions issued from the Holar press. About this time another press was set up in the island of Hrapsey, where the Agila saga was printed. In 1782 the Annalar, Bjorns a Skarosa were also printed here. The first fruit of the new literary activity aroused by the Reformation were the early Bible translations and the efforts made to provide a collection of hymns for the Lutheran church service. Odd Gottskálksson, Bishop Orgmund's private secretary and later lawman in Iceland, translated the New Testament, which was printed in Roskilde, Denmark, in 1540. The translation of the whole Bible was first made by Bishop Gudbrand Thorleifsson, but part of this work was based on Old Gottskálksson's translation of the New Testament and that of some other biblical books by various translators. Olaf Hjaltason, the first Lutheran bishop of Holar, was the first translator of Lutheran hymns in Iceland, but his work was poorly done and of little real value. Martin Einarsson, the first Lutheran bishop of Skalholt, was also a translator and a writer of hymns. He published the first Icelandic Lutheran hymn book, which appeared in Copenhagen in 1555. 3 years later, a new hymn book was published by Gisli Jansson, who succeeded Martin as a bishop of Skalholt in 1558. But Gisli possessed no poetic talent, and his translations have no real merit. In 1589, Bishop Gudbrand Thorleifsson, translator of the Bible, the Nestor of the early Lutheran Church in Iceland, prepared a new hymn book. Like earlier collections, it consisted chiefly of mediocre translations, but it became so popular that it remained in use over 200 years. Through these works, the Lutheran hymns were introduced into the church service, but the writing of original Icelandic hymns did not progress beyond the first frail beginnings prior to 1600. In the period immediately following the Reformation, hymns were written by the clergyman Einar Sigurdsson and Jan Thorsteinsson. Jan, also called the Martyr, was clergyman on the Vestmannaeyjar, where he was slain in 1627 in an attack made on these islands by Algerian sea robbers. Especially prominent as scholar was old Einarsson, 1559 to 1630, bishop of Skalholt. He was the first one after the Reformation who began to record historical events in his own mother tongue, also the first one to collect Icelandic manuscripts and documents which otherwise might have been lost. The Gwallarin, a collection of choral melodies for the Lutheran hymns published in 1594, was also prepared with his assistance. The first great Icelandic hymn writer was Hallgrim Pietursson. Born of poor parents in 1614, he studied for some time in Copenhagen, and after his return to Iceland he was consecrated parish clergyman by his friend Bernjolf Sveinsson, bishop of Skalholt. He had to struggle with poverty all his life. When he was finally transferred to a better charge so that he could live under more favorable conditions, he became afflicted with leprosy, from which he died in 1674. He was a fine speaker and won great distinction as a poet, even in his own lifetime. He is justly regarded as Iceland's greatest hymn writer, the first one who compares favorably with the great hymn writers of the Lutheran Church in other lands. His hymns reveal a remarkable fertility of thought expressed in striking figures and beautiful language. His greatest work is his Fimmtíu Passíusálmur, one of the finest collections of hymns based on the Passion of Christ. In these hymns, the afflicted poet follows his Savior from Gethsemane to Golgotha, dwelling with pious reflection upon every word from his lips, every motion of his hand. Pietursson's hymns have become one of the most coveted literary treasures of the Icelandic people and have exerted a deep influence on their religious life. In 1914, the whole Icelandic nation celebrated the 300th anniversary of his birth. In speaking on this occasion, Professor Haraldur Nielsen said, "Generation after generation, his Passíusálmur have been sung winter after winter in every home in the land, and this is still being done. Generation after generation, many have committed them all to memory, and for 250 years nearly every person has learned some of them. During all these years, scarcely an Icelander has been buried either at home or abroad, unless some stanzas of the hymn Alt ein Asblandstud eine have been sung at his bier. Since Hallgrim's time, the teachings of Christ have been instilled into the souls of the children through his hymns. The first prayers which our mothers and sisters taught us they had learned from the lips of Hallgrim Pietursson." After the Reformation, only native-born churchmen were appointed bishops in Iceland. Many of these were men of great ability who not only guided the people in religious affairs, but distinguished themselves as intellectual leaders, rendering valuable service in promoting enlightenment and general culture. Gizur Einarsson, Martin Einarsson, Olaf Hjaltason, Ad Einarsson, and Gudbrand Thorleksson have already been mentioned. To this group of church leaders belonged also Brynolf Sveinsson, Jan Thorkelsson, Vidalin, and Finner Jansson, 1704 to 1789, especially noted as the author of the great work on Icelandic church history, Historia Ecclesiastica Icelandii. Brynjolf Sveinsson, 1605 to 1675, Bishop of Scalholt, known for his majestic appearance and dignified bearing, was well versed in classical languages and cherished a deep interest for the literature of Iceland. He devoted special attention to the collection of old manuscripts of Icelandic literary works, an effort in which he spared neither time nor money until he had created a valuable manuscript collection containing many of the leading works in Old Icelandic. Bishop Jan Vidalin of Scalholt, 1667 to 1720, is reputed to have been the most eloquent of Icelandic ecclesiastics. Chief among his literary works is his Haspastilla, or Book of Family Sermons, which has appeared in 12 editions and is regarded by his countrymen as one of the best works of its kind. Vidalin was an Orthodox Lutheran of the great Reformer's own type, adhering to the written Bible word with a sincerity which left no room for peradventure or hesitation. He combined with the intellectualism of orthodoxy an ardent faith and an impassioned eloquence which gave him great power over his hearers. He sought to stir the conscience of his people by preaching repentance and conversion, rather than the gospel message of salvation through Christ. Raising his mighty voice like one crying in the wilderness, he summoned the people to repent, lighting up their secret sins with the burning torch of the Word of God. How submissively and attentively the people listened to his preaching is shown by the number of editions of his sermons, which have remained one of the most popular family books even to the present. Through the work of the Lutheran bishops, a spiritual regeneration had been wrought, which marks the ultimate triumph of the Reformation. The popularity of Hallgrim Peterson's hymns of the Bishop Jan Vidalin's sermons shows that evangelical Christianity had become a living force in the lives of the Icelandic people. The Icelanders, being strongly individualistic, usually keen, often contentious, and generally given to reflection, have not been stirred by revivals or emotional Christianity. The deepest influence ever exerted upon their religious life is due to the intellectual Lutheran or Orthodox faith brought them by the Reformation. This influence has now become a regenerating force which stimulated the dormant national powers to a new creative literary activity as well as a new religious life. Without a university of their own, with only 2 higher schools, weak and poorly equipped and at times so neglected that they had to remain closed, higher learning was nowhere more diligently cultivated than in Iceland, and in no land was the number of talented and well-educated intellectual leaders relatively so large. Amidst flaming volcanoes and destructive earthquakes which filled the pages of their annals with ghastly tales of woe, the Icelanders were experiencing a literary renaissance which kindled new light, not only in their own country but in foreign lands. Again, they wrote works which attracted the attention of all Europe. Invaluable treasures for literary and historical research were made available, and new fields were opened to learned activity. Especially noted are the 3 scholars Arngrim Jansson, 1568 to 1648, Thormod Thorfason, or Thorfius, 1636 to 1719, and Arni Magnusson, 1663 to 1730, who distinguished themselves in the fields of history, writing, and antiquarian research. Arngrim Jansson had studied at the University of Copenhagen and became rector or master of the Latin school at Holar. He collected and studied old manuscripts and wrote several works dealing with the geography and history of Iceland. Chief of these is his Grimogia Sive Rerum Islandicorum Libri 3, published in Hamburg in 1609. In 1593 he published Brevis Commentarius de Islandis, and in 1643 appeared Specimen Islandii Historicum. In recognition of the importance of his work to Icelandic literature and scholarly activity, he has been called the restorer of Icelandic learning. Thormod Torfius wrote many historical works. In 1697 appeared De Rebus Gestis Ver Re Ensium, a history of the Faroe Islands. In 1697, Orchides, a work about the Orkney Islands. In 1706, Greenlandia Antiqua. And in 1707, Vinlandia, the story of the Norse discovery of America. His principal work, Historia Rerum Norwegicarum, a history of Norway till 1387, was published in 4 large folio volumes in 1711. For the first time, a survey of the history of Norway now appeared in a language which could be read by scholars in all lands. Torpheus showed little scholarly ability in the use of historical material. He accepts fabulous tales as readily as accounts resting on the most trustworthy evidence, but he was acquainted with historical sources and elaborated them into a connected account, which for a long time continued to be the chief source of information regarding the history of Norway. In 1667, he was appointed royal historiographer. Later, he was sent as royal official to Norway, where he resided till his death on the estate Strangeland in Stavanger Stift. Arne Magnusson became interested in the old literature of the North while pursuing his studies at the University of Copenhagen, receiving appointment as royal antiquary and also as private secretary to the historian Thomas Bartholin. He found opportunity to gather manuscripts and old literary documents in Iceland and elsewhere, a scholarly activity which became his great life work. In 1701, he was made professor of philosophy in the University of Copenhagen, and the following year he was appointed member of a royal commission sent to take a new census in Iceland. During the subsequent 10 years in which he spent in Iceland, he collected a large number of manuscripts and literary documents. In this collection, he succeeded in preserving nearly all of the old manuscripts, which were found here and there in private homes in Iceland, often in a decaying condition. In Norway and Denmark, he gathered many more, partly as gifts and partly through purchase. A most valuable manuscript library, the Arne Magnian collection, had thus been created in Copenhagen, and the old Icelandic literature was saved from destruction. With a few later additions, it now numbers 2,000 manuscripts and 6,000 documents. Many other equally able scholars labored in various fields. Bjorn Jansen of Skardsa, 1574 to 1655, interpreted Scaldic songs, wrote runes, and copied old sagas. His principal work is Analar from 1400 to 1645. He also wrote a work about the ravages of the Algerian pirates in Iceland, the Tryggjarna Saga. Magnus Olafsson wrote the first Icelandic lexicon, Specimen Luxiki Runiki, published in Copenhagen, 1650. Gudmund Olafsson was called to Sweden, where he became a noted translator of Icelandic sagas. Somewhat later, the poet, patriot, and scientist Egbert Olafsson became very popular and widely known. His chief scientific work is Rice-Guyenen Island, in which he describes economic life and conditions in Iceland. It was largely due to the stimulating influence of the Icelandic scholars that a keen interest in northern history and antiquities was awakened at this time also in other European countries. In Denmark, scholars and historians like Old Worm, Thomas Bartholin, Jacob Langbeck, Peter Fredrikszoom, and the Norwegian historian Gerhard Schörning turned their attention to northern antiquities and the old Icelandic literature. In Sweden, Johan P. Peringskold and his son Johan F. Peringskold became devoted students in this field and translated many Icelandic works. Also in England, France, Germany, many translations of Icelandic songs and sagas appeared. The ancient literature of the North began to attract general attention. A deep shadow was cast upon intellectual and social life in Iceland, as in all other lands in the 17th century, by the witchcraft craze, which, like other plagues, was imported from abroad. Superstition reigned supreme in Iceland as elsewhere in Europe at this time, but it might have been relatively harmless but for this unfortunate delusion started by clergymen and officials who had been in direct contact with continental culture. In 1625, Jan Ragnvaldsen was burned for witchcraft, the first person who was put to death in Iceland for this imaginary crime. It was then a law in Denmark that persons convicted of witchcraft should be burned, but it does not appear that this law had been introduced in Iceland. The priests and officials engaged in these prosecutions, acting with fanatical zeal, took it upon themselves to sentence the accused according to the provisions in the Danish code without regard for the right of the Icelanders to be tried under their own laws. Burning or other forms of execution, flogging, and other severe punishments for witchcraft grew in frequency. The Icelandic scholar and writer Magnus Stevenson says, in the period 1660 to 1690, 1690, 16 persons were burned in Iceland. Provost P. Bjornsson in Salardal, who was a clergyman over 50 years and until the day of his death was regarded as one of the greatest lights in theology, was a zealous promoter of witchcraft prosecutions. Everywhere he thought he discovered the influence of the witchcraft evil, even upon himself, and this influence he discussed in nearly all his writings. He brought suit against many persons for witchcraft, demanding their death, and the civil authorities aided him diligently. According to Thorkild Bjornsson, 20 persons were burned at the stake for witchcraft in the period 1630 to 1690. According to Bishop Jan Helgeson, the number was 22. Many were also flogged or banished for the same supposed crime. Clemens Bjornsson was sentenced to death for witchcraft in 1690. He was pardoned but had to leave the country. This was the last instance in which the death penalty was imposed in Iceland for this fancied wrongdoing. Throughout the 17th century, capital punishment was unsparingly inflicted, not only for witchcraft and murder, but for incest, adultery, theft, and other crimes. At every session of the Althing, people flocked together to witness the hangings, burnings, decapitations, drownings, the floggings and brandings of offenders sentenced under the harsh laws. All these frequently repeated dramas of suffering only added new measures to human misery, darkened the outlook on life, and deadened all sympathy with the unfortunate. Toward the close of the century, these dark shadows lifted before the dawn of a more humane and enlightened age. The harsh criminal laws were modified, and the use of the death penalty was restricted, especially through the practice of appeal to the king. It is noteworthy that the victims of the witchcraft delusion in Iceland were men, only one woman being put to death in these prosecutions. End of chapter 13, part 2.